10 minutes prior in front of the Hunters Association building. When it clearly became impossible to take his rank evaluation test ahead of schedule, Ri Min-seong sensed the looming crisis and in the end, decided to drop a bombshell. Excuse me, I, Ri Min-seong, will retire from the entertainment industry regardless of the test result, and I shall pledge my service as a hunter for the betterment of the public. This was his last hurrah at reviving the atmosphere of the press conference that had cooled off from the sudden entrance of Go Gun-hui. Its effect was immediately noticeable. What? Ri Min-seong is going to retire, regardless of what his rank is. Right away, the atmosphere became frenzied. Countless cameras were now pointing at Ri Min-seong, and questions from excited reporters poured down on him non-stop. Mr. Ri Min-seong, please look this way. Are you telling us that you'll abandon the title of Asia's top movie star and choose the life of a low-ranked hunter if need be? Are you willing to give up on everything you built up as a successful actor? Yes, very good. Ri Min-seong was pleased as punch at all the attention being focused on him again. Even if the result is bad and I end up with a low rank, I wish to repay all the love everyone has shown me by fighting the monster threats. Of course, he was lying through his teeth. Just 2 years. He was thinking of helping out with the Reapers Guild's public image as its most famous rank, a hunter for only 2 years, while enjoying the sky-high annual pay package. This was the best method to silence those voices raising issues with him avoiding the draft with his father's help, as well as a few distracting noises rising up here and there recently, all in one fell swoop, climbing down from the summit to protect the ordinary citizens while risking his own life. This was the greatest opportunity for him yet, to achieve that often talked about lifetime guarantee against criticism status. And, with the Master of Reapers Guild, Chairman Mt. Jayu, who shares my wish, I. And so, as the gathered reporters were listening to Ri Min-seong's future aspirations, let us in. A rank S has emerged, right? Aren't you supposed to announce this ahead of time? Just get out of the way, will you? Reporters violently pounced forward, but they couldn't overcome the wall created by the agents of the monitoring division, where every single member was a hunter. What the hell is this? Having been forgotten by everyone in an instant, Ri Min-seong and his flustered face ran over to his burly manager. A rank S. Ri Min-seong became completely dazed. A rank S showed up today, of all days. He wanted to receive the attention and adulations of the world by becoming a rank A hunter. But, to think that a rank S hunter would pop up out of nowhere and ruin everything. It was at that point that Ri Min-seong spotted a reporter still talking to someone on the phone while belatedly climbing up the steps. He was none other than the exact same reporter who sought out Ri Min-seong's opinion regarding tomorrow's headline earlier. Excuse me, Reporter M. Even though Ri Min-seong's voice sounded urgent, Reporter M simply walked past while responding in haste. Ah, Mr. Ri Min-seong. I'll get in touch a little bit later, okay? Excuse me, Reporter M. Wait. Ri Min-seong got to eavesdrop on the contents of the call as the Reporter M's back gradually distanced itself away from him. That's right. I'm telling you to go with the headline of Tears of Rank E, now Joys of Rank S for tomorrow. Ri Min-seong scanned his vicinity with energyless eyes. There was no one around him now. He fell down on his knees. What is this? While he remained on the ground muttering to himself in dejection, the front entrance to the association was abruptly pushed open wide, and South Korea's 10th rank S hunter revealed himself. Jinwoo's eyes opened up super wide. What the heck is this? The camera lenses captured in full Jinwoo standing in front of the entrance, and behind him, Baek Yun-ho with a rueful expression and Choi Jong-in and his bitter smile. It was now lunchtime. The hunters of the mining team had ended the morning's operation and were sitting around to enjoy their lunch. Huh? One of the hunters playing with his phone cried out in surprise and hurriedly raised his upper body up. Hey, isn't this Mr. Seong? Lee Seong-gu's ears perked up. Hey, it is him. Mr. Seong's on the news. Indeed, Lee Seong-gu hadn't heard wrong. I knew it. With his face considerably flushed red after ingesting 3 cups of alcohol, Lee Seong-gu ran to where his colleagues were as if he had been waiting for this. Even while he was doing that, his mouth continued to operate without rest. I knew it from the moment that Beastard glared at me. Let me see for myself what horrible things that insolent Beastard committed now. Perhaps Lee Seong-gu's voice was too loud. Mr. Seong did what? Did Mr. Seong commit a crime or something? Including Foreman B. All of the mining team's hunters in the near vicinity gathered in one spot. Jinwoo's face filled up the palm-sized screen of the mobile phone, and just below that, large subtitles flashed by. Yuck. Having discovered Jinwoo, Lee Seong-gu's eyes began trembling. In front of the private office of Yujin Construction's chairman, standing in front of the door, Yu Jin-ho let out a short sigh. He opened the door, and as it smoothly glided inward, he also raised his head to spot his father busy going through several documents. Yu Jinho bowed down hard and spoke. "My apologies, father. I couldn't change Hyung Nim's mind." Yu Myung Hwan's expression hardened. "Okay, what did Hunter Sung Jinwoo say while rejecting your offer?" "Well," Hyung Nim said. Yu Jinho hesitated slightly, but he slightly raised his head and spoke. "He wants to make his own guild, so if I was interested in the vice master spot, I should come over instead." Yu Jinho thought that father would get angry or ignore that suggestion altogether, but instead, his expression was solidly frozen up. And then, grin. Yu Myung Hwan chuckled without making a sound. Someone widely known for his poker face, Chairman Yu Myung Hwan had actually revealed a change of expression in front of his own son. "What is my dad doing?" Yu Jinho couldn't dare to ask what was happening, so all he could do was to avert his gaze this way and that. Yu Myung Hwan spoke, that smile now erased from his lips. "Do you know why I'm trying to establish the Yujin Guild? Isn't it because there's money to be made in the hunter business?" "No, it's not." Yu Myung Hwan's tone of voice was resolute, unwavering. "We have more than enough money right now. You think I'll try something that could put us at odds with other large guilds just for the sake of chasing after a couple more bucks?" Was he trying to imply that money wasn't the reason? Yu Jinho's eyes widened. "But if not that, then..." Yu Myung Hwan carefully put the pen down. "It's in order to protect ourselves." Yu Myung Hwan's serious, dignified eyes caused Yu Jinho to swallow his dry saliva in nervousness. Hunters are growing in power every day, and it's not uncommon to see a single person possessing enough power to rival a country's military might. For instance, the world's most powerful hunters, seen as already on the level of exercising power equal to that of a country's government. Yu Myung Hwan was talking about those people. "I hear that some hunters already rule smaller nations like kings. How long do you think that the rule of law and governmental authority will keep us safe under the current situation?" Yu Myung Hwan's explanation continued on. "I wish to establish a guild and gather trustworthy hunters to our side. Not because I needed more money or that I am searching for talented individuals, but it's all to find those hunters who we can trust as fellow human beings, as well as for us to rely on their strength." And then, a nearly imperceptible smile formed on Yu Myung Hwan's face again. "Looks like you already found someone like that, haven't you?" "Yes, father." "You pass." "What did he pass just now?" Yu Jinho belatedly raised his bowed head. "I shall entrust the Yujin Guild to you." "Pardon me." "Do your best to develop the Yujin Guild. Make those trustworthy and reliable hunters your people. In the future, they will no doubt become even more valuable assets than any form of wealth." Yu Myung Hwan spoke with abundant certainty in his voice. And, just as his certainty was great, so was Yu Jinho's delight. Would this be the first time since his birth that Yu Jinho was acknowledged by his father? "Thank you very much, father." With an ample smile blooming on his face, Yu Jinho bent his back forward 90 degrees. Yu Myung Hwan looked on at that sight with a content expression. Unfortunately, what Yu Jinho said next went completely against Yu Myung Hwan's expectations. "However, father, I don't think I can accept your offer." Yu Myung Hwan's brows quivered slightly. "What is your reason?" Yu Jinho raised his head at that prompt, and while still carrying a happy-looking face, he spoke without holding anything back. "I've decided to work for Hyung Nim's guild." Finding himself surrounded by a wall of reporters, Jinwoo became quite flustered. Why aren't these people taking pictures of Ri Min Seong like they were supposed to, instead of blocking my way? Wondering if Ri Min Seong was standing behind him, he took a quick glance, but he could only see Baek Yun Ho and Choi Jong in there. The ink on his Rank S hunter license wasn't even dry yet, but the list of the highest-ranking hunters in South Korea had been updated already. "Mr. Sung Jinwoo, are you really the rank E hunter once affiliated with the association? You are now a very rare reawakened. How are you feeling right now?" Reporters writhed and struggled desperately in order to capture a bit more of Jinwoo's face or his voice with their cameras. However, Jinwoo found their explosive attention towards him simply annoying. "I gotta get out of this place first." "Over here, Mr. Sung Jinwoo, please look over this way." "Mr. Sung Jinwoo, the whole country is watching, so how about a smile for the viewers?" While the camera lenses and mics were gradually inching closer, Jinwoo spent the next 2 seconds earnestly pondering whether he should summon shadow soldiers like Tank or Fangs or not. The first one to engage the young man in conversation was Baek Yun Ho. "Hunter Nim." Jinwoo looked behind him. "Yes. Are you feeling lost with all these reporters around? We can safely escort you back to your house, so how about going with us?" I'll be alright. He then pulled the hood attached to his top and hid his face. I actually do have a place I need to stop by first. Excuse me. Jinwoo turned to face the reporters and then jumped up tens of meters in the air before landing on the other side of the crowd. That's why. Even before the flustered reporters could respond, Jinwoo blended into the crowd and disappeared from the view. Choi Jong-in was left speechless. Now that was a movement he couldn't even react to in time. Even though he was a rank S, it was quite obvious that the reporters, who were all regular people, wouldn't be able to follow that with their naked eyes. Choi Jong-in let out a wry chuckle. As soon as registering as a rank S, he's already playing the part of Superman. How was he supposed to be a mage type with that sort of physical ability? As a fellow mage type, it sure riled him up a bit. But, in that case, how would a rank S melee type hunter think of that? Just now, Choi Jong-in turned towards Baek Hyun-ho in order to ask a question. But he flinched and reflexively took a step back. Chairman Baek, your eyes. He was so surprised that he even forgot to add the honorific title. And my apologies. Baek Hyun-ho hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand and turned around. Just now, when Jinwoo gathered strength on his legs to prepare for that jump, he very briefly released his magic energy he'd been concealing until then. No matter how skillful a hunter was, it was nearly impossible to detect anything in such a short period of time. However, that incredible magic energy still caused Baek Hyun-ho to instinctively activate one of his abilities, the Eyes of the Beast, and those eyes successfully detected Jinwoo's hidden power. He's strong. Baek Hyun-ho already knew how strong the youth was. However, no, that's not important. Back when they had gotten into a bit of confrontation in front of the Red Gate, Baek Hyun-ho also activated the Eyes of the Beast inadvertently. Jinwoo's strength was clearly imprinted in Baek Hyun-ho's mind back then. Back then, the youth was very strong. Even if it was Baek Hyun-ho himself, he would not have been able to win without sacrificing an arm. However, that was all. If he was willing to sacrifice that much, then he'd be able to win at any time. But now, what was the meaning of this difference in strength? He detected magic energy incomparably greater than before. That youth was so much stronger now. His reawakening process should have been over a long time ago. So, how could this be? In that instant, an implausible theory popped up in Baek Hyun-ho's head. Could he be able to grow stronger? Possibly, not through reawakening process, but through growing stronger that he. Just as his thoughts arrived at this point. Excuse me, Chairman Baek. Are you alright? Your complexion is. Choi Jong-in worriedly asked him. Baek Hyun-ho rubbed his face and shook his head hard. I was suddenly feeling a bit dizzy just now. I'm okay. Jinwoo soon arrived at the hunter auction. Even the best magic amplification artifact created with top materials by the world's greatest artifact maker pouring out his soul would not exceed 50% in effect. And then, gathering of the right materials itself would not be easy, not to mention that the manpower necessary and time required to make one should be ridiculous as well. One might consider himself lucky if he got to see one of those artifacts popping up in the market once every few years. The appraiser was actually a rank B mage type awakened, and thus he could immediately sense what kind of an item he was holding in his hand. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Oh my god. Goosebumps formed on his skin because of the sheer power emanating from this magic bead, and he hurriedly raised his head to find Jinwoo wordlessly staring back at him. This was his first time feeling like this. He lost count how many priceless artifacts he had handled over the years, but this was the first and the only time he felt the strong desire to beat up the person bringing this item for appraisal and steal it. Unfortunately, his opponent was a rank S. This, how can I even think about putting a price tag on this? His gaze shifted over to Jinwoo. Gulp, he swallowed down his dry saliva. Just where did this man acquire an artifact like this? This wasn't a problem the appraiser should worry about. He knew that, but still, he couldn't hold back and asked anyway. Where did you find this? There was no reason not to answer if they asked him. It wasn't as if he acquired this bead through less than honest means, and also, even if others know, none of them would be able to find another one for themselves anyway. Jinwoo's lips parted. 3 other people in the room held their breaths and focused on Jinwoo's answer, wondering just what might come out of his mouth. Jinwoo simply grinned and replied, I picked it up in a dungeon. Baek Hyun-ho returned to his private office. I wish to be left alone for a while, so don't let anyone in. Maybe he found ordering his secretary wasn't enough. He even locked the door, too. Can it really happen? Baek Hyun-ho couldn't stop thinking about Jinwoo, a hunter that could grow stronger. But, if not that, then how could anyone explain that man's strength that had increased to an unrecognizable degree in only a few days? I was being foolish. He finally understood why Hunter Seong Jinwoo was so disinterested in signing up with a guild. thinking about it from his perspective. If he was given an ability where he could theoretically grow stronger infinitely, would he want to enter someone else's guild? Baek Yun-ho shook his head. Nope, I'd rather make a guild of my own. Who cared about the number 1 or 2 guilds in the country? After all, his own would soon become the best anyway. Both Choi Jong-in and I have been wasting time chasing after a pipe dream. Thinking about Chairman Choi, who should be sweating profusely right about now while trying to woo Hunter Sung Jinwoo. A wry chuckle automatically broke out of his mouth. However, if my theory is correct, then this matter isn't something to laugh about. In the not-too-distant future, that man would surely become an existence that would get to control the community of hunters in South Korea. No, hunters of the entire world might focus all their attention on him at this rate. He needed to completely rethink the plan regarding Hunter Sung Jinwoo now. But before all that, I need to meet him face to face and confirm it first. Baek Yun-ho nodded his head. No matter how hard he thought about it, meeting Hunter Sung Jinwoo was the number 1 priority. Unfortunately, how am I supposed to ask him for a meeting? Baek Yun-ho held his head tightly. When he realized that he just made his mind up to meet with a man who didn't even reply once to the countless requests for a sit-down until now, his head already began throbbing from a migraine. The department head took a step forward. It has been confirmed to be a real deal. Will you commence with the auction with us? We will ensure that you get the maximum amount for this article. So, what should Jinwoo do now? Before he could decide on what to do with the bead of avarice, he asked for something else. First, by any chance, can I purchase a flame-resistant defensive artifact here? The department head and Kim Jeong-kai looked at each other, and then they looked back at Jinwoo with somewhat awkward expressions. Jinwoo was confused by that. Did I ask for something I shouldn't have? No, not at all. Or is it really difficult to find a flame resistance armor, then? Actually, the department head smiled and spoke. It's the exact opposite. It's really easy to acquire one. But I couldn't find one online, though. Weapons and defensive equipment with innate attributes cost a lot of money, so they don't normally appear online all that often. Even still, if you are looking for it, you should be able to find one very quickly. Well, fire-type magic is the most common attack magic spells there are, after all. But, of course, most of the mage-type hunters Jinwoo met so far either wielded flames or rays of light. He heard that even the rank S hunter Choi Jong-in specialized in flame attribute magic, too. Not only that, the shadow magic soldiers he controlled also used flames, and even fangs could breathe fire. In other words, fire-type attacks were a pretty common sight. What a relief to hear that it's easy to find one. He did kind of feel a bit pressured after hearing that it would cost a lot, but his mother's treatment depended on him getting one. As long as he could find one quickly enough, he was willing to pay regardless of what the asking price was. If the push came to shove, he could sell the bead of avarice, too. 2 men headed off to the display hall exclusively reserved for the VIP clients that exhibited only those ultra-expensive artifacts about to be auctioned off or still waiting for their willing buyers. Weapons, armors, rune stones, etc. were displayed inside clear glass cases. Jinwoo stopped in front of a glass display case that contained a longsword. Kim Jeong-kai approached him. Do you see something you're interested in? No, it's not that, but... Jinwoo lightly knocked on the glass case. Can you really protect these artifacts with such a thin glass? I don't see any particular security system in here, either. Kim Jeong-kai formed a proud expression. They may look that way, but these glasses are reinforced with powerful magical energy by the very best craftsmen. Nothing would happen even if a melee-type rank-A hunter hits them with everything he has. Even when a rank-A hits it. Seeing that Jinwoo seemed rather unconvinced, Kim Jeong-kai smirked and carried on. If you don't believe me, how about hitting the glass once? If you manage to break it, then I might give you the artifact found inside. Hunter Nim. Come, was this reinforced glass really that strong? I can sense some magic energy in it, but... Now feeling genuinely curious, Jinwoo began gathering strength in his right arm to test it out. In an instant, his shoulder and forearm expanded, and the surrounding air sank under the heavy pressure. Hold on. Kim Jeong-kai hurriedly blocked Jinwoo's way. I was only just joking. I wasn't really asking you to hit it, you know. Oh, I see. If the case really breaks, then the elites of the Hunters Guild will rush over here. Our auction house and the Hunters have signed a security contract, you see. By the way, this guy, wasn't he supposed to be a mage-type hunter? He was supposed to be a mage-type hunter, yet why was his aura so outrageous? Kim Jeong-kai wasn't joking when he told Jinwoo to hit the glass. He was thinking that, even though this youth was a rank S, he was a mage type, so his physical strength couldn't actually be that high. But then, when Jinwoo began concentrating, all the hair on Kim Jong-kai's body stood up, and instinctively, he knew that he had to stop the youth. What a relief it was that Jinwoo backed off without raising a fuss. Well, Hunter Nim's hand might get hurt if something went wrong, so this is fine. The staff signaled with his eyes, and Kim Jong-kai nodded his head. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm in charge of the weapons section. Please come with me." The staff member guided Jinwoo and they exited from the VIP display hall. After seeing those two off, Kim Jong-kai spat out another sigh. This Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim seems to possess a talent for surprising people, doesn't he? He checked the glass case to see if there was a fingerprint or something since Jinwoo had been standing pretty close to it. But then, what the heck? He spotted a crack in the corner of the glass case that was so small, it was easy to miss with naked eyes. Since when did this happen? He pulled out a handkerchief and rubbed it, but sure enough, it didn't get wiped away. It wasn't some dirt, but an actual crack. Well, I'll be. Kim Jong-kai frowned deeply. How disappointed Hunter Sung Jinwoo would have been, someone who could be one of their most important clients, if he saw that. It was a small relief that the crack was near the corner of the case in a hard-to-spot location. Jinwoo picked up the dagger that the staff member in charge gave to him. If you were being honest, it was rather lousy in quality. It's far worse than the Night Killer, which is ranked at Rarity B. The attack power was not even half of the Night Killer, too. With a disappointed expression on his face, Jinwoo returned the dagger. "How much is this guy?" "It's 30 million won." Jinwoo's eyes widened. How much did he say for this measly little dagger? How much? 30 million won, Hunter Nim. Hold on. Jinwoo turned around, and while pretending to rummage around, he summoned the Night Killer and showed it to the staff member. Okay, how much would this guy go for, then? It was now the turn of staff to widen his eyes. "Is this your current weapon?" "Wowzers, I can definitely sense the touch of a great artisan from this dagger." "No, well, I bought it off the store, though." The staff member hesitated slightly, before raising his voice with a grin. "It won't be accurate since I'm not a dedicated appraiser, but at the bare minimum, I think it should cost well over 100 million won." Jinwoo's expression hardened. "But, I paid 3 million gold for it in the store. Or was it more like 2.8 million? Seeing Jinwoo's expression, the staff member embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. "Was I wrong? Since I'm a specialist when it comes to weapons, I thought I could give it a shot, even though it's not really my place." "No, it's nothing like that." Indeed, Jinwoo was simply shocked by the sky-high price tag, that was all. But, well, the first real weapon he held, Kim Song-sik's steel sword and its attack damage of 10, was supposedly over 3 million won in price, while Yu Jin-ho's equipment, which the kid didn't really get to use all that much, also commanded price tags of over 100 million each. So, he shouldn't have been surprised by the fact that items with high stats sold in the system's store could potentially fetch high asking price in real life, too. Wait a minute. Currently, he had so much gold stored in his inventory that it was practically bursting at the seams. However, if he could buy items from the store with that accumulated gold, and then sell them off at a really high price, Jinwoo's head spun pretty quickly then. Doesn't this mean I won't have to sell the bead of avarice? Just as his thoughts arrived at this point, or his emotions to blame, he thought he could hear the loud cheers of the magic soldiers hidden inside his shadow. Holy cow, Appa, those reporters are still outside the building. Jin-ah spoke while looking out of the window. It was already late in the evening. Reporters who hadn't given up yet were still gathered around in front of the apartment's entrance like a storm cloud. Look, up there. After discovering the silhouette of a person by the window, they hurriedly operated their cameras, thinking that it was Jinwoo. Seeing all those camera flashes suddenly exploding from here and there, Jin-ah jumped up in fright and quickly shuttered the curtains. She turned around and sighed softly like a timid little animal. Should I go downstairs and say something? It was fine for those folks to disrupt his rest. However, he was more worried about them disrupting his sister's studies. Jin-ah was a high school senior, about to take the most important test of her life. Wasn't this the time when some overly sensitive kids would throw a tantrum just because of the faint footsteps outside their doors disrupting their studies? Well, Jin-ah isn't the type to raise a fuss over stuff like this, but still, could she even be able to concentrate with all these distracting noises coming from the outside? Just as Jinwoo was getting prepared to step forward. No, don't do it. Jin-ah quickly waved her hands about. Appa, you're already being slagged off in the internet, you know. So, can you imagine what they'll say if you chase away the reporters? Slagged off? Since when did I do something worthy of that treatment? As Jinwoo tilted his head this way and that, Jin-ah accessed one of the news articles online with her phone and pushed it forward. So, he took it from her. On the screen, he could see the photo of him standing in front of the association's entrance, relaxedly answering his phone while being surrounded by a sea of reporters. Maybe because a professional snapped that shot. Even a plain guy like him came out looking pretty good, so he was happy about that. However, when he took a look a bit lower down, his attitude sucks. He already doesn't care about the reporters. He's way too cool for himself. Countless comments with similar nature were posted below the article, and the highest upvoted comment was "Mom, I've become a rank S." Because the photo and the comment went so well along with each other, Jinwoo ended up breaking out in a grin. Jinah in turn became flabbergasted from his reaction. How can you smile from that? But it is funny. It was then. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed to a slit. His gaze shifted toward the front door. Someone's coming this way. Jinah also noticed her brother's tense aura. She asked, sounding a little anxious, "Papa, stay in your room for a bit, okay? What's the matter?" A presence climbing out of the elevator was walking straight to here now. It's a hunter. The suspicious presence emitted a thin and weak magic energy. Jinwoo couldn't sense any hostile intentions from this presence, but still, he didn't feel like humoring an uninvited guest. The man spoke. Hyung Nim. He was even sniffling, too. Yoo Jin-ho and his reddened nose were standing in front of the door, sniffling like a little kid. Hyung Nim. I got kicked out of the house. Dad kicked me out. Now that Jinwoo took another look, there was a backpack as big as Yoo Jin-ho slung on his back. He was even carrying quite a lot of luggage in both of his hands, too. Wait, didn't you live alone already? Well, that. Sniff. The villa I was living in was under father's name, and he took it away. He even blocked all my bank accounts. A father blocking his son's bank accounts. All of them. So, I was wondering, Hyung Nim, can I impose on you for the time being? Clank. Jinwoo quietly closed the door, and even proceeded to lock it. Click. Worried Jinah had been observing the situation from her room, and once Jinwoo turned away from the door, she quickly jogged next to him and asked, "Appa, who is that? Do you know him?" Jinwoo shook his head. Nope, never met him before. You really don't know him. But why did he come to our place, then? Don't worry about it. I'm sure he got the wrong address. Really? But it sure didn't look like that, though. As Jinwoo gently but firmly pushed his still suspicious little sister back into her room, Yoo Jin-ho's sorrowful voice continued to ring out behind him. Dear, don't you think you were being too harsh on Jin-ho earlier today? Yoo Myung-hwan roughly yanked at his tie. What an insolent little child. He was about to be gifted with the Yujin Guild, which would no doubt become the Yujin Construction's core business in the future, yet he dared to answer like that. What? Follow Hyung Nim, was it? That fool deserved it. Yoo Myung-han snorted derisively. If the boy wished to stand on his 2 feet, then he should do so on his own power, too. The father thought that he'd teach his son about every choice being accompanied by responsibilities and consequences. Was it because he was far too agitated? For some reason, it felt like his DMN tie just didn't want to come undone. My dear, are you sure you're really angry? Yoo Myung-han tilted his head slightly and took a look at his own reflection in the mirror. What the? He was surprised by what he saw. Why did he look so pleased in the reflection? Even though his mouth was busy spewing out complaints only until a second ago. Yoo Myung-han stared at his wife's face. But this is quite strange. What is strange, dear? I can see 2 of your faces. Pardon? Just as the madam's eyes widened, Yoo Myung-han lost his balance and staggered unsteadily. Dear. The frightened madam hurriedly tried to support Yoo Myung-han. The madam's eyes opened wider. Why is there so much cold sweat? Yoo Myung-han tried to keep his eyes wide open to forcefully beat back the sudden feeling of sleepiness, but in the end, lost his consciousness. Can you hear me, Chairman? Yoo Myung-han took a quick look around him and immediately figured out where he was. How long have I been here? You've been sleeping for the last 2 days. 2 days. The person most likely to be picked as the role model for hard working would be Yoo Myung-han. He had never slept for more than 5 hours in a day in his entire life, no matter how tired he was. I guess I was quite tired, then. He was indeed swarmed with various matters that kept him insanely busy recently. The sudden bout of vertigo and that unshakable sleepiness were probably the side effects. However, the doctor couldn't hide the seriousness from his expression. By any chance, have you discovered something wrong with my body? Mr. Chairman, by any chance, do you have anyone near you who is a hunter or someone who's not a hunter yet but has been evaluated as an awakened? The doctor suddenly asked about something rather strange. Yoo Myung-han asked if there was something wrong with his body, yet why was he talking about hunters now? Yoo Myung-han asked back, feeling puzzled now. What are you talking about? Why hunters, all of a sudden? Have you heard of eternal sleep? Hearing the term eternal sleep, Yoo Myung-han finally lost his cool, and his eyes trembled. The eternal sleep disorder, an endless slumber that no one could wake up from. Not only was it impossible to wake up from its death-like slumber, but the life force of the sufferer would also decline quite sharply, so it was a necessity to use life support machines that utilized magic energy. Appearing for the first time after the advent of the gates, it was a terrifying illness that managed to kill scores of people who lacked the wherewithal to borrow one of those life support machines. It's an illness where you'd be assaulted often by drowsiness, and eventually, you'd be unable to wake up at all. The doctor carried a complicated expression. There had not been a single case of the sufferer of the eternal sleep waking up, so far. How does that relate to hunters? The eternal sleep is widely believed to be deeply related to magic energy. There were those people who, by nature, couldn't endure magic energy all that well. One of the abnormalities displayed by these people after being exposed to surrounding magic energy for a long time was this eternal sleep disorder. What you need to be careful with are the magic crystals, mana stones, as well as people possessing magic energy. People possessing magic energy. Yu Myung-han immediately recalled the soul awakened in his family, Yu Jin-ho. Meanwhile, the doctor cautiously carried on. I've heard that your second son is a hunter, sir. When Yu Jin-ho was mentioned, Yu Myung-han's face visibly hardened. So, the gist of it is, you want me to never meet my own son. Is that it? If it's at all possible, that is indeed my recom. With each passing day, people found more and more practical applications for magic energy, and the number of people innately possessing magic energy was steadily increasing, as well. So, if you couldn't withstand magic energy when living in a world like this, didn't that already mean you had been eliminated from the natural selection? Yu Myung-han harumphed unhappily. Yu Myung-han, have failed to make the cuts. Such a thing could never happen. I will not submit. Before leaving, Jinwoo carefully opened the door to his sister's room. As it was still in the early hours, Jin-ah remained blissfully stuck in a slumber so deep that she'd not be any wiser if someone kidnapped her right now. Suddenly, he felt worried. There might be a jackass or two who'll try to get closer to her while I'm away. Of course, there should be no one stupid enough to harm the little sister of a rank S hunter, but well, it was hard to tell what was in a human's heart sometimes. At least, he needed some sort of a contingency plan. Come out, Jinwoo called out those monster soldiers that had been guarding Fangs when they were still alive. 3 of the biggest, burliest high orcs appeared simultaneously, and ended up making the already tiny room of his sister feel even more claustrophobic. However, why are there only 3? There definitely had been 4 guards, though. Jinwoo combed through his memories, only to spit out a soundless groan. Only now did he remember that he planted one of the guards in the ceiling of the boss room. And naturally, he forgot to extract that guy's shadow. I guess I should pay closer attention next time. Jinwoo smirked softly before shifting his gaze over to the 3 monster soldiers, who used to be high orc guards while still alive. All of them were elite grade. Jinwoo pointed with his chin towards the sleeping Jin-ah. And when that happened, the guards returned to shadow forms and moved along the floor, and they assimilated into her shadow. Very good. Hide in there quietly, and when Jin-ah finds herself in danger, get rid of the opponent, regardless of who it is. Jinwoo gave that order to the guards and carefully closed shut the door to her room. I can relax a little now. Indeed, he felt less worried. He made sure to lock the front door properly and exited from the apartment, and found Yu Jin-ho waiting for him there. Just as promised. Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho greeted Jinwoo with a bright face. Was it okay sleeping in that place? Yes, it was fine, Hyung-nim. I had no idea, but motels nowadays seem to feature pretty good amenities. Since his little sister was staying at home, Jinwoo had Yu Jin-ho stay in a local motel nearby. By the way, Hyung-nim, what about this decent tow? I'm off. Yu Jin-ho hurriedly turned his head to the passenger side. However, the door was already wide open, and Hyung-nim was nowhere to be seen. Didn't something similar to this happen before? Yu Jin-ho scratched the side of his head. Hyung-nim can be so elusive sometimes, you know. Jinwoo opened the message window. The sovereign of the demons, Baron, can be found residing on the top floor of the demon's castle. Defeat Baron and collect his soul. If you succeed in sealing the soul of the demon king, you will be rewarded handsomely. Quest generation conditions. Completion of normal quest, collect the souls of demons. Re-entering the demon's castle. Quest completion condition. Slay the Demon King. Rewards: 1. Highest grade rune stone. 2. Bonus stat points plus 30. 3. Unknown reward. Jinwoo confirmed the details of the first reward next. By breaking this highest grade rune stone, you can learn a class-specific skill. I can learn a class-specific skill. Jinwoo's brows shot up. So far, he had earned 3 class-specific skills: the Shadow Extraction, the Shadow Storage, and finally, Sovereign's Territory. Every single one of them was an indispensable skill. And, just from the mere idea of adding one more skill to his roster, his heart palpitated even harder. What kind of skill is this? He wanted to confirm the information on the skill, but the only thing that popped up was its name, and no in-depth explanation was offered. Tusk. Jinwoo could only smack his lips wryly. Well, I'll find out eventually after completing the quest. A class-specific skill, and 30 bonus stat points, too. Even when excluding the unknown reward, it was already a remarkable amount of loot on offer. He was really tempted to simply rush up to the top floor in one go, but before I start anything, though, Jinwoo summoned his status window for the first time in a while. Strength 186, Endurance 145, Agility 175, Intelligence 189, Perception 126, Reduction in physical damage 46%. Passive skills: LV, Max, Tenacity LV, 1, High Grade Dagger Technique LV, 2, Active skills, Dash LV, Max, Vital Points Targeting LV, Max, Intimidation LV, 1, Dagger Throw LV, 2, Stealth LV, 2, Ruler's Reach LV, 2. He immediately made his way over to the floor transfer magic circle. Jinwoo spoke without hesitation. 76. The light gleamed brightly. In the moment it took to blink an eye, his surroundings had changed completely. He was now faced with a vigorously burning city. When inside the floor transfer magic circle, he wasn't supposed to be affected by the environments outside, but it still felt like his skin was burning up already. Jinwoo put the luggage down and pulled 2 artifacts out. The first one was a black robe named the Wind Robe by its maker, and the other one was a nameless ring with water-type magic imbued within. Jinwoo put on both the robe and the ring. After putting on the robe and pulling on the hood, Jinwoo finally felt like he was a true mage-type hunter now. I can feel my body cooling down. Just by wearing them, it felt like he was standing inside a refreshingly cool cavern or some such. I wonder, will this work against the flames of the demon's castle? Jinwoo slowly stepped outside of the magic circle, and thankfully, these artifacts proved their expensive worth. The debilitating heat couldn't affect him at all now, quite unlike the last time he was here. Nice. With that, his preparations were complete. However, it seemed that he wasn't the only one who had finished his preparations, because demons had picked up on his scent and had formed a large group to rush towards his position. He took out the bead of avarice from his inventory and placed it on top of Fang's palm. He used this from now on. Even though Jinwoo was supposed to be a mage type as well, the amplification effect of the bead of avarice didn't work on him. But he thought it'd prove to be quite helpful to a sorcerer like Fang's. Soon, demons rushed forward like a horde of insects in front of his nose. From somewhere high up above his head, a stupendously thick, frightening pillar of flames fell in a diagonal line and swept every single enemy away. What the FCK? The moment that scary pillar of flames swept by, everything had melted down, whether that be demons or the ground itself. Demons were incinerated in an instant, and familiar mechanical beeps rang one after the other in his ears. No way. Jinwoo tried to calm his trembling heart and took a look behind him. And he spotted Fang standing there, now twice the size of what his living counterpart grew to back in the dungeon, busy breathing out gray smoke from his mouth. Gulp. Jinwoo swallowed down dry saliva. Is this the true might of the bead of avarice? Since these monsters lived inside the demon's castle, they all must have had some amount of innate resistance towards flame-based attacks, but they were all burned away into oblivion. Just like that. Once he figured out what was going on, a chuckle broke out of his lips all by itself. Wait, maybe I'll get to clear this place a lot quicker than I thought. Jinwoo stared at the still burning remains of the demons as well as at the scorched black earth and screamed out in joy inwardly. Jinwoo divided his soldiers into 6 groups of 20, and then had them scatter around to hunt down monsters. He gave them 2 orders. 1. Kill every enemy you can find. 2. If the entry permit for the next floor is found, let me know straight away. It may not be possible to hold a conversation with his soldiers, but he could still communicate by using simple hand gestures. Since the soldiers couldn't pick up any loot, he had to go there personally if he were to acquire the entry permit. Sure, he'd have to give up on other loot beside the floor entry permit, but his current priority was to get to the top floor as soon as possible. Begin. With his command, all 6 groups went their separate ways, and, a short while later, experience points began raining down on him from literally everywhere. Looks like my shadows have begun hunting, huh? Jinwoo watched his experience points climb up and formed a pleased expression. However, he soon discovered that something was off. The amount of experience points I get has decreased. Could it be that the further away they are from me, the less experience points I earn? Jinwoo quietly observed the experience points messages popping up non-stop for a while. The amount earned had definitely decreased, albeit by a small margin. Still, he didn't think the reduced experience points weren't much of a loss. Sure, I'm getting less experience points, but now that much more efficient hunting was taking place over a greater expanse of the hunting area, the overall rate of the experience points earned was actually a lot faster than before. Jinwoo smiled in satisfaction as he confirmed his level jumping up by 2. His plan was on the money. He got to climb up to the 80th floor much faster than anticipated. As soon as arriving there, he summoned his soldiers once more. 119 shadow soldiers were summoned simultaneously. The soldiers and their levels had all climbed up pretty nicely after going on their own groups to hunt monsters and earn a ton of experience points for themselves. Oh, since when did Tank gain over 10 levels? Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. Maybe it felt happy after his owner's interested gaze fell on it. Tank, who had reached level 28 only yesterday, stood on his hind legs and let out a roar of wuong. Jinwoo wasn't the only one to enjoy the fruits of the efficient hunting, as it turned out. He grinned brightly. Alright, then, let's go. Just like before, he divided his army into 6 groups and had them set off. He then took off alone, as well. He was familiar with acting alone anyway, and he also didn't really need the soldiers' help, either. Jinwoo wasn't able to easily leave the 80th floor. Is there a group of really strong monsters somewhere on this floor? Yet another of Jinwoo's group returned back to him as shadows. He had no choice but to call them back because his mana couldn't sustain the rate of the soldiers' destruction and revival anymore. This would be the first time this happened. From the 76th to 80th floor, the method of hunting in dispersed groups during the past 4 floors had yielded the highest efficiency. Is it because fighting against superior demons is still too much to ask for? For sure, it were the superior demons and not high-ranked demons that appeared on the 80th floor most of the time. Heck, these superior demons even employed petty tricks like hiding under the ground, too. Even then, he didn't think these superior demons possessed such powers to be able to push back his soldiers to this degree. Not only that, there was something weird here as well, and that would be the groups of soldiers getting attacked all happened to lack a captain class among them. The groups with Fangs, Ygritte, Iron, and Tank were all perfectly fine, but the other 2 with no captain class got annihilated. Wait, could it be that the enemy is deliberately attacking the weakest groups first? If so, this could only mean that a monster possessing high enough intelligence to detect the opponent's weakness existed on this floor. Not only strong, but it even possessed intelligence. He obviously didn't know who it or they were, but without a doubt, they were proving to be a bit of a pain in the neck. There were 4 groups remaining. If he were to include himself, then 5. If the enemy has figured out the soldiers' movement pattern, then their next target is pretty obvious. The moment he thought that, Jinwoo disappeared from the spot. Jinwoo quickly arrived near where Tank's group was. Right in front of the pack, Tank was walking slowly but steadily forward. I'm pretty sure the next target will be this group, since the enemy seemed to possess enough intelligence to detect weaker opponents, as well as to identify the movements of the soldiers. Their next target had to be here. Let's observe for a little while. Jinwoo hid his presence to the best of his abilities and, while maintaining a fixed distance, he followed after his shadow beast soldiers. Here they come. When the enemies came close enough, their names became visible. He was thinking that these guys were way too different from the regular demons that walked around naked, whether they be low or high demons, and now he could even see that their names were different from the rest, as well. A demon aristocrat and 3 demon knights. The names he saw for the first time were written in black and very clear to see. He sensed strong hostility from all 4 of them. Tank finally discovered the demons. Once the demons got close enough, they dismounted from the horses. So, those rides were simply a means of transportation. Jinwoo continued to stare at the demons with a great deal of interest. Soon afterwards, the beast soldiers became excited by the entrance of enemies, roared out, and attacked first, signaling the beginning of the bitter, violent battle between these 2 groups. Tank's target, the demon aristocrat, easily jumped over the swung front paw with a light but quick movement. Jinwoo's brows shot up. That wasn't the end of the surprising spectacle, either. The demon aristocrat then spun in the air and thrust forward the spear held in its hand at Tank's chest. The fierce attack containing magic energy put a watermelon-sized hole in Tank's torso. From that smallish frame, an explosive aura could be felt rather clearly, and on top of that, it also possessed beautifully simple and clean movements, too. Jinwoo grew even more interested by then. Yup, not a regular monster, alright. Even before the beast soldiers could regenerate, they were cut and sliced apart and stabbed through by spears and swords. By then, Jinwoo was carrying a crumpled expression. He knew very well that, as long as his MP supply held up, his beast soldiers were practically immortals. Even if his MP did run out, they would simply return to him as shadows. However, he sure as hell didn't feel pleased watching his own boys getting pummeled like that. Was this how an older brother would feel when his younger sibling came home all beaten up black and blue? That is enough. Jinwoo couldn't stand it anymore and recalled his beast soldiers. They reverted back to their shadow forms and quickly moved below his feet, and absorbed back into his own shadow. Jinwoo undid his stealth in the midst of the demons. The demons were greatly taken by surprise, but as expected of pros, they immediately sensed Jinwoo's hostility and attacked him right away. Jinwoo punched down bare-fisted on the two knights beside him, and then grabbed the last one rushing at him and slammed the sucker down hard on the ground. The spiderweb-like cracks formed on the ground and a message popped up in his view. The exact same messages repeated 3 times. Each of his attacks killed one of his enemies. In less than 1 second, he cut short the lives of 3 monsters. These guys were side distractions, anyway. The real deal is that guy. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to the demon aristocrat. After their eyes met, the aristocrat flinched rather grandly and pointed at him with its spear. I always wondered whether monsters could feel fear or not, but now he was pretty certain of it. Different from back when the demon aristocrat was pointing the spear at the beast soldier group. The tip of the weapon was trembling ever so slightly. Well, being able to sense the opponent's strength was also a part of one's skills, after all. I ain't going to go easy on you because of that, though. Jinwoo dashed forward. At the same time, the demon aristocrat thrust the spear forward. Jinwoo evaded the attack by tilting his head out of the way. Surprisingly, though, the spear changed directions multiple times and continued to harass him slightly. First, it was his face, next, his neck, and right after that, his heart. As if this wasn't something learned overnight, the demon's movement was smooth like flowing water. However, the spear was constantly blocked by Jinwoo's weapon, Baruka's dagger, and when the final attack aiming for his heart was parried off, Baruka's dagger sliced the spear's shaft in 2. The demon aristocrat froze up after seeing its broken spear. With that, this battle was over. Well, not even 3 or 4 rank hunters would be able to win against you, but Jinwoo rated the demon's abilities pretty highly. Too bad, today's matchup was all wrong for the monster. Jinwoo reached out and grabbed the enemy's helmet with his left hand. The shocked enemy immediately went into panic mode. It tried to pull its head back, but couldn't do anything from Jinwoo's powerful grip. He was thinking of yanking the helmet loose and cut the head off, so he strengthened his left hand some more. Jinwoo raised the Baruka's dagger high up. I surrender. I will surrender. Jinwoo frowned and stopped moving. A female. The face underneath the helmet definitely belonged to a female. Actually, Jinwoo didn't really care whether a monster was a male or female. But the thing was, the monster quickly lifted its hands high up in the air and declared its intentions to surrender. Please accept my apologies. We were in the wrong. Please spare my life. Not only had she changed her stance in the blink of an eye, but she was also now even begging for her life. A monster was doing what now? You attacked my soldiers, yet you want my forgiveness. We have committed a grave sin. However, as our clan is tasked with protecting this place, we couldn't simply let some basta. Yuck. I mean, we couldn't let any great beings go on a demon hunting spree without doing anything. I'd be eternally grateful if you forgive us. Oh well, from the demon's perspective, it was reasonable for them to think of this whole thing as a bit unfair. After all, it was he who just barged in here totally unannounced to hunt and massacre demons one-sidedly, right? So, Jinwoo changed his question slightly. Is it alright for you to beg for your life from someone who killed your own soldiers? The main role of the knights are to protect their lord. As long as I'm safe, they should be happy with the results. Jinwoo scratched his temple for a little. He was even more speechless now. I can't tell whether she's thick-skinned or just way too optimistic. The demon aristocrat slightly raised her head and tried to read Jinwoo's reactions. She couldn't help but feel that the situation was getting gradually worse for her. She kowtowed even harder than before and spoke in an urgent voice. If you spare my measly life, I shall give you anything you want. Jinwoo placed his hands on his waist. This demon aristocrat was a powerful monster. Yes, but what with her armament now stripped from her? Killing her was now easier than drinking cold soup for Jinwoo. So, what should I do with this one, then? There indeed was one such item. I want the entry permit. Excuse me. Swish. The demon aristocrat raised her head and stared at him with a surprised expression. Her face was shaped completely like a human's, excluding a pair of sharp incisors he saw when she opened her mouth just now. Of course. Jinwoo disinterestedly asked her. Can you get it for me? I shall give it to you. Give me what, exactly? The entry permit. You can give me the entry permit. Really? The demon aristocrat hurriedly nodded her head. It's in safekeeping by our clan. If you allow me to safely return, I shall hand over the permit. Demons were guarding the entry permit. Jinwoo slowly scratched his chin. For sure, it had been a long time since he arrived on the 80th floor. And not to forget, lots of demons were hunted down so far, too. Yet, there hadn't been a peep about the news of the entry permit. I thought the drop rate had worsened because I'm in the upper floors, or that a mid-boss was carrying it around. But now, if she was telling the truth about monsters hiding the permit, then, well, the current situation made a bit more sense. Seeing that Jinwoo was silently pondering his options, the demon aristocrat felt even more desperate than ever before and quickly added some more encouragement. I also know where you can locate the entry permits on the upper floors as well. If you guarantee my and my clan's safety, then I shall safely escort you to where they are. The light shining in Jinwoo's eyes changed a little bit. Now that offer was a bit more enticing. To Jinwoo's ears, who wanted to get to the top floor as soon as possible, her suggestion of guiding him to where each floor's entry permit sounded rather attractive. However, the question is, can I really trust her? He then looked straight into her eyes. Intimidation. A chill-inducing aura emanated from Jinwoo's eyes. The demon aristocrat was so terrified that her lips were trembling involuntarily. Can I trust you? I am not lying. He made a pledge to himself back when he received the power of the system. Give and take. Even if his opponent was a monster, his principles wouldn't change. If a monster kept her side of the bargain, so would he. Alright, Jinwoo withdrew the intimidation. You hand over the entry permit, and I'll quietly leave. It was a bit of a waste to give up on the potential experience points gained from this demon, as well as those monsters supposedly guarding the entry permit. But then again, he found it even more of a waste to spend time searching for the permit himself. He had been delayed for much longer than expected on this 80th floor already. Besides, if this female demon was thinking of tricking him, well, he wouldn't be too unhappy about that either, because if she did, then he'd get to go all out in the monster's main camp. Thank you very much. The complexion of the demon aristocrat brightened so much that he couldn't help but notice it. Was she just honest with her emotions, or was she just a simpleton? Jinwoo inwardly clicked his tongue, but still didn't forget to ask her something he was curious about for a while. Before all that, though, just what are you? I am Essel, the firstborn daughter of House Raideru, and my clan is... No, not that. Jinwoo cut Essel off. He didn't really care about the finer details of a monster family's history. What he wanted to know was the reason why monsters and instant dungeons existed. How should he go about asking this question so he'd get himself a satisfying enough answer? No, he would still be okay if there was no concrete answer. He'd be happy enough to get a single clue, a lead of some kind. Hey, do you also hear a voice telling you to kill humans? Pardon me. Essel looked at him with a pair of confused eyes. Essel hesitated and pondered for a moment before opening her mouth. No, but we do hear a different voice all the time. Okay, what does it say? It tells us to protect the space we're residing in. Essel spoke cautiously while being extra mindful of Jinwoo's reactions. The purpose of the instant dungeon's monsters is different from monsters of the regular dungeons. The sole purpose of the monsters from the regular dungeons was to kill humans, while the monsters of the instant dungeons were to guard where they were. The nature of the two camps' aim was quite different from each other. Wait a minute. Now that he thought about it, wasn't Jinwoo a monster-like existence to these monsters of the instant dungeons? How long have you been hearing that voice? It's right after we opened our eyes in this place. After opening their eyes in this place, is it? Didn't that imply that she and others were living in another location before this? Whether that was a genuine or a fake memory, that's what was left imprinted in her brain. Jinwoo continued on with his questioning. Okay, then, where have you been before waking up in this place? We were in the demon world. We just woke up one day and found ourselves stuck here. And what were you doing back in the demon world before that? We were getting ready for war. War, you say? Yes. Did she recall the memories of back then? Essel's expression no longer had any traces of fear when she was begging for her life, now only filled with grave determination. We were in the situation of preparing for war against a horrifyingly powerful foe that necessitated every demon scattered around in the demon world to unite. And that's where Essel's words were cut off. No, accurately speaking, Essel was still talking. Her lips were clearly moving up and down even now. However, Jinwoo couldn't hear her voice at all. Instead, he was blessed with the monotone mechanical voice spat out by the system. Right until Essel's explanations came to an end, that exact same message played over and over again. Jinwoo's eyes gleamed suspiciously. Had you left it alone, I wouldn't have suspected anything. actually. Indeed, he might have thought Essel's explanations as a backstory for the monsters of this place cooked up by the system or some such. Leveling up, instant dungeons, quests, quest rewards, penalties, and even the process of getting his class. He was faced with one situation after another that resembled video games, so if monsters had a game-like backstory as well, it did not come across as strange at all. However, the moment the system forcibly intervened, Jinwoo became sure of one thing. Talking to her might give me a clue to solving everything. In other words, the system made a clear and definite mistake here, just now. What does the system want to hide? This unknown foe the demons were supposed to fight? Or the reason for the war? Maybe the end result? In order to figure this out, he narrowed down the scope of his next question. What was the identity of those horrifyingly powerful foes? However, at that moment, like a toy with a dead battery, Essel froze up on the spot. But that lasted only for a little while. She suddenly lost consciousness and powerlessly collapsed to the floor. Jinwoo quickly snatched her and carefully laid her down on the ground. Seeing that her breathing was steady, it didn't look like she was in any danger. The system reacted way too sensitively towards the identity of this unknown foe or foes. Could those beings be related? What if those beings possessed some kind of incredible transcendental powers and for some reason exerted their influence on Earth and more specifically, him? Essel quickly raised her upper body, sensing another presence nearby. She looked to her side and found the totally wordless Jinwoo sitting there. Her shoulders flinched a little just then. I wasn't dreaming. Slowly getting to terms with her new reality, Essel took a look around her, and there were huge piles of dead superior demons found nearly everywhere. Her brows shot up immediately. Demons with little intelligence didn't treat other demons with intelligence as their kin. So, an unconscious demon like her would have been seen as a tasty meal. However, the only reason why she was unscathed like this was, "Were you protecting me all this time?" Rather than answering her, Jinwoo raised his body up and then extended his hand out to Essel. Essel looked as if she was profoundly moved and, after holding onto his hand, cautiously stood up from the spot. "Thank you. How long will we take to get to where the entry permit is? It's not too far from here. I'll take you there." Just as Essel said, they didn't have to travel far before arriving at a location where the entry permit was likely to be present. And it just so happened to be a large castle. A demon's castle inside the demon's castle, is it? The soldiers guarding the castle gates became tense instantly after seeing Jinwoo. "Lady Essel, we were waiting for your return. Where is my father? The Lord is waiting in the audience chamber." Understood. One of the knights glanced at Jinwoo and asked, "Lady Essel, this gentleman is. He's an important guest, so do not forget to mind your manners." After a long walk down a wide corridor, he found himself entering a very large chamber that looked like a boss room in a dungeon. So, this is the audience chamber. Jinwoo scanned his surroundings. Other than tall stone pillars reaching up to the ceiling situated at a regular interval to either sides of the chamber, it was pretty much wide open and empty. It was as if this whole place had been prepared for potential battles that could break out. Essel and Jinwoo stopped before the boss. The boss was the first to break the ice. "Essel, father, this person is." Even before listening to Essel's explanation, the boss met the gaze of Jinwoo and its brows shot up high. The irises of the boss were quaking visibly now. "Why you? Just who did you bring before me?" "Father, this man is a guest." Essel desperately tried to explain, but the boss's agitation didn't want to lessen at all. "A guest? Just what kind of a guest invades the home of the inviter with an army?" "Pardon me." Essel quickly shifted her gaze over to Jinwoo. Just where was this army her father was speaking of here? "Essel, do you not see it with your own eyes? Can you not see the countless soldiers hidden in that man's darkness?" Jinwoo's glare sharpened up a notch. "I guess he's got pretty good senses." It seemed that the boss was able to see the soldiers hidden inside Jinwoo's shadow. "How dare you bring soldiers into my house?" As soon as the boss roared out, many knights rushed inside the audience chamber. "Father," Essel cried out to her father in a loud voice of her own, staring silently at the developing situation until then. Jinwoo finally opened his mouth. "We made a promise." Failing to sense any form of tension whatsoever from Jinwoo, the boss's brows quivered greatly. "What kind of a promise did you make?" "The entry permit." Jinwoo took a step forward. "As long as you hand over the floor entry permit, I'll quietly leave this floor." The boss swallowed his saliva nervously. The man who hunted down demons at a frightening pace while climbing up the floors must be him. The boss recalled how despondent he felt when the news of the much-trusted Vulcan and Metis falling reached his ears. Even though the Raideru clan was nominally aristocrats, they were actually ranked 20th, the very last spot on the list of the demon's hierarchy, meaning they were the weakest among the aristocratic clans. If they were to face off against an enemy that took care of Vulcan and Metis quite easily, the boss knew that he'd have to sacrifice quite a lot of their own. However, such a terrifying enemy was saying that he'd leave on his own volition. Should I believe him? The boss asked, feeling not entirely convinced. Is that the only thing you want from us? As if he was waiting for that, Jinwoo spoke up. And also, but, of course, the boss's forehead creased up in a frown as the situation unfolded as he expected. The demands of the strong were always unfair and constant. Even before hearing the ridiculousness of the demands that would insult the clan's honor and ridicule his proud soldiers, the boss could feel his chest tighten in frustration already. Sure enough, the man placed his hand on the shoulder of the boss's daughter and spoke. I wish to borrow this kid from you, too. What did you say? The boss and the knights all cried out in astonishment simultaneously. Jinwoo scanned his vicinity, feeling genuinely puzzled now. Essel told him that she knew where the entry permits were at in the higher floors. He only asked to borrow her for a little bit so she could guide him to where the permits were, but this was. Did I say something wrong? Jinwoo could only tilt his head this way, and that as he alternated his gaze between the heavily trembling boss, the knights who couldn't hide their astonishment, as well as Essel and her deeply blushing face. The floor entry permit and a guide. The boss asked again with a nervous expression. Truly, is that all you want? If the boss could protect everyone simply by handing out that entry permit, then there was no reason not to. Also, since he'd be doing that in order to protect this land, he wasn't exactly going against that order from the unknown source, either. Jinwoo nodded his head. You will not bring harm upon my daughter. Suddenly, Jinwoo felt Essel's glance. A monster worrying about his daughter, is it? Jinwoo was inwardly surprised but didn't forget to nod his head regardless. The boss pondered for a short while, before a smile formed on his face. We'll do that, then. The moment he agreed to hand it over, the boss felt as if a persistently annoying aching tooth had finally come loose or some such. If the event of stopping the prophetized advent of calamity by handing over a scrap of paper didn't qualify as a matter to rejoice, then what else would? Confirming the contents of the scroll, a thick smile formed on Jinwoo's lips. Rarity. Type. A permit allowing you to enter the 81st floor of the demon's castle. Can only be used on the 80th floor's floor transfer magic circle. He was suspicious of whether he could get an item from monsters through nothing more than just dialogue. But this was really the entry permit he was looking for. Jinwoo rolled the scroll back up and sent it to his inventory. Hey, is it fine if we get going now? Jinwoo urged Essel and turned towards the exit. Wait, I'll be sharing my experience points with my companion. The thing about sharing experience points got on his nerves slightly, but thankfully, there was the clause about rate of contribution, which meant that, as long as he didn't give his companion a chance to fight, the experience points wouldn't be divided at all. So, Jinwoo made sure to drill this point into Essel. Even if battles break out, you must not interfere. I shall take care of everything. Understood. Why yes, Essel replied rather shyly. In any case, Jinwoo agreed to her accompanying him and hurried with his steps. A few steps behind him, Essel did her best to chase after Jinwoo while carrying luggage several times the size of her actual body. The luggage itself wasn't heavy, but keeping up with Jinwoo's walking speed was proving to be somewhat challenging to her. Jinwoo had no choice but to stop and wait now and then so she could catch up to him. We can see it now over there. After arriving on the 81st floor, Essel began checking out the map of this very floor, and then pointed at the faint outline of a castle far away from them. Jinwoo nodded his head, having already thought as much. Please wait. Essel put down the large luggage and began rummaging through it. Soon, a ceramic liquor bottle rested in her hands. Jinwoo had to ask her about that. What are you planning to do with that now? This is a bottle of the finest liquor that the clan head of the Garroch clan enjoys. If we go and speak to him with it, the negotiation will be. Negotiation? By any chance, is your clan friendly with this Garroch or whatever clan? And no, not at all. We the aristocrats always competed bitterly against each other for a place in the demon world's nobility ranking. So, still, they are a group we can hold civilized meetings with. Hearing that, Jinwoo simply grinned. In that case, it's fine. Making one exception was enough. Just as important as finding the entry permit, he needed to raise his level, too. You, wait here. Jinwoo told her as so, and while leading his soldiers forward, headed towards the distant castle. In that short amount of time, the castle belonging to the Garroch clan was burning in flames. A monster as tall as a giant spat out a pillar of flames, and the castle's gate and walls melted down without offering any resistance whatsoever. Garroch knights rushing out in confusion were cut down by the black soldiers one by one. The castle of Garroch, that looked several times more impregnable than Raideru clan's own castle, was powerlessly crumbling down. Essel could only swallow down her nervous saliva. If father didn't hand over the permit willingly, then the Raideru castle might have been burning down to cinders just like the Garroch castle right about now. Kaboom! Another tower beyond the castle walls crumbled back down to earth with a loud explosion. How can anyone fight against a monster like him? Essel wiped the sweat drops trickling down to her chin and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her clan had managed to skirt past a calamity. Permission to advance. Surprised by the never-before-seen system message, Jinwoo quickly confirmed Ygritte's information to make sure. Night grade. It's now possible to advance the grade after the level requirement has been met. We'll advance to the next grade when the Sovereign gives his permission. Without a shred of hesitation, Jinwoo replied to the system's message. I allow it. It began from beneath Ygritte's feet. Accompanied by screams coming from a distant place, countless black hands emerged from Ygritte's shadow, and they grabbed onto every part of him. What's this? Jinwoo observed in great interest the unfolding process of the advancement. At first, he thought that those black hands would drag Ygritte back into the shadow, but in reality, the opposite happened. Instead, the hands holding onto Ygritte turned into black smoke and spun around him quite ferociously, before getting absorbed by him. It was as if Ygritte was absorbing the black smoke voluntarily. Ygritte emerged from the dissipating black smoke while emitting a far greater aura than ever before. The system message informed Jinwoo of the results. Jinwoo did his best to calm his trembling heart and rechecked Ygritte's information window. Elite Knight grade. His level has been reset, but his current grade is the same as Fang's now. Before joining Jinwoo's army of the Shadow Soldiers recently, Fang's used to be the boss monster of a Ranka dungeon. Now that Ygritte was on the same grade as a creature that powerful, it could only mean that his abilities had grown by that great a deal now. And so, as he stood there checking out his soldiers while feeling rather satisfied with himself, from afar, he spotted Tank quickly approaching closer with a dead body of a demon that escaped a little while ago in his jaw. However, the light shining in Tank's eyes as he hurriedly ran closer also seemed rather suspicious, too. Those eyes, that aura. Jinwoo quietly stared, before asking aloud with a disbelieving expression on his face. Even you. Tank finally stopped right in front of Jinwoo's nose and quickly discarded the corpse he worked so hard to bring here. He then began prostrating as well, with his front legs gathered together before his head. As soon as his permission left his lips, the same type of process as Ygritte took place with Tank as well. Hands emerged from the shadow, changed to smoke, and got absorbed into Tank. And just like Ygritte, Tank also became a realm stronger than before. Tank was a temporary name Jinwoo came up with on a whim. Since a name couldn't be assigned unless a soldier was a knight grade, Tank's official moniker had been stuck as a Shadow Beast soldier. If it weren't for his twice as huge frame compared to other bears, there was no way to differentiate Tank from the others. But now, Jinwoo could freely assign a name now. A deep smile formed on his face. You finally have a name now, Tank. Feeling pleased, Tank raised its head up high and roared out loudly. You guys all did well. So, time to take a well-deserved break until the next floor. After his soldiers disappeared as shadows, Jinwoo left the castle. Essel was waiting for him outside with a rather haggard face. Excuse me, Sir Jinwoo. I told you, stop calling me a sir. Why yes. Essel hesitated somewhat after Jinwoo curtly replied to her, but eventually she spoke again. Do you know how many clans have ceased to exist by your hands? Currently, they were on the 89th floor. Essel's clan was on the 80th, so that would make 9 clans. What with her witnessing a clan being killed off every time they climbed up a floor, Essel had finally grown too anxious to remain silent. Clans of superior aristocrats are managing the floors 90 and above. They are on another level compared to the upper aristocrats you've encountered so far. Jinwoo didn't slow down his steps, but still asked her anyway. Okay, so what? How about resolving the matters with dialogue from now on? If you talk to them nicely, they might hand over the entry permit like my claw. Jinwoo cut her off there. If I was weaker than your clan, you think your people would have tried talking to me at all? Essel quickly shut her mouth up. A measly little human dared to show up uninvited to a castle full of demons, and not only that, proceeded to demand something from said castle, too. That human wouldn't have been able to return home alive. That's how it is. Jinwoo smirked deeply. Whether it was a monster from a regular dungeon, or a monster from instant dungeons, the relationship with humans would go only as far. The strong will devour the weak. Jinwoo agreed with that concept. Besides, he was urgently pressed for both the entry permits and the level ups, so he wasn't planning to give up on either of those. I'll make your Radish clan as the #1 on the pecking order. But our clan is Raideru, you know. Essel could only complain meekly in her mind. Soon, they would be stepping into the upper floor. Could a lone man manage to destroy the superior aristocrats and their clans with nothing but his own powers? She found it pretty scary to meet his eyes anymore, so Essel quickly lowered her gaze to her feet and asked, "Why did you spare my clan?" Without a doubt, the Raideru clan would never be able to oppose this man's quest. She knew her clan's military might the best, and now that she had witnessed Jinwoo's true power, she was sure of this fact. Even then, her Raideru clan emerged relatively unscathed from this merciless man's onslaught. Why was that? She was really curious. Jinwoo entered the floor transfer magic circle and turned around to face Essel. "'Cause I find you likable." Even though she was a monster, she knew when to surrender, she knew when to negotiate, and most importantly, offered up quite a bit of useful information, too. Pardon me. Essel flinched grandly in surprise, and her neck rapidly dyed in a crimson color. She stood on the spot hesitating as she fidgeted with her fingers in a clear fluster. Their schedule had been affected by her being rooted to the spot like that, so Jinwoo asked her to get a move on. Her face still blushing deeply in red, Essel hurriedly entered the magic circle. However, she couldn't raise her head again even after arriving on the next floor. The Incheon International Airport. The representatives from the Japanese Hunter Association arrived in South Korea to discuss the matters of Jeju Island's ant problem. They already had set up a conference with the Korean counterparts. What's happening here? There is a very powerful presence nearby. Stronger than you. Goto Ruji smirked derisively. Not too long after that, an employee from the Korean Hunters Association hurriedly ran forward to greet and receive them. "I'm terribly sorry. I was delayed by all the chaos unfolding inside the airport at the moment." The employee hurriedly lowered his head in apology. Matsumoto Shija hid his dissatisfaction expertly and formed a magnanimous smile. "It's fine. However, is there something going on at the airport?" "Oh, that. It's nothing serious, sir. It's just that a hunter from the United States has arrived just now." "What brings an American hunter to South Korea?" "I hear that it's a personal matter, sir. I'm sure that there's nothing to worry about. I hope this person won't interfere with our business here." Goto Ruji's gaze was fixed in the direction of the noisy crowd of people over yonder. Most likely, that's where the American hunter was. With the subject matter being what it was, the conference was moving at a brisk pace. "How do you feel about forming a united assault team comprising of top-ranked Japanese and Korean hunters?" This explosive suggestion from Matsumoto Shija caused the Koreans present to show much surprise on their faces. They were all under the impression that today's conference would be to discuss the reparation Japanese would demand for the damage they had suffered. But then, the Japanese were saying they would voluntarily help with taking care of this headache. What kind of jackpot was this? We're aware that Japan enjoys an abundance of top-ranked hunters. However, it is still far too dangerous to invade Jeju Island. Go Gun Huey also added that there were several times more of the monsters to be found on the island compared to 2 years ago, when the last subjugation effort failed. These are all the data compiled from our observation of the ants. Each ant may be strong enough to rival a high-rank hunter, but it also possesses a fatal weakness, and that's their short lifespan. Ants could only live for around 1 year at most, which means if the ant queen is removed from the equation, every ant found on Jeju Island will eventually die out in around 1 year. Indeed, the Korean attendees nodded their heads as they read the well-researched data. Only the queen needed to be eliminated. That sounded a whole lot more achievable than killing thousands of unrankable monsters that came out of a rank S-gate. However, Go Gun Huey's glare remained icy cold. What a nonsensical notion that is. He knew the truth already. He knew that the act of killing one queen was no different than actually trying to kill every single one of the thousands of those monsters. Are you making this suggestion because you don't know of ants' instincts to sacrifice themselves in order to protect their queen? If we were to kill the queen, we'd most likely have to break through the defensive wall of thousands of ants. However, what if all of the ants abandoned the ant tunnel for some reason? The ant queen lived in the deepest part of the ant tunnel. Why would the ants leave the ant tunnel unguarded when they were supposed to protect the queen as well as the eggs at all costs? There have been a total of 3 times. 3 times. There had been 3 times where such an event occurred. But, besides all that, how did Japan know so intimately about such things in the first place? The answer to this question arrived right away. The ants emptied out of their tunnel to fight when the Korean hunters landed on Jeju Island for the subjugation operations 3 times in the past. Go Gun-Hui tightly clenched his fists, resting on his knees. While the hunters of South Korea risked their lives and fought, the Japanese were covertly spying on them. No one here criticized Japan for not helping South Korea out back then. But regardless, how could they use the misfortune of the neighboring nation as their research material, and then proudly reveal the results to said neighbor like this? A rank S lost his life during the third failed attempt, and besides him, countless others also died. The association president Go Gun-Hui had to watch them die from a very close vantage point back then. The Japanese hunters will take on that role. Japan's rank S hunters would split into several teams and attack Jeju Island from different directions. Ants would rush out to face the intruders, and just like before, the tunnel with Ant Queen hiding in it would be emptied out. We wish to ask Korea's top hunters with the killing of the Queen. South Korea's rank S hunters would sneak into the island using a helicopter, and once they kill off the Queen, they escape via a helicopter again. Without a doubt, there is a good chance. There were 21 rank S hunters in Japan. In comparison, there were only 8 in South Korea. But, by excluding himself who couldn't move due to health reasons, or the other hunter who had to retire early, then realistically speaking, there were only 6 that could participate. It'll be impossible to draw and scatter the attention of thousands of ants with that number. In order to do so, they needed Japan and her 20 or so top-ranked hunters. But the real problem was, would South Korea's top hunters actually be able to kill the boss of a rank S dungeon, the Ant Queen? Is it even possible? It was then, Go Gun-Hui suddenly remembered the name of Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo was strong enough to solo kill the boss of a rank A dungeon, so what if he worked together with other rank S hunters? Go Gun-Hui's heart began racing now. We can't delay this any longer. Currently, ant monsters were evolving at a rapid pace. No one could predict precisely when the entirety of the ant army would become flight capable. It could be 10 years, 5, or even right next year. Before something like that happened, the Koreans had to kill off the dastardly ants, and if they had to resort to borrowing another country's strength, then so be it. Just as Essel had alluded to earlier, the difficulty of the quest rose up steeply from the 90th floor upwards. The levels and the number of monsters guarding each floor's castle were so much incomparably higher compared to the lower floors. It got so tough that he no longer could enjoy the fruit of his current sky-high intelligence stat. His MP used to hover near the max almost all the time. But now, it fluctuated greatly every time there was a battle. That showed just how many of his shadow soldiers were destroyed and had to be revived over and over again. It wasn't some fluke that Jinwoo managed to clear the 90th floor, however. Just like a hammer shaping the raw iron that had been heated for a long time, he had been constantly polishing his skills as he climbed up from the lowest floor to get to where he was now. The clear evidence of that was his current level, which had reached 90 already. The fiercer the resistance of the superior demon aristocrats became, the stronger the attacks of Jinwoo and his shadow soldiers got in order to break past their defenses. 5th-ranked Ricardo clan, and now even the 4th-ranked Fido's clan, too. Essel no longer had any reserve energy to be shocked anymore. If every other intruder boasted strength on this scale, then rather than protecting her land, it'd be difficult to even survive from the initial assault. Instead, are all the other humans as powerful as you? Essel anxiously asked. Jinwoo combed through his memory for a bit, before making a suitable reply. Maybe, there are 2 more, I think. Go Gun-Hui and Cha-Hien were those 2. Jinwoo had no doubt that they were much stronger than other rank S hunters he came in contact with so far. As for the rest, which were Baek Yun-ho, Choi Jong-in and Im Tae-jae, he didn't feel that they were that particularly strong. Especially for Choi Jong-in, he seemed to be highly rated by everyone. But to Jinwoo's eyes, that seemed to be the case solely due to him being in charge of South Korea's top-ranked guild, the Hunters, rather than because his own skills were impressive. If I were to judge from their auras alone, Cha-Hien is several times stronger than Choi Jong-in. Without a doubt, one could still find differences in power even among the ranks of S hunters. Though, maybe the differences found within this rank would be far greater than any other ranks precisely because those who couldn't be measured by regular means were all lumped in together here. Jinwoo formed a subtle smirk. How would I perceive others after I get out of here? Just like how the feelings he got from Baek Yun-ho differed from their first meeting to the second, would there be a change in how he perceived the association president Go Gun-Hui? Jinwoo's heart raced faster when he thought about checking out how much he had changed. But, before I can do that, he had to clear this demon's castle instant dungeon first. There were only 4 more floors remaining. He'd get to clear this dungeon soon enough. Jinwoo turned to speak to Essel. You should go back to your people now. She had been utterly dejected after hearing that there were 2 more people like Jinwoo out there. But then, she was jolted out of her morose state and raised her head. "Excuse me, I'll find my own paths on the floors above this one." Thanks to Essel guiding the way, he got to quickly locate the demon aristocrats and their castles. However, he no longer needed her help from now on. "Well, my perception stat has risen up pretty high, so that's one of the reasons, but also, the auras emanating from the superior aristocrats were so strong that he could easily locate them from afar now." She didn't do much besides showing him the way, so he didn't want to walk around with one more luggage anymore if he could help it. When he finished explaining himself like that, "Am I no longer useful to you?" Essel's complexion had paled completely. "She's a funny one until the end, huh?" Jinwoo suppressed his laughter as he saw Essel's reaction that always managed to exceed his expectations. "You really worked hard until now. Thank you." With that, it was done. Jinwoo thought that he made a good enough goodbye just then, and he took large strides to enter the floor transfer magic circle. The hesitant Essel finally mustered up some courage to call out to Jinwoo, "Excuse me." By the time he blinked, the surroundings had already changed. Jinwoo surveyed his new surroundings. There are no flames here. The horrifying flames that seemingly burned for all eternity on the lower floors were all gone, and he could only see the burnt-out remains. He raised head and spotted snowflakes falling from the sky. Snow. The color seemed a little off for real snowflakes, so he extended his hand out. The flakes falling on his hand didn't melt down. Weirdly enough, when he took a closer look, he realized that it was actually ash. Ash was falling from the sky like snow. It was then he heard the familiar mechanical beep. Jinwoo's sharpened glare was directed to the distant skies above. "So, it's above me." Soon, the system alerted him to the entrance of the enemy via its trusty messages. After successfully landing on the ground, the lizard flapped its large wings and screeched out aloud. Just above the head of the lizard, Jinwoo saw a face of a demon, with a certain blue aura oozing out from it. A male creature kitted out in a flashy set of armor that only royalty might wear, while riding on the back of the large winged lizard. The 4 words could clearly be seen above the male demon's head. This boss was emitting an extraordinary aura. Cold sweat formed on Jinwoo's forehead. As befitting the boss protecting the top floor of a dungeon this massive, the creature was full of magnificent splendor. Jinwoo's gaze shifted to the side of the boss, however. The lizard this boss was riding on also possessed a name of its own. Sky Dragon. Judging from its name and its appearance, it didn't look like a demon at all. Wait a minute. If it's not a demon, then could I? Even if he worked his butt off to kill demons, he couldn't extract their shadows. So, he had already given up on acquiring a useful shadow in this place. But, what if it was a non-demon monster that could also fly? I want it. If he could extract its shadow, then definitely he would. This would be the first time he ran into a shadow he so dearly wanted to extract since encountering the leader of the White Phantoms, Baruka. Jinwoo swallowed his dry saliva. It was then Baron raised its hand towards the sky. The army of hell. Several warning bells rang one after the other in Jinwoo's ears. Along with the messages filling up his view, an army entirely consisting of demons appeared around the Demon King. Even at a casual glance, there must have been over 1,000 of them. So, this must be the beginning. Jinwoo also released all of his hidden magic energy. When Baron arrogantly lowered the hand pointing at the sky in the direction of Jinwoo, the demonic army rushed at him like a black tide. Rumble. The ground vibrated from the forceful march of the demons. Jinwoo stared at the Demon King's army as the corner of his lips arched up. I also have soldiers too, you know. Jinwoo opened his mouth. My shadows. In the blink of an eye, Jinwoo's shadow spread out to all the surrounding areas. He had activated the skill Sovereign's Territory. When the Demon King's army set foot within the darkened land, Jinwoo finally summoned his shadow soldiers. Show yourselves. His shadows stood up all at once to answer his call. Jinwoo could acutely feel the confusion and panic among the enemy's ranks. Immediately seizing upon this opening, the 2 physical-type night-grade soldiers, Iron and Tank, ran forward with everything they had and crashed into the enemy. Dozens of demons screamed and were flung away from the absurd strengths of the 2 shadow soldiers. Right behind them, over 100 soldiers rushed forward like a black tidal wave. And the highlight of this opening salvo obviously belonged to Ygritte. He jumped lightly over the head of Iron and landed gently on the ground, before using the swords he held in each hand to cut and slice apart every demon he could find. It was a performance befitting the grade of elite knight. By the way, Ygritte isn't the only elite knight in my army, you know. Fangs took a deep breath. His chest puffed up noticeably. Jinwoo quickly recalled all the shadow soldiers found in front of Fangs, so his giant soldier could attack without holding anything back. Massive, ferocious pillar of flames spewing out from Fang's mouth completely vaporized the demons on the ground. The flames didn't stop there, though. Fangs moved his head left to right and utterly incinerated all demons trapped with the arc of the attack. All those poor demons swallowed up by the flames couldn't even leak out a scream. 100+ shadow soldiers were overwhelming the army over 10 times their numbers. The demonic soldiers and their ranks crumbled in no time at all. But it was then Baron stopped standing back passively and finally made his move. Countless arcs of blue sparks buzzed and crackled within the wide-open mouth of the boss creature. Along with that hair-raising yell, a chill-inducing beam of blue light enveloped the shadow soldiers. Lightning. Jinwoo's eyes widened from sheer surprise. Soldiers getting swept up in the blue electrical storm disintegrated in an instant, while those that managed to avoid instant death stood still in their spots as if they were frozen solid. It's not regular lightning. Lightning bolts containing horrifying destructive power, as well as side effects of stunning their targets, fell all over the place. And of course, one of these blue-colored electrical storms also headed for Jinwoo as well. Quite unlike his shadow soldiers, he didn't receive a single lick of damage, however. All burn-related damage was absorbed by the wind robe he currently had on, and as for the lightning stun effect, his abnormal status immunity buff dealt with it. Jinwoo dashed towards Baron right away. If he didn't stop the boss's AoE magic right now, there was a good chance that the flow of battle would shift away from his favor. Baron's glare landed on Jinwoo. Another ear-screeching yell exploded out from the boss's wide-open mouth, and blue streaks of lightning rained all around Jinwoo. However, Baron flinched grandly upon realizing that the concentrated lightning attacks had no effect on Jinwoo. He sensed the boss's agitation quite clearly. Utilizing the skill dash that had reached the maximum achievable level, Jinwoo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and jumped up high in the air. Baron also unsheathed its sword. Jinwoo's reverse gripped Baruka's dagger and the Demon King's blade, infused with bluish flames, clashed face to face. Boom! A huge explosion of noise spread out. Baron was shoved off the Sky Dragon, while Jinwoo was flung away by the rebound as well. Jinwoo stopped rolling on the ground and got up at the same time as Baron. They glared at each other only for a brief moment. Both of them dashed towards each other with everything they had almost out of pure instinct. Baron spat out more blue sparks from his mouth, as if it had sensed that an opportunity had arrived. The intensity of the blue sparks crackling within Baron's mouth increased by a notch. Jinwoo heightened his senses as much as he could to get ready. I can do this. No, he simply had to do this. With time slowing down substantially in his perspective, Jinwoo calmly evaded each and every single one of the blue arcs of lightning flying right at him. As Baron's figure got closer and closer, Jinwoo began recalling his memories of the demon's castle one by one. Even during that, he still managed to evade the blue lightnings. Thanks to grant him this great power to fight evenly against an absurdly strong monster like this. As he climbed up each floor, he was molded and refined further and further. It was as if he was being trained precisely for this moment. So, how could he not feel grateful right now? Swish! Baron slashed down diagonally with his sword, and Jinwoo raised Baruka's dagger in his right hand to block it, before using the Night Killer to stab the Demon King's shoulder. Crack! The weapon designed specifically to tear through the enemy's armor dug deeply into Baron's shoulder. Jinwoo momentarily thought that he could hear Baron's soundless scream just then. He yanked the Night Killer out. Flames of rage erupted within Baron's eyes. The Demon King began panting out rather laboriously. Finally, the boss made his move. Jinwoo's two daggers and Baron's sword swished and swung and clashed against each other countless times, leaving behind several wounds on their bodies. Every time their blades collided, the ground around the two caved in by the shock waves emanating from the collision of the magic energy. A deep frown formed on Jinwoo's forehead. Even with such a deep wound on his shoulder, as befitting the title of the Demon King, Baron's powers were nothing to scoff at. Jinwoo felt aching coming from his wrists. He realized that he'd be in a disadvantageous position if things continued on in this fashion. I need to break this deadlock. Jinwoo and Baron both had two hands. However, Jinwoo also possessed a hidden third hand. Ruler's Reach. Out of the blue, a powerful impact force pushed Baron down on one knee. Even before Baron could recover from his confusion, Jinwoo's fist slammed hard into the Demon King's face. The terrifying physical power from the strength stat that had exceeded 200 rapidly shaved away the boss monster's HP. And finally, Jinwoo placed almost all of his strength into the raised right fist. In an instant, his shoulder and arm muscles expanded greatly, and the air around him became so heavy that it actually sank lower. An enormous amount of magic energy pooling around his right arm forced all sounds away, and instantly, the surroundings became eerily quiet. Within this brief respite of silence, Jinwoo looked down at the boss below him and murmured, "Thanks for everything." Of course, there was no reply. The Demon King only glared at Jinwoo with hatred deeply burning in its eyes. "I'm sure you'll never understand what I'm trying to say here." Even then, he wanted to convey this emotion welling up inside his chest. After he gave his honest thanks, Jinwoo landed the final hit against the owner of this demon's castle. Kaboom! And then, he was greeted by the sound of TTI ring, as well as several messages that made him feel even better. Phew! Jinwoo spat out a short sigh of relief. This was the moment his long march that started from the very first floor of the demon's castle dungeon was drawing to a close here on this 100th floor. He closed his eyes for a moment in order to get a grip on his turbulent emotions, only for the image of his mom's face to pop up. Rather than feeling elated, Jinwoo felt anxious instead from the list of item discovered messages that continued to pop up, because he couldn't spot the item he was looking for. However, he cried out in excitement as soon as he spotted the very last item. Purified blood of the Demon King. It's here. Jinwoo quickly acquired all the items and lifted up the item that must have been the purified blood of the Demon King. Rarity. Type. Ingredient. This is the liquid created from purifying the blood of Baron, the sovereign of the demons. Possesses immense magical energy, but even after going through the purifying process, the blood still retains strong toxins. In order to use the blood as a medical ingredient, both the fragment of the world tree and spring water from the forest of echoes are needed to neutralize the toxin. The red liquid sloshed inside a clear glass bottle according to the angle it was held. This is the blood of the Demon King. He already possessed the other two ingredients, fragment of the world tree, and the spring water from the forest of echoes. So, what was there to hesitate about? Jinwoo promptly summoned the crafting skill window. Consumable, divine water of life. Different from the past, the words divine water of life was now blinking constantly. When he checked the details, the words crafting possible immediately caught his attention. Crafting possible. Ingredients. 1. Purified blood of the Demon King. 2. Fragment of the world tree. 3. Spring water from the forest of echoes. Jinwoo was in a hurry to see the finished article, so he didn't waste any more time and chose to start the crafting process. Start. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Are you telling me only now that the odds of success, as well as the number of completed items, will depend on the intelligence stat? If you were stupid, then you couldn't even craft anything. It did sound somewhat logical, so Jinwoo could only nod his head. In the meantime, the countdown steadily ticked on. Why did the words percentage of crafting success get on his nerves so much? The only solace he could take away right now was the fact that he had at least woke up to the importance of the intelligence stat quickly enough to invest a lot of extra stat points there. That's what I'm talking about. Jinwoo had been waiting anxiously until then, but as soon as the success message popped up, he raised his hands high up into the sky. However, he quickly discovered something a bit odd. The bottle containing the blood of the Demon King still remained in his right hand. Well, the amount of blood has decreased by a little, but Jinwoo tilted his head before summoning the fragment of the world tree and the spring water from the forest of echoes from his inventory. The only thing that appeared on the ground was the slightly shaved on the edge fragment of the world tree, though. He accessed his inventory and searched, but couldn't find the spring water anywhere. Could it be? Feeling a bit suspicious, he confirmed the crafting skill window, and his suspicion was soon answered in full. Out of the 3 ingredients, only the spring water showed 0. So, it's something like, not all the ingredients will be used up, but only the necessary amount. Is that it? The crafting process must have come to a stop because the spring water from the Forest of Echoes had run out, unlike with other 2 ingredients. From the get-go, he got this feeling that the crafting process wouldn't have required a lot of the Demon King's blood. As for the fragment of the world tree, it was a gigantic piece of lumber when he had initially acquired it to begin with. It was rather obvious that the spring water contained within a small bottle would be the first one to run out. Jinwoo grinned widely in satisfaction. Well, it's not a bad result for me regardless, because as long as he could find more of that spring water from the Forest of Echoes in the future, he'd get to craft more of this divine water of life. Hold on, there's another problem to consider, isn't there? Jinwoo was desperate for a bottle of this divine water, yet now there were 6 wooden bottles waiting for him on the ground, so it was rather difficult for him to calm his wildly beating heart. Rarity S. Type consumable. A mysterious liquid medicine that cures any and all illnesses through powerful magic contained within. The effect will only manifest after 1 whole bottle has been consumed. Would this item truly cure his mother's illness? I guess I'll find out later today. His heart palpitated faster. Jinwoo carefully stored away all 6 bottles in his inventory, as well as the remaining ingredients. Even then, he still had lots of other items to go through. 1 ring, 1 longsword, 2 short swords, and 2 japdams. Because Baron was the boss of a rank S dungeon, it sure coughed up a lot of loot. I've got a pressing matter to attend to, but he shouldn't miss out on other things because of that, no. Wasn't there an old saying about the more of a hurry you are in, you should take the longer of the routes available or some such? Jinwoo looked behind him and found his shadow soldiers standing at attention in rows, having massacred an army 10 times their number. Behind his boys, dead demons were strewn about everywhere. What about the Sky Dragon? Jinwoo's wandering gaze hurriedly searched for the monster that the Demon King rode around in. Worryingly enough, all he could spot were the corpses of demons piled up on high, with not a hint of the Sky Dragon anywhere. Wait, it couldn't have flown away during the fight, right? Thankfully though, his worries didn't last for long. Iron was dragging a limp corpse behind him. It was none other than the Sky Dragon, Kaizelin. Iron, nicely done. Maybe Iron felt embarrassed by Jinwoo's praise, which was a first in a while, because he began scratching the back of his head. Of course, it was still the back of his helmet, though. Jinwoo lightly patted the shoulder of Iron and stood before the Sky Dragon's body. Jinwoo extended his hand out. Rise up. The shadow extraction worked without any problems whatsoever, perhaps due to his much higher level. Accompanied by the death throes of a beast, a creature covered in some type of black gas crawled out of the Sky Dragon's shadow. The dead dragon's shadow immediately recognized his new owner and lowered his head in front of Jinwoo. Oh, Jinwoo formed a surprised expression. Since he didn't get to witness the creature fighting, he only assumed it to be a mount and not much else, but it must have been pretty handy in battles, because the Sky Dragon's shadow started right away as a night grade. Kaizelin. No, wait. Inexplicably, he thought that name was a bit too long. Kaizel, the Sky Dragon, now bestowed with a brand new name, raised his head up high into the sky and spat out a lengthy roar. Everyone, you all worked hard. With those words, Jinwoo stored all of his shadow soldiers, including the new addition of Kaizel, back into his shadow. It was almost time to make his exit from the demon's castle. There was one more thing still remaining, however. Jinwoo opened the inbox, where the quest completion messages were still waiting for him. As soon as he answered, the list of rewards popped up in his view. 1. Highest grade rune stone. 2. Bonus stat points plus 30. 3. Unknown reward. The so-called shadow exchange skill. Just what could it be? As he had been curious about this highest grade rune stone ever since the beginning of the quest, Jinwoo chose to take that one first. Okay, I choose the first reward for the time being. After that message came and gone, he felt a small rock residing within his palm. When he brought the hand closer to his nose and opened it, he found a jet black rune stone resting there. Its color was completely different from the regular rune stones. Also, its hue came across as so much more mysterious compared to the average black color. Crumble. Unlike in the past, when he physically had to break the stone, the item crumbled all on its own the moment he thought about squeezing his hand. The pitch-black aura rising up from the shattered runestone slowly enveloped Jinwoo, before getting absorbed into his body. He hurriedly checked his skill window. Class-specific skill. Mana required to activate, none. The summoner can switch locations with the designated shadow soldier. Once activated, you must wait 3 hours of cooldown period before being able to use the skill again. The cooldown period will change according to the skill's level. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he read the skill's description. Sure, it might be handicapped by the limitation of the cooldown period, but no. Instead, it was an incredible skill that perhaps necessitated that cooldown period to make it fair. Doesn't this mean it's possible to switch locations regardless of where my shadow soldier is? Depending on how he used it, this was almost on the level of teleportation. Jinwoo was about to summon a shadow soldier and test this new skill out right away, but quickly changed his mind. If I'm to test it out, I might as well try it with a soldier that's really far away. Thankfully, he did leave behind a handful of soldiers outside the demon's castle. He hid 3 of them in his sister's shadow, while 5 were patrolling the district as of this moment. There's nothing to think about, is it? He didn't know what kind of an after effect the skill might have, and also, he couldn't just haphazardly pop out near his sister's location either, and that was after setting aside the possibility of his sister freaking out, too. So, he sought out the signal emitted from one of the 5 shadow soldiers patrolling around his district and zeroed in on it. Shadow exchange. As soon as Jinwoo opened his mouth, as if gravity was powerfully pulling him down, he was rapidly sucked into his own shadow. Jinwoo took a quick look around. Tick, tick. A streetlight that continued to flicker as if it was broken. A hand-pulled wooden cart leaning precariously against a wall. An electrical pole with a half-torn flyer stiller stuck to it. He found himself in a deserted alleyway he often had to walk past when heading back home. Hey, this is the suburb I live in, isn't it? Somewhat coincidentally, it was also the exact same spot where he issued the 5 shadows to start patrolling the district as well. My location really changed. Jinwoo did feel deeply stunned at the moment, but still, he somehow managed to remain calm as he checked the shadow beneath his feet. Just like when he summoned his shadow soldiers, he too rose up from the shadow. Although the visitation hours had long passed now, Jinwoo didn't hesitate once as he summoned the shadow of the sky dragon, Kaizel. Even though this was his first time, he already felt a sense of familiarity as if he had been riding on Kaizel for a long time. He figured that flying in the air wouldn't pose any problems since he felt this way. It doesn't matter if someone tries to stop me. He wasn't talking about the hospital staff. Even if cops or the military tried to block him, he knew he had the power to break past them. And, at least for this moment, he didn't want anyone to obstruct his path. Let's go. A meeting was still taking place within the walls of the Hunters Association, even though the hours were getting late. The Korea-Japan cooperative raid was already around the proverbial corner, and the association was doing everything in their power to ensure the successful subjugation of Jeju Island's ant monsters. Here is the data sent by the Japanese. The agent of the association pressed a button on the remote. Soon, the giant screen was filled with the footage of the ant monsters, captured by the magic power sensing camera attached to a Japanese satellite. These were the records taken during the first, second, and the third subjugation attempts. Go-Gun Huey's eyes narrowed to a slit. Indeed, excluding the Ant Queen and its guards, every single ant did leave the ant tunnel. The ant monsters moved just as the Japanese said they would. Although the existence of the guardian ants was a worrisome variable in the equation, it was also normal to find a few guardian-type monsters protecting their bosses within higher-ranked dungeons, as well. Still, it was hard to claim that there was no risk. The top man in the Korean side of the operation, Go-Gun Huey, quickly thought of one of the worst-case situations. What are the odds of the ants turning around quicker than anticipated after realizing their queen is in danger? The Japanese had already thought about that too, however. They have said they would use interference radio wave signal. According to their research, they discovered that the ant monsters use specific radio waves to communicate among themselves. Indeed, if one wanted to order an army of several thousands as one unit, then a method to send out commands should exist. Go-Gun Huey nodded his head. And they can interrupt the communication of ants with radio waves. That's what they said, sir. So, they want us to fully concentrate on killing the Ant Queen, is it? The subjugation plan itself was quite simple. Even though it was simple, there was a higher chance of succeeding when compared to other plans, as well. Yet, why did Go-Gun Huey feel so anxious like this? He rested his chin on his hands. Could it be that I'm worried about? It was then. Go-Gun Huey spun his head towards the outside of the window, his brows shooting up high. Everyone inside the meeting room flinched at the sudden movement of the association president. Section Chief Woo Jin-cheol, here to guard his boss from the side, rapidly walked in closer. Did something happen, sir? Just now, an astonishing wave of magic power flooded in from a faraway place beyond the windows. Although it only lasted for a brief moment and quickly disappeared from Go-Gun Huey's perception, he still had felt the full brunt of that. As their association president continued to stare into the distance outside the window, the agents had to stop the meeting and cautiously ask their boss, "Sir?" Only then did Go-Gun Huey shift his gaze away. Baek Yun-ho asked, his head still looking over his shoulder. "Did you sense that?" Min Byung-gu replied testily. "I may be retired now, but my rank hasn't dropped, you know." These two men had been sharing a bottle of cheap liquor for the first time in a long while inside a certain pajangmacha until then. But now, only the heavy silence flowed between them. Baek Yun-ho eventually shifted his gaze back to his front. What was that just now? Maybe Choi Jong-in and Cha Hyun started fighting over the shares of the Hunters Guild. Who knows? Min Byung-gu had been frozen on the spot with a shot glass in his hand, but suddenly broke out in a fit of giggles before emptying the soju down his throat. Baek Yun-ho formed a dumbfounded expression. "Don't tell me you were trying to make me laugh with that. But wasn't it funny, Hyung?" "Never mind. Forget it." But, then again, including his sense of humor, Min Byung-gu could be considered a bit strange in the head. No doubt about that. I mean, he's supposed to be the first rank S hunter in the world to retire when he's still all healthy. And the like, isn't he? Not only the first in the world, but he was also the only one so far, too. Just how many people out there would willingly give up on the ridiculous amount of wealth a rank S hunter could earn, simply because he wasn't interested anymore? Min Byung-gu wasn't even from a wealthy stock, to begin with. Sensing Baek Yun-ho's questioning gaze, Min Byung-gu asked back, Hyung, are you really going to participate? Yeah, but you saw how Yoon Seok-hyung died. That's why I must go back. Min Byung-gu looked at his drinking partner with a bit of confusion on his face. Baek Yun-ho emptied his shot glass and continued on. If we leave the ants alone, the entirety of South Korea would end up like that place. Since when did you become this patriotic? Well, we're supposed to do it sooner rather than later, so might as well come up with a nice-sounding excuse while I'm at it. Don't you agree? The guilds could not decline the association's summons. I won't be participating. I will never go back there. If you ask to see me, hoping to change my mind, you might as well give. That's not it. Baek Yun-ho put the cash down for the alcohol and stood up. The bottle was empty by then. I came to say goodbye, just in case. I don't know if we'll get to sit down for a drink again, after all. Hyung. Min Byung-gu gave up on changing Baek Yun-ho's mind. Baek Yun-ho already knew full well the dangers of the subjugation plan. Perhaps better than anyone else. Even then, he's still going. Baek Yun-ho's expression wasn't of someone being dragged away despite feeling deeply scared. No, rather, he carried the face of someone getting ready to step on and kill as many ants as he could with this opportunity instead. Indeed, he seemed to be eagerly waiting for the day of the subjugation. Min Byung-gu could only chew on the snacks with a helpless expression on his face, only for his chopsticks to stop moving shortly thereafter. Wait a minute. I can't think of that many hunters who don't like fighting against monsters, now can I? There were a few like that among the healers, but on the flip side, those folks simply loved to heal others, instead. Min Byung-gu dazedly stared at the bowl of oden soup, before roughly scratching the side of his head. Could it be that only those who like fighting become awakened? There was no way that could be true. Jinwoo quickly arrived in the hospital. Let's see. It was room number 305, right? He wasn't planning to enter the hospital through the front door to begin with. While still riding on Kaisel, he searched for the windows of his mother's hospital room. Ruler's reach. The curtains covering the windows silently parted sideways. He saw the quietly sleeping sight of his mother on the bed. She looked exactly the same as the last time he came to visit. Jinwoo used Ruler's reach one more time to open the window and silently stepped into the hospital room. Kaisel had disappeared into his shadow by then. He soon stood by the side of the bed. His heart was pounding madly now that the time he had been waiting for so long was here. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to do anything. His mother had been unconscious for a very long time. There was a chance that she might not even be able to swallow the divine water of life, and even if she did, there was no guarantee that she'd be okay afterwards. However, Jinwoo got to witness plenty of miracles the system caused so far. If it happened to someone else, he'd never have believed a word of it. One didn't even have to look far for tangible evidence, either. Wasn't he the walking proof of those miracles? I was a Ranky, yet now look at me standing here. All of his achievements, they were due to the system's powers. Pop. His hands that stayed steady during the life or death battle against the Demon King were trembling greatly now. Jinwoo took a deep breath to calm his mind. If I make a mistake here, my mother will bear the cost, instead. The moment he told himself there could not be any mistake whatsoever, he was able to regain the usual calmness right away. Even his hands stopped shaking. Soon, the divine water of life slowly trickled into her slightly parted lips. Jinwoo didn't rush it and made sure to let only a tiny strand enter her mouth. This wound. He then noticed the burn marks on the side of his mom's neck. The burns continued down the back of her neck, too. Although he couldn't see it from this angle, Jinwoo knew only too well that the burn mark extended from the entirety of the back of her neck and her shoulders to some part of her head. She got that because of me, after all. Back then, he only wanted to wash his mother's hair inside the public bathhouse. He wanted to emulate what his mother did when she washed the hair of very young Jin-ah. However, the young Jinwoo, who never had much of an opportunity to visit public bathhouses before, lacked the ability to tell apart the temperature of the water. Mom flinched a little, but didn't move from the spot even when her flesh was visibly cooked red. All because she feared that the hot water might end up on Jin-ah's face. She simply held her daughter tight in her embrace. She didn't make any noise. The belated screams came from not his mother, but from the mouths of the aunties nearby. Oh my God. Someone help. Jinwoo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The young Jinwoo thought that he'd be scolded for sure. He could never forget the events of that day and those words his mother said to him. Not even now. And here I am, thinking that I don't owe anyone anything. After their father went missing, it was Mom alone who raised the siblings Jinwoo and Jin-ah. He hated owing someone, or someone owing him, so he made sure that such a thing never happened, but still, he owed his mother a debt that he could never possibly repay. Jinwoo's eyes widened. A little bit of color was returning to Mom's once slightly pale face. Like color spreading on the black and white TV screen, a healthy complexion was spreading over his mother's skin. Every passing second felt like an hour to him. How much time did pass like that? Jinwoo's mother slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze wandered around for a moment or two, before stopping at Jinwoo. Who? No, wait, could you be? Jinwoo. Jinwoo's heart nearly fell just then, but he managed to nod his head a little. It was obvious that she didn't recognize him right away. 4 years had passed by already, and he had grown by a lot since then, too. Jinwoo didn't rush things and quietly waited. Like water slowly filling up an empty bowl, blurry memories of the past filled up the empty hole of the last 4 years in Jinwoo's mother, Park Jaeun-hai's mind bit by bit. How long have I been lying here, son? It's been 4 years, Mom. He could have also added that it was 4 years and a few days, but he didn't. His mother currently needed as much calmness, a sense of stability, so he did his best to sound and look normal. But Mom was still taken back by the revelation of 4 years, and she hurriedly asked him, "What about Jin-ah? Is your sister all right?" It was then Jinwoo felt something powerful welling up from deep within his heart. She had been teetering on the edge of life and death for the last 4 years, yet the first thing she asked after waking up was the well-being of her daughter. If he hadn't bitten down on his lower lip, he might have broken down right there and then. "It's no time to worry about that girl, you know." He wanted to say that out loud, but he suppressed his emotions and formed a thin smile instead. "Yes, Mom, she's doing okay." His mother sighed, her expression one of genuine relief. Mom was holding his left hand even before he had noticed it. "Mom, thank you, son. You kept your promise." "Promise? Well, I forgot." Then again, he had always thought it was the most obvious thing in the world, so it was possible that he didn't consciously see it as a promise. The so-called eternal sleep disorder, where you'd fall deeper and deeper into slumber until you'd never wake up again. It became harder for Mom to carry on with her daily life as drowsiness frequently assaulted her without warning with every passing day. Out of the blue, though, she asked Jinwoo for a favor. "If Mom can't wake up one day, will you promise me to take good care of your little sister?" She carried a smile of a mother asking her child for a simple errand back then. That was why he had been enduring until now. He didn't resent her at all, because all he did was to take over the burden his mother had been carrying until then. However, Mom tightly squeezed his hand as if she knew everything. "My son, it must have been hard for you." Jinwoo tried to smile like he had done before to assuage his mother's worries, as if nothing of note had happened until then. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. All the tears he held back until then traveled down his face, and his lips parted all on their own. "Yeah? What was that?" The director of Seoul Ilsan Hospital, Dr. Lee Seong-chul, got to hear a rather stunning piece of news. A patient suffering from eternal sleep disorder had woken up from the terminal stage of the illness. "Are you telling me the truth?" "Yes, director. I've confirmed it personally." As a doctor, his ears would perk up greatly if such an event occurred in someone else's hospital. Yet the patient in question was actually in his own. Who knew such a jackpot would come knocking at my door? The exceptional brain of director Lee Seong-chul began punching some numbers in his mental calculator. "Isn't this an unprecedented event in the whole world?" "You're correct, director." "Nicely done. Dr. Choi, I beg your pardon. It doesn't matter how it happened. We can always cook something up later. But it's only right and proper that the doctor in charge is praised for the work well done when a patient gets better. Am I wrong?" The patient's legal guardian requested for immediate discharge. What was that? No, that definitely could not be allowed. Reporters would only come to the hospital if the patient was still here. No, never mind the reporters. He needed to keep the patient here in order to figure out how the disorder had been cured, to begin with. "Have you heard about Mr. Sung Jinwoo?" Sung Jinwoo. Was he a powerful politician? He's the hunter who was evaluated as a rank S recently. A rank S. Here was the reason why Dr. Choi was being so cautious. Who would have guessed that the patient's guardian happened to be a rank S hunter? Begin the discharge procedure right away. Indeed, we should do that. Yes, we must. A smile of a good-natured person remained on Lee Seong-chul's lips. They should definitely release the patient now. As soon as she got the call, Jin-ah dropped everything and rushed to the hospital. Jinwoo had been sitting on a chair next to Mom's bed, and when he sensed his fast-approaching sister, quickly stood up. Right then, the door to his mom's hospital room was flung open. Mom. She hadn't even crossed the doorway yet, but Jin's face was already a messy mixture of streaming tears and snot falling from her nose. "Oh my gosh, my little girl, you've grown up so much." The last time their mom, Park Jae-hai, saw her daughter was when she was still in middle school. She gazed at her grown-up daughter with a surprised expression, but shortly afterwards, opened her arms wide to welcome Jinna with a warm smile on her face. When that happened, Jinna tightly embraced her mother. As he looked on at his sister in his mom's embrace, as well as his mom's gentle and warm expression, a satisfied smile automatically formed on his lips. My effort wasn't in vain. It felt like he was being fully rewarded for all the hard work he had put in right at this moment. Also, he felt as if something hard and stubborn stuck in the corner of his heart had finally melted down and was now flowing away, out of him. In that case, should he leave the two of them alone for a while? At least, until his little sister found a way to get a hold of her overflowing emotions. There was a scary amount of missed calls and text messages left on his phone that he couldn't even dare to attempt replying to a select few, never mind all of them. Jinwoo scrolled the list of the missed calls and texts before giving up and closing the window altogether. Well, if it's something urgent, I'm sure they'll contact me again. He quickly gave up on replying and instead accessed the internet browser. But then, he clicked on the online news portal without thinking too much, only to perform a grand facepalm. Photos of Kaisel were plastered all over the various internet news sites. From the vicinity of his house all the way to this hospital, the distance between the 2 points was rather considerable. But he figured nothing serious would happen because he was traveling at such a high speed. But this? It was only a short flight, but we got photographed a lot, didn't we? The only fortunate thing here was that the photos didn't show him riding on the back of Kaisel. While he was thinking of this and that, his phone began vibrating. "Hello? Sung Jinwoo, Hunter Nim." A baritone yet still bright voice of an old man came out. Jinwoo immediately recalled the owner of that voice, Association President. "Yes, this is the Association President Go Gun-Hui speaking. Why is he giving me a call? What prompted the one and only Association President to give him a call like this? What's the matter, sir? I'm sure you've heard of the news by now." "What news?" Jinwoo tilted his head a bit, before realizing that this wouldn't do and asked again. "I'm not sure what news you're talking about." "Wait, could it be you haven't seen the news lately?" "Wow, I guess the speed of news getting around these days is nothing to scoff at." Jinwoo readily admitted to his wrongdoing. "I'm sorry about that, but I'll make sure to be more careful next time." "Excuse me." Only after hearing the confused voice of Go Gun-Hui did Jinwoo realize that he was deeply mistaken about something here. Wait, wasn't he calling me about Kaisel? If not, what else could the news outlets be talking about instead? The dual dungeon, the red gate, clearing the rank of dungeons, the beat of avarice, etc. Now that he thought about, there were quite a few potential topics of contention instead. "Can you clarify what happened? Looks like you really haven't heard anything yet. I've been spending some time in a location recently where contacting outside was difficult, actually." He wasn't lying about that, technically speaking. Go Gun-Hui's voice betrayed how surprised he was, but then it became even graver than before. "Hunter Nim, according to Jinwoo's experience, this could only mean that the reason for this call should be brought up now. I'd like to come and discuss something with you face to face. Will that be okay with you?" Jinwoo's suspicion grew even larger compared to when he first answered the phone. "Calling me on the phone isn't enough, so the association president wishes to come here and see me personally." Just how much of an important matter was this to make someone as busy as him personally move? Even then, Jinwoo glanced in the direction of Mom's hospital room. "I can't ask the association president to come here. He might have to come up with bullshit stories related to his mother if that happened. No, I'll go over there instead. 300 people. Unlike some others, he didn't speak about the neighboring nation's misfortune with an easygoing attitude. That one ant managed to kill that many people. Or the Japanese too slow to respond. That's not correct." Go Gun-Hui shook his head. "From what I hear, the Japanese hunters only took 30 minutes to get to the location. But in that short period of time, a small village was wiped off the map. Japan boasted one of the most advanced hunter systems in all of Asia, and a country like that had to experience such a level of devastation. So what would happen if an ant entered the South Korean border?" Go Gun-Hui had viewed that footage multiple times already, but he still was overcome with a chilling premonition of an impending crisis every time he did. "Before it's too late, we need to destroy the ants once and for all." The subjugation operation would get underway in 4 days' time. The Japanese had been demanding the release of the final list of all Korean hunters participating in the operation for a few days now. However, using his authority as the leader of the Korean side, Go Gun-Hui delayed the announcement of the final list. The reason for that was simple. Because no one could get in touch with Jinwoo until now. We'll go to Jeju Island and get rid of the ants found there. He formed a pleading expression next. And that is why we need your help, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Next up, Go-Gun Huey's expression shifted to one of anxiety. If Jinwoo refused to participate, then there was nothing anyone could do. He was no longer affiliated with the association, and he was not duty-bound to carry out the demands of the association either. In other words, the final decision rested solely on his whim. After lengthy deliberation, he opened his mouth. After ending the meeting with the association president, Jinwoo stood up from the seat to leave, only to sense something and shifted his head in that direction. What was that just now? In a place not too far from here, he sensed clashes of magical energy. Could it be a dungeon break? Did something happen? Go-Gun Huey had stood up from his seat first and walked over to the doorway to bid Jinwoo goodbye, only to turn around and question him when the youth failed to move from the spot. Well, I don't think it's anything serious, but it seems that hunters are fighting each other nearby. But that can't be. Go-Gun Huey chuckled loudly. Which foolhardy hunters would dare to fight each other near the association's HQ? There was no way such a thing would happen. No, wait. The direction of Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim is looking at. A possibility formed in Go-Gun Huey's mind. I believe that Rank S hunters are doing some light exercises in the gymnasium. Maybe you're talking about that. Light exercises, is it? If that was the case, then for sure, the continuous yet restrained clashes of magical energy made sense. Jinwoo nodded his head. I see. Go-Gun Huey's eyes looking at the youth were filled with undisguised surprise. He can sense something like that from this distance. The association's gymnasium was designed to greatly minimize the amount of magic energy leaking outside. In actual reality, even Go-Gun Huey himself couldn't sense anything. But then, not only had Jinwoo sensed the minuscule amount leaking out from there, he even correctly guessed that different magic energies were clashing with one another, too. Just how highly attuned are his senses? It was simply impossible to even take a wild guess. All right, would you like to take a look if you're interested? I believe that Mr. Godu Ryuji is also present there. Jinwoo was thinking of taking a look-see with an open mind, only to stop in his tracks. If you say Godu Ryuji, do you mean? Yes, it is him. If you were a hunter, no, even if you weren't a hunter, you'd have at least heard of that name once. The name that belonged to one of the most powerful hunters in existence. It is indeed that Goto Ryuji. He's currently staying in the country to aid in building a good repertoire and a sense of camaraderie in both the Korean and Japanese participants. Since he's planning to leave tomorrow, if you don't meet him today, you might not get another opportunity in the future. Not only were Korea's best hunters gathered in one place, but even Japan's best was also here too. Obviously, I can't miss this chance. Jinwoo accepted Go-Gun Huey's suggestion with a deeply interested expression. Goto Ryuji was doing his very best to stifle a yawn. This is supposed to be the abilities of Korea's best. How laughable. No, they were actually pitiful. The assessment of laughable was made from an objective point of view, while the pitiful bit came from him adding a bit of sympathy to that initial assessment. Rather than leaving the safety of the country to these people's hands, wouldn't it be far better to be under the protection of us, the Japanese, instead? Goto Ryuji formed a leery smile and surveyed the Korean Rank S hunters. Out of all the Rank S hunters he met in Korea so far, only one seemed to be somewhat useful to his eyes. Her name's supposed to be Cha Hien, right? Even then, her abilities were only around the level of Japan's upper rank hunters. She fell way short when compared to the best hunters Japan could offer. But there's no helping it, is there? South Korea was a small nation, and its population wasn't that vast either. Also, the person who had awakened the greatest ability within the populace just so happened to be an old man who didn't have that many days to live and couldn't even fight properly. If it's Go-Gun Huey, then he might be able to contend with some of our best on a similar level, but he could say that the Koreans had drawn a short straw on this one. In any case, he was done with assessing the capabilities of the Korean hunters. He had completed the real reason for his extended stay in Korea. They wouldn't even survive for 5 minutes if we withdraw during the subjugation. Thinking that there was no more reason to stick around, Goto Ryuji turned around to leave, but then he spotted someone unfamiliar walking closer from the entrance of the gymnasium. Goto Ryuji's brows quivered greatly. He hadn't realized the approach of this unknown man even though they were in close proximity already. He was looking at the man with his own eyes, yet he still couldn't sense the other person's presence at all. Is he an assassin-type hunter? Goto Ryuji asked the association employee tasked with translation next to him. Who is that man? The employee fidgeted with his glasses and stared for a long time, before finally recalling who the unknown man was, informed a smile. He's the newly registered rank S hunter. So, that man was that reawakened with no known reliable information available. Go-To Ryuji was thinking of spending the remaining time in Korea to unearth more about this man, but he now thought that this was actually better for him. He formed a bright smile and asked the association employee again. Seems like he's a pretty excellent assassin. Pardon? When the employee stared back with a strange expression, Go-To Ryuji realized something was off. Did I make a mistake? Oh no, that's not it. But, well, the employee pointed at Jinwoo and spoke. He's actually a mage-type hunter, Mr. Go-To. No freaking way. Carrying a disbelieving expression, Go-To Ryuji quickly accessed the Korean Hunters Association website. There it was. The profile image and the person's face were a perfect match. He's really a mage type. In the middle of the gymnasium, the shirtless Baek Yun-ho and a hulking middle-aged man with a huge frame were having a sparring session. Excluding Go-To Ryuji, everyone else present was looking on at that with deeply interested expressions. Swish. Baek Yun-ho slapped away the hand of the quickly approaching man, spun his lower half, and sent out a powerful low kick. Contrary to expectations, though, the one to frown was Baek Yun-ho. Jinwoo could tell why. In that briefest of moments, the giant man utilized a body reinforcement type skill to defend his legs. Judging from that huge body and the skill he used just now, he seemed to be a tanker type, but his agility stat must have been rather out of the norm as well. Should Jinwoo chalk that one up to that man being a rank S? The giant middle-aged man smirked. Instructor Baek, it won't do for a young man like you to be this powerless. I'm not an instructor, Ma Instructor Nim. The giant man referred to as Ma Instructor Nim chuckled genially and grabbed the belt of his dabok. Maybe because a guy with a physique of a sumo wrestler was wearing a dabok, it kind of felt a bit out of place to Jinwoo's eyes. Well, in that case, the giant man fixed his attire for a moment before pouncing forward again, and Baek Yun-ho unleashed his magic power to counterattack. Both of them were carrying joyous expressions. As Instructor Ma pushed forward, and as Baek Yun-ho was pushed back, they both looked to be enjoying themselves. It seemed that they were relishing this rare opportunity to unleash some of their powers that had to be restrained most of the time in this gathering of rank S awakened. Even then, if Mr. Baek Yun-ho were to fight seriously, Mr. Ma Dong-wook wouldn't be able to endure it. Choi Jong-in walked in closer to Jinwoo and spoke up. The latter turned his head to look, prompting the former to nod his head in a greeting. Jinwoo reciprocated the greeting, and their conversation continued on from there. That person wearing dabok is the Shining Star's Ma Dong-wook. Jinwoo was thinking to himself that he had heard of that name before, and it turned out that man was the master of the Shining Star. He nodded his head and threw a question. It's not like he needs to go easy on his opponent, so why is Master Baek hiding most of his powers? He finds it a bit troublesome to reveal his powers in front of too many eyes. Chairman Baek transforms into a real monster when he fights seriously, you see. Back in front of the Red Gate, Baek Yun-ho did reveal a pair of beast-like eyes to Jinwoo. So, it's not just his eyes that can transform, Just like Baek Yun-ho's ability to transform, one would hear about top hunters possessing rather unique abilities every now and then. In a way, they were the possessors of monster-like powers. From other people's perspective, Jinwoo thought that he'd be seen like that, too. Hunter Nim, Mr. Go-To wishes to speak to you for a moment. Jinwoo knew that Go-To Ryuji was standing nearby, but because he hadn't expected to be addressed at all, he could only form a confused expression. Will you have a sparring match with me? There wasn't any deeper meaning behind his actions. Go-To Ryuji came to South Korea to personally confirm the capabilities of the top Korean hunters with his own eyes. And now, he had developed a bit of curiosity after discovering someone a bit unique out of the lot. That was all. I'll soon find out whether he's really a mage or not. Go-To Ryuji refused to accept that the man standing right in front of his eyes wasn't a melee-type hunter. Jinwoo's gaze shifted over to Go-To Ryuji. The Japanese man was waiting for an answer with an unreadable smile on his face. You want to find out more about my skill level, is that it? There was no way that the world-famous Go-To Ryuji would do something so eye-catching just to show off his abilities. If that was indeed his aim, he'd have asked either Choi Jong-in or Baek Yun-ho, the leaders of the number 1 and 2 South Korean guilds respectively. Instead, I don't know what you're planning here, but, judging from the undisguised stare from earlier on, it was more than likely that Go-To Ryuji's interest was on Jinwoo. Even then, he didn't feel displeased by the Japanese hunter's abrupt suggestion. No, rather than that, he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of the fight itself. Go-To Ryuji stopped smiling as a thin frown formed on his forehead. He's smiling. He expected Jinwoo to become flustered and then eventually try to back out, but then, the Korean hunter simply displayed a certain relaxed vibe. Instead, Jinwoo told something to the interpreter, and the latter jumped up pretty high in shock right away. Excuse me, Mr. Godu. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim agreed to your proposal. However, he says he has a condition. A condition. Not only had the opponent failed to lower his tail and cower, but he also accepted the challenge straight away, and even put up an extra condition as well. He'll agree only on the condition that Mr. Godu gives his all. Godu Ryuji's stare immediately shifted to Sung Jinwoo. Is he being serious? Seeing the expression on Jinwoo's face, one could tell that he wasn't kidding around. Godu Ryuji tilted his head. Wait, maybe he doesn't know who I am. But that couldn't be. With a rank S healer nearby, there shouldn't be any big accidents either. Alright, I accept. Who's that guy next to the Japanese hunter? Isn't he Hunter Sung Jinwoo? What's this? Are they going to spar or something? Soon, the rank S hunters and association employees within the gymnasium all gathered around the two men glaring at each other, as everyone was immersed in the developing situation. Half of them looking on with worry while the other half in anticipation. Cha Hee-in also stood next to the hunters and looked on at the duo. Will he be fine? The look Jinwoo gave her, telling her not to interfere even when he was facing off against over 100 high orcs and a boss of a rank A dungeon. When recalling that powerful, determined stare, she felt her chest palpitate, and unexplainable anticipation bubbled up in her heart. Are you feeling okay today with other hunters around you? Before she had time to notice it, Baek Yun-ho was already next to her to ask that question. They had gone on several raids together, so he knew very well of her strange physical condition. Well, it's not like I'll be able to continue blocking my nose in Jeju Island, so. Hearing her answer, Baek Yun-ho nodded his head. It was her turn to ask next. You said before that you're an acquaintance with Hunter Sung Jinwoo. In that case, shouldn't you try to stop Mr. Sung Jinwoo? I guess that's the normal way of thinking. After all, the opponent today was none other than Godu Ryuji. Cha Hee-in tilted her head. If so, then why? Baek Yun-ho shifted his gaze and met her eyes before replying to her. It's the same reason as yours, Cha Hunter Nim. Flinch. Cha Hee-in felt as if her inner secrets had been exposed by Baek Yun-ho just now. Her always taciturn expression displayed just a hint of change. Don't you feel this strange anticipation in the air? She couldn't deny that. Even now, her heart was racing with a singular thought of if it's Hunter Sung Jinwoo, then he might. Filling up her head. It's the same story for me. Baek Yun-ho replied with a grin and looked back in Jinwoo and Godu Ryuji's direction. If Hunter Sung is really an awakened who can grow stronger as per my expectation, then this could be the chance to confirm that theory. Godu Ryuji raised his fist first. The interpreter standing nearby hurriedly left their side. Making sure that the interpreter had run off to a safe enough distance, Jinwoo belatedly put his dukes up as well. No, that's what he tried to do. But then, swish, without a moment's delay, Godu Ryuji's fist flew past where Jinwoo's head had been a blink ago. The Japanese man's eyes grew wide. I missed. The attack was meant to floor Jinwoo in one go and help Godu recover his damaged pride. But now, it was all for nothing. Jinwoo evaded the punch by tilting his head out of the way, and then, he easily created some distance between them. And you still claim to be a mage after that. What a bloody laughable notion that was. Indeed, Godu Ryuji's eyes weren't mistaken. He didn't know the reason for the Korean association hiding that man's true abilities, but without a doubt, Sung Jinwoo was a melee-type hunter. Not only that, definitely an assassin, too. The corner of Godu Ryuji's lips arched up. Allow me to peel off another layer of yours. Right until everything you possess is brought up to the surface. For the first time in a long while, Godu Ryuji was feeling genuinely pumped up. After taking some distance away from the aggressive Japanese hunter, Jinwoo stood still and listened to his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Indeed, his heart was beating faster. He could sense power on another level compared to other hunters from Godu Ryuji. However, the emotion filling up Jinwoo's heart whenever Godu Ryuji's unbelievable aura touched his skin was this strong sense of belief in himself. So, that guy is the best in Japan. Only now could he truly recognize how much he had changed while raising his level to 97. His strong confidence was clearly visible on his face now. On the other hand, Godu Ryuji's expression was hardening. He's smiling again. How dare he, in front of me? Godu Ryuji spat out a heavy breath. The scarcely believable amount of magical energy he emitted began to heavily press down the surrounding air. Hunters watching on were jolted by a nasty surprise. Shouldn't we stop them before something happens here? Go-to Ryuji, maybe he's thinking of really going for it now. However, there was a thin smile on Jinwoo's face. This was what he wanted, anyways. Go-to Ryuji saw that Jinwoo showed no signs of cowering even after he had unleashed his fearsome level of magic power, and felt something welling up from deep within. His eyes gleamed dangerously just then. Even before other hunters had the chance to step forward and stop this bout, Go-to Ryuji pounced like an angry predator. The distance closed up in an instant. Go-to Ryuji reached out with his hand. Jinwoo leaned back in the nick of time and evaded the attack. Go-to Ryuji's eyes trembled imperceptibly. He dodged. Was that also a coincidence, or, even though many thoughts fleeted in and out of his head, he didn't stay his hands and continued to rain down his attacks. Too bad, not one of them could connect to his target. Jinwoo always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth or repelled the incoming hits away. How could this be? Cold sweat drops formed on Go-to Ryuji's forehead. Go-to Ryuji and his brilliantly flashy attacks, and Jinwoo who managed to dodge everything by the smallest margins imaginable. Other hunters watched the duo and expressed their genuine admiration. That's some fierce attacks, alright. Hard to follow those movements with my naked eyes. Look, even Hunter Sung Jinwoo is enduring pretty well, no. Right, it's already pretty remarkable that he can evade the attacks from Japan's best to that extent. Cha Hien shook her head multiple times inwardly. No, Hunter Sung Jinwoo isn't enduring anything right now. Others could only see that Jinwoo was being endlessly led around by Go-to Ryuji's continuous stream of attacks. But in reality, it was completely the opposite. Cha Hien swallowed her saliva, feeling rather astonished at the moment. He's actually leading Go-to in such a way that Go-to has no choice but to keep attacking. If she was not wrong about this, then Hunter Sung Jinwoo had matched his own pace to the opponent's, so he could figure out more about who he was facing here. Such a thing was only possible if his own level of abilities was several times greater than that of his opponent's. How can that even make any sense? But that nonsensical event was actually unfolding right before her eyes. If someone formed a murderous intent towards him, the system would float up a message and issue an emergency quest right afterwards. What if he got a quest telling him to kill Go-to Ryuji here? Go-to Ryuji's outstretched hand, aimed at Jinwoo's eye, narrowly missed and ended up slicing his cheek just a little. If his reflexes that had reached the absolute limit didn't react in time and tilt his head out of the way, he might have really lost his eye just now. It was an attack that clearly carried the intent to kill, and it was clearly aimed at a vital spot of the human anatomy. Such a thing would never be accepted during a training match like this. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. Baek Yun-ho unconsciously spat out a frightened gasp. The first person to sense the abrupt shift in the atmosphere was actually Go-to Ryuji, however. Unfortunately for him, although his body understood the change, his head could not. The chilly air roused sleeping goosebumps to break out all over his body, and all the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He had never, ever felt like this before. Jinwoo's arm was cocked back by a lot. A tightly clenched fist at the end of that arm was taking an aim at Go-to Ryuji's unguarded face. The air sinking lower all around Go-to Ryuji pressed down on his shoulders. He suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. Why did he inexplicably think of the word death right at this moment? But then, stop. Baek Yun-ho and Cha Hien jumped into the fray purely out of instinct and grabbed hold onto Jinwoo's right arm. The former was tightly hugging Jinwoo's shoulder as if he was trying to pull it down, while the latter was grabbing onto his wrist with everything she had. When Jinwoo looked back, Baek Yun-ho hurriedly shook his head. Even Cha Hien was looking at him with anxious eyes, fear clearly visible on her face. The desperate dissuasion of these two that didn't even care about their own safety helped Jinwoo to cool his agitation down somehow. Baek Yun-ho quickly spoke to him. Let's stop the sparring session here, since the mood seems to have turned for the worse. Please tell the Japanese for us. The interpreter nodded his head. Forgive us for butting in. That man is supposed to lead the Japanese team in the operation a few days from now. I couldn't just stand by and watch, even though there was a chance that something might go horribly wrong for us. Baek Yun-ho cautiously studied Jinwoo's expression and asked, Did I do something unnecessary? No, not at all. Jinwoo readily admitted to it. Baek Yun-ho was right. If something happened to Go-to Ryuji and that led to an unnecessary snag in the operation, then both countries might end up suffering severe consequences afterwards. So, he never thought of assigning any blame on Baek Yun-ho or Cha Hien after they interfered in the timely fashion. Ma Dong-wook laughed genially. To be able to walk away with only a small scratch on your cheek after having a bout with the one and only Go-to, you're truly something else, young man. Regretfully, no one else seemed to have figured out what happened here besides Cha Hien and Baek Yun-ho. Ooh, you have really firm muscles. What an outstanding physique. Ma Dong-wook touched Jinwoo's shoulders and arms while expressing his genuine admiration. My guild is full of mage-type hunters, so we're severely lacking in melee types at the moment. Instructor Seong, if you haven't thought of a guild to join, how about joining mine? Excuse me, Ma Instructor Nim. Having been quietly observing the situation from behind until then, Choi Jong-in stepped forward and raised his voice. Yes, when Ma Dong-wook turned his head, Choi Jong-in spoke up as if he was waiting for this moment. Hunter Sung Jinwoo is actually a mage-type hunter. A massive earthquake erupted within Ma Dong-wook's eyes. What was that? On the other hand, Godu Ruji escaped from the confines of the gymnasium and, after quickly distancing himself from the interpreter, he checked his wrist. His wrist was bruised black and blue all over. Even though the weather wasn't all that hot, there were cold sweat drops visible on his forehead. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. After a couple of rings, he could hear the sound of the phone's receiver being picked up. Click. Is it you, Godu? What's the matter with your voice? Godu Ruji did his best to calm his trembling voice. In South Korea, there's an incredible hunter in South Korea. More than you. More than likely, the name of that hunter is, it's Sung Jinwoo. He's a reawakened, evaluated as a rank S recently. This is strange. Such a name doesn't exist. I beg your pardon. Such a name didn't exist. Did that mean the hunter Godu Ryuji met just now was a phantom, an illusion? Well, he did kind of feel that he had been bewitched just now, though. However, didn't he also personally enter the Korean Association's website to confirm that that man was supposed to be a mage? What do you mean, sir? How can Sung Jinwoo not exist? Actually, we have received the final list of the Korean hunters participating in the operation not too long ago. Are you saying Sung Jinwoo isn't on the list? But how could that be? Unless Go Gun Huey had gone truly senile, there was just no way that he'd form a raiding party without the strongest member available. Choi Jong-in, Ma Dong-wook, Baek Hyun-ho, Cha Hee-in, Im Tae-jae, and Min Byung-gu. These 6 are the members of the Korean team that will leave for the raid in 4 days' time. Was such a thing even possible? Having witnessed something that he'd been hypothesizing in his head for real, Baek Hyun-ho had difficulty trying to hide his astonishment. An awakened that can really grow stronger. Just what would be that man's true value? He couldn't even dare to imagine it. All the attempts to scout Hunter Sung Jinwoo were a waste of time. However, there were all sorts of ways to form a good relationship with a brilliant hunter that didn't involve scouting him. Time to activate the plan B, then. It was then. His mobile phone suddenly began vibrating. Seeing that the vibration didn't last for long, it must have been a text message. Without thinking too much, he pulled his phone out and took a look. It was an alert sent out by the association, and it was the final list of the participants for the ant subjugation raid taking place 4 days from now. Baek Hyun-ho skipped past the lengthy list of the Japanese hunters and scanned the list of the Koreans, only for his eyes to widen in surprise. He shot up from his spot in the wooden bench. Hunter Sung Jinwoo isn't on the list. The Seong family returned to their home with their mom as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. Clank. When he opened the front entrance, the first thing saw was the messy living room of the apartment, all thanks to Jin-ah being alone while he was kept busy inside the demon's castle. Jinwoo began pinching his sister's cheeks, and with gentle laughter, Mom tried to stop him. The very first thing their mother had to do after returning home from 4 years of coma was to clean the house. Jinwoo tried to dissuade her, but in the end, he couldn't win against her insistence. Eventually, the whole family rolled their sleeves up to clean up their home. Once the house was spotless, the complexions of all 3 brightened up considerably as well. The apartment that had always felt empty and lonely after Mom's admittance to the hospital now seemed so full of life. The so-called expert continued to speak on the TV screen. The rate of evolution these ant monsters have shown is truly surprising to behold. When the mutated specimen increase in number and gain control of the whole horde, then we call that evolution. After that, the prepared video footage began playing. Ants, as they appeared during the first and second subjugation attempts, were displayed on the screen. At first, they were no different from regular ants as they crawled on the ground. This is the footage taken during the third subjugation attempt. The ant monsters were now walking on 2 legs like humans. The once giant heads had shrunken down in size by a great deal. They were able to move around much more nimbly, and the 4 limbs acted like arms. Its appearance looked as if half an ant and half a person had been mashed together to form a new creature. In only 2 years, the distinct characteristics of the ant species had been completely transformed into something else. And this footage of the ant monster was taken recently as it wreaked havoc in Japan. That thing can now fly. That's correct. And that would be the decisive factor in the formation of the Korea-Japan United Raid Team. The Korea-Japan United Raid Team. When that term came out of the TV's speakers, Jinwoo wordlessly switched the TV off. Why is Sung Jinwoo not on the Korean list? Your disposition won't change just because you've become a rank S, you know. Once a rank E, forever a rank E, dude. Crowley ran off to hide, nearly wetting his pants in the process. Kick. 21 Jap rank S hunters plus even the retired hunter is gonna represent for Korea. Yet where is Sung Jinwoo? Why does he want to do that when he's a rank S? It's so embarrassing. Except that all these anonymous pointing fingers who didn't even know of his situation were really getting on his nerves now. Or, to be more specific, it was his sister's stress level that got on his nerves, actually. I don't really give a damn about what others think of me, and mom doesn't really go online, so it's fine on that front, but Jin'll like to search for stuff like this in her spare time. Tisk. Jinwoo clicked his tongue and put his phone down. He was thinking of taking a stroll to get some fresh air and change his spoiled mood, but like a devil, his phone began ringing just then. Jinwoo checked the caller ID and a grin formed on his face. Hyung Nim. It's me, Yu Jin-ho. Hey, Jin-ho. Now that Jinwoo thought about it, was this kid still staying in that local motel even now? Where are you staying now? Is it the same motel? Oh no, Hyung Nim. I started renting a room not too long ago. Thankfully, my mom came to my rescue. Hearing his giggling voice, Jinwoo felt happy inwardly as well. Yu Jin-ho briefly updated Jinwoo regarding the status of his life, before hurriedly continuing on after remembering the reason for the call in the first place. Right. Hyung Nim, I found some office space for us, so would you like to come over and take a look? What do you think, Hyung Nim? Now that he was here, Jinwoo could understand why Yu Jin-ho sounded so confident on the phone. He scanned the empty office space and nodded his head. Its location was pretty good. I specifically chose a place not too far from your place, Hyung Nim. It was also tidy, too. By the way, Hyung Nim, who do you have in mind for the remaining spot? The remaining spot? Did he make a promise to open up a spot for someone? Since Jinwoo wasn't the type to forget his promises, he could only look at Yu Jin-ho with a confused expression, prompting the latter to excitedly explain the situation. You need at least 3 people when creating a guild, Hyung Nim. The master, the vice master, and an employee. Indeed, that was the minimum required composition of a guild's founding members. Several familiar faces fleeted in and out of Jinwoo's head as he considered who could fill up the remaining vacant spot. I almost forgot. Yu Jin-ho abruptly opened his mouth. Jinwoo quickly asked him, did you suddenly remember someone suitable for the spot, then? No, it's not that, Hyung Nim. Actually, there was someone looking for you. Me? Yes, Hyung Nim. Jinwoo couldn't help but get curious. Seeing that this unknown person had indirectly contacted him through Yu Jin-ho, he or she must have done their thorough research. Yu Jin-ho and I aren't known as associates publicly. After all, that person was definitely an English-speaking foreigner. Hold on. Yu Jin-ho rummaged through his pockets, pulled out his wallet and extracted a piece of a memo from there. This person said that he'd be staying in Korea until the 17th, so he'd very much appreciate it if you give him a call, Hyung Nim. However, quite suddenly, looks like I'll have to go home first. Jinwoo's expression hardened. Pardon, you're going home already, Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho had been thinking of treating his Hyung Nim to a delicious meal since it had been a long time they ate together. But now, he looked like a person who had lost his country. When he raised his head, Jinwoo was already long gone. It was now that time in the day when the inky black darkness dwelt on the hidden alleyways. A female college student named Yoon Jae-min was on her way back home. Her heart was pounding like crazy at the moment, however. You make a noise, I'll kill you. The man who walked right by her seconds ago was standing in the street corner with a kitchen knife and an insidious smile on his face. You know that. A few people had died here already, right? Yoon Jae-min couldn't even scream. With a pale complexion, she stood there completely frozen. Follow me. There was no one around them. Only the broken street light flickered listlessly. The man scanned his surroundings. Since the girl didn't look like she'd be able to move, he was thinking of offing her here, right now. How fortunate that there was nobody around. Also, there wouldn't be a CCTV camera of the Big Brother installed in a secluded alleyway like this one, as well. That's why I love this neighborhood, you know. I'm curious about something. The voice naturally belonged to Jinwoo. Why are you doing this? What's the matter? You wish to reform me or something? Nope. Just curious if you have a reason or not. That's all. The serial killer snorted derisively. Well, if I were to really think of one. Because it's fun. Fun, for some reason. Whenever I see someone weaker than me, I just want to torment that person. The serial killer didn't get to finish what he wanted to say. Instead, he fell to the ground clutching his left ankle where his tendon had been sliced apart. When he raised his head, he realized that Jinwoo was holding the kitchen knife even before he had the time to notice it. Just when it was right then, Jinwoo's shape grew blurry again. This time, it was his right ankle. The serial killer rolled around the ground in pain. Jinwoo ignored the venom-spewing serial killer and calmly dialed 119 to call for an ambulance. He then pulled out the ID card from the wallet to take a look. Next, he placed the phone and the wallet back in the hands of the shivering serial killer and murmured quietly, "Hand yourself over to the police before midnight tomorrow." What? If you wish to keep breathing, that is. He said all he wanted to say. Jinwoo got up from the spot and inserted one of his shadow soldiers inside the serial killer's shadow, before leaving a similar-sounding order to that soldier. Although, I don't know how patient a high orc's shadow can be, but that soldier might not be good with patiently waiting around until the designated time. But well, carrying out the next part of the order should be the speciality of high orcs. I'd prefer it if you keep living on. The killer had to be alive if he were to repent for his sins for the rest of his life. What the hell are you? Jinwoo left the serial killer shivering from pain and fear behind in the vacant lot. He could hear the sirens of an ambulance coming from afar. He walked to a far enough location, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he pulled his hood back. The future of my station depends on this raid. In order to win the exclusive broadcasting rights, the director had to spend over half of the station's total annual budget. There had been simply too many competing bids, and that's why he had to go all in. But, then again, there was a compelling reason why he simply had to make such a brave business decision. Not many Rank S gates opened up around the world. Even when one did open, it was still impossible to take the recording equipment inside to capture the footage of what happened in there. In other words, this would be the one and only opportunity for regular citizens to witness an actual Rank S raid in progress. As long as there wasn't another unfortunate event of a Rank S gate opening up somewhere else that was. On top of this broadcast wouldn't be a recording, but shown live. Sure, there would be a 10-minute delay to the live feed, but still, just how high would the audience rating reach? 70%. 80. As long as the raid doesn't end in failure. Indeed, no sane-minded viewer out there would ever want to watch the top-ranked hunters get devoured by the monsters during the raid. No, even if there were, he couldn't let such footage be broadcast to the public to begin with. So, the director had staked everything he had on the success of the 4th subjugation operation. By the way, I'm surprised that the association president Go-Gun Huey actually gave his permission to film this raid. I mean, that hard-headed man wouldn't have allowed it simply for the sake of money, so perhaps he wishes to console the hearts of the citizens. The Korean Hunters Association had to swallow the bitter pill of defeat 3 times at the hands of the ant monsters. Because of the continuous failure, the association had to suffer great losses, which in turn also led to the loss of the public's trust. Hey, Byung-gu, I really didn't expect you to show up here today. Min Byung-gu grinned in response. I thought that, without me healing you, Hyung would be the first one to get killed today. I mean, you always jump on a monster whenever you see one, you know. What the hell? Why do you have talk like that? Since when did I ever jump on monsters? Other hunters began giggling after hearing the two men chat. Min Byung-gu was the sole Rank S healer in South Korea. All members of the raid team were greatly relieved and happy to hear that he was coming out of retirement especially to participate in this operation. There was a big difference in whether there was a healer or not in a raid. After all, one would be able to fight harder without worrying about getting hurt when there was one. As the tense atmosphere frozen stiff in nervousness gradually relaxed through Baek Yun-ho and Min Byung-gu's conversation, Cha Hee-in sitting next to the former quietly asked a question. Chairman Baek, by any chance, have you spoken to Mr. Sung Jinwoo before coming here today? Mr. Sung Jinwoo. Yes. Baek Yun-ho shook his head. No, I haven't. But why do you ask? It's nothing important, actually. I guess I've made a mistake. It was then. Ma Dong-wook broke out in genial laughter. Looks like it's finally starting. The gazes of the hunters present followed the direction he was pointing at. Through the window of the helicopter, they could see the darkened island that had become the land of monsters. Let me take care of them. The sole mage-type hunter among the team, Choi Jong-in, stepped forward. His skill, Flame Spear, was called into action. As soon as he was done casting his magic, 7 bodies of floating flames drew long lines in the air to resemble burning spears and slammed accurately into the airborne ants. It was difficult to kill a single ant monster with scattered firepower, but it was more than enough to burn away their wings. With their wings burnt off, the ants fell freely back to the earth. They say they have landed on the island now. Just as he was done speaking up, there was a loud explosion from afar. As if that was the signal, several more explosions began ringing up from all parts of the island as thick, choking smoke plumes rose up. The fourth subjugation operation was now officially underway. The Master of the Reapers Guild, Mt. Jayu, looked out of the helicopter's window, and at the ground far below, a deep frown forming on his forehead. Thousands of ants were pouring out of the ant tunnel, before splitting up into 4 smaller swarms to rush towards the 4 cardinal directions. That's some creepy and disgusting thing to look at. Seriously, man, doesn't it look like most of them have left the tunnel now? This raid team only had one goal, to eliminate the Ant Queen. Let's go. From the helicopter, 7 people, the 6 members of the raid team and the lone cameraman, jumped out. How long has it been since the Koreans went inside? Goto Ryuji threw out a question. They say it has been less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, is it? Time to start the escape procedure, then. Before they started withdrawing from Jeju Island, though, Goto Ryuji briefly scanned his vicinity. The corpses of the massacred ants were piled up on high. The role of the Japanese in this raid, on the surface, of course, was to attract the attention of the ants. They didn't even focus on killing the ants and concentrated on retreating in order to buy as much time as possible. Yet they still managed to achieve such a feat. The Koreans might find these ants as tough opponents, but they are nothing to us, the Japanese. The moment Jinwoo stopped his usual daily run, the familiar mechanical beep rang out in his ear. Completely the opposite to when he started doing the daily quests. Jinwoo wasn't even out of breath. He had repeated these daily quests for so long, it simply felt like the part of his daily routine now. Soon, along with the completion message, his rewards figuratively landed on his lap. Stats. Out of the 3 stat bonus points he gained as a reward, Jinwoo spent 2 on his agility, while the remaining point was spent on his strength. Jinwoo dismissed the stat window with a satisfied grin still etched on his face. He then took a look around him. His neighborhood had always been on the quieter side, but today, he failed to spot a single soul so far. He could easily guess the reason why, though. Jinwoo pulled his phone out and confirmed the current time. I knew it. The Korea-Japan United Team's raid would be in full swing by now, and pretty much every single citizen should be glued to their TV screens, too. Jinwoo turned around. His daily quest was already over, but the steps leading him back home were far more urgent than usual. The operation was unfolding smoothly so far. Just as the Japanese had predicted, Ma Dong-wook's team didn't encounter any obstructions as they entered the deeper parts of the ant tunnel. The inside of the tunnel resembled the cave-type dungeons in its layout. However, if there was one clear difference to note, then that would be the lack of illuminating stones. The hunters had to provide light themselves to see where they were going. The cameraman thought that he had plenty of experience exploring dungeons before, but today, he just had to nervously swallow his saliva. His current position was right at the back of the group. The team maintained a formation of Choi Jong and standing right at the front to light their way using magic, while the other hunters were sticking very close to him. Look, over there. The hunters all gasped out in nasty shock. Countless ant eggs were attached to the walls and the ceiling of this huge chamber with nary an empty space between them. They could see dark-colored larvae wiggling inside the semi-transparent shell of each egg. There could only ever be one emotion they felt when facing this nursery area filled with gloomy, dreary atmosphere, and a seriously terrible stench. That would be sheer disgust. Don't you think we should just burn all these away? Choi Jong-un spoke, his expression crumpling greatly. I'd like nothing more than to do exactly that. But since we don't have much time, let us not. Even if all of these creatures hatched, they would only live for no more than 1 year at most. As long as they could kill the mother, they didn't have to worry about these critters anymore. Here they come. Baek Yun-ho pointed towards the distant darkness and warned the rest of the team. Even before he made his warning, though, Cha Hyun had unsheathed her sword already. Ma Dong-wook pulled the shield as large as his body right up to his chin and glared at his front. Knowing better than anyone else that there wasn't a lot of time, Ma Dong-wook jumped into the fray first. Let's go. Hunters followed after him. Right behind them, flames flared out brightly from Choi Jong-un's hands, and arrows fired by Mt. Jayu sliced up the air as they flew to their targets. Just as Ma Dong-woo predicted, the battle was concluded pretty quickly. The head of the last ant fell to the ground. Cha Hyun wordlessly shook off the bodily fluids clinging onto her sword. Meanwhile, Ma Dong-wook spoke up. Since the nursery area is right here, that means Choi Jong-un provided the follow-up. The queen's lair is nearby. Most of the eggs containing regular ants were only about the size of a bicycle wheel, yet the one pointed out was as big as a grown man. No, wait. The lengthy and ovoid shape of the egg was large enough to say that a fully grown ant specimen must have emerged from it. That's also an ant egg. Just what the hell came out of that egg? Min Byung-gu had walked closer before anyone had noticed it. There was a look of huge shock on his face as well. We're here to kill the queen. Let's not worry about anything else. Right? Min Byung-gu carried an uneasy expression as he turned around to walk over to where the rest of the hunters were. Before he joined the others, Baek Hyun-ho took one last look at that egg. That's just crazy. This is just crazy. Godu Ryuji had to doubt whether his own eyes were working properly or not. Other Japanese hunters either convulsed in shock or muttered lowly under their breaths. Godu Ryuji frowned deeply as he scanned his surroundings. The hunters of Team 3 were found in the exact location where their communication had been cut off. All 5 of them were here, but without their heads. The sight of their headless colleagues lying on the ground as corpses left a shocking mental imprint on the other hunters. Godu Ryuji wordlessly massaged his temples before approaching the bodies to check out their wounds. This wasn't done by a blade. The necks of the dead hunters were all roughly bitten off. Just how much of a biting force was it for their necks to end up like this? The queen is at the rearmost location. There are 8 guards in front of the target. The queen's guards were incomparably stronger than the regular ants. It'd be too tough for one tanker to take on the attacks of the queen and its guard monsters. From here onwards, Ma Dong-wook needed another person to act as a secondary tanker. He looked to his side. Hunter Cha. Yes, can you take on the guard duty while I tend to the queen? Leave it to me. Cha Hyun's reply was short and simple. She served as the main tanker during the raids of her guild, the Hunters. So, performing the role of a sub-tanker was easier than drinking cold soup for her. Ma Dong-wook shifted his gaze to the rest of the team. Every single member present here was a top specialist in hunting down monsters. Going through detailed explanations was a waste of time for them. Let's go. Feeling overly motivated now, the cameraman tried to step forward in order to capture even better footage. But then, Min Byung-gu standing next to him at the back of the group hurriedly yanked him back by his shoulder. At this absolute strength, the cameraman couldn't offer any resistance and spun around to face Min Byung-gu. His shoulder hurt so much that his mouth bobbed up and down all by itself. How can a healer be this strong? There was no time to get shocked, though. The cameraman was now facing Min Byung-gu, who carried a completely different expression to when he was busy cracking jokes during the ride in the helicopter. This here is a boss room of a rank S dungeon. No one here is responsible for your life except yourself. If you understand, then stay at the back. The real thing is about to get started. The overflowing energy of a rank S hunter, even a healer, who was supposed to be the physically weakest out of all the hunter types, still could display an aura that easily overwhelmed a rank A hunter. That was the difference between a rank S and a rank A. Such monstrous beings were uniting together to start an intense battle. So what could a measly little rank A cameraman even achieve here? Grandpa, aren't you going to watch? Hunters are supposed to show up on screen today. Grandma, I don't care. Don't be like that now. The folks in TV said just now that they can really smash apart those ants today this time. So let's watch together. They all say the exact same thing all the bloody time. I told you, I don't care. An old grandpa turned away on his chair and concentrated on the newspaper instead. But then, a sound of him clicking his tongue came out from his slightly hunched back. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Even this newspaper is talking about those DMN hunters and nothing else. How boring. The old grandma cautiously closed shut the door to their bedroom as the grouchy voice of her husband continued to enter her ears. Only until 2 years ago, her husband used to hold so much interest towards all the news related to Jeju Island. He was also a big supporter of hunters, too. Their one and only child was taken from them by the ants of Jeju Island, after all. The despair that felt like their world was collapsing on them soon became deep hatred towards the ant monsters. Her husband donated a sizable amount of money to the Hunters Association whenever there was a subjugation operation taking place to cheer on the participating hunters. He failed to fall asleep because of nervousness on the nights leading up to the operation dates, too. However, the bigger the one's expectation, the greater the one's disappointment would be. When the third subjugation attempt, where the hunters promised to spare no effort to succeed, also ended up in failure with heavy losses incurred, her husband couldn't regain his wits for several days, looking all dazed and the like. After that, her husband stopped talking about hunters altogether. He stopped expecting and stopped hoping for a miracle from them. The terrifying-looking ant monsters began falling one by one from the fierce attacks of the hunters. And whenever that happened, the roars and cheers of people shook and reverberated throughout the apartment building the grandma lived in. Only 4. There are only 4 more left. They have managed to defeat half of their numbers. Hearing that announcement, tears suddenly formed in the grandma's eyes. First of all, she was thankful towards these hunters who were risking their lives to protect other people. Secondly, she recalled the face of her son as the boy celebrated him getting hired by a large corporation located in Jeju Island. Only 2 more guards remain. As long as they can defeat these 2, they can start concentrating on the Ant Queen. It's not too long now from the successful completion of this raid. It was then, slam, the bedroom's door flew open and the grandpa hurriedly ran out, his face burning with emotions. Dear, even though grandma called out to him, grandpa didn't say anything. His reddened eyes glued to the TV screen and nowhere else. His tightly clenched fists were trembling hard now. The host held his breath and continued to observe the situation for a while before. They have defeated all of those powerful ant guards. The only remaining ant is the queen itself. As soon as they kill the queen, it'll be the same as the ants being completely decimated. Our proud hunters, they are not wasting any time and have begun attacking their final target. The TV screen now displayed the stirring image of 5 hunters rushing in at the same time from behind Ma Dong-wook, who had endured commendably well against the Ant Queen's attacks. Thick tears streamed down Grandpa's face as he energetically punched the air almost out of instinct. The Ant Queen was truly on its last legs. All they needed was a little more push, and that would be it. There were hundreds of arrows stuck tightly together on the head of the queen fired by Jayu, and the creature resembled a hedgehog as a result. Yet another arrow flew and struck the queen in the face. The creature screeched out as if it was in great pain and shook its head. The queen quickly recovered its bearings and began spewing out poisonous acidic liquid throughout the boss room. Splash! It was such a wide-scale attack that several hunters failed to escape in time. Their skins began burning up into black charcoal, but their wounds were restored in full by Min Byung-gu's healing magic. The queen was further enraged by the fact that its acid attack wasn't effective, and bit down on Ma Dong-woo in front of the group with its large, saw-like fangs. However, Ma Dong-wook activated the advanced fortification skill to defend his entire body, and managed to endure the queen's attack. Baek Yun-ho in his beast-type monster form, meanwhile, seized upon this chance and jumped up very quickly to rip out the queen's left fang with his bare hand, deftly landing back on the ground. Baek Yun-ho breathed heavily as certainty grew larger in his heart. The queen's finished. His extensive hunting experience told him so. But then, the queen suddenly raised its head high up in the air, and a screech that was so loud that it almost ruptured the hunter's eardrums reverberated throughout the entire ant tunnel. Baek Yun-ho's eyes shook hard. What was that? A roar of anger. Its death throes. No, it felt different from those. That screech sounded like a pleading call towards someone, something, which was still far away. It's calling for something. When his thought process reached there, he felt an unexplainable chill run down his spine. We need to stop that thing. Before Baek Yun-ho could take another step forward, Cha Hee-in jumped up rather gracefully and swung down the sword she held firmly with both hands. Slice! The queen's head fell down to the ground first before she could land back on her feet. Thud! The cameraman had been holding his breath as he bore witness to this battle of the rank S creatures. And finally, he was able to raise both of his arms up high in elation as tears formed in his eyes. This was the moment when the curtains closed on the horrifying battle that lasted for 4 years. We just became the 7th raid team in the entire world to successfully clear a rank S gate, so why do you look like? Hold on. It was then, as he watched a shadow approach them, he recalled the tall, humanoid-shaped eggshell back in the nursery area. You're telling me that this is the power possessed by a single monster. Baek Yun-ho's complexion paled instantly, as the hunters began falling into a confused state. From the far side of the ant tunnel draped in darkness, a single winged ant was slowly walking towards the Korean hunters. Cha Hee-in immediately felt something was very wrong as soon as she saw the ant monster leisurely entering the queen's chamber. There's no presence. It was almost impossible to locate the creature without keeping her eyes locked on it constantly. That's how difficult it was to sense its presence. There were only 2 beings out of all the hunters and the monsters she met until now that had this sort of effect on Cha Hee-in. One of them was this ant monster right in front of her eyes, and the other one was Mr. Sung Jinwoo. Gulp. It was just a single monster, yet the atmosphere was shifting rather rapidly. What should we do? Ma Dong-wook was inwardly worried. When faced with an unexpected situation, a leader had to make a quick decision. Especially so, when they were pressed for time like this. It's a monster, so we should just kill it, but just why was he feeling this enormous sense of unease right now? While they stood there pondering and hesitating, the ant monster narrowed the distance between them quite quickly. Its movements were so eerily quiet that goosebumps automatically rose up on their skins. We don't have the time to hesitate like this. By the time Ma Dong-wook finally managed to suppress the warning bells rung by his instincts and made the next logical decision, the monster suddenly disappeared from his view, where Ma Dong-wook's eyes opened super wide as he hurriedly scanned his vicinity. Behind, the cameraman, anxiously looking around, belatedly located the monster and shouted out, "It's behind us." The hunters were startled by this and quickly turned around. With the speed none of them could see, the ant monster had slipped past the hunters to stand before the dead corpse of the ant queen. "It went past us. But how?" Just like that, the hunters of the Korean raid team finally got to see what Baek Yun-ho saw earlier with his eyes of the beast. Their heart rate rapidly picked up and their breathing quickened in no time. That's no ordinary monster. Cold sweat drops dribbled down Ma Dong-wook's forehead. The ant monster quietly stared at the dead queen, not even showing a hint of interest towards the hunters. But then it raised its head and it began screeching out a beastly howl so terrifying and loud that the entire ant tunnel began shaking from the reverberation. The cameraman was the first to lose all his strength in his legs. The other hunters couldn't withstand the sheer pressure as well, and they began kneeling on the ground one by one. Ma Dong-wook too carried a look of pure disbelief as he tried to support himself off the ground. I'm kneeling because of a howl." By the time the seemingly never-ending howl came to an end, the only one standing still was Cha Hee-in and no one else. However, her two legs were wobbling noticeably too, as if standing upright was all she could do at the moment. Cha Hee-in's eyes grew wider. The creature's face was hideously twisted as it turned around to face the hunters, as if it was expressing its anger at the death of the queen. She did her best to calmly move her hand towards the hilt of her sword. However, the ant monster was a step faster than the speed of Cha Hee-in, drawing her sword from her waist. The ant monster literally blinked and reappeared right in front of her nose. Cha Hee-in's eyes shook hard. She didn't even have enough time to think about defending herself. Slam! Being struck in the side of her head, Cha Hee-in flew away in a straight line and slammed into a far wall, before powerlessly falling to the ground. Just one hit, and Cha Hee-in was rendered unconscious. All of her teammates couldn't hide their astonishment after seeing that horrible spectacle. Because their strongest member had been knocked down in one hit, that was why. Unfortunately, they didn't have any time to stay shocked like that. They had confirmed the ridiculous power level of their new enemy. Ma Dong-wook powerfully bear hugged the ant monster from behind and strengthened both his arms. With the strength that could easily uproot a full-grown tree, he squeezed hard at the ant monster's body. Thick veins popped up all over his arms and his neck. Unfortunately, when the ant monster increased its strength for a bit, both of Ma Dong-wook's arms fell off, just like that. He fell down to his knees. Baek Yun-ho pounced forward. If he failed to draw that thing's attention away now, then Ma Dong-wook would be killed off in an instant now that he lacked the means to defend himself. Baek Yun-ho gritted his teeth. White fur began sprouting up all over his body. His claws extended and he transformed into a ferocious beast before pouncing on the monster. The monster disappeared from the spot again, where even Baek Yun-ho's eyes of the beast failed to follow the monster's movements. The scream came from his behind. This time, it was Choi Jong-in, who was getting ready to cast his magic. The ant monster's long claw left a lengthy, diagonal cut wound on his upper torso, and he fell to the ground with a pained moan. About 5 paces from where he was, Mt. Jayu had been waiting for an opening while hiding his presence. He immediately fired an arrow containing his magic energy. "I'll never miss in this distance." His strong self-belief was contained within that shot. Swish. Too bad for him. A powerful tremor rocked Mt. Jayu's eyes. The ant monster snatched the flying arrow and easily snapped it in half. Crack. Mt. Jayu hurriedly tried to knock his next arrow, but by the time he did so and raised his bow, the monster was already standing in front of him. FCK. Tao. Mt. Jayu was struck in the face and flew away. Baek Yun-ho attacked when the ant monster's back was turned away from him, but the back of his head was grabbed by the monster instead, as the creature spun around in an instant. He was planted violently into the ground next. Just as the ant monster was getting ready to slam Baek Yun-ho to the ground again, Ma Dong-wook dashed forward and shoulder charged the creature away. The ant monster rolled on the ground for a little while, before standing back up. Ma Dong-wook's arms had been severed for sure only a moment ago, yet he was attacking the creature with all his limbs completely intact. The ant monster defeated Ma Dong-wook again, and then proceeded to defeat other hunters again, too. Yet, the humans that should have stayed down with crippling injuries were attacking again, all fully healed in the blink of an eye. Only then did the ant monster begin to recognize the existence of a healer. The monster scanned the vicinity to find this annoying human. However, Min Byung-gu stayed calm under the pressure. His lone self-defense skill, camouflage. He was able to completely hide himself with this skill that was quite similar to the stealth skill. But there was a drawback to it. He couldn't move from the spot. Even then, that was more than enough for a healer like him. He simply had to stand still in one spot and continue to heal his teammates. That was all. When the healing skill continued to fly in from an unknown place, the ant monster changed its tactic. It selected Ma Dong-wook, who looked the sturdiest among the hunters, grabbed his leg, and dangled him upside down in the air. What is that thing trying to do now? Min Byung-gu was taken aback with great surprise. The ant monster then proceeded to slowly destroy Ma Dong-wook. Min Byung-gu carried on healing him as that happened. He had no choice there. The moment he stopped healing Ma Dong-wook, that man would be dead in less than a blink. After all, sweat poured out in buckets as Min Byung-gu continued on with the healing magic. The ant monster traced the continuously firing healing magic's origin, and then its head swiveled in Min Byung-gu's direction. It can't be. His heart skipped a beat. He blinked, and the ant monster was gone from the spot. What the hell? Where did it disappear to this time? Byung-gu, Baek Yun-ho loudly yelled out. It happened, then. Stab. Blood sprayed out of Min Byung-gu. The pain of being burnt alive came from below, and he took a look down to see a huge hole in his stomach, and the ant monster's black arm emerging out of that hole. He raised his head in disbelief and met Baek Yun-ho's gaze. Min Byung-gu spoke in a faltering voice. Hyung, run, Di Byung-gu. Baek Yun-ho tried to get up, but he couldn't put any strength to his wounded leg. The ant monster tore into Min Byung-gu's head. Baek Yun-ho staggered unsteadily and ran forward. The ant monster discarded the now headless body of Min Byung-gu and grabbed Baek Yun-ho by his neck. He struggled with all his might, but it was still insufficient to escape from the creature's incredible grip. Suddenly, the ant monster opened its mouth. Hyung, run, Hyung, run. Baek Yun-ho was freaked out of his skull, his brows shooting up real high in shock and terror. The ant monster was perfectly mimicking the speech pattern of Min Byung-gu. If one subtracted the off-putting crack in its voice, one might even mistake it as Min Byung-gu's. Even. Run, Hyung. The ant monster repeated the same words for a long time, before looking straight into Baek Yun-ho's eyes. You are all weak. From the mouth of the ant monster, a familiar language flowed out. It sounded inarticulate, but for sure it was still undeniably Korean. What the? Baek Yun-ho's eyes widened even further. This side. Queen, dead. Killing soldiers. Not enough payment. Your king? Who? King? The ant monster strengthened its grip on Baek Yun-ho's neck. Your king? Where? Baek Yun-ho's brain kicked into gear. With the strongest person in the Korean team, Cha Hee-in, still unconscious, he needed to find someone who could buy him and the rest of the group a little bit of time. And he immediately thought of the Japanese team that had abandoned the Koreans. More specifically, the strongest among the Japanese, Goto Ryuji. Outside. The ant monster raised its head up. It seemed to be searching for something, before speaking again in a satisfied tone of voice. There, a strong one. And then, it discarded Baek Yun-ho as if he was not even worth wasting time on, and disappeared from his sight in a scarcely believable speed. Baek Yun-ho lay on the ground and panted out heavily. He quickly took a look around him. This wasn't the time for this. Before that thing comes back, they needed to get out of here. However, while they were engaged in the battle against that ridiculously overpowered monster, the swarm of ants had returned to the ant tunnel, and were slowly encroaching upon the queen's chamber now. Sir, I've been told that we'll be the last to withdraw. The hunter receiving the transmission from the operations center relayed the message. Goto Ryuji nodded his head and turned in the direction of the coast. This way. Goto Ryuji didn't get to finish his sentence. Swish, because an ant monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was now standing before his group. That's why. With a single glance, Goto Ryuji figured out the capabilities of the new enemy. That isn't a normal ant at all. Goto-san. His colleagues tried to step forward to help him, but he held them back. I'll handle this. Against an opponent this strong, his colleagues would only prove to be a hindrance. Instead, going at it solo would be simpler for him. Trusting his judgment, the teammates heeded his order and retreated to a distance while leaving everything on his shoulders. Goto Ryuji unsheathed his sword with a circumspect look on his face. An ant, you seem to possess a pretty strong aura. Perhaps the ant monster had also sensed his power, because it wasn't budging an inch from the spot. But that was to be expected. If that creature displayed even a hint of movement, Goto Ryuji was planning to slice it up into hundreds of fine little pieces. It was then the ant monster opened its mouth. "You are the king?" "King?" Goto's eyes opened wider. An ant just spoke a human language. However, it was already a well-known fact that intelligent monsters conversed in their own languages. So, it wouldn't be a stretch of his imagination to think that a monster would succeed in imitating humans' languages. "A king, is it?" "That's right, I'm the king." As soon as the desired answer came out of his mouth, the ant monster fully unleashed its magic energy. Like failing to realize how big an iceberg was from seeing only its tip, Goto Ryuji misjudged the true power of the enemy from the small portion of its magic energy that leaked out. His eyes imperceptibly trembled. What is this? The bone-chilling cold air woke goosebumps up on his skin, and all the hair on the back of his neck stood right up. He had experienced a sensation like this only once before. Sung Jinwoo. Slice. Almost at the same time as the ant monster made its move, Goto Ryuji's head fell to the ground. The Korean team was currently surrounded by the swarm of ants. Ma Dong-wook fought, Mt. Jayu fought, Choi Jong-in also fought, and even the cameraman had to kill the ants. However, there was seemingly no end to the waves upon waves of ants. All sounds had stopped and all Baek Yun-ho could hear was his own heavy breathing. Is this the end? He quickly wiped the blood trickling down below his eyebrow with the back of his hand. With their lone healer-type hunter gone, they had no avenue to deal with these many monsters now. This resistance was a futile one, indeed. Even then, he couldn't bring himself to give up, because 2 of his most precious friends had lost their lives in this DMN place. He definitely didn't want to dig his grave where they were buried, too. He bit his lower lip, but then was jolted out of his senses with a sudden presence appearing behind his back. He spun around rapidly and threw a punch, but stopped before he reached his target. Because the one standing behind him wasn't an ant. Who is this? It was, in fact, a soldier decked out in black full-body armor. This was his first time seeing one. But then again, he heard plenty of times before about this thing from Park Hye-jin, who had been involved with the Red Gate incident. Isn't this? Baek Yun-ho cried out in surprise. Why is this thing here? It was then, from the soldier, a familiar voice came out. Exchange. Just what kind of a calamity was this? The TV station's situation room used to be enveloped in the celebratory mood, but now, everything felt somber and dreary like a funeral. The live broadcast showing up on the viewers' TVs suddenly got cut off with the entrance of a strange, winged ant monster. Understandably, they began flooding the station with phone calls of angry complaints and urgent inquiries. One of the employees walked over to the station's director and cautiously made his report. "Sir, our communication network is about to collapse from all the calls made by the irate viewers." The station's director raised his head. "So what? Are you suggesting that we should broadcast live the scenes of our hunters getting ripped to shreds by a single ant monster?" The broadcast got cut off just as the hunters were getting one-sidedly beaten up by that mysterious ant monster. It was understandable that the curiosity of the viewers would skyrocket. However, that didn't mean they could broadcast the scenes of Hunter Ma Dong-wook getting tortured, nor the moment that Hunter Min Byung-gu got devoured. The director buried his face in his hands and let out a helpless moan. It's over. It's all over. The once-in-a-lifetime gamble where the fate of his station rode on was now going down the drain because of one DMN ant monster. Director. What now? Someone just appeared in the location out of nowhere. The director didn't bother to raise his head up and grimly replied, "Unless it's Jesus himself, don't report to me every little thing that happens over there." Got that? However, realizing that talking wouldn't get him anywhere, the producer increased the previously lowered volume up way higher. The situation room was immediately filled up with the screams of the ant monsters. The director quickly raised his head up out of sheer shock. The screen of the live feed monitor was reflected in the director's eyes. "Oh, dear Lord, Jesus Holy Christ." The director suddenly began calling out to Jesus, which he didn't even believe in, to begin with, and hurriedly shouted out to the rest of the employees. "What the hell are you all doing here? Why aren't getting ready to start broadcasting this?" "But, sir, if we start broadcasting again, we'll be showing the live feed instead. There won't be any delay in the transmission, and everything will be shown in real time, sir. It's all or nothing." "Pardon me, we've already stopped broadcasting midway. Anyway, things won't get any worse than it already has." "Well, I guess so." The hunter's sudden appearance was caught on the camera. No one could tell whether he was a Korean or a Japanese. Heck, it was unknown if he was a hunter at all. But with his appearance, the director's gamble that seemed to be over for good suddenly gained one last shot at the glory. The director issued a new order with a determined expression firmly etched on his face. Switch it on, now. 1 year before the Korea-Japan United Raid team came knocking on the island, the Ant Queen began thinking, "We must leave this island." Other lifeforms that should have served as their food source had all disappeared from the island, and the incidents of its children devouring each other occurred frequently now. There was no source of food on this island to sustain the citizens of the queendom now that its population had swelled up to several thousand strong. This cannot continue. Abandon the existing nation and seek out a fertile land overflowing with other lifeforms to establish a new one. If the domination of the island was the queen's first task, then this problem would be its second one. However, the queen remembered. It remembered all the powerful invaders that stepped on the island several times before. The queen's forces managed to repel them, but the nation had to suffer great losses as well. Far too many of the queen's children had to be sacrificed. Would its children be able to defeat those beings if they went to another land? Needs stronger soldiers. It needed a single most powerful soldier to lead the citizens of the nation. And so, the queen decided upon the direction of their evolution. Half a year later, by gathering the magic power it already possessed, as well as all the nutrients it had amply absorbed before, the queen gave birth to a brand new life. It was the greatest combat weapon imaginable, born solely for the sake of dealing with the strong humans. The queen's determination to create the most powerful soldier there was, combined with the original order of killing all humans it heard in its head, created a horrifying monster that simply exceeded all common sense. The monster was born with the skill, gluttony. By consuming its opponents, this new monster could turn their magic energy as well as a portion of their knowledge into its own. I want to become stronger. The monster realized what its powers were early on and began devouring its own kin. But the queen left it alone. What this monster wanted was the same as the queen's desire, after all. The queen was greatly happy as he grew stronger and stronger day by day. It was happy because he had already exceeded the power of his mother now, and without encountering a single hitch, the army he would lead was getting closer to completion as well. That was why. Just a little more time. In the midst of that, the human invaders entered this land once more. Their numbers were lower this time, but they were far stronger than before. However, the queen laughed at them, in preparation of the ants waging war against humanity in another land. This should serve as a great opportunity to test out the powers of him. The queen, as usual, sent out all of the soldiers guarding its castle along with him. Just as the queen desired so, he went out and completed the first mission he was given. But when he returned, the queen was already dead. He was enraged, and thankfully, there were enough strong humans left on this island that would serve as the outlet for his rage. First of all, the king of the humans was killed, and then it systematically annihilated all the subordinates next to the dead king. One of the subordinates cried out before he got killed off. He asked just what the hell he was. After devouring humans through the skill gluttony, he now possessed the ability to reason. He then began thinking to itself, "What am I?" Up until that point, he was a soldier of the queen. But now, with the queen's death at the hands of the humans, what should he call itself now? A sole existence that must lead the remaining soldiers of the queendom. He only knew one word to denote such an existence. King. He had killed off the enemy king already, so he had definitely satisfied the requirement to become one now. The Ant King bit onto the head of the remaining human. But then, suddenly, the Ant King's head swiveled in the direction of the ant castle. There was an enormous aura rushing out like a fierce storm from where the queen used to live. That level of power couldn't have come from a common foot soldier. A king, immediately sensing that an enemy that could threaten itself had appeared. The Ant King slowly rose up towards the ant castle. If there was one thing he was a bit regretful about, then that would be Dad, his father, who looked after the cameraman all alone after they lost his mother to cancer. Thinking that he'd not get to see his father again, he felt a deep pain in his heart. His shoulder was bitten, yet he couldn't feel a thing. His arm had stopped moving a long time ago. He was originally a tanker, so he was able to endure somehow, but this really was his limit. Flop, he knelt down on the ground. Even then, his head was filled with the thoughts of his father. Why did my last conversation with Dad have to be me asking him if he had his breakfast? If he knew this would happen, he might have talked for a lot longer. On that day, when Dad came for a visit to Seoul, I should have cleared up all of my schedule. However, time was a ruthless, unrelenting beastard and regret always arrived one step too late. The cameraman raised his head. The horrifying fangs of the ant monster were nearing his head. He no longer had any magic energy left to activate the fortification skill, so he wouldn't be able to defend against the monster's attacks now. Accompanying the noise of the outer shell being crushed, the bodily fluid of an ant got splashed on the cameraman's face. A blade emitting a cold, silvery gleam had cleanly stabbed through the ant's head. The cameraman raised his head and followed the blade, only to find another ant with a long red-colored plumage stuck to the top of its head standing there. Why is an ant attacking another ant? No, that thing wasn't an ant. The cameraman was mistaken because both were of the same black color. What he saw was an unknown soldier decked out in black armor from head to toe pulling his sword out from the head of the dead ant. Jinwoo calmly scanned his surroundings. Last time he got to meet the members of the Korean raid team in the association's gymnasium. He had inserted one of the shadow soldiers in Baek Yun-ho's shadow, just in case. What a relief it was that he did that. It seemed that what he'd been watching wasn't a live broadcast, as the situation here was far worse than the stuff shown on the TV screen before it got cut off. He managed to save the weakest of the lot, the cameraman, first, but the other rank S hunters were still surrounded by countless ant monsters. What should I do now? The quickest way to deal with this situation would be to summon Fangs out and sweep these pesky ants away in one go with his trademark Pillar of Flames. But if Jinwoo did that, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the rank S hunters. So, he needed another solution here. Jinwoo quickly made his decision and turned his head towards Iron. Iron tapped his chest in a manly manner as if to say, "Leave it to me." He then strode forward, his large frame shaking to and fro, before opening his shoulders wide to roar out at the top of his lungs. The effect of that was rather amazing. The ants attacking the hunters all snapped their heads towards Iron's direction simultaneously, and soon they all rushed over. Nice work. Jinwoo lightly tapped Iron on his back and summoned the 2 short swords he got as rewards after killing the Demon King. The Demon King's short sword. The pair of short swords with a blue tinge to their blades gleamed threateningly under the light magic's glare. When hundreds of ant monsters screeched out and pounced at the same time, his entire view was dyed jet black in an instant. Jinwoo began gripping the hilts of the short swords even harder, and then he vanished from view. Soon, ants collided with the soldiers in a bloody battle to the finish. In the meantime, Baek Yun-ho, whose status was still better than everyone else, managed to move the injured hunters to a safe corner. Thankfully, they were all still alive. The cameraman joined soon afterwards and helped Baek Yun-ho out. Because Jinwoo, or more specifically, Jinwoo's summoned creature, attracted the aggro of all the ants present here, he was able to safely finish this task. Ma Dong-wook was leaning against the wall, his breathing rough and irregular. He then grabbed the arm of Baek Yun-ho, who brought him here, and asked, "What's going on? Who's fighting?" Ma Dong-wook's eyes were unfocused. His eyes were injured and he couldn't see properly. Baek Yun-ho placed his hand on Ma Dong-wook's hand. "Instructor Ma, it's fine now. Everything will be fine." He then shifted his gaze over to Jinwoo. Other people may not have known it yet, but Baek Yun-ho had a rough idea already on how powerful Sung Jinwoo was in reality. Baek Yun-ho might have been greatly flustered when the black soldier suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by the youth. But he still ended up shouting out loud even before he consciously realized it. He said, "Please, help us." And then, after seeing the youth move towards the ants along with his summoned black soldiers, the sense of relief washed over Baek Yun-ho, so much so that he nearly plopped down to the ground. Sure enough, Sung Jinwoo proceeded to massacre and annihilate the ants that gave him and his teammates so much trouble at a frightening pace, as if those creatures were nothing but broken toys to be played around with. "It'll be fine now." He wasn't saying that to Ma Dong-wook. No, he was telling that to himself. The hope of survival was rekindled in his heart. The aid from one Sung Jinwoo was far more reliable and trustworthy than the 20+ rank S Japanese hunters combined. "Looks like there's no need for me to step up here." Baek Yun-ho formed a smile and sat down next to Ma Dong-wook. All he could do now was to sit down quietly like this and watch Hunter Sung Jinwoo do his thing. "Should I increase my speed a bit more?" Glance. Jinwoo sneaked a glance at the floor, and he immediately issued an order to the puffs of black smoke rising up from the corpses of the countless ants. "Rise up." The cameraman felt a creeping chill crawl all over his skin. Wow, what's the meaning of this? What was about to happen here? He was deep inside a cave where breezes shouldn't exist, yet this eerily chilly air inexplicably brushed past his back. Thick, heavy screams resounded out within the queen's chamber and countless black hands began shooting out from the ground. The hands grabbed the ground and began pulling themselves out. Ant monsters. At a casual glance, they looked like ant monsters, but then again, endless streams of black smokes were rising from their bodies. It was hard to tell whether these monsters were physical beings or made out of gases. Wouldn't one potentially get that sort of appearance if one carved out the statue of an ant monster using a block of black-colored dry ice? Several hundreds of such things rose up from the ground. Now, the number of his shadow soldiers easily overwhelmed the surviving ant monsters. With things like this, looks like I won't have to personally step out now. Jinwoo stored the Demon King's short swords back to his inventory, and then issued the very first order to his new soldiers. Don't leave any one of them alive. Inside the office of the Hunter Association's president, Go-Gun Huey hurriedly lifted his hand off the crushed armrest. His private doctor sitting next to him turned to look at him. Association president, it seems that I got overexcited just now. He unconsciously gripped too tight, and this happened. However, how could he not get excited by the scenes he was seeing right now? Indeed, watching Jinwoo's performance playing out on the giant screen made his emotions well up without him even realizing it. If only his body permitted it, he'd have gone there to fight alongside, too. Getting overexcited is not good for your body, sir. Go-Gun Huey nodded his head. There was only one reason why he, as the association president, wasn't present in the Mission Control Center. Didn't matter whether this subjugation operation ended as a success or a failure. There was a potential risk that he'd strain his heart simply by being there. Even watching the broadcast like this carried enough risk, so the personal doctor had to set up a camp next to Go-Gun Huey. Jin-Ah was studying in her bedroom, but she heard those loud noises and hurriedly came out to the living room. Mom, I'm sorry. That was too loud, wasn't it? Jin-Ah shook her head. Mom had already lowered the volume of the TV until not much could be heard so she'd not interrupt her daughter's studies. Jin-Ah didn't feel like unduly burdening her any more than that. Besides all that, what's going on? Is the TV broken? Not sure. It just stopped working all of a sudden. Where's Appa? He's right, H. Mom turned around to look, only to gasp out in surprise. Oh my, where did he go? But he was here only about a second ago. Jin-Ah tilted her head and opened Jinwoo's bedroom door. Appa, it wasn't even in the bathroom, either. Jin-Ah proceeded to scour the entirety of the apartment before turning around towards her mom. What were you watching together just now? The Jeju Island raid. Suddenly, Jin-Ah was overcome with a certain ominous foreboding. Now that she thought about it, the entire apartment building was bustling with loud noises ever since a little while ago. No way. Jin-Ah hurriedly ran back inside her room and switched on her phone. When she did, just as the vigorous, loud cheers exploded out from the floors above and below hers, Jin-Ah's eyes opened wider as she finally confirmed the scene playing out within her phone's screen. Appa, after utterly massacring every single ant monster found inside the Queen's chamber, Jinwoo stored his soldiers back inside his shadow. Even now, ants that had been spread out to the rest of the island were scurrying back to the ant tunnel. He judged that his priority should be placed on guiding the hunters out of here to somewhere safe before more ants showed up. We have the injured here to worry about, too. Jinwoo strode towards the hunters. Beside Baek-Yun-ho and the cameraman, the rest weren't in a good shape. Cha-Hien was still unconscious, and the three others had suffered some serious wounds, as well. Jinwoo asked while looking around. What about Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim? Baek-Yun-ho shook his head with a hardened expression. Not saying anything else, Jinwoo brought out the potions and began treating the hunters one by one. Since the potions would become useless once they leave his hands, he had to personally feed each of the hunters. After drinking the potions, hunters began regaining their consciousness. What's this? Im Tae-jae quickly raised his upper torso up, touched all over his body, and spat out a gasp of amazement. What the? Both Choi Jong-in and Ma Dong-wook recovered from the numerous injuries on their bodies in no time. Choi Jong-in had no clue on what had transpired here, so as soon as he laid his eyes on Jinwoo, he was taken aback rather greatly. Mr. Seong Jinwoo, what are you doing here? Let's talk after getting out of this place first. Oh, Choi Jong-in took a look around and nodded his head. Finally, Cha-Hien, standing before her, a frown formed on Jinwoo's face. Something's not right. Her aura's far too weak. While feeling a sense of foreboding, Jinwoo raised her head and cautiously poured the potion down her mouth. Sure enough, a message quickly popped up in his view. Jinwoo's expression crumpled. When he slowly pulled out his hand supporting her head, it was soaked in her blood. That ant beastard. That creature inflicted a fatal blow to the strongest person among the Korean hunters, Cha-Hien, with nothing but a single blow. The sole reason why these hunters were still alive wasn't that they were strong. On the contrary, that beastard simply toyed with them for a little while, that was all. Jinwoo's expression hardened. In any case, I gotta. Cha-Hien's injuries took priority. If her wounds couldn't be healed by the potions, then she needed to get out of this island as soon as possible and get a healer-type hunter to heal her, a SAP. Let's hurry. As they were preparing to leave the Ant Queen's chamber, Jinwoo walking in front of the pack suddenly spat out a long sigh. Baek-Yun-ho could guess the reason why. Ah, so that's the one. Jinwoo instantly recognized the Ant King. And likewise, the Ant King recognized Jinwoo as well. Taking its time, the Ant King slowly walked over to him. A human, you seem to possess a pretty strong aura. It even imitated Goto Ryuji's speech pattern. Hunters immediately recalled the nightmare of a few moments ago, and flinched grandly as soon as spotting that ant monster. On the other hand, Jinwoo showed no outward ripples and simply stared at the creature without saying a word. Eventually, the Ant King stood before Jinwoo. Are you the king of humans? Huh? An insect that knows how to speak. Well, I'll be. When Jinwoo replied with a less than impressed expression on his face, the Ant King's own expression crumpled unsightly. The power the queen bestowed it with, and the power it gathered through the gluttony skill. The moment the Ant King unleashed all of its magic energy, its body suddenly ballooned up greatly in size. Its height, which used to be around the same as Jinwoo's, grew by at least 1.5 times taller. The Ant King then screeched out loudly right in front of Jinwoo's nose. Jinwoo didn't even blink once, and instead, a smirk formed on his lips. Yup, now you're acting properly like an insect. And then, he himself unleashed his own magical energy. All communications with Goto and his team have been cut off. The association president Matsumoto Shige's complexion became ashen. Would you like to hear the last communication, sir? An ant. You seem to possess a pretty strong aura. You are the king. That's right, I'm the king. Goto-san. Beep. That's where the communication ends, sir. An ant monster using a human language. And Goto Ryuji was killed by that thing. Such an eventuality was not within his calculations. He and his compatriots had definitely planned everything out and made preparations for every eventuality, so why? Where is the monster that? No, where is the talking monster right now? He couldn't bring himself to say the words the monster that killed Goto Ryuji. It's disappeared, sir. What do you mean, disappeared? It was a creature capable of killing Goto Ryuji. So, how could the satellite equipped with the magic energy detection camera keeping a close eye on Jeju Island not pick up on such a powerful monster? The employee seemed to have figured out what his boss was about to say, and he pointed at the monitor once more. We found it. The beast art has reappeared again. Matsumoto Shige's eyes shot open wider. Where is the creature? It's inside the Ant Queen's chamber, sir. Only the ants returning to the ant tunnel, as well as the Korean hunters facing off against them, remained in that place. They must be fighting with everything they had, but unfortunately, their opponent this time easily exceeded everyone's imaginations. In the end, even the Koreans will be finished for good. That's what he believed. But then, Matsumoto Shige's brows shot up instantly. There was another spot of light that suddenly appeared right next to that horrifying monster. That spot of light was as big and bright as the monsters. No, maybe it was even bigger than that. The Korean team's broadcasts. Bring that up to the main monitor. When he shouted out, the super large screen in the middle of the Japanese Mission Control Center was immediately filled with the image of a certain young man having a stare down with an ant monster. That man is the source of that massive light spot. And then, the giant ant monster standing in front of that man. That thing was at least over 1.5 times larger than regular ant monsters. They were only looking at the thing through the monitor, yet the sheer pressure emanating from that thing managed to quicken their heartbeats. The ant monster made its move. The Ant King's fist powerfully slammed into Jinwoo's face. Slam. Jinwoo's back nearly bent backwards, but he stomped down and withstood the hit. The Ant King had struck with all of its might behind that punch, so it couldn't help but get taken by surprise. You can withstand my power. The Ant King struck out with a simple plan to kill this puny human in one hit. But instead of sending him flying away, the whole thing simply ended with his head turning slightly away. Too bad, there was no time to remain surprised, because Jinwoo's own fist flew in afterwards. Swish. The Ant King was smacked right in the middle of its face, and it flew away to crash into the wall on the far side of the cavern. Kaboom. As if a meteor had collided there, the wall caved in deeply. Although it was only for a short while, the impact force was powerful enough to shake the entire ant tunnel. What kind of an ant talks this much? When the live broadcast got suddenly cut off, and the static screen showing the message of about the station encountering technical difficulty appeared on their TV screens, countless viewers were left devastated and stunned by what they saw. The hunters. What's happening to the hunters? What was up with that ant just now? What the hell? How can you cut the broadcast off right there? The scenes of an ant monster suddenly appearing without warning, and then it proceeding to systematically dismantle the hunters one by one. The viewers celebrating after the death of the Ant Queen felt like a bucket of cold water was poured down on them by that horrifying scene. Not too long afterwards, the static screen with the technical difficulty message went away and the MC appeared there instead. Everyone, this news just came in. With a sorrowful voice, he relayed the death of Hunter Min Byung-gu, and he also added that the safety of the hunters remaining in the ant tunnel couldn't be guaranteed, either. God damn it. They got the Ant Queen, so why are they dying now? What about Japan? Isn't it supposed to be a united team or something? Weirdly enough, the audience rating actually rose up higher than ever before, even though the raid broadcast had been cut off for a while now. The MC's expression brightened considerably after receiving an urgent message. I just heard the news that an unknown hunter has appeared on the scene right at this moment. We will immediately recommence with the broadcast right away. Those words were more than enough to inject much-needed vitality into the fatigued eyes of the viewers staying put in front of their TV screens. Soon, the live feed was restored, and what the heck? The viewers were greeted by the black soldiers filling up their TV screens, and they all shot up from their seats. They then saw those black soldiers fighting tooth and nail against the waves upon waves of ants flooding into the Ant Queen's chamber. The camera moved around to take in the unfolding events, before locking onto a single young man. He was too far away and it was hard to see what he looked like. The armored soldiers are apparently the creatures summoned by that hunter on your screen. Also, I just heard that most of the hunters are alive and safe as well. The viewers watching on with nervous tension all cried out in elation from that news. Gulp. The cameraman suppressed his agitation and swallowed his dry saliva. The reactions of other hunters weren't all that different either. While everyone was staring at Jinwoo with excited eyes, only Choi Jong-un began looking around in his vicinity, and he could see mountains of ant corpses. He initially thought that those were the result of the hunters working together while he was out cold. But now, having witnessed Jinwoo's power, his thoughts had changed. Could it be? Mr. Seong Jinwoo alone was responsible for. After taking a rough count of the dead ants, Choi Jong-un's eyes began trembling non-stop. A beastly screech exploding out without warning caused his head to snap back. The Ant King extricated itself out of the wall and displayed its rage. The air within the Ant Queen's chamber was quivering noticeably. Jinwoo stared at the Ant King with a genuine surprise. The damage he dealt was far less than he thought. Is it because of the exoskeleton? The black, tough shell covering the entirety of that beastard, whatever that thing was, it had already exceeded being a normal organic matter. In that case, he'd use brute force to shatter that shell. The thing that could break one's armor wasn't a sword or a spear. No, it was a hammer. Jinwoo's shoulder and arm muscles expanded, thick veins bulging visibly on his skin. The air grew thicker and heavier as it descended all around him. Slam! The hunters watching from the sideline were all stupefied into silence. The shockwave from the collision of magic energy whenever Jinwoo and the Ant King exchanged blows rocked the ant tunnel itself. It was so severe that these top-ranked hunters, renowned for their mastery over wielding their magic energy, felt their innards tumble. Are you all right? I'm fine. The cameraman was only a rank A, but he still tried his best to suppress the contents of his stomach from rising up. He was even experiencing vertigo, too. Even then, even as his complexion paled greatly, he could still maintain his smile, all because slam, slam, slam. How can a lone hunter do that against such a monster? Because he saw a ray of hope. Hunter Seong Jinwoo might be getting wounded from that exchange, but the outer shell of the Ant King was definitely being broken as well. The Ant King quickly sensed the changes taking place on the body that it felt so proud of. Its outer skin, most likely tougher and hardier than any known metal on this planet, began developing cracks all over the place. On the other hand, the enemy was easily withstanding the Ant King's attacks. It can't be. An impossible hypothesis quickly entered the Ant King's head. I'm losing out on physical strength. Not only that, to a human less than half its size. But, right at that moment, it realized that the fresh wound on its waist from that powerful hit felt wrong. Even the sound coming from there was not too good to hear. The exoskeleton lacked pain receptors, so the Ant King had to divert its attention for the briefest of moments to confirm the status of its shell down there. The result was rather shocking to behold. It's cracked open. The small crack that was no more than just a nick had spread out to everywhere, and was growing larger and larger. It was the same thing as a warning sign, telling the creature that there wasn't a lot of time left. The Ant King quickly turned its head around. However, even if it was only for a brief moment, Jinwoo wasn't some amateur who'd missed this golden opportunity. Kaboom! The king's face spun to its side. The Ant King staggered unsteadily for a second or two from the ridiculous impact force that ignored the Ant King's forged steel-like shell on its face. It managed to regain its balance before it took a step back, but by then, the follow-up punch was already closing in from below. The power this human possessed, it was indeed great. However, unlike this human, who only had his physical strength to fall back on, the Ant King possessed a variety of other powerful means at its disposal, such as, the Ant King's head snapped back down, and at the same time, it fired a poison needle out of its mouth. A tip coated in deadly poison attached to the tongue like tentacle shot out like a bullet. It was an unavoidable attack aimed at the enemy's face in this point-blank range. Swish. The human deftly tilted his head out of the way to dodge the needle, but a smile still crept up on the face of the Ant King as the result of its attack became clear. The needle still managed to scratch the human's cheek and left a small wound there. It's done. That alone was more than enough. Once, the Ant King devoured a sea snail and somewhat coincidentally, absorbed a skill called paralysis poison. One of the most fatal poisons secreted by the known lifeforms in this world had been transformed into an even more deadly substance within the Ant King's body after it became a concentrated mix that contained the magical energy of the host creature. It was indeed the worst poison imaginable, evolved forcibly by the skill, gluttony. You've really given me so much trouble, you human bastard. Even the slightest scratch would result in complete paralysis in one's nervous system within seconds. The victims would lose all sensations in their bodies and lose control of themselves. The only thing remaining would be to systematically destroy the resistance-less enemy. As if the poison was doing its thing, the human formed a flustered expression. This is the power of the true king. The Ant King smiled widely and smacked the human's face. However, the human raised his left hand and blocked it. The question of how he was still able to move lasted only for a second. The human's right fist flew in from the other side and struck the Ant King so hard that the monster was shoved down to the ground rather unceremoniously. For the first time ever, a pained yelp shot out from the king's mouth. Jinwoo confirmed the system message popping up in his view as that familiar mechanical beep rang out. I was wondering why it was celebrating all alone. But is this why? Maybe that was the case because, for some reason, he could sense that the Ant King showed much more panic when he moved without a problem just now. What a mystifying thing this was. He wasn't talking about the all-powerful buff getting rid of the poison. No, but the fact that he could actually sense the insect-like monster's emotions. Before he had realized it, he could sense what other monsters were feeling about. Wait, was it from around the time I fought those high orcs? Back then, he thought that he was able to decipher what those creatures were feeling by looking at their facial expressions and their gestures. However, that ant monster wasn't even what you'd classify as a humanoid creature. Indeed, that thing had no other facial expressions other than crumpling it in anger. Is this because of my perception? Just as his stat values had all increased by so much lately, his perception stat also had increased by a lot, too. It was possible that some other unknown, hidden abilities to his stats were unlocked when they went past a certain threshold. However, now isn't the time to think about that, is it? Indeed, his priority lay with killing this thing and getting out of this place. Jinwoo sprinted towards the Ant King trying to push itself off from the ground. Just a little bit more now, he thought like so and closed the distance in the blink of an eye, before jumping up slightly in the air. And then, he kicked down. Qua-boom. However, the Ant King had already vanished from the spot. Only the poor ground caved in from the impact. Where did it go? It disappeared. While the other hunters hurriedly searched for the Ant King, Jinwoo calmly looked above him. The monster was flying in the air using its wings. Well, I guess this is convenient. Jinwoo smirked to himself. What with him being able to sense the monster's fluctuating emotions, searching for its presence had become a step easier now. The emotion of confusion felt had changed to fear, before it changed once more to happiness. The Ant King had changed its strategy now. If that human's speciality is his strength, then there's no need to face him head-on. The Ant King's true weapon was its speed. Even that foolish human who lied and said he was the king of humans couldn't even react to the Ant King's movements and lost his neck. From the onset, the reason why the creature wanted to use physical strength to suppress the human was a type of desire to show off its kingly powers. But, right now, the Ant King had decided to throw away that selfish reasoning and focus all of its being in this battle from now on. The enlarged body reverted back to its original size, while the claws in its hands grew even longer and sharper, like well-honed blades. Its claws. Jinwoo studied the changes taking place in the Ant King and realized that the creature would change how it attacked from here onwards. 2 short swords he summoned from the inventory landed in Jinwoo's hands. The airborne Ant King shot down towards Jinwoo. Its speed was incomparable to only a minute ago. Jinwoo focused his senses. Time slowed down, and every single movement the monster made entered his vision. In all honesty, Jinwoo felt most confident when it came down to the contest of speed. He easily deflected the Ant King's claw slashing down from above with his short sword. The follow-up attacks from the Ant King landing on the ground, as well as from Jinwoo spinning around, clashed violently. As they exchanged defense and defense countless times, the Ant King was now completely beset with unbridled shock. How can this be? The enemy was actually matching its speed. No, it wasn't only that. As the seconds ticked by, his movement speed was actually picking up as if his muscles had finally loosened up sufficiently enough. How can such a... The Ant King had been pushed back during the contest of raw strength, and now it was also being gradually pushed back in the contest of speed, too. Compared to the Demon King Baron, this monster's strength, speed, and abilities fell some ways behind. No, maybe it was on the same level as the dead Demon King, or even exceeded it in some regards. Unfortunately, the current Jinwoo wasn't the same as the Jinwoo of back then. Indeed, he had stepped up into a far higher realm with the rewards he had received after completing the Demon's Castle dungeon. Here's the fruit of all my labors. Jinwoo got to fully experience just how much his stats had grown through this particular opponent, along with the satisfaction derived from knowing that his stats had been greatly enhanced now. Even more stirring emotions welled up from deep inside his chest. When the Ant King took another step back, Jinwoo took 2 steps forward. And then, vital spot targeting. Jinwoo's skill stabbed straight into the Ant King's torso. The vital points targeting was a skill that inflicted additional damage if he had managed to stab the enemy's weak spots. With the monster's exoskeleton broken in several places, it was not an exaggeration to say that the creature's entire body was now the so-called weak spot. Violent Slash. Having unlocked a new skill, Jinwoo promptly used it. It was then, his short swords immediately sought out all of the Ant King's openings and, literally in the blink of an eye, slashed out dozens of times. The Ant King screamed out. As the creature writhed around in pain, Jinwoo swung his short sword once more and sliced off its arm. The monster's long, black-colored arm fell to the ground with a dull thud. By now, the Ant King lost all semblance of pride or desire for revenge, and hurriedly fled to the air. Its instinctive desire to survive overruled everything. Unfortunately for it, Jinwoo didn't allow for one moment of respite. I need to come up with something to overwhelm the enemy. Physical strength, speed, and even its hidden trump card, poison, all failed to work. It couldn't come up with anything. Did it not possess anything that was better than what that human possessed? Just before the despair set in, the Ant King finally arrived at the right answer. It recalled the one thing that it held an advantage in over the enemy, and that would be the head count. There was only one enemy, but the Ant King possessed thousands of soldiers. Indeed, didn't it have brave warriors waiting for its orders by the entrance of the chamber right this moment? The Ant King staggered back to its feet before pointing at Jinwoo with its one remaining arm. As if they were waiting for that rage-filled screech, the waves upon waves of ants began flooding into the chamber. Take this, human. The king continued to screech out. It was to restore its crushed pride, and also to rouse the fighting spirit of its countless soldiers, as well. And so, as it confidently glared at the impudent human, from that side, a black wave was rushing out now. Go. Jinwoo issued an order to his shadow soldiers. The sovereign's territory he had activated prior to the battle was still active. The shadow soldiers, enhanced a step further by this skill, marched towards the ants at a frightening speed. The loud footsteps reverberated throughout the ant tunnel. And then, you come out, too. Finally, Jinwoo summoned Fangs out, as well. As if it was feeling sheepish for being summoned all alone, Fangs looked around himself and scratched the back of his head. Jinwoo handed over the bead of avarice and warned him in no uncertain terms. Aim only at the ants. Only at them. If even a single lick of flames land on the humans sitting over there, I will never summon you out ever again. Fangs enthusiastically nodded his head as if he was confident of doing exactly that. Soon, Fangs grew super large with the song of the giant and spewed out that enormous pillar of flames. Although he had seen that plenty enough times by now, Jinwoo couldn't help but feel impressed by the sight regardless. It's kinda like his flame pillar is getting bigger every day, isn't it? Was it because his level was also rising up? Only Jinwoo could come up with such a reaction since he had seen this spectacle before. But well, other people were thinking of entirely different things. The hunters hiding in the far corner holding their breaths while witnessing the battle between Jinwoo and the Ant King could only gasp out in pure astonishment at the emergence of this new monster. A rather severe reaction also came out from their midst, too. That is his summon creature. What? That's a summon. Jayu pointed at Fangs and raised his voice. As for the other hunters, no one could respond to him as their jaws were still resting on the ground at that moment. However, everyone was thinking of roughly the same thing. How could that thing be classified as a mere summon? From the way it looked, or the powers it possessed, That thing no longer looked like a simple summoned creature, but a demon king that had descended to this earth. Whatever the case may have been, that totally nonsensical pillar of flames roasted the swarm of ants like there was no tomorrow. The Ant King began shuddering once more. These are that human soldiers. Less than 1 minute later, hundreds of the Ant King's soldiers were evaporated into ash and dust. It wasn't some metaphor, either. The ant monsters coming into contact with that strange pillar of flames really did evaporate where they stood. For the first time ever, the Ant King felt true terror towards another being for the first time in its life. It also sensed an unscalable wall. The Ant King finally learned that there was an enemy that couldn't be overcome, regardless of what power it tried to use. This was a complete defeat in every sense of the word. But how could such a thing be? It was born to fight against the strong humans, so why? That was its sole calling. It hurried with its growth for that purpose. It even absorbed humans' powers in order to facilitate that goal. But to think, it still couldn't win against this one human. The Ant King began shivering and turned around to run. It just had to run away far, far away from this human. At least in this very moment, the thoughts of its glorious kingdom and its soldiers had completely disappeared from the Ant King's head. Using the healing skill taken from one of the dead humans, the Ant King quickly regenerated its lost wing and took to the air again, even if it's only a little bit further away. But it happened then. Out of the blue, a powerful force pushed it down and planted the Ant King flat on the ground. It spat out a mouthful of bodily fluid. Having utilized the skill ruler's reach like a fly swatter, Jinwoo quickly walked over to where the downed Ant King was. I can't let this guy escape, obviously. It was a strong monster. He wanted to turn it into his shadow soldier no matter what. But in order to do that, killing it comes first. After discovering Jinwoo approaching it, the look of sheer terror filled up on the face of the Ant King, so much so that the creature looked almost pitiful to the onlookers. In the end, the Ant King began crawling on the ground to get away from him. That arrogant, dignified appearance it displayed back when it proceeded to toy around with the Korean hunters, it was now long, long gone. Now you look like a proper insect. Jinwoo closed in quickly, took aim at the back of the Ant King, and activated his skill, Vital Points Targeting, No Violent Slash. That brought up the message window. Jinwoo clenched his fist, but his celebrations lasted only for a short while. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. He quickly turned around after Baekhyun-ho called out to him, and found the latter's complexion to be extremely poor. Jinwoo quickly ran over to him. Hunter Cha Hyun is. Just as his unfinished sentence implied, Cha Hyun's vitality had declined so much that it was hard to even sense it now. The situation had deteriorated even further than before. Jinwoo's expression quickly hardened. Time had almost run out. Even if he rode on Kaisel, just when would he arrive in his destination, and just how long would he take to find a healer to heal her? I need another way. After some brief pondering, Jinwoo came up with a method to save Cha Hyun. He finished checking her complexion and stood back up. He then turned towards the cameraman. Can you switch off the camera for a minute or two? The cameraman couldn't come to a decision here. Hunter Sung Jinwoo was indeed his savior. He'd gladly heed that man's request, especially when he was also saving the lives of others here, too. However, to ask me to switch the camera off, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every South Korean citizen must be watching this broadcast right now. If you don't, I'll just break it. Hearing Jinwoo's icy tone of voice, the cameraman flinched grandly. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo decided to break the camera, then would the combined efforts of the hunters present here even be enough to stop him? The why no longer mattered as he was left with no choice in the matter anymore. I understand. Hold on. The cameraman removed the head-mounted camera and switched the device off. After confirming the power light of the camera was gone, Jinwoo took Cha Hyun back from Baekhyun-ho. I didn't want to scare the cameraman, but it couldn't be helped if he wanted to save Cha Hyun. Discovering something rather unexpected, the cameraman was the first one to gasp out in surprise. Other hunters also let a stunned gasp to leak out from their mouths, because the cold, headless body of Min Byung-gu was there. It was a gruesome sight to behold, where there was literally nothing above his neck area. The black smokes were rising up from the corpse, meaning it was possible to perform the shadow extraction on it. And, sure enough, the familiar mechanical beep in the system's message informed him in such a friendly way that what he wanted to do was, well, doable. Jinwoo formed a solemn expression and issued an order to the shadow. Rise up. However, the end result was different from what he expected. Confusion and anxiety began entering Jinwoo's expression. Was this because the skill level was too low compared to the target stat values? Or was it because he wasn't really feeling it with this particular shadow extraction? Jinwoo quickly shook off all distracting thoughts, and then spoke up once more, his voice now containing his will. Rise up. The desirable changes took place then. A low, heavy sound that could be described as either a victorious roar or a scream resounded out from the distance somewhere, and an eerie wind suddenly swept past everyone. The eyes of the hunters were shot open in shock as the creeping chill crawled down their spines. Oh my god, that isn't that. From Min Byung-goo's shadow, a black hand rose up. As if it didn't want to go back inside the shadow again, the black hand powerfully grabbed the ground. And then, it began pulling itself out from the darkness. How can this be? Baek Yun-ho felt as if his heart would explode from what he was seeing right now. Other people might not see it, but his eyes clearly captured everything. The moment a shadow was transformed into one of his soldiers, it would immediately form a mental link with Jinwoo. They would know what their sovereign wanted from them. Without needing any further orders, Min Byung-goo's shadow knelt down and began casting healing magic on Cha Hien. As soon as the warm rays of light escaped from the shadow soldier's hands, Cha Hien's pale complexion began recovering gradually. He can summon creatures using the powers of the deceased. Wouldn't he become stronger and stronger as the battle becomes fiercer? What a scary ability this is. I don't even know what to say anymore. To these hunters, having bore witness to Jinwoo's ability today, this revelation left different types of impressions. It was around then that Min Byung-goo's shadow stood back up. The treatment process must have been finished, because there was a hint of crimson color gently glowing on Hunter Cha Hien's face. Jinwoo guessed what kind of person Min Byung-goo must have been when he was still alive, from the gentle eyes of the shadow soldier looking back at him. Jinwoo slowly took his hand away from the shoulder, and then, extraction cancellation, with a slight smile on his lips, he let the shadow return to the abyss. No matter what, he didn't possess the right to lord over this man as one of his soldiers, when Min Byung-goo even sacrificed his life to fight against the monster threats. Indeed, he thought that such an act was not fitting for a fallen hero. After they safely got out from the ant tunnel, they found a helicopter hovering in the air, having arrived in their location just now with an exquisite sense of timing. There they are. Hunters are coming out. Yes, well done. The helicopter carefully descended and landed on the ground after its occupants discovered the exact location of the hunters. The tired hunters entered the vehicle one by one until only 2 people remained. They were Jinwoo and Baek Yun-ho. What are you doing? Sung Jinwoo, Hunter Nim. I still have some unfinished business to take care of on this island. Hearing that, Baek Yun-ho could only smirk softly. There were still plenty of ant monsters that had escaped death roaming around on the Jeju island. If some other people said that they wanted to remain here, then Baek Yun-ho would have questioned their sanity. But the man in front of his eyes was definitely not included in that group. To fight monsters, you needed a monster. Baek Yun-ho thought that he wouldn't get surprised anymore regardless of what Jinwoo was planning to do on this island. And so, the 6 warriors and 1 cameraman who had bravely fought on finally left the island of Jeju. Their fight was over. However, it was merely another beginning for Jinwoo. Jinwoo formed a deep smile and summoned Kaisel out, the eastern United States. The video clip finally finished playing on the phone. The footage of a raid taking place in a small nation to the far east left a pretty hefty mental shock to David Brennan, the director of America's Hunter Bureau. What do you think? The deputy director cautiously asked his boss, and the director was quick with his reply. Never mind what I think. Aren't you here in these early hours because you already know what I'm about to say? Am I right? That was indeed true. It was already an uncommon occurrence for the director of the mighty Hunter Bureau and his deputy to have a meeting at 4 in the morning. But then, their meeting place also happened to be the kitchen of the director's private residence, as well. Exactly 3 cigarettes later, the director quietly opened his mouth. What a waste of talent to be confined in a small country like South Korea. I agree. What do we know about him? The deputy director readily brought out a file containing all the pertinent information related to Sung Jinwoo. The director scanned the files and formed a satisfied smile. Very good. It had been less than an hour since the raid came to an end on the island of Jeju in the country far east. Yet the related data was already in his hands. Not only that, the file contained everything from that hunter's type as well as his close associates and relatives, too. Now, this was the power of the United States, the hunter superpower in the world. The Seong Il Hwan incident. An existence that could either be a human or a monster in disguise exited from a dungeon and claimed that he was a Korean hunter. The data compiled back then still remained in the database of the Hunter Bureau. In the current situation where no other nation even knew what his name was, with the exception of South Korea, of course, the Americans were able to get 2 steps ahead of everyone else. God bless America. Indeed, if this wasn't the heavens helping them out, then what was? Taking away 2 rank S hunters from a single country. That'd be akin to declaring that we are turning our backs on that particular nation. South Korea and America had been allied nations for a very long time. What the director was implying here was that the impact of this matter would mushroom into something rather substantial in the near future. However, the deputy replied with a confident tone of voice. Even still, don't you think he's a talent worth all that trouble? Of course, the director couldn't deny that. So, he answered with a question instead. Can you do it? The deputy answered with the exact same words he used back during the Hwang Dong-su's case. I'll do my best. Jinwoo rode on the back of Kaisel to hunt down and kill every single ant monster his shadow soldiers missed the first time around. I must be pretty close to leveling up now. There weren't that many ants left to be found on the island. Jinwoo really preferred that he'd get to level up by killing the remaining ants in this place. First of all, just a single level up would take him to level 100. For Jinwoo, who loved to see numbers ending in the multiples of 5, 100 was such a fantastic level that he simply had to get there as soon as possible. Since he hadn't booked any gates, once he leaves Jeju Island he wouldn't have any other avenues to earn experience points for a while. He ended up recalling a painful memory while trying to extract Hunter Min Byung-gu's shadow. The leader of the White Phantoms, Baruka. After failing 3 times to extract his shadow, Jinwoo couldn't convert him into his shadow soldier. When he failed in his first attempt earlier in the day, his heart fell to the pit of his stomach, as the thoughts of am I going to have another episode like that filled his head. Well, I did manage somehow to succeed on my second try, but still, wasn't this the case of a burnt child fears fire? There was no guarantee that the same thing as Baruka wouldn't happen later when trying to extract the Ant King's shadow. That guy's stat values were so high that comparing Hunter Min Byung-gu to that monster was a time-wasting gesture. Even if it was by a small margin, Jinwoo wanted to increase his odds of successfully extracting that guy's shadow by raising his level. He was sure that, although there was only 1 level difference, it would definitely help out his cause. Jinwoo's expression brightened greatly as soon as he stepped inside the nursery area. There were countless eggs lining up the floor, pillars, and even the ceiling. Seeing that there were wiggling movements from underneath the semi-transparent shells, these things were definitely monsters, too. Not sure how much experience points I will get here, but then again, with this many monsters here, he was sure of making up for the lacking amount of experience points. Boom. Jinwoo noticed that his boys were breaking out in buckets of sweat and summoned the Demon King's longsword out from the inventory. Should I have a go with this one? Every time he moved this cool-looking blue-colored longsword, arcs of electricity crackled up from the blade itself. He had stored it inside the inventory after defeating the Demon King Baron back in the Demon's Castle. There was a reason why he brought this longsword out instead of his main weapons, the daggers, short swords. Because of the added magic attribute of the longsword. Swish. When Jinwoo energetically swung the sword, lightning crackled boisterously all over the place and caused the blue-colored storm to kick up. Oh, a wide smile formed on Jinwoo's face. Although he couldn't recreate the destructive might or the added stun effect as displayed by the Demon King, it was still more than enough to burn these ant eggs. That's for sure. Isn't it too wasteful to leave inside the inventory? Because he was already far too familiar with the daggers, he would probably never use this sword again in the near future. But still, he felt that this weapon was too good to be left forgotten inside his inventory. And so, just how long did he spend wrestling with these eggs? Eventually, he got to hear the familiar and very welcoming mechanical beep. Finally, Jinwoo cried out in elation. Inwardly, of course. He immediately returned the Demon King's longsword back inside the inventory and headed straight to the Ant Queen's chamber, leaving the mop-up operation to his shadow soldiers. He found the mutated ant monster still lying dead on the same spot. Jinwoo stood next to it. His heart was already pounding hard from his intense desire to turn this mutated ant into his shadow soldier. Jinwoo's gaze shifted lower to the ground. Thicker and greatly more ominous black smoke compared to other monsters were oozing out of the mutated ant's corpse. Was this because the creature was so extraordinarily strong? So strong that Jinwoo didn't even know who to compare it to. While thinking like that, he calmly extended his hands out towards the rising black smoke. Rise up. The surroundings became completely dark. He'd still be able to see around him thanks to his perception stat if there had been a sliver, a trace of light coming in from somewhere. But this all-encompassing darkness didn't even permit that. It must have been a second or two later. The darkness lingered on only for a briefest of brief moments before receding away, to reveal the mutated ant standing right in front of his eyes. Jinwoo flinched grandly and took a step back. If it weren't for the system message saying shadow extraction was a success appearing almost at the same time, he might have lashed out while thinking that the ant had come back to life or some such. Phew, that surprised me. Jinwoo spat out a sigh of relief. Now that he calmly took another look at the creature from a step away, it sure did look a bit different from when it was still alive. From its body, streams of black smoke were continuously rising up. So, this is that ant monster's shadow. He couldn't tell just how much of its original stats had changed, but at least, the ominous aura it gave off seemed to have gone up a few levels. Jinwoo stood before the ant's shadow. He could clearly feel its enormous magic energy reserve. The mutated ant becoming his soldier finally felt real to him now that he could stand right before the creature and sense its magical energy like this. He wanted to remain calm, but the corners of his lips continued to curl upwards. His heart was pounding away madly like a child who got his hands on a toy he so badly wished to own. Soon, the shadow's information popped up in his view. Commander grade. Jinwoo began clenching his fists tightly after confirming its grade. A new one just made its appearance, which could only mean this guy possessed the kind of power that was on another realm compared to his other soldiers. Well, that's obvious when considering its original abilities while it was still alive. Just the name of the new grade alone implied that this soldier was not your average, common soldier. This was the fruit of his labor for having worked so hard to own this shadow. It was then. The shadow knelt down after meeting his gaze with Jinwoo's. Without a doubt, the absolute loyalty that affected all the other shadow soldiers also applied to this guy as well. Nice. Next stop, the Ant Queen. Jinwoo formed a satisfied smile and turned around. But then, oh my king. Jinwoo's steps came to an abrupt halt after he heard that voice coming from behind him. He never thought that he'd got scared that easily, but at least in this moment, he did feel like his heart had taken a nasty tumble down to the pit of his stomach. Please grant me a name. Although it sounded a little inarticulate, the ant's shadow was definitely speaking back to him. The helicopter containing the hunters headed straight back to the city of Seoul. The association president Go Gun-Huey had been anxiously waiting for their arrival, so when the helicopter landed on the landing pad located on the Hunters Association, he quickly went over personally and opened the vehicle's door. How was Cha-hee and Hunter Nim's condition? The gazes of the hunters all shifted towards where Cha-hee was. She still hadn't recovered her consciousness yet, and was lying on top of a blanket laid out on the helicopter's floor. Two Ranka healers, waiting just outside the landing pad, hurriedly sprinted forward as soon as Go Gun-Huey issued his order. But when they began checking out her condition, they exchanged puzzled glances with each other. What's going on? When Go Gun-Huey asked them, they answered almost at the same time. She's not injured anywhere. She's perfectly normal. Just what transpired after the camera was turned off. Go Gun-Huey tilted his head in confusion. They didn't have a healer over there, too. After all, their sole healer, Min Byung-gu, met with a grisly fate, didn't he? As Ma Dong-wook fell into a dilemma, wondering how he should go about explaining this situation, one of the healers hurriedly shouted out, "She's waking up." Everyone's attention was focused on her in an instant. Go Gun-Huey carefully sat down near her head and asked her, "Cha Hunter Nim, can you hear me?" Cha-hee slowly opened her eyes. "Where?" "You're inside the helicopter. Currently, it's landed on the Hunters Association, and we are planning to escort you to the hospital very soon." A hospital? Cha-hee briefly looked around her, before taking a deep breath. The scent of Hunter Sung Jinwoo had permeated throughout her body. She stared at Go Gun-Huey with unfocused eyes. Did Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim show up there? She was supposed to be unconscious all this time, so when she mentioned Sung Jinwoo's name, other hunters were all inwardly taken by surprise. Instead of a verbal answer, Go Gun-Huey slowly nodded his head. A thin smile formed on Cha-hee face. "I knew it. It wasn't a dream." Cha-hee had briefly woken up, but she fell back into a deep slumber again. "How is it that you're able to talk?" "I just can." The ant's shadow kept answering Jinwoo's questions, but regretfully, none of them were much of a help. The ant monster could talk as a shadow because it knew how to talk when it was still alive. Could that be it? No, wait. Jinwoo shook his head. Before he was turned into the now trustworthy Knight Iron, the former hunter Kim Cheol not only knew how to speak, but he was actually a human being in the first place. Even then, having a conversation with Iron was still impossible. It was the same story with Min Byung-gu. He was unable to say a single word before he returned to the void. And then, Fangs also shut his mouth for good after becoming a shadow soldier, even though he used to be such a chatty monster while still alive. So, how come? How come only this guy could talk? There was only one obvious difference between this guy and those who couldn't talk. Grades. Unlike his other soldiers with grades of Elite Knight or simply Knight, this guy came with a new grade called Commander. It was possible that one would be able to talk after reaching a certain grade, as he didn't have any solid proof yet. This was the most plausible explanation he could think of. That means, my boys will all start talking as soon as they level up high enough. It seemed that yet another reason was added to the list of why the levels of soldiers must be raised up higher. Jinwoo thought for a little while, before throwing that one question to the ant's shadow, the one he always wanted to ask his soldiers before. And the one who killed you. Yet, you still wish to serve me. A completely unexpected reply came from the ant's shadow. I didn't die, but, through the power of my liege, I am reborn. The shadow then raised his head, and while meeting Jinwoo's gaze, it continued on. Within me, elation overflows. I shall follow my liege for eternity. Dump. Why did it happen? Was it because he felt the shadow's true feelings? Jinwoo's heart pounded powerfully right at that moment when the ant's shadow swore his eternal loyalty. He placed his hand on his chest to somehow calm his wildly beating heart. It quickly regained its usual calmness. It was then the ant's shadow lowered his head again and pleaded with Jinwoo once more. Oh, my king, please grant me a name. The talk had reverted back to the beginning. This sure came across as a rather different experience to Jinwoo now that he was hearing the plea of the subject directly from itself, rather than from some prompts of the system. A name. From the get-go, he didn't pay all that much attention to the naming of his soldiers, but even then, it's a bit too much to call it ant this and ant that, right? There were already hundreds of similar ants like him now in Jinwoo's army, so it wouldn't do for a knight commander to be saddled with a name like Ant. Now would it? That was why. Jinwoo pondered for a little while, before a smirk formed on his face. Baru. He recalled the name of an author who became famous through the novel called Ants. He readily made up his mind after only thinking about it for a very short time. Your name will now be Baru. After Jinwoo granted him the new name, Baru lowered his already lowered head even further to the ground as if he was truly moved by the gesture. I am grateful, my liege. The information floating above Baru's head had already been amended by then. Commander grade. It's done. Feeling genuinely pleased with his choice of the name, Jinwoo turned towards the queen's corpse. Now, it really was the turn of the queen to get her shadow extracted. Maybe he got a confidence boost from successfully transforming Baru into his shadow soldier, because the queen's shadow extraction turned out to be a rather painless affair. Rise up. Accompanied by the scream that sounded like the death throes, the beast soldier resembling the ant queen emerged out from the shadow. Nice. Jinwoo expressed his delight at the continuous successful extractions, but then began tilting his head after discovering something rather odd. What's this? His connections to the shadow soldiers who were originally ant monsters suddenly grew fainter after the queen's shadow materialized. It almost felt as if a pale gray fog was covering up the threads connecting them. Baru. Even before he finished calling it, Baru had already approached Jinwoo's side. Step. If it weren't for his perception stat that had climbed past the 200 mark, Jinwoo would never have followed that movement properly with his naked eyes alone. Such a creature was one of his loyal soldiers now. Jinwoo felt his confidence soaring up even higher from that realization. You know what's going on here? Jinwoo asked while pointing at the queen's shadow with his chin. Baru knew everything there was to know when it came to the inner workings of the ant army, so it made sense to ask him. He politely made his reply. The ruling of the ant army. It's the queen's innate ability. So, did that mean the authority to control the army of ant shadows would automatically be handed over to the queen? But that is a bit. Even though the queen was subservient to him, he thought that it wasn't okay to entrust the control of all of his ant soldiers, because he'd have to issue orders through the queen every single time. Jinwoo scratched his chin for a bit, before asking Baru again. Okay, what about the reason for the decrease in the queen's magic energy? Most of the queen's magic energy is for propagation. Propagation is impossible without a body, that is why. Jinwoo cut him off there. That's why it only has half of its original magic power. That is correct, my liege. By piecing together what Baru had said, the queen didn't seem to have much of a use for Jinwoo. After a short deliberation later, he decided to cancel the summoning altogether. He didn't have any reason whatsoever to keep around a subordinate who had no use but only continued to drain his limited resources. Now did he? The queen's shadow instantly became smoke and scattered in the air. His shadow was now packed to the brim with soldiers, so the only things remaining here are the magic crystals. Jinwoo took a look around him. Top-grade magic crystals only seen within rank S gates were rolling on the floor like common pebbles. Since there was no one watching here, and he was the one who killed the majority of them, he could have swept them all up if he wanted to do so. However, Jinwoo gave up on that idea. He heard that these crystals would be used to compensate the victims, as well as to rebuild the Jeju Island to its former glory. Jinwoo wasn't exactly hurting for cash, so he wouldn't covet after other people's stuff. Still, I'm sure no one will mind me taking this one. Jinwoo took out the magic crystal from Baru's original body. It was a beautiful pitch-black magic crystal that resembled a gemstone. After pocketing the magic crystal, Jinwoo summoned out Kaizal. Inside a suite of South Korea's top luxury hotel. Although his presence had been buried under the huge news of the Jeju Island raid recently, it was still an undeniable fact that one of the world's most powerful hunters had taken up a temporary residence there. Thomas switched off the monitor still playing the video of the raid. He had already seen that recorded video 3 times by now. Laura, who stood next to him, asked him. She accompanied him to Korea as his sole subordinate. "What do you think, sir?" "Well, it's as you can see." He leaned against the couch and placed his legs on the coffee table. "So, are you sure that's the hunter Mr. H. Wang was investigating?" "Yes." "And he asked you what would happen if he killed someone in Korea?" "Yes." Thomas ordered the potential connection between H. Wang Dong-soo and Sung Jinwoo to be secretly investigated as soon as Laura made her report. And, as it turned out, there was only one connection between the two. That would be H. Wang Dong-soo's older brother, H. Wang Dong-seok. He and Sung Jinwoo entered the same dungeon together, but only the latter walked out alive, while the former went missing. No one would question what happened inside a dungeon. That had become common sense throughout the world now. So, it's revenge, is it? Most likely. And here I thought that he had no family. He hid it pretty well. I heard that Mr. H. Wang's brother was meticulous in hiding the family connection, sir. Probably because he was involved in shady stuff, that's why. I guess it will become far harder to meet Sung Jinwoo now, what with an incident like that taking place. "I believe so," Laura replied confidently. There was only one reason why the master of Scavenger Guild, as well as one of the most renowned hunters in the world, Thomas, gave himself some time off and came to this small nation. And that was to meet Sung Jinwoo. More specifically, he wanted to find out what might happen if Mr. H. Wang did get to have a go with Sung Jinwoo for real. What if, even after we did all this, the two of them end up fighting? What will you do then, sir? "Laura, don't you know me?" Thomas grinned deeply. "Mr. H. Wang is Scavenger Guild's asset, and Scavenger is my property. I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch my property, even if that's the American government itself." One person's power equaled that of an entire country. His name was Thomas Andre, one of only 5 in the entire world. This was the confidence that only a special authority rank hunter, an international powerhouse, could possess. Military personnel and hunters landed on Jeju Island to recover the remains of Hunter Min Byung-gu. They were from the Yeongnam District's guild, the Night Order. The master of the Night Order Guild, Park Jong-soo, had to doubt his own eyes, because there was a good-looking foreign man leisurely strolling out of the ant tunnel's entrance at that very moment. But that was just impossible. The ants being completely wiped out should still be a top secret, so how could this be? "I ask you who you are. Why are you coming out from there?" It was unknown whether the foreigner didn't understand a single word coming out of his mouth or wasn't planning to answer in the first place. No, that man just stood there, smiling brightly. Jeong Yun-T always had been the act first, talk later type of a guy. But even he had to take a step back and cautiously observe his surroundings after sensing the ominous aura. Unfortunately, soldiers didn't possess the hunter-like sensory perception. They belatedly discovered the foreigner's presence and hurriedly raised their firearms. Park Jong-soo quickly dissuaded them, fearing that they might end up inadvertently killing someone. He couldn't understand the language being spoken here. It wasn't that he had never heard of it, but more like it didn't even originate from Earth, to begin with. Judging from the way that man sounded and how he enunciated the words. What is he saying? One could sometimes meet intelligent monsters in higher-ranked dungeons. What that man said sounded almost like the language spoken by those creatures. Which means, is that, snap, like puppets with their strings cut, the soldiers and hunters all collapsed to the ground along with the sound of a crisp finger snap. That mysterious man wasn't responsible for this event. He looked behind him and testily spoke up. "What do you think you're doing?" There was a short-statured middle-aged man standing behind him now. "There's no need to make a commotion here. I just put them all to sleep." The middle-aged man also wasn't speaking in the language of humans. "Did you confirm it?" The mysterious man nodded his head. It's definitely his power. How strange. The middle-aged man's gaze now shifted over to the collapsed hunters. Why is he helping out these humans? Who knows what he is thinking? If you're curious, why don't you go ask him personally? I'll decline. The middle-aged man shook his head before continuing on. We commence with the hunt as planned. Nothing has changed. Got it. The middle-aged man lightly twirled his hand in the air. A black gate small enough to let a person through opened up there. Oh, by the way. The middle-aged man stopped briefly and looked behind him when the mysterious man called out to him. I think one of them is here. You mean, here in South Korea? Since we're here, how about we take care of that guy first? The middle-aged man closed his eyes slightly. Soon, the information the mysterious man was talking about flowed into his head. However, the middle-aged man didn't look wholly convinced. If it's around here, let's leave it to his hands. You don't want to get involved, is that it? It's fine to think of it that way. It doesn't matter. The middle-aged man and his trailing voice soon disappeared along with the gate itself. After confirming that the black gate was closed for good, the mysterious man muttered to himself, "What a coward." He took a look at all the unmoving humans lying on the ground. They were only knocked out for a little while and should regain their consciousness soon enough. The man snorted derisively and extended his hand towards the humans. However, he quietly withdrew his hand. Well, there's no need to raise a commotion. He also entered a small gate and disappeared from the spot as well. The key he found inside the cursed random box was shining brightly as if to remind him of where it had been hiding all along. Rarity. Type, key. You have met the required condition. A key allowing you entry into the Karutenen Temple. It can be used at the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the predetermined time has been reached. Remaining time, 417,652. The item information he couldn't see before was now filling up his view. Karutenen Temple. Jinwoo began tilting his head in confusion. What was going on here? He was pretty certain that he had never heard of that name before. So how come it sounded so familiar to him? No, hold on. I have heard of it before. He carefully combed through the maze of his memories until he finally recalled what he was searching for, and his brows shot up in response. The Dual Dungeon. More specifically, that name was etched on a stone tablet held by a statue, found in the ancient temple located right at the end of the Dual Dungeon. The memories of that fateful day were coming back to him one by one. Indeed, that stone tablet's texts indicated that the name of the temple filled with those terrifying statues was none other than Karutenen. It couldn't have been a simple coincidence that the name carved into that stone tablet and the name of the temple and the key's information was exactly the same. Which could mean, I can go back inside that place with this key. The system was definitely summoning him back to the place where it all began. The key that emitted the bright light all on its own, perhaps fearing the distinct possibility of him never bothering to read its information. And then, there was the name of the location where this key was supposed to be used, written so clearly that he'd never miss it. I still have over 2 weeks left. The system hadn't lied to him once until now. So, the gate in question would definitely open up in the location as noted in the item's information. Was I really planning to walk in there again? Ha ha ha. A wry chuckle leaked out of his mouth without him realizing it. He used to break out in an uncontrollable shiver just from recalling the emptiness below his knee he saw back then. But now, fighting spirit began burning powerfully in his eyes, instead. I'm different now. He felt utterly confident of his chances now. Heck, he even felt a certain expectation bubbling up inside him, wondering if he'd be able to turn those stone statues, or even the god statue itself, into his shadow soldiers. There was also something else to consider. He might be hit with an unknown penalty if he decided to ignore the system's summons. Didn't he already realize the fact that, depending on the choices he makes, the system would either become his ally or an enemy? He had left the very motivated Yu Jin-ho in charge of the initial process of founding a guild. I shall never forgive those trying to obstruct the path of Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho quickly screen captured the offending online forum post in question, as well as the comments appearing below it, and then proceeded to write up a formal letter of complaint with lightning speed. He moved so expertly and quickly that he must have had more than enough experience doing this thing. And, in the blink of an eye, his work was done. Phew. His hand departing from the computer's keyboard lightly wiped away a single bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had done it again. Today, he was indeed successful in rooting out an insidious group trying to slander his Hyung-nim. So, it was you. Jinwoo heard that there was someone out there that pounced on any negative comments or false articles about him online like a wild beast and, while relying on the threat of legal action, demanded them to be taken down immediately. But to think that person was someone so close by. Yu Jinho's complexion reddened from embarrassment now that his secret activity had been inadvertently exposed to the open. Hyungnim, it's only been a day since we started advertising on the online job marketplace, but we've been swarmed by the applicants wanting to become our fellow founding members, so I went ahead and compiled a list for you to take a look. Oh, that. Let's talk about it after I come back. He was running short on time. To begin with, Hyungnim, have you decided on the name of the guild? Indeed, this was the most pressing issue of them all. Because you'd need a name of the guild if you wanted to place job postings on the bulletin boards, or even when conducting other official businesses, now wouldn't it? Does he have something in mind for the name of the guild? Yu Jinho's heart was pounding in anticipation for Jinwoo's answer. He was fully prepared to suggest the names he had thought up if Hyungnim was unable to come up with one. How about putting the Seong of Seong Jinwoo and Yu of Yu Jinho together to name the guild Seong Yu? He quickly shook his head, though. It's got a nice meaning, but it sounds a bit. If you were to consider how it sounded, then it was indeed better to flip the two words around to make Yu Seong. But then again, he'd never be able to accept the fact that his own surname would come before his Hyungnim's. Hang on a minute. What if I just take the last part of our names and name the guild Woo Ho? Jinwoo pondered for a bit while Yu Jinho continued to gaze at him with eyes glinting with the light of expectation. A smirk found its way to Jinwoo's lips and he finally made his reply. How about Solo Play Guild? Yu Jinho blinked his eyes several times. Was he supposed to start laughing here? But didn't Jinwoo's expression look like he wasn't joking at all? Jinwoo didn't expect to see a reaction anyway, so he quickly turned towards the door to leave. See you later. Yu Jinho fell into a train of thought while watching Jinwoo make his exit from the office. So, there was something Hyungnim couldn't do, after all. As expected, his Hyungnim was a human being, just like everyone else. Although he was afraid that the solo play would get stuck as the guild's name, Yu Jinho also felt just a tiny bit more reassured after being reminded of Jinwoo being a human like him. Wow, I'm speechless. But I thought that you can't call out that many summoned creatures. My 10-year-old tumor got cured from watching the assault of Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim's summoned creatures. By the way, mister, that tumor must have been a minor one since you had it for only 10 years. It was so cool. It was the best. I lost my parents 4 years ago on Jeju Island. I know that Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim won't read this, but the operation managed to capture the interest of all South Korean citizens. It was no wonder that various online forums were overflowing with the stories related to the raid, and Jinwoo's name always cropped up in those discussions. Also, a hot debate regarding how high Jinwoo's skills should be rated opened up among the netizens famed for their love of comparisons. With his powers, shouldn't we say that our country now also has a special authority rank in our midst? Aye. With only that, you should limit your intake of kimchi soup per day. But why not? He almost solo cleared a rank S dungeon, and the gap between him and other rank S hunters is pretty vast, you know. Hunter Seong Jinwoo's record isn't extensive enough. If his skills are for real, then people will acknowledge him sooner or later. In any case, man, he was so freaking awesome. A rankie is only a bit better than a regular person, so how can someone like that become so strong? Is Hunter Seong Jinwoo a reawakened? Lots of people don't seem to know that Seong Jinwoo is a reawakened. He applied to have his private information protected right away, so, of course, there were some people among many who felt mighty uncomfortable about Jinwoo as well. But, hold up, if Seong Jinwoo participated in the raid from the get-go, Min Byung-gu wouldn't have died, right? He wanted to be left out in the beginning, so why did he show up in the middle? Looks like guys above mine haven't seen the article put up by the association explaining themselves yet. What article? Links please. The contents of the article went like this. Even though he was ranked S, Jinwoo lacked experience in entering high-ranked dungeons. Therefore, the association chose to keep him in reserve nearby in case of an emergency, instead of making him join the raid team from the beginning. Once the situation became dire, they decided to insert him right away. It was a hastily cooked-up story, but it proved to be enough to convince the masses. Just like how his father sacrificed his life to save a countless number of his colleagues, Hunter Min Byung-gu's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Without his dedicated effort to heal his comrades, it'd have been really difficult for the Korean hunters to walk out of the ant tunnel alive. Not only that, he used his powers to save the life of one more hunter even in death. Min Byung-gu's shadow actually felt relieved after it confirmed the color of life gradually seep back into Hunter Cha-hyeon's complexion. From that alone, Jinwoo could sense how much the healer cared for his comrades. Coincidentally, Jinwoo spotted Cha-hyeon in the distance as he quietly approached the black and white portrait of the deceased to lay down the flowers. But when their gazes met, she suddenly flinched and fell into a panicked state. Did they come together? The members of the Korean team around her sent him a silent greeting with a slight nod of their heads, but Cha-Hyun looked as if she had no clue which expression she was supposed to make right now. Huh, so that woman can make a face like that, too. He couldn't recall any other times when she didn't carry that expressionless face of hers. Indeed, one should get to know somebody for a longer time before passing judgment, that's for sure. Jinwoo shifted his gaze away and stood before the portrait. Hunter Min Byung-gu within the black photo frame was smiling brightly without a care in the world. Jinwoo placed the flower in front of the portrait and closed his eyes for a brief moment. I hope you find yourself in a better place. Finishing up with the prayer for the departed, he turned around to see a familiar figure approach him from the distance. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. The low, bassy voice naturally belonged to the association president, Go Gun-Hui. You have business in the association. May I inquire what that is? Oh, actually, I need a guild master license, you see. Pardon? A question mark floated up above Go Gun-Hui's head. Why do you need the Guildmaster license when you already possess a Rank S license? Wait, does that mean a Rank S can establish a guild without a license? Of course. Go Gun-Hui formed a good-natured smile and continued on. If you wish to form your own guild, all you have to do is to give the association a call. We'll take care of the rest. The Rank S was a realm he never expected to step into half a year ago. So, it wasn't surprising to see Jinwoo greatly underestimate all the cool benefits this rank came with. He was inwardly flustered after learning of something he didn't know until now. But this is actually for the better, isn't it? By any chance, have you cast some kind of a barrier spell over Jeju Island? What do you mean? Where was this barrier magic thingy coming from, all of a sudden? Did something happen in Jeju Island after he killed every ant there and left for home? Go Gun-Hui calmly explained what had happened. During the operation to retrieve Hunter Min Byung-gu's remains, there was an incident of the military personnel and the accompanying hunters losing their consciousness in the same location. Rather than losing consciousness, it'd be more appropriate to say that they had all fallen asleep instead. I thought the elite members of the Night Order were asked to go to Jeju Island. Jinwoo's question elicited a nod from Go Gun-Hui. They were either hunters in the top of the rank A pile, or rank BS who are very close to rank A in terms of their abilities. To be able to put not just one, but several dozens of such people to sleep all at once, a regular rank S mage wouldn't even dare to try performing a spell of that magnitude. That's why I had to ask you about it, just in case. I was hoping that maybe you cast a barrier there but forgot to tell us about it. Here was the solid proof that both Hunters Association and its boss, Go Gun-Hui, rated Jinwoo's abilities incredibly high. Unfortunately for them, Jinwoo's speciality didn't lay in casting debuff or abnormal status magic. I'm sorry, I haven't done that. I see. I guess so. Traces of worry slowly entered Go Gun-Hui's expression. The most optimistic explanation he could think of turned out to be wide off the mark in the end. What did the hunters say, sir? That is, Go Gun-Hui formed a troubled face of a man finding it hard to explain something, before continuing on his explanations with some difficulty. Not only the soldiers, but even the hunters can't remember anything that happened before they lost their consciousness. His voice sounded even more dispirited next. Actually, we can't even figure out whether they were victims of a magic spell or not in the first place. If it were just the soldiers, who were simply regular people, it'd be possible to knock them out with something like the sleeping gas. But even the rank A hunters and their exceptional physical abilities fell victim as well. So, it couldn't have been a conventional weapon of some kind. Could it have been a trap left behind by the ants? Jinwoo was really tempted to summon out Baru right now and ask him about it, but if he did that, this funeral venue might morph into a blood-splattered battlefield in no time at all. It was then, the young man who must have been an association employee approached them in hurried steps and whispered something to Go Gun-Hui's ear. The association president formed a rueful expression as he spoke to Jinwoo. A guest has arrived sooner than expected, and unfortunately, I must be on my way now. Thank you for your time. You too, sir. After sharing brief goodbyes, Go Gun-Hui hurriedly left the venue and disappeared from the view along with that unnamed employee. Now that he no longer had any reason to go to the association, Jinwoo figured that he might as well go home. Instead, he too left the venue and began walking towards the location of the parked van. But then, what's this? He seemed to have picked up a somewhat puzzling tale since from a short while ago. Jinwoo tilted his head in confusion. Aren't you supposed to do your best not to get discovered when tailing someone? Not only that, any all-regular folks wouldn't even dare to dream about tailing a rank S hunter, too. Huh? Well, I'll be. Jinwoo was getting more and more dumbfounded here. He even realized for the first time that he didn't want to deal seriously with someone who was this unprofessional at what he was supposed to do. However, just as Jinwoo was about to grab the door handle of his van, he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. "Are you Mr. Sung Jinwoo?" Jinwoo smirked slightly and turned around while thinking to himself, well, you've finally revealed your true colors, haven't you? Yes, I am. But then, Jinwoo was momentarily taken aback after confirming the face of his opponent. He's a foreigner. That man's Korean was so perfect that Jinwoo didn't expect him to be a Westerner at all. Meanwhile, the young Westerner, sporting a business suit so slick that it bordered on being a fashion statement, formed a smile as bright as his golden hair color. "This is who I am." The man pulled out a business card and presented it to Jinwoo. His name, the organization he worked for, as well as his contact numbers, were all printed in large, legible letters on the card. Hunter Bureau. What did an elite agent from the most powerful organization in the US want from him now? No, there's only one reason why the Hunter Bureau would want to speak to a hunter. Jinwoo tore his eyes away from the card and looked straight at the agent, prompting the American to introduce himself with a sunny smile. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Please call me Adam from now on. There is a piece of information we'd like to share with you, Hunter Nim." Information, is it? Yes, and you won't ever hear about this information from any other existing country or organization in the world. Except ours, of course. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. What would be their reason for revealing such highly classified information to a foreign hunter like him, a complete stranger? Why are you willing to share such information with me? Jinwoo's probing question only managed to elicit another round of a refreshing smile from Adam White. "We certainly will get something in return by revealing this information to an exclusive group of a specially chosen few." Specially chosen few, he said, which meant that the Americans considered Jinwoo to be eligible to enter that category now. Sure enough, that roused his curiosity rather greatly. "Okay, let's hear it. That is as far as I'm permitted to tell you, Hunter Nim. As for the rest, you'll have to hear it from our deputy director. We have a car ready nearby. How about accompanying me to meet up with the deputy director?" Unfortunately for him, though, it was Jinwoo who had the final say in the matter. Information, is it? It could only be one of two things. Either it was info that would benefit him in some way after learning of it, or a tip of someone coming after his life. Funnily enough, he didn't feel all that compelled to get to the bottom of this matter at the moment. "I'll sleep on it and give you a call later." Adam felt like someone had just punched him in the back of his head as this unexpected turn of the conversation left him reeling in shock. What? The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau came all this way to share information, yet he's ignoring that and wants to go on his way. Jinwoo didn't look like he was bluffing here, because he was already opening the driver's door of the van. Cold perspiration immediately coated Adam White's forehead. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo was allowed to slip through his fingers now, then who knew when he'd get another chance like this? No, there was even a distinct possibility that this could be the very last time. It was unknown whether the Korean intended for this reaction or not. But without a doubt, the ones ruining the missed opportunity would be them, not him. "Well, have a nice day." Just as Jinwoo was about to climb into the van, the restless Adam White urgently cried out, "Upgrader, an upgrader." Adam formed an expression of a defeated man and explained the meaning behind the word he just spat out. "Did you know that there is an awakened who can enhance the abilities of other awakened?" Yup, you should have started with that from the beginning. Right away, Jinwoo realized that the stuff being shared by Agent Adam White, no, the deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, was actually of far greater importance than mere information. An awakened who can enhance other awakened, is it? Finally, Jinwoo felt compelled enough now. "We're here." Jinwoo noted that the name of the hotel was the same as the one from the memo Yu Jin-ho handed over to him not too long ago. Wait, that English-speaking foreigner Yu Jin-ho was talking about, could it have been one of these guys? Jinwoo followed after Adam White and climbed up to the suite where the deputy director was waiting for him. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, Michael Connor, failed to disguise his excitement at the sight of a certain Oriental man standing behind his subordinate. Very good. One of the more difficult aspects of negotiation was bringing the other party to the negotiating table. One could even declare that half the battle was won already by doing so. His self-introduction was translated into fluent Korean with the speed of lightning by Adam White. "Allow me to be frank with you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim." With a solemn, determined face, the deputy director pushed a rather sizable mountain of files towards Jinwoo and continued on. "We, at the United States of America, want you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, These are all the documents needed to emigrate to America. Now normally, you'd need at least 1 or 2 years for these papers to be processed. However, it'll be a different story for you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. The deputy director then raised his index finger. Just a single second. He declared in a very confident voice, if you agree to immigrate, then you'll become an American citizen in 1 second. And not as a simple, regular citizen. Either, no, you become eligible to receive the equal treatment as the nation's existing top-ranked hunters. Jinwoo looked back at the deputy director. But, I only came here because Adam said something about some information. The deputy director let out a burst of genial laughter when he heard that. That isn't entirely unrelated to what I was talking about. I don't understand. Hunter Nim. If you give us your word that you'll become the next American hunter, then we will definitely enhance your abilities to an even higher realm. The so-called upgrader. It seemed that this awakened could really do what that moniker implied. Still, Jinwoo was not entirely convinced, even if the deputy director said roughly the same thing as Agent Adam White. Could there really be an awakened possessing such a power? That's why he decided to make DMN sure. To enhance one's abilities, can such a thing be for real? Jinwoo's apparent interest caused the deputy director to become even more excited. Actually, she's here with us right now. Jinwoo already knew that there was someone else within the hotel's suite. From a while ago, he had picked up on the minute amount of magic power leaking out from the gap of the closed door just over there. Because the magic energy emitted didn't seem all that powerful, he was inwardly thinking that person was too weak to be a bodyguard of someone as important as the Hunter Bureau's deputy director. And now, his suspicion proved to be correct. The deputy director quickly issued an order. Please bring Madame Sellner here. Click. Almost immediately, the door was opened and 2 agents escorted a middle-aged African-American woman out from the room beyond. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly after picking up on a strange vibe coming off of her. Somehow, she gave off a different aura from other, regular awakened. This is Madame Norma Sellner. She is the lone awakened, the only one of her type in the entire world, who can enhance the abilities of other awakened to even greater heights. At the end of the introduction, Madame Sellner did a simple nod of her head as a greeting to Jinwoo. He reciprocated the greeting with the nod, as well. Madame Sellner, please, if you will, briefly explain what you can do to Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. She formed a teasing smile while staring at the still unconvinced Jinwoo's face. Everyone has the same look as you, in the beginning, Hunter Nim. However, she then leaned in closer to Jinwoo and whispered softly to him. Once they have a taste, they have no choice but to beg me for more. Madam, please. The deputy director furrowed his brows a little, prompting her to laugh out and wave her hand about. I know. Don't worry, Director Connor. I know that he's a very important man. Still with an alluring smile, Madame Sellner began with her explanation. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. As you may know already, all awakened face a limit they can't breach. No one can overcome it. That was why the ranks of the awakened would never change, unless one was lucky enough to go through a reawakening process. This was common knowledge that all living hunters out there knew all too well. But, madam, you can. Even before Jinwoo could finish his question, Madame Sellner formed an expression of a little kid picking up the final piece of strawberry on top of a cake that she'd been saving up for the very last. You're correct. Jinwoo's eyes grew progressively wider. I can increase that limit even higher in 3 separate stages. I don't know whether to call it a forced reawakening, or simply waking up the latent potential sleeping within the subject already. But yes, I can do it. What an incredible ability that was. What she said are all true. It's just that, once she uses her powers once, she needs to take a lengthy break to recover her energy. So, only around 3 to 4 lucky awakened get to enjoy this benefit in a single year. How effective is it? It depends on individuals, but once one goes through all 3 stages, they say that they grew stronger by a minimum of 20%, and as much as 30% over their original powers. 20 to 30%. With the average of his stat values nearing the 250 mark, if Jinwoo got that mystery enhancement, that average value would shoot past the 300 mark instead. Without a doubt, that would be an enormous leap up. As long as these guys weren't lying to him, of course. Is she casting a buff that raises one's powers? Or is it more like raising the fixed level cap? Regardless of what it was, the ability she possessed would be like a precious treasure for all the hunters out there. Which also meant that there should be no shortages of people aiming for her, too. We ensure her absolute safety and reward her accordingly, while she enhances the abilities of those hunters we deem worthy of joining us. We have been maintaining this symbiotic relationship for a long time now. And so, that's where the deputy director bookended the explanation. Now, the time for the fireworks to begin. Madame Sellner's ability, that is precisely the gift we wish to give to you, Hunter Nim. A gift, is it? Indeed, could there be a gift even more valuable than this one? If you become a hunter of the United States of America, you will be the first in line to receive this benefit. Also, we will make sure that you get the best possible terms when negotiating with any guilds you wish to join. From the perspective of an ordinary hunter, these were simply too good of conditions to say no to. Only now could Jinwoo understand why Hwang Dong-soo didn't even hesitate once and emigrated to the States when everyone was criticizing him for it. The enormous sum of money the Americans reportedly paid him was most likely a cover-up story to hide the real reason. Regular hunters would lose their collective SHT if they ever heard of such a tale. Can you prove that she really possesses such a power? Everything they said so far were just words, and there had been no proof to back them up yet. It was her turn to button next. No need to rush. Today, I'm only here to undo the first button, you know. Jinwoo finally realized what she meant earlier. One taste, and people beg her for more, was it? Just as she had alluded to, every hunter seeing her powers with their own eyes chose to head to America right away, 100 times out of 100. Her sky-high confidence was based off on that. The deputy director quietly asked a question to Jinwoo. It is as she says. So, will you let us unlock your first stage, without anything in return? Think of it as a service from us, Hunter Nim. Madame Selner lightly grasped Jinwoo's wrist. When he turned to look at her, she formed a gentle smile and gestured to him to get closer. Please, look into my eyes. Look deeply into them. That will be your first step. Was she telling the truth? To confirm if this Madame Selner really did possess the power the Hunter Bureau was swearing by, Jinwoo decided to follow her instructions for the time being. The deputy director leaned against the back of the chair and crossed his arms. It's done. He's ours now. The game was already over. Hunter Sung Jinwoo had been constantly maintaining that cold, indifferent expression until now. But that was only because he hadn't yet experienced what this lady's power had to offer. Once the first lifting of the natural limit was completed, Hunter Sung Jinwoo would call them on his own volition sooner rather than later. No, if he had an impulsive personality, then he might sign the immigration documents right here, right now. The deputy director's curiosity shifted onto something else now. Just how high will his limit be, I wonder? The deputy director uncrossed his arms and rubbed his chin, his eyes of anticipation firmly locked on Jinwoo. But it was then. Madame Selner sucked in her breath as her eyes began to quake quite violently. Madame Selner stared deep into Jinwoo's eyes for a long time, before she screamed at the top of her lungs as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. She fell off the chair onto the floor, almost right away. Two agents here to guard her whipped their pistols out and took aim at Jinwoo. Stop. Have you all lost your minds? The deputy director witnessed the agents and their recklessness and cried out in alarm. Loud cussing exploded out of his mouth as he jumped up from his sitting position to push down the pointed pistols of the agents. Do you not know who this person is? How dare you point at him with such a thing? But, sir, the madam is. You idiots. If you're that worried about Madame Selner, then check up on her first. And my apologies. The agents quickly put their guns away and supported the shivering Madame Selner off from the ground. Her complexion had become so pale that she looked quite pitiful right now. Meanwhile, the deputy director bowed his back 90 degrees to Jinwoo. I'm truly sorry, Hunter Nim. My agents committed a grave blunder. Judging from the previously relaxed voice of the deputy director tremble like that, he must have been frightened out of his wits rather greatly just now. They are trained to put the safety of the madam above all else, but to think they'd be stupid enough to point a gun at a rank S hunter. If something like this happened in front of either Thomas Andre or China's Liu Zhaijing, then the hearts of those two agents pulling out their guns would have stopped beating long before he had the chance to apologize. What a relief that Hunter Sung Jinwoo was such an understanding gentleman. The deputy director sighed out in relief and wiped the pooled sweat off his nose. He managed to put out the most pressing flames first. Next, it was time to focus on the other matter. Madam, you're sweating so much. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? The deputy director may have shed a few cold sweat drops over the volatile situation just now, but she was completely soaked from head to toe at the moment. What's going on here? Worried about her condition, Jinwoo got up from the chair and cautiously made his approach, but she didn't want to look him in the eye, and began shivering even harder. Madame Selner's condition isn't very good today. May I give you a call at another time? After Jinwoo had left, the deputy director found himself alone with Madame Selner in the hotel's suite. Madam, what happened back there? They had worked with many hunters before, and this wasn't Madame Selner's first rodeo either, meaning this would be the first time something like this happened. She suppressed her pounding heart and managed to squeeze out her trembling voice. He is a king, a very powerful king. The deputy director's eyes grew wider and wider. Those who knew how her power worked were the director of the Hunter Bureau, the deputy, and of course, Madame Selner herself. Only these three. And she confirmed that Hunter Sung Jinwoo was a king. Ba-dump, ba-dump. The deputy director sensed his heartbeat pick up pace, which means he's on the same level as the special authority rank hunters. She shook her head. No, I don't. This was my first time experiencing such a phenomenon, so I can't be sure at all. He is definitely a king, but he's also different from the other kings. When I looked into him, it too was looking back at me. But other hunters also. No, not Hunter Sung Jinwoo. But the endless darkness hiding within him was staring back at me. Madame Selner hysterically cried out. Her complexion paled again and her body shuddered greatly. This was the display of an instinctual fear all living organisms possessed, the fear of death. And he, the deputy director, focused on her words again. Her lips parted with so much difficulty. He doesn't have any limits. What? A gate formed in the middle of a road. Not only that, it was rated to be a rank B gate that no regular raid team could do something about, too. Where is it located? The best course of action for this problem was to contact a major guild and have them send over a capable raid team. But then, hold on. Having heard the report from the agent on site, Go Gun Huey's expression became a bit strange. Didn't Hunter Sung Jinwoo get an office for his guild around there? The road suddenly became really clogged up. Jinwoo was in deep contemplation as he found himself stuck in the middle of an unmoving sea of traffic. That lady, she definitely saw something. That woman called Madame Norma Selner. She must have faced countless powerful hunters, yet she couldn't even meet his gaze because she felt a crippling fear of him. Just what did she see in him? Was it the traces of his system? The system would make a few ridiculous demands from him every now and then, sure, but it was certainly not a scary existence. Instead of being scary, that thing's my greatest ally. However, how would it look like in other people's views? Besides all that, what is up with this traffic, man? Jinwoo furrowed his brows at the road ahead, utterly mired in congestion as far as his eyes could see. This is why taking the subway is so much more convenient. Just as he began wondering if there was an accident up ahead or something, his phone stuck in the car charger vibrated rather noisily. Jinwoo checked the ID of the caller. It's the association president. They saw each other in the funeral venue only a few hours ago, so what business did he have in calling him so soon? Jinwoo tapped the answer icon. Hunter Nim, it's Go Gun Huey speaking. The association president explained the situation taking place in the middle of Seoul in a calm voice. Excuse me. A gate opened up in the middle of the road. He was beginning to think that this traffic jam was far too heavy to be normal, but there was a good reason behind it, as it turned out. Our agents have evaluated it as a rank B gate. Would you like to take care of it for us, Hunter Nim? Jinwoo struggled to suppress the giggles of joy this truly excellent news managed to awaken. I don't have the raid permit, so can I just enter like that, sir? Hunter Nim, who issues the raid permits? It's issued by the association. And who am I? Jinwoo suppressed his laughter again and replied seriously. You're the president of the Hunters Association. That's why. Don't worry about anything and please take care of it. Well, in that case, thank you for the me. No, I mean, thank you for the opportunity. Jinwoo clenched his fist. He climbed out of the van and began walking after the trace of the magic energy leaking out from the gate. Because of the cars packed tightly on all sides, he didn't even need to park the van somewhere else, too. Reporters had already formed a cordon around the gate by the time he got there, and the association employees, as well as the members of the local police force, were restricting the access. Jinwoo brushed past the wall of the reporters and approached the gate. But then, a female association employee with a by-the-book demeanor abruptly blocked his path. Please hold it. What do you think you're doing? She pushed at his chest and spoke loudly. Too bad. No matter how hard she pushed with her small hands, Jinwoo didn't show any signs of budging from the spot. Sung Jinwoo. Wasn't he the same guy who killed all those ant monsters on Jeju Island? It's Sung Jinwoo. I think Sung Jinwoo came here to deal with the gate personally. People feeling fed up from being stuck here began recognizing Jinwoo, and their complexions brightened greatly. Some people among them with appointments to get to even cried out in elation, too. However, the female employee completely disregarded the reactions of the citizens and showed no signs of backing down. She hesitated slightly before asking him, What brings you here? What did she even mean? What brings him here? There would be only one reason why a hunter chose to stand before a gate, wouldn't it? Even if you're a rank S hunter, sir, I will not tolerate any behavior that ignores proper procedures. Jinwoo was lost for words and blankly stared at her face. He didn't expect her to come out like this at all. She thought that she had succeeded in persuading a rank S hunter and continued on with her next question. Did you obtain the raid permit? No, wait. Even if you did obtain the permit, since you haven't met the minimum required number of team members, you can't be allowed in. The female employee was impressively unyielding. Jinwoo could tell from the look in her eyes that she wasn't doing this out of spite. No, she just seemed to be the type to stick as close to the rule book as humanly possible. Hold on for a sec. Jinwoo immediately called somebody on the phone. After the call connected to the other side, he pushed the phone to her. Here, when the female employee looked at him puzzled, Jinwoo spoke to her in a clear voice. Please, take it. The call's actually for you. She maintained her puzzled expression while asking him. Who is it on the phone? Someone else you may not tolerate as well. She inadvertently took the phone from him, but when she discovered the name of the call's receiver appearing on the screen, her brows shot up really high. Go Gun Huey. This is the association president speaking. Sure enough, it was him. The female employee's eyes trembled noticeably before she began nodding her head over and over again. Yes, yes. No, sir. Yes, yes. I shall do as you say, sir. Jinwoo hurriedly disappeared into the gate. Hugh, greatly annoyed by his antics now, the female employee shuddered from dissatisfaction and she threw, not a curse, but more like an unhappy grumble at his departing back. Father in heaven, sprain that guy's ankle or something inside the dungeon, please. However, Hunter Sung Jinwoo was a man who walked away safely from the Jeju island that was completely overrun with rank S monsters. Such a guy won't have much trouble inside a rank B dungeon, probably. But then, it happened at that moment. Screams were rising up from here and there. Ew, what's going on here? Why is it changing to red color? Right after Jinwoo stepped past the gate, the eerie color of blood slowly spread over its black surface. It was a red gate. A terrifying event was unfolding right now. The female employee felt utterly devastated after seeing the red gate appear. Was it because I prayed for him to get that sprained ankle? Of course, that wasn't it. However, she couldn't get rid of the voices in her head telling her that it was her fault. She was taught that the Red Gate, a portal to another world, was one of the most dangerous places there was. She also heard that even the high-ranked hunters weren't guaranteed to get out of there alive. It can't be. Suddenly, her head was filled with the images of the worst-case scenario, and her complexion paled instantly. The vice master of the tentatively named Solo Play Guild, as well as its chief recruitment officer, its sole lawyer, and even its accountant, Yu Jinho smiled brightly as he saw Jinwoo entering the office. What's this? Jinwoo was nonchalant in his reply. There was an open gate on the way to the office, so I made a pit stop. He went out only a couple of hours ago, yet during such a short period of time, he found a high-ranking dungeon, cleared it completely, and brought out all the magic crystals found within. As expected of you, you're amazing, Hyung Nim. Jinwoo quickly strode over to the conference suite as soon as Yu Jinho was finished and opened the door wide open. And then, inside this mostly empty conference suite, he found a woman sipping on a can of coffee all alone and in silence turning her head to meet his gaze. Incidentally, Yu Jinho had to quickly dash outside to get that coffee because they hadn't even bought proper office equipment yet. What brings you here, Hunter Nim? Jinwoo asked his guest with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Then, Cha-hyeon opened her own mouth, still looking up at him from her sitting position. I came to join your guild. Did he hear that right? Jinwoo ended up doubting his own hearing. Then, Cha-hyeon was the vice master of South Korea's top guild, and her skills were ranked to be among the very best. But she willingly walked into a guild that hadn't even taken its first baby step yet. Unless she was being threatened into coming here, how could this situation make any sense? But then again, well, just who'd be brave enough to threaten her? Jinwoo decided to bring up the one person with enough clout to potentially threaten her in South Korea. Did the association president order you to do this? Cha-hyeon formed a confused expression, evidently not understanding why Go-gun Huey was being brought up in this discussion. Why would he? It was Jinwoo who couldn't understand what was going on here, so why was she making that face even though she was the reason for all this confusion? She's restless, her heartbeat, her breathing, even the glow within her eyes. She was doing her best to look composed, but there was no fooling Jinwoo's sky-high perception. So, the question was, why was she forcing herself to this extent, and trying to enter the tentatively named Solo Play Guild? Jinwoo had to ask her, don't you still have some time left in the duration of your contract with the Hunters Guild? Now normally, the guild would negotiate contracts with hunters in 5-year terms. Cha-hyeon joined the Hunters Guild 2 years ago when she was evaluated to be a rank S, so at a bare minimum, she should still have 3 years left in her contract. I have enough money to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Cha Hyun's collected answer only elicited Jinwoo's head tilting. Most of the time, such a penalty fee would be between 2 to 3 times the original signing fee. Thinking about the exorbitant sum the Hunters Guild must have forked out in order to sign up a rank S hunter like her, one didn't need to be a genius to figure out that the breach of contract penalty fee would be absolutely horrendous, as well. Since he was about to speak to her about harsh reality, Jinwoo's attitude became very businesslike. Our solo play guild simply can't afford to pay the kind of signing fee your skill set warrants. Cha Hunter Nim. The name of your guild is Solo Play. You have a problem with the name that the Vice Master and myself came up with. No, not really. Cha Hyun let a soft sigh escape from her and continued on. It doesn't matter. It's fine if you don't pay me the contract signing fee. She didn't mind signing a contract without any payment, even though she'd have to pay an enormous breach of contract fee to the Hunters Guild. What is she scheming here? At this point, he simply had to ask her or he'd die of curiosity. Why are you willing to go through such a wringer just to join our guild? As expected, Cha Hyun couldn't easily answer him and kept her mouth resolutely shut. But how can I even explain myself to him? That I sensed your presence next to me even after I lost my consciousness from the attack of that mutated ant monster. That I felt safe and warm after picking up on your scent as I sank deeper into an empty and endless dark void. There was no word in this world adequate enough to describe what she felt back then. Even if I explain it, he'd only say that I've gone mad. Her heart began beating faster after she learned of Hunter Sung Jinwoo really being there. She felt so relieved, knowing that she wasn't imagining things. And also, what if she discovered that she wanted Jinwoo to be by her side in the worst-case scenario of her being unable to escape from the cold blade of death? To think, it'd be like, please be right by my side until my final moments. How could she even attempt saying that, when just thinking about it made her blush uncontrollably? That was an impossible task for Cha Hyun, who didn't know anything about a normal girl's sensibilities. That was why she finally spoke up an answer she cooked up before coming here. To be more comfortable, she raised her head to meet Jinwoo's gaze and continue on with the rest. I wish to be live more comfortably. Although it wasn't exactly what she tried to say, it wasn't a complete lie either. She couldn't even lift her head properly from all the horrendous stink when high-ranked hunters were standing next to her. But, in contrast, she felt her mind getting peaceful in the presence of Jinwoo. The meaning of Cha Hyun's comfortable was precisely that. Jinwoo didn't interpret the meaning that way, but still, he could understand where she was coming from. He slowly nodded his head from her answer. She apparently wanted to leave a big guild like the Hunters and spend a more comfortable time in a far smaller guild like his. According to Jinwoo's knowledge, Cha Hyun was either 22 or 23 years old. I'm sure the burden that a rank S must carry would be pretty heavy for a woman in her early 20s, especially more so after she felt the threat of death during the Jeju Island raid. Jinwoo could easily understand her feelings, as he too felt like abandoning everything and running away from it all countless times, back when he still worked for the association. Unfortunately for her, although her plight is pitiable, but he couldn't just accept her like that. Why would he have named the guild Solo Play? That was because he planned to book dungeons using the name of his guild and clear them all by himself. Actually, our guild has an admittance test you need to go through. Pardon, but the job posting didn't specify anything. Lie. Jinwoo quickly cut off Cha Hyun's flustered words. This rule is pretty new, so it's possible that the Vice Master may have made a small error. The glow in Cha Hyun's eyes became quite serious at the mention of a test. What kind of a test is it? Jinwoo was inwardly taken by surprise from her reaction. This gal, she was really serious. Because of her professional pride, he expected her to quit after being told about taking a test. However, Cha Hyun acted the exact opposite. No, she was actually burning up even hotter with the desire to win. He could sense her fervor hidden behind that expressionless mask of hers. Is she the type to face any fight coming her way head-on? Or was this the case of misplaced pride? Whatever the case may have been, Jinwoo couldn't back off now while saying it was all a misunderstanding. It's to win against the summoned creature I pick. He swore that he heard the physical sound of a crack forming on her ego. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, is that how low your assessment of me is? What a mysterious thing this was. He only looked into her eyes briefly, yet it felt like her voice could be heard so clearly inside his head. However, Cha Hyun didn't display any of her thoughts and asked in her usual collected manner, which summon will you pick? For you, Cha Hunter Nim, I'll especially have to pick the strongest one. Alright, she wasn't backing down here. Most likely, she wouldn't have dreamed it in her wildest imaginations, regarding who became the latest addition to Jinwoo's summoned creatures. No, his Shadow Army collection. Jinwoo thought that, since her will to win was so strong, she'd give up on her own after tasting defeat. He immediately agreed to the bout. Okay, let's do it. When will the test be? Right now. Jinwoo wanted to establish his guild as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste any more time on Cha Hyun. Since he came up with this idea, might as well do it now. The location would be the gymnasium of the Hunters Association. A rank S hunter could rent out the gymnasium whenever he felt like it. It was one of the many special privileges afforded to rank S hunters. Got it. Cha Hyun nodded her head. She too wanted to move things along as quickly as possible. They both stood up at the same time as if they made a promise to do that. Hold on. It was then a certain thought flashed past his brain. He quickly called out to Cha Hyun as she was about to turn the door handle. Cha Hunter Nim, please wait. Pardon, there's no need to go that way. Cha Hyun formed a confused expression. There was only one door in the conference suite. He obviously wasn't suggesting that they should jump out of the window, so Jinwoo quickly walked over to her unmoving frame. I have a quicker way of getting there, actually. Excuse me, but I must be touching you if I'm to use this method, so will it be alright with you? Oh, Cha Hyun recalled what Baek Yun-ho told her about the situation back then. He said that, as all the members of the Korean assault team found themselves in a life-or-death situation, Hunter Sung Jinwoo suddenly popped up behind him. Is he trying to show me that skill? She quickly swallowed her dry saliva and looked up at Jinwoo's face that was now much closer than her initial expectations. Sorry about this. Jinwoo lightly embraced her. He thought that such a light hug wouldn't mean anything to her since he had carried her unconscious frame around inside the ant tunnel. But Cha Hyun's face was rapidly dyeing in a beet red color. However, she didn't struggle or try to get out of his embrace. His nice scent. While her face was getting progressively redder and redder, Jinwoo cautiously held her to make sure they wouldn't get separated and finish getting ready. Shadow exchange. Two of them soundlessly got sucked into the shadow beneath their feet. It was right at that moment Yoo Jin-ho opened the door and entered the conference suite. He ran out to the local convenience store to buy some refreshments after thinking that the talk might go on for a bit. Please, drink these while you 2ch. A high orc shadow soldier met Yoo Jin-ho's gaze, and as if he was feeling a bit sheepish over something, scratched the back of his head. The tray in Yoo Jin-ho's hand crashed to the floor, and cups of liquid refreshment shattered from the impact. What the hell? The moment the ground disappeared and they got sucked into the shadow, Jinwoo looked at Cha Hyun falling together at the same time. As I thought, his expectation was on the money. He wondered if the skill shadow exchange worked in this manner while using it a few times in the past. And he was right. The identity of the skill shadow exchange was actually a gate. That theory was proven correct when Cha Hyun traveled alongside him through the shadow. The entrance is generated below my feet, and the exit is where the determined coordinates are. And those coordinates would be the location of a shadow soldier. Even though there was a limitation of the 3-hour-long cooldown time, he was still able to create a gate with this skill. If he wanted to, then wouldn't it be possible for him to move to the other side of the planet every 3 hours? Jinwoo unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Cha Hyun quickly spoke to him. I left my weapon back in my car. Oh, you mean that pickaxe? Excuse me. You know, the one you were carrying around back in the Ranka dungeon with high orcs in it. Her face reddened as soon as she remembered a small detail she'd been wanting to forget. And no, my weapon is. She then spotted Jinwoo giggling to himself and belatedly realized that he was teasing her just now. Cha Hyun shifted her gaze towards the storage located within the gymnasium. I'm sure there will be a weapon I can borrow in the storage. A light gleamed within Jinwoo's eyes after learning of something new. She walked up to the storage and diagonally swiped her hunter license on the electronic lock found on the side of the door. That prompted the storage door to automatically slide open. Rows of not too shabby looking spare weapons were displayed inside the storage. Looking into the interior from a bit of distance away, Jinwoo was inwardly impressed by the preparedness of the Hunters Association. So, there was even stuff like this inside the association. He wondered where all those high taxes hunters had to fork out over the years ended up, but it looked like they were being put to good use. Cha Hyun scanned the displayed items before picking up a sword similar in length to the one she'd been using and exited from the storage. I'm ready. Will that be fine? It's not a sword you've been using before, so wouldn't it feel off in your hands? Cha Hyun shook her head. It doesn't really matter what weapon it is. Monsters don't care about what weapons hunters are wielding when they fight us, after all. Those were some wise words. Jinwoo carried the same opinion as her, so he didn't argue with her there. At the very least, he found her straightforwardness rather likable. So, calling out my soldier is next, right? As if to prove that she wasn't joking about being ready, a sharp, focused aura oozed out of her. Against someone like her, any all-regular soldier would be sliced up into tiny pieces in no time. That's why Jinwoo called for the best card he could bring out under the current circumstances. Come out. A small portion separated from Jinwoo's shadow and moved away a couple of steps from him. Then a black knight rose up from the unmoving shadow. The jet black armor in the helm, the red plumage attached to the helm, extending all the way down to his waist. The best sword-wielding shadow soldier in his army. I told her that I'd be summoning the most powerful guy out, but he thought that calling out Baru was a bit too much. Before he was turned into a shadow soldier, Baru was the terrifying creature that nearly drowned the entirety of Korean team members in the pit of pure terror. Hell, even Cha Hee-in herself almost died from his attack, too. Jinwoo couldn't bring Baru out when considering the potential mental shock she could suffer after seeing him again. As for Fangs, he might end up destroying the gymnasium, so he was excluded. Mr. Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to Cha Hee-in. What are the conditions for victory and defeat? When he heard her icy voice that was cold enough to instantly freeze the listener's heart, his belief began wavering somewhat. Jinwoo pondered a bit before making his reply. Either my summon is destroyed, or Cha Hunter Nim admits defeat first. Cha Hee-in briefly nodded her head, then unsheathed the sword she got from the storage. She was only holding a simple, plain magic sword one could buy pretty much anywhere, but even then, the aura oozing out of her was still quite incredible to behold. Yup, she's definitely strong. Jinwoo could sense it. Her surging aura, after she decided to get serious, was definitely fitting for a woman whose skills were rated as the best even among the rank S hunters. Ygritte also unsheathed his sword. As a matter of fact, he was now holding a longsword each in his hands. Even then, Jinwoo couldn't help but think that Ygritte would be defeated by her at this rate. But then, wait a sec, didn't she say that it doesn't really matter what weapon it was, right? Jinwoo recalled what she said just now and a smile floated up on his lips as he asked her for a small favor. Can you turn around for a second, please? Cha Hee-in tilted her head for a bit, but didn't complain and turned around as he asked. Using that gap, Jinwoo summoned the Demon King's longsword out of his inventory and handed it over to Ygritte. Use this. By saying that she didn't mind what weapon she used, it could also be interpreted as she didn't mind what weapon her opponent was using. Having been bestowed a sword straight from his sovereign, Ygritte tried to kneel down to express his profound gratitude, but Jinwoo quickly stopped him. I'm telling you, you don't have to stand on ceremony all the time, you know. If only Iron could learn half of Ygritte's attitude. In any case, the preparation was done, so Jinwoo called out to Cha Hee-in again. It's fine now. She turned around and spotted Ygritte now holding a brand new sword that crackled with blue arcs of electricity, which he clearly wasn't holding a minute ago. Soon after Jinwoo signaled the beginning, Ygritte swung the Demon King's longsword to activate its passive ability as his opening attack. A strand of lightning flew in a straight line at Cha Hee-in. She flinched for the briefest of brief moments, but then, like an agile cat, she bent her upper body back and evaded the lightning. Without saying anything, Cha Hee-in gripped the sword tighter in her hands. It was right then. Ygritte rushed towards her at a frightening pace from her front to heed his sovereign's order to bring her down. However, she didn't even blink once and also flung herself forward towards her opponent. The association president was in the middle of going through a report, but then, his gaze abruptly shifted over to the window. There should have been no one inside the gymnasium, but the lights there came on just now. Go-Gun Huey tilted his head slightly, before picking up his phone to speak to his pa. Yes, sir. Did someone book out the gymnasium today? Sir, I confirmed and no one has booked it today. Is that so? Go-Gun Huey covered the phone's receiver and organized his thoughts for a bit, before speaking to his subordinate again. Can you send the CCTV feed from the gymnasium into my office? Yes, sir. Please hold on. Shortly thereafter, the live feed was displayed on the giant TV occupying the entire wall of his office. And that's when he got to see Sung Jinwoo and Cha Hee-in hugging each other inside the gymnasium. Stunned by what he saw, Go-Gun Huey hurriedly coughed to clear his throat. He looked over and over again, but it was definitely those two. He then tilted his head again. Did those two people have such a relationship? But then again, the very first person Hunter Cha Hee-in searched for when she regained consciousness briefly inside the helicopter was none other than Hunter Sung Jinwoo. It seems that I was very slow on the uptake. A content smile spread on Go-Gun Huey's face as he gazed at the two young people on the TV screen. Both of them requested for their private information to be protected as soon as they got their Rank S licenses. Even then, there was not one person in this country who didn't know Cha Hee-in, or for that matter, Sung Jinwoo. So, if two such people wished to spend some quiet time together, there would be no better place than the association's gymnasium after the closing time. I'm sorry about this, but I want you to switch off all the CCTV feed coming from the gymnasium. Sir, but just say that today was the maintenance day in the records. I understand, sir. The giant TV screen in the president's office showing the CCTV feed switched off as soon as he ended the call. Go-Gun Huey took one last look at the gymnasium and returned to perusing the report, a grin still etched on his lips. But it was then. The surface of the water in his cup vibrated softly as he sensed a minute tremor coming from the gymnasium's direction. Go-Gun Huey didn't bother to look at the gymnasium and simply carried on smiling. Indeed, being young is the best. This is. Jinwoo massaged his aching forehead. It seemed that he had been greatly underestimating Cha Hyun's actual skills up until now. Ygritte's strength had been boosted overall by the Demon King's longsword. But in the end, he couldn't win against her skills. Right after Ygritte's left arm flew away from being cut, Jinwoo ended this match. Even though they would regenerate back to full, he still couldn't stand the sight of his soldiers getting destroyed. This one doesn't count. Didn't you say that you'd bring out the most powerful summon? Cha Hyun walked closer and only stopped when she was one step away from Jinwoo. Was that Black Knight really your strongest summon? She wasn't asking him here. No, it sounded as if she was just trying to confirm what she knew already. Please call out your strongest summon. We agreed to do from that get-go, didn't we? But you may get injured. It's fine. I wanted to fight it at least one more time. Anyway. Jinwoo's eyes widened from her declaration. Wait, you knew. I saw the video footage. Cha Hyun had watched the raid video starring Jinwoo several times by now. The giant monster that made its appearance during the clip, she definitely remembered seeing that monster shooting out the pillar of flames from somewhere. That summoned creature, that was the High Orc Shaman, the boss of that Ranka dungeon. Am I correct? If that was the case, then the mutated ant monster he hunted down this time would also have become his summoned creature as well. From the word go, she chose to go through the test while thinking of fighting that mutated ant. There is no meaning in a victory like this. She wanted to defeat the summoned creature that used the powers of the mutated ant monster, and thereby get Jinwoo to acknowledge her true value. He pondered for a little bit, before nodding his head. Baru. Right away, a shadow soldier enshrouded in jet black smoke rose up behind Jinwoo. Cha Hyun instinctively jumped back and created some distance as soon as she saw Baru's entrance. Back then or now, that guy carried a truly horrendous aura. Jinwoo got genuinely worried when all color drained out of her face and quickly asked her, will this really be fine? Even if Baru had gotten weaker compared to when he was alive, this guy was originally a killing weapon born solely for the purpose of eliminating hunters. Cha Hyun's lips were squeezed shut in a straight line, as she weightily nodded her head. Baru had been staring at her quietly for a while, before lowering his head to whisper a question to Jinwoo. Oh my king, how should I deal with this female? Cha Hyun must have been unable to hear what Baru was saying, because she showed no particular reaction at all. Defeat her without injuring her. It shall be done. The former king of the ants and the current shadow soldier turned towards the deeply tense female warrior. Cha Hyun swallowed her dry saliva. She felt goosebumps break out on her skin from the enormous amount of magic energy emitted by her opponent. Mr. Seong Jinwoo fought against a creature like this and won. Her eyes that showed no signs of hesitation while fighting against Ygritte were now trembling greatly. Baru was done with the necessary preparation to follow his sovereign's order, and suddenly spat out a mighty screech. Blade-like claws began extending out from the ends of Baru's fingers, so Jinwoo standing behind him sent over an unhappy glare. Retract the claws. The high-spirited Baru immediately retracted his claws. Jinwoo drilled one more instruction into his soldier's head. If you injure that woman, it won't be nice for you, either. Got that? I shall follow your will. Only after hearing that definite answer from Baru did Jinwoo declare the start of the second bout. Begin. Baru was the first to make his move. His sovereign had given him only one order: defeat the enemy without harming her. Baru once stood at the peak of his species, and he knew what the best method to perfectly fulfill that order was. And that would be this: make the opponent lose her will to fight by imprinting the clear gap in power between them in her mind. Baru disappeared from Cha Hyun's view the moment he moved, before reappearing right in front of her nose even before she had the chance to realize it. Cha Hyun's animal-like instinct kicked in even as the astonishment at Baru's speed nearly overwhelmed her, and she swung her sword at her opponent. She followed that up with dozens more. However, Baru stood in the spot and evaded all of her attacks without taking a single step. It was a precise movement that eliminated all necessary motion. He was so bloody quick that afterimages were left behind in his wake. This was the display of an unbridgeable gap in their power levels. This is impossible. Cha Hyun's eyes shook hard every time she missed. It can dodge all my attacks at such a close distance without moving its legs once. Just one more time. She took aim at the neck of her opponent and took a swing, but the creature lightly evaded it by leaning back slightly. No matter where she attacked from or how she changed her attacks, her opponent easily dodged them all. How can this be? This thing wasn't even alive anymore. This thing was a summon borrowing the powers of the dead monster, so how could it still be this strong? And also, Mr. Sung Jinwoo, who can freely control such a summon, just what? Cha Hyun's movements became a tad dull from the vague fear invading her, and Baru seized upon this opportunity to smack her incoming sword away with the back of his hand, and then pressed his face closer to hers. Cha Hyun froze up on the spot as the stench of death blew right into her face. This is the end. She inadvertently gasped out the moment those huge mandibles filled up her view. However, the creature didn't crush her head by snapping shut its maws but instead chose to screech out loudly right in front of her face. She was knocked away ungainly from the screech containing his magical energy. Jinwoo grimaced while watching that. Indeed, there was no way he'd start enjoying the sight of someone else getting knocked around one-sidedly like this. However, she stood back up again and fixed the grip on the sword as if to show that she wasn't giving up at all. Jinwoo tilted his head. What is she trying to do? The Cha Hyun he knew wasn't a low-class hunter who didn't want to accept the difference between her and her opponent even after confirming the truth with her own eyes. And she's definitely not reckless enough to keep attacking when she knows of the gap, too. In that case, could she still be in possession of one more card up her sleeve? Whatever it is, I hope she's not making an incorrect call. Jinwoo was mentally linked with Baru, so he could feel how much his soldier was suppressing its killing intent at the moment. On the other hand, Cha Hyun's will remained unyielding, even though she found herself in an absolutely disadvantageous position. He was getting a bad premonition here. Jinwoo's expression became even more serious as he watched the two of them. On the hand, Baru had failed to understand Cha Hyun's decision. He had displayed their overwhelming gap in power several times by now, so why hadn't she stopped her challenges yet? The former king of ants, a being who lorded over others at the apex of the food chain, was beginning to get displeased by the human female's stubbornness. The basis of his anger stemmed from the past memory of him being a ruler. How dare! The moment Baru made up his mind, he arrived before Cha Hyun in the blink of an eye. He then pressed his face closer to glare straight into her eyes. Any life form still breathing would have immediately realized who was the predator and the prey in this situation just from their gazes meeting like this. It would be a warning from one's primal instinct. Baru planned to awaken that instinct of his opponent and make her lose her will to fight in that manner. But unfortunately, his ploy wasn't as effective as he thought. Just as Jinwoo had predicted, Cha Hyun still held one last trump card to fall back on. The skill, sword dance, one she was most proficient in wielding. Her movements sped up as if she was performing a deadly dance, and the tip of her sword drew splendid arcs in the air. Too bad. Baru used his claws to easily defend against all those smoothly flowing attacks that had no interruptions in between. At the end of the barrage, his expression crumpled unsightly. No more playing around. Baru snatched the sword flying at him with his bare hand and crushed it. She only had half a sword left, but rather than falling into despair, her glare became icy cold. Instead, I have only one last chance. Every single drop of magic energy in her was poured into the broken sword to activate her skill, Blade of Light. The magic energy expenditure for this skill was far too great, and she could only use it as the final hurrah. And for the first time during this fight, she revealed it in its full glory. The Blade of Light shone brilliantly. Baru had lowered his guard for a moment after breaking her sword, and she used that opening to jump into his front and stab the Blade of Light forward. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Of course, he wasn't worried about Baru. Utterly disregarding his worries, the blade glowing in golden light pierced deeply into Baru's tummy. In that brief moment, Baru's mind spun quickly. This woman is an enemy. It'd not be a problem for him to die. However, if he fell here, then this woman's sword would point towards his sovereign next. It was then an instinct buried deep within all Shadow Soldier's psyche, one designed to activate in times of great distress and override everything else, wiggled back into life. Protect the sovereign. In that moment, inside of Baru's head blanked out into a reset state, and the order Jinwoo gave him, defeat the enemy without harming her, was wiped away completely. Baru transformed into a terrifying monster in order to protect Jinwoo. His body ballooned up to giant proportions. His mandibles split wide open as if he was getting ready to chew on steel, and finally, his claws extended out to resemble a group of sharp blades. Stop. Baru finished getting ready to rip apart his owner's enemy, and swung all 10 of his claws and their sharp edges at his target. Swish, just before all 10 blades reached Cha Hien. Jinwoo managed to make it just in time. I told you to stop, didn't I? Jinwoo stopped both sets of Baru's claws with his bare hands and began glaring at his soldier. Baru met that enraged glare and began shuddering. He quickly leapt back and, while not even bothering to pull that sword of light from his midriff, prostrated flat on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Oh my king, mercy. Jinwoo knew what this guy was thinking of the moment he was about to act. Hell, the singular thought of protect the sovereign was ringing really loud inside his head, too. Jinwoo glared at Baru for a little while, before shifting his gaze away. Cha Hien was completely spent and, unable to stand any longer, plopped down to the ground. She knew that she just came face to face with death again during that brief moment. Are you all right? Jinwoo walked closer. Why were you pushing yourself that hard? I mean, you shouldn't have any reasons to enter my guild while putting yourself through a ringer like this, right? Indeed, this was supposed to be a simple test. More than that, this was a test he cooked up to reject her tactfully. But, to think, she'd be this obsessed about winning, even to the extent of using such a dangerous skill, too. This couldn't be chalked up to her desire to win at all costs. That was why. Could it be? Jinwoo cautiously asked her, so as to not damage her ego. Are you perhaps interested in me? Excuse me. Cha Hien got flustered and formed a dazed expression of someone getting hit in the back of her head. Jinwoo tilted his head. That wasn't it, either. But then, Cha Hien carefully reorganized her thoughts and corrected her answer. Yes, I think so. Within the United States Hunter Bureau, the director was feeling rather unhappy after receiving the news of Hunter Sung Jinwoo's recruitment ending in failure. Instead of getting a report, he summoned the deputy director to the conference chamber. The deputy director brought Madame Selner with him. Explain what happened back there, the director asked even before they had the chance to sit down. This was the first time since the founding of the Hunter Bureau that their scouting offer, accompanied by Madame Selner no less, had been rejected by the subject. The deputy stood up with a darkened expression and lowered his head. I'm truly sorry, sir. I didn't call you here for your apologies, Michael. Madame Selner was able to observe Hunter Sung Jinwoo. What was the result? The director knew how her power operated, so the result of her observation was as important as the result of the recruitment itself. Hunter Sung Jinwoo is. The deputy licked his dried-up lips from tension and continued on. Is apparently one of the kings. What? The director jumped up from his seat. Of all the powerful hunters she had met over the years, she described only 3 people as kings. And all 3 of them were powerful enough to shake the world by the scruff of its neck, too. Quite literally, they were the zenith of hunters. And the man named Sung Jinwoo had to be included in that list now, as well. Does that mean Hunter Sung Jinwoo possesses the level of power equal to other special authority rank hunters? Strangely enough, she promptly shook her head. Excuse me. Frowns formed on the director's forehead. The deputy could amply understand how his boss must be feeling right about now. He, too, had displayed a similar reaction back when he heard the exact same answer, after all. Madame Selner let out a long sigh. Looks like I'll have to explain myself a little. Her talk began from those words. First of all, by staring into the eyes of the awakened, Madame Selner could sense the passageway connecting said awakened to the other side. However, she said that there were certain awakened who were receiving so much incredible power from the other side that it ends up resembling a blinding flood of light. Instead, these were precisely the kings she talked about. So, what is different about Hunter Sung Jinwoo, then? He doesn't have a passageway. Madame shivered in fear again. When I looked into his eyes, the darkness within him was staring back at me. Oh my God, he was the darkness itself. The deputy director refuted this immediately. But he has helped out a lot of people during his tenure as a hunter, and I can't see him as someone as evil as you describe him to be. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo was indeed a vicious, evil individual, he'd have immediately killed the 2 agents who pointed guns at him where they stood. However, he just let that slide without caring too much about it. Madame shook her head. I wasn't talking about whether Hunter Sung Jinwoo was a good or evil man. Deputy Director. The light shining in her eyes was determined. No, I'm talking about the origin of his power. The director had been listening to her with his hands pressed below his chin until then, but he finally raised his voice. There's no mistaking that he's a powerful hunter, yes. Madame nodded her head. Hunter Sung Jinwoo, he's not borrowing someone else's power. He only relies on the power residing within him, so he's not restricted by the passageway. Which means, there's no limit to his power. The deputy director muttered absently before breaking into an abrupt shudder. He couldn't even begin to imagine how absurd the level of power gushing out without any limit could potentially be. The director fell into a deep thought after he heard both of his guests, and a short while later he nodded his head, evidently having made his mind up over something. "Madam, thank you for your hard work." After seeing Madame Selner off, the director headed down to the underground floors of the Hunter Bureau with his deputy in tow. "Director, where are we going?" "Ninth basement floor." "Isn't that where we store old records? We have something else secured there besides the records." The director watched as the number on the elevator's display panel steadily decreased and continued on. "If we can't rely on Madame Selner's power, then we should use a different method to bring him in." That man was still so young, and he possessed unfathomable power. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo indeed possessed incredible power just as Madame Selner had alluded to, then it no longer mattered whether that was the power of light or the power of darkness. A knife you picked up to protect yourself would look like a deadly weapon from someone else's perspective. Do you still recall the very first rank S gate ever to appear? Of course. How could anyone forget the worst dungeon break in history that destroyed a portion of the western United States? The American government summoned in the world's most powerful hunters with an unbelievably huge amount of reward on offer, and eventually, they succeeded in killing the boss-level monster that emerged from that rank S gate. However, only 5 survived that encounter, meaning just a single monster managed to kill dozens of the best hunters out there. Without their sacrifice, the nation of the United States of America might have ceased to exist altogether. That was why the American government bestowed the 5 remaining saviors the rights equaling that of the country itself. And that's where the term special authority rank originated from. The director mouthed the name of the monster that brought upon one of the worst tragedies in the history of mankind. Kamish the dragon. Didn't the mage-type hunters say that Kamish meant an undying flame? They entered the deepest room on the floor, and the director opened the safe found in there. And that's when a single rune stone, under a heavy guard and being monitored constantly, revealed itself. The deputy director flinched in surprise. In that case, could that thing be? Your guess is correct. The director placed his hand on top of the reinforced glass shielding the rune stone and formed a smile. This rune stone came out from that Kamish's corpse. 2 of the special authority rank hunters settled down in the US after the end of the Kamish raid. In a way, they were the gifts that Kamish managed to deliver to the US. To avoid another calamity like this, the Americans established the Hunter Bureau and focused all their might on improving the strengths of the hunters. Around 8 years passed by since then, simply because no mage-type hunters were among the surviving special authority rank hunters. Kamish's rune stone was tucked away in this cold underground storage beneath the Hunter Bureau, waiting for a new owner to come along. The director formed a meaningful smile as he peered into the glass case. Kamish will present us with yet another invaluable gift to our beautiful country very soon. Hyungnim, I heard that it might be difficult for us to get the permit for the gate that appeared yesterday. The first thing that the chairman of the Night Order Guild, Park Jong-soo, did after arriving for work was to harden his expression. What was that? The vice chair Jeong Yun-T hurriedly explained himself. The result from the association folks measuring that thing apparently came out higher than they expected. What? It's a rank S? No, not that. They say it's a rank A, but right at the top of the scale. Gimme a freaking break, man. Really now? If it was a rank S gate, then they could have given up on it without hesitation. The Night Order Guild didn't have a single rank S hunter in their midst, so it wouldn't make much sense for them to attempt clearing a rank S gate, after all. If we don't get involved, then the folks from the Shining Star would definitely show up. The Shining Star Guild from the district of Hanam. Fine blood vessels bulged within Park Jong-soo's eyes when he heard that name. You want to gift the big gate hovering right in front of our house to the hands of Ma Dong-wook. No, I'm just saying, Hyungnim. I won't let that happen, even over my dead body. If I think about it objectively, then I should give up on this one. But then again, he should consider the fate of the Night Order as good as finished if the story of them giving up on a rank A gate gets around. Just which newbie would want to join a guild that didn't have a single rank S hunter and couldn't even deal with a rank A gate? In that case, Hyungnim, how about forming an alliance with another guild? Park Jong-soo shook his head. Who'd want to form an alliance with us when they already know we can't go at it alone and need help? If allying with another guild is a problem, then how about working with a freelancer? The 2 men's heads snapped in unison towards the direction of the woman's voice, coming from their side. It was from the rank A healer charged with mending the elite raid team, Jeong Yi-rim. The healer was given a lot of say in the matters of a raid, and if that healer just so happened to be a rank A possessing various skills, then there was no need to even mention that. However, as the fate of the Night Order Guild was hanging in the balance here, Park Jong-soo couldn't easily hide his troubled expression. We want to go inside the hardest rank A gate, so how could a single freelancer help? But then, Park Jong-soo stopped his words right there. Because he just remembered a certain someone in the middle of his own speech. A man capable of sweeping away rank S monsters all alone, never mind rank S. Unable to suppress his excitement anymore, Park Jong-soo shot up from his seat. If Mr. Sung Jinwoo joins us, then. That man easily brushed off a monster that the combined might of the Korean rank S hunters couldn't do anything about. If he chose to participate, then the safety of the raid team members was as good as 100% guaranteed. What is Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim doing right now? Both Jeong Yi-rim, who originally came up with the idea, and Jeong Yun-ti quietly listening from the side, shook their heads. Since he cleared the gate appearing in the middle of the road not too long ago, he's gone pretty quiet nowadays. Jeong Yun-ti recalled seeing Sung Jinwoo on one of the TV news broadcasts recently, and pulled his phone out. Should I find out the contact number for Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, Hyung Nim? No, don't bother. Put your phone down. Hey, do you think you should try to solve something this important over a phone call? No, we gotta meet up with him and discuss it face to face. Let's go up north. That evening, Cha-hyun was lying on her bed with sheets pulled right up over her head, but she was writhing around in great distress at the moment. Why did I go and say, I think so? Just why? Wasn't that the exact same thing as confessing? She wildly kicked the sheets away, and finally stopped moving only after a thought popped up into her head out of the blue. Then, how was she to decipher Mr. Sung Jinwoo's reply? Then, she wanted to quickly escape from that situation and told him that she'd think about it before leaving in a hurry. But simply from recalling that moment caused such distress that her thought process ground to a complete halt almost immediately. Her face blushed from the memories she remembered yet again. Back when she looked into the maddened eyes of the enlarged summoned creature, she predicted her unavoidable death. She felt absolute terror. This was the fate of the prey. Cha-hyun even squeezed her eyes shut as 10 claws descended upon her from both sides. But, then, she felt the warmth coming from her back. At the same time, a familiar scent gently wrapped all around her. Cha-hyun cautiously opened her eyes and looked behind her. And she found Jinwoo standing there, busy glaring with angry eyes at the summoned creature while stopping the claws with his bare hands. It was true that her heart skipped a beat in that moment. But then, wasn't it patently unfair to ask a question like that in that sort of a situation? No, wait. Cha-hyun shook her head hard as if to shake off all the distracting thoughts. Even if he asked her like that, she shouldn't have answered him truthfully. He might start seeing me as a strange person. After all, even though she knew she shouldn't, her lips parted on their own. Maybe because her mind felt more relaxed when she was around Hunter Sung Jinwoo, she ended up revealing a side to him that she always kept hidden. It was as if she wasn't herself anymore. As if I wasn't myself. Those words sounded rather familiar for some reason. Where could it have been from? She could vaguely remember hearing a similar expression from somewhere. It was then, a piece of memory once erased from her mind brushed past her brain. Please, pass it on. Cha-hyun quickly bolted upright. She finally recalled that voice, a voice that seemed to slowly fade away to the other side, just like a waking dream, even though it couldn't have been that long ago. Please, pass this message on. Cha-hyun did her very best to remember the contents of the voice as well as the owner of it. The full scope of the memory, blurry and indistinct as if a thick veil of fog was covering it, slowly regained its former glory. Please, pass on the message that he needs to be wary. I met with Hunter Min Byung-gu back when she lost her consciousness and was being dragged into the endless void. Hunter Min Byung-gu appeared out of nowhere and pulled her back by her wrist. She felt momentarily displeased from her peaceful rest being interrupted back then. She remembered being puzzled by the black armor covering the entirety of Hunter Min Byung-gu. Only his face was visible outwardly. Even that face seemed quite sad for some reason, which was unlike his usual self. As the memories of those moments slowly crept back into her mind, Cha-hyun felt a chill run down her spine. Hunter Min Byung-gu spoke to her, his expression barely holding back his tears. Please pass on the message that he needs to be wary of the power he possesses. After ending the shower, Jinwoo stood before the bathroom window. He sure looked okay from where he was standing, but to think that he was so good looking that a beauty like Cha-hyun felt enough interest to try switching guilds. Am I really that good looking? Jinwoo peered deeper into the mirror, and a smirk leaked out of his mouth. He wasn't planning to drown in narcissism even if no one told him to. He was confident of only one thing about himself, and that would be his taut muscles, getting progressively firmer through repeated daily quest routines, as well as his height that suddenly grew up much higher than before, probably due to the influence of the system. That was about it. Meaning, all he had was his body and not much else. As for his face, well, minus his sharper than normal eyes, wouldn't it be on the level of an average man commonly seen on the streets? It was at this point that he noticed something. Hold on. Jinwoo's expression became serious as he stared into the mirror. He leaned his head slightly to the side and took an even closer look than before. The Jinwoo of the mirror's reflection and the Jinwoo of reality stared at each other for a long while. A strange light flickered in Jinwoo's eyes. His gaze swept all over his face, and as he thought, he really did change. Those small scars, spots and nicks that couldn't be seen normally and needed to be looked at really close, had all disappeared from his face even before he had time to notice it. Is this because of the will to recover buff? Hey, sis, how do I look to you? What do you mean? Like, my appeal as a man? Huh? Jinna furrowed her brows. And where did you find your baseless confidence from? Because you're still the same stay-at-home oppa in my eyes, you know. Alright, thanks for that. Jinwoo grinned and pinched her cheek lightly, and she too threw a rather sharp kick to his shin as a retaliation. Of course, the one jumping around in pain was Jinna. You forgot what kind of a person your oppa was. Can you even study properly with that head of yours? What was that? Jinna pouted and narrowed her eyes at him. I was ranked first place in the mock test in the entire school, I'll have you know. Jinwoo really enjoyed his sister's reaction and had a hard time swallowing back his laughter. One of the best things about having your family around was that, even if you changed, they still treated you the same with exactly the same attitude as before. Jinwoo used the towel to rub his wet hair and walked past Jinna. Work hard. You too, oppa. Just before he slipped into his room, though, he remembered something and looked behind him. All right, I'm thinking of creating a guild soon. Oh, Jinna's expression brightly and her eyes sparkled brilliantly as well. Appa, are you going to be called a chairman from now on, too? If it all works out, what's the name of the guild? That's what I wanted to hear your opinion on. Oh, what is it? What is it? Jinwoo cautiously asked his little sister, busy looking at him with eyes full of expectations. What do you think of Solo Play Guild? Huh? The answer sounded the same, but its nuance was rather a lot different than the one that came before. If she was kidding around just now, then she was dead serious this time. What's wrong? You think it's weird? Appa, why are you naming your guild like that? Because I like moving around solo. It does sound like you, but still, isn't it a bit strange to name your guild like that? Why? Isn't your ability summoning out those black armored soldiers? Yeah, so, if you get technical about it, you aren't fighting alone, right? Now that he heard her opinion, that made some sense. Jinwoo nodded his head. I may think of it as just another one of my skills, but it won't look that way to other people, is that it? Indeed, she had a point there. This guild might end up accompanying him for the rest of his life, so he wanted to give it a name that best represented who he was. And that's why he went with Solo Play, but now, if the true meaning doesn't come across all that well, it'll be useless. What could be another term that could describe him the best? Jinwoo asked his sister's opinion again. How about Ajin Guild? Ajin? Jinna mouthed the name for a bit, before asking him back with a smile. I kinda like it, cause it sounds like my name but flipped around. But, what does it even mean? Only he could tread on this road. And it was a name he wanted to give to the guild that would grow alongside him. Oh, Jinna came up with the best praise she could think of. You know, that doesn't sound bad at all. Next day, Jinwoo went to the office armed with the new guild name. Hey, it's about the guild's name. Yu Jinho had been in the office since early morning, working. When he heard the new name from Jinwoo, a brilliant smile formed on his face. That is an excellent name, Hyung Nim. Didn't they say that a swan floating elegantly on water was kicking furiously under the surface? Yu Jinho had been feeling as desperate as that old saying. Whatever it is, everything will be fine as long as it's not solo play. He imagined it so many times already. And that would be him introducing himself as hello, I'm Yu Jinho, vice chairman of the Solo Play Guild. That seriously tormented him. He couldn't be sure of why, but a corner of his heart ached every time he imagined himself saying those words. However, how could he dare to rebel against a name that Hyung Nim had worked so hard to come up with? He resigned himself to that fate, but then, a heaven-sent opportunity came knocking in his way. Hyung Nim, let's go with that as our guild's name. Jinwoo made his decision after receiving his partner's genuine consent this time. Okay, so we decided on the guild's name, finally. Yu Jinho began crying out in elation inwardly after hearing Jinwoo make that declaration. Meanwhile, the latter rubbed his chin and muttered out, the remaining issue is the last founding member slot, isn't it? Oh, that. Hyung Nim. Yeah, what happened to Cha Hee and Hunter Nim yesterday? I don't think it'll work out with Hunter Cha. She's not exactly who I've been looking for. Hyuk. Yu Jinho hastily swallowed a shocked gasp. He expected his Hyung Nim to hold a high standard. but to think that he'd not be satisfied with a hunter on Cha Hyun's level. Hunter Cha Hyun was a rank S, she was still very young. Her records were excellent, and to top them all off, she was beautiful as well. No matter from which angle, she was pretty much perfect. At least, from the perspective of an average Joe, that was. However, would the word average even apply to his Hyungnim? But I don't think anyone will be better than Hunter Cha Hyun among the rest of the applicants, though. Excuse me, Hyungnim. What kind of a person are you looking for, anyway? Someone with a hunter license who doesn't care much about the guild's activity but we can still place our trust in. Yu Jinho thought up of a person meeting the criteria perfectly right away. Isn't that? It was then. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office's entrance. Park Jong-soo recognized Jinwoo first and formed a bright smile. And Park Jong-soo, the master of the Night Order. Jinwoo nodded his head in acceptance. Indeed, he thought he had seen this man's face from somewhere before. Even if he wasn't all that interested, he'd still recognize a master of one of the 5 major guilds in South Korea. By the way, what brings the representatives from the Night Order to Seoul like this, if I may ask? Park Jong-soo picked one out of the many online news articles and then played the video clip embedded in it. Hey, look at that. Over there. Are you filming this? Wow, how is that even possible? How can a gate be that huge? The video footage, obviously taken by a civilian, contained the crowd's scared voices as its BGM. But that was understandable. The gate in the video was just nonsensically too large. It was taller than a 10-story building, even. This particular gate was so big that it managed to terrify even those citizens who were now pretty much numbed by the smaller gates popping up almost everywhere without warning these days. The size of a gate and its ranking don't always line up, but Park Jong-soo ended the video playback and further explained himself. As befitting its nonsensical size, it's also apparently busy dumping out a massive amount of magic energy as well. Jinwoo's eyes began gleaming from this rather interesting piece of news. Is it a rank S? We've been told that it hasn't reached the rank of unable to measure, but just below the threshold, apparently. It's supposed to be the largest gate to ever appear in Busan, meaning, although it was nominally a rank A, it was far closer to being a rank S instead. If that's the case, I can expect a fair bit of experience points, can't I? In contrary to Jinwoo's heart quietly gearing up to pump even faster, Park Jong-soo's voice sounded quite bitter as he carried on. As you can see from those headlines, the association doesn't want to issue us the raid permit. Is it because it'll be too dangerous? Our guild lacks a rank S hunter, as you might have heard. Actually, I believe that we'll get the raid permit for this gate if you decide to cooperate with our assault team, Hunter Nim. Jinwoo crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair. Before his pondering could get any deeper, though, Park Jong-soo hurriedly added on. Of course, we will definitely make sure not to treat you poorly. With a smile still etched on his face, he pulled out the prepared contract. We will hand over 20% of the revenue generated from this dungeon. He was saying that one of the major guilds was prepared to submit 2/10 of the potential profit from a gate to a freelancer. Now that was an unimaginable offer for a regular hunter. Now typically, a rank S hunter would only command around 10% of the overall revenue when a large guild raided a dungeon. But the Night Order was offering up double of that norm. As Park Jong-soo had said, this certainly wasn't a poor treatment by any stretch of the imagination. Unfortunately, Jinwoo's thoughts were a bit different. 50-50 split. Park Jong-soo's hand flinched momentarily as it was about to pull out a pen that was supposed to help Jinwoo sign the contract. If you agree to consider me not as a freelancer but as a guild, then I shall cooperate with you. Jinwoo made sure that declaration was heard loud and clear. An earthquake erupted within Park Jong-soo's eyes at the suggestion of splitting the revenue in half. However, he didn't have any means to come out as strongly as Jinwoo here. It was not an exaggeration to say that the fate of his Night Order guild depended on this raid. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was inwardly clicking his tongue. I mean, 20% is just not on, don't you think so? He wasn't trying to exploit the urgent situation the Night Order guild found themselves in. But, when calculated from all possible angles, the most sensible ratio of splitting the loot was 50-50. Even if they are the elites of the Night Order, are they as good as my shadow soldiers? Either in number or even in quality, they were incomparable. Not only that, his side even included a rank S hunter, too. In that case, how about 40-60? Apologies, but I'm not trying to negotiate with the Night Order guild here. Park Jong-soo fell into deep thought. I thought things would work out easily enough because he's still young and looks friendly, but I see now that he is no pushover. But that made sense. He was someone that not even the combined might of South Korea's rank S hunters could defeat. After a lengthy bout of deep deliberation, Park Jong-soo cautiously raised his voice. Alright, we will accept. In return, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, can you take on the boss monster by yourself? Park Jong-soo's expression became somber as he resolved himself to at least get this much out of the negotiation. The boss-level monsters were responsible for the majority of losses suffered in dungeons, and to minimize the potential losses to his raid team, Park Jong-soo made an aggressive move and asked Jinwoo to deal with the boss monster instead. In order to hide a smirk trying to break out of his lips, Jinwoo lifted the hand previously supporting his chin right up below his nose and covered the entirety of his mouth, then formed an impressive frown. He wanted to look as if he was giving it a very serious consideration here, and it worked wonders. Park Jong-soo forgot all about the passage of time and solely concentrated on Jinwoo's decision, as his hands were soaked in sweat. After a long while, Jinwoo let out a soft sigh and then, alright, we'll do it that way. It's been some time since the gate first appeared, so at the latest, we need to start the raid tomorrow. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Park Jong-soo stopped packing his stuff and hurriedly made a suggestion. Instead of that, how about we travel south together in our car? Since they were going to meet again tomorrow anyway, wouldn't it be more efficient to move around together instead of making a promise like this? He sneaked a glance at the circular-shaped shadow crawling away on the floor and came up with a suitable excuse. I already made a prior arrangement for this evening, so it'll be difficult for me to go with you. But don't worry, I'll definitely make it in time. The shadow, it just moved from that side to this side. Park Jong-soo froze up for a second before he stood straight back up and glared at Jeong Yun-ti. Hey, Yun-ti, are you drunk right now? Sensing the atmosphere had suddenly gotten a bit chilly all of a sudden, Jeong Yun-ti forgot what he wanted to say and rubbed below his nose with his index finger. I had a couple of beer as an appetizer back in the motorway service station. Hyung Nim, didn't I say that you gotta be more mindful when we're trying to conduct official business? I'm sorry, Hyung Nim. Jeong Yun-ti bowed to Park Jong-soo, before bowing to Jinwoo as well. I'm sorry, Hunter Nim. This guy here, he means well, but he also sometimes spews out nonsense with a couple of drinks in him. I apologize if we ended up making a fuss. No, it's fine. I mean, shadows can move around sometimes. And so, as the meeting was coming to an end in a friendly atmosphere, Jinwoo's phone resting on the conference table suddenly vibrated. Who's this? He took a look at the caller, but he couldn't recognize the number. Excuse me, I'll have to answer this call. Yes. Jinwoo asked for his guest's understanding like a gentleman and made his exit from the conference suite. After making his way out of the conference suite, Jinwoo tapped on the answer icon. Then, a familiar voice came out of the phone's speaker. Son. After confirming who it was, Jinwoo felt rather relieved but at the same time, felt a bit rueful as well. Mom, did you buy a new phone? NG. I wanted to hear your voice as soon as I got it, so I called you abruptly like this. I hope that I didn't interrupt you while you were doing something important. Jinwoo glanced at the conference suite with two people from the Night Order Guild still inside and smirked slightly. Nah, it's fine, Mom. That's a relief. By the way, I don't know if I bought the right phone. I'm just not used to this sort of things. Did you go to the store alone? Why didn't you take Jinna along with you? She's busy with her studies, so I shouldn't disturb her. It'd been nice if Mom thought of herself instead of her children every once in a while. Jinwoo ended the call with his mom and sighed softly under his breath. However, why did he feel a bit disappointed when he found out that the call was from his mom? What was I waiting for? Jinwoo smirked to himself and pocketed the phone, before raising his head up. Renewed vigor was gleaming brightly in his eyes. He was about to breathe in the dungeon air again tomorrow, all thanks to the nice guys of the Night Order coming to visit him like this. A rank A gate that's close to being a rank S, is it? It felt as if he hadn't cut loose and went all out in a long while now. Hadn't it been a week already since the end of the Jeju Island raid? Besides entering that rank B gate, he hadn't done anything worthy of mention lately. The cream of the Night Order's crop had gathered in one place. They were all in a buzz right now from anticipation and excitement. It couldn't be helped, though. They would probably have had to take a big gamble with their lives by going on this raid. And if it turned into a red gate, then avoiding a complete annihilation would have been impossible. But then, Hunter Sung Jinwoo agreed to join them on such a raid. I should have just brought him along with us yesterday. Park Jong-soo confirmed the time through his watch. It was 5 minutes before 11 in the morning. According to their schedule, the raid was supposed to get underway in 5 minutes. It was a little wonder that he was suffocating from anxiety, since the promised person hadn't shown up yet. Without him, this raid couldn't even get underway. The Hunters Association immediately issued the raid permit as soon as the Night Order let them know of Hunter Sung Jinwoo's participation. There are 3 minutes remaining. Park Jong-soo pulled his phone out of sheer anxiousness, but he pocketed it again after mustering up a superhuman level of patience. It'd be a bit rude to call someone who said he'd be here shortly about 10 minutes ago, now wouldn't it? However, he couldn't sense anyone possessing great aura approaching this location. Nor did he receive the call from Jinwoo saying that he arrived at the vicinity. Park Jong-soo looked for something else to chew on instead of his innards, and eventually settled on a cigarette. Just where are you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nayam? Around the same time, Jinwoo was stepping outside his apartment. He was kitted out in easy-to-move clothing and a pair of sneakers. He looked at his watch, and it said 1 minute before 11 a.m. He raised his head up to see an overcast, gloomy sky. I wonder, did Jinna take an umbrella with her in the morning? Such thoughts only lasted for a short while. Okay, time to make my way there, then. Jinwoo pulled up the hood to hide his face as a smile crept up on his lips. First of all, he activated stealth, and then shadow exchange. He immediately swapped his position with the soldier currently in the shadow state. Meanwhile, somewhere in Jinna's high school, 3 male students and their faces were currently full of unhappiness at being asked to run an errand for their art teacher. Isn't this clearly exploitation of labor force? Yeah, I wonder about that myself. I mean, why are we doing something that guy was supposed to do it himself in the first place? The male students continued to complain bitterly as they unlatched the bulky lock of the second art classroom, currently serving as their school's storage unit. Look at all this dust. The thick coating of dust befitting a disused, forgotten storage greeted the trio of students. Several worn art supplies, pieces of paintings thrown away by their original owners, and plaster statues once used for sketch exercises lay discarded in this place. Hey, how many of these plaster statues were we supposed to take with us? There are 6 of them here, so it must be 6. Arg, come on. That means we have to come back here again. Why don't you carry 4 of them at the same time, then? The male students rolled their sleeves up in order to carry the plaster figures away. But then, the student picking up the dusty figure tucked away at the deepest corner ended up discovering something else. After hearing his surprised-sounding voice, his friends quickly walked over to take a look. Isn't this? There was a large hole in the wall. It was a gate about the size of an adult human. The biggest student among the trio smirked after taking a look at the gate. And here I was, wondering what was up. The male student pressed his hand on the surface of the gate and carried on. A closed gate like this one is safe. Only hunters can go inside, and the things inside can't come out, either. It was then. A crack suddenly formed on the surface of the gate, and at the same time, a hand shot out to grab the head of the male student. The male student struggled fiercely to get out of the grip, but the hand didn't even budge an inch. And then, accompanying the sound of a hard surface of a fruit shattering into pieces, blood splattered all over the dust-filled storage. Jun Seok-ah. And, as the 2 blood-soaked male students screamed out, the black curtain covering up the entrance of the gate shattered like glass, and the monsters trapped inside began pouring out. Orcs were natural-born hunters. Their level of intelligence fell some way short of that of humans, but they easily exceeded humanity when it came to tracking and hunting prey weaker than they were. And now, the doorway had been shattered. The wall blocking the dungeon from the rest of the world was gone, and these hunters began pouring out from the gate. The orcs shoved away the annoying corpses of the high school boys and scanned their surroundings. Sniff, sniff. These hunters had been trapped inside the dark dungeon for the whole week, quietly waiting for this day. It was rather obvious that they would get excited from all the smell of blood and flesh coming from their surroundings. However, this group was merely advanced scouts. Even if their blood was boiling, they weren't supposed to act as they pleased. Dozens of their brethren were waiting impatiently for their reports just beyond the roundish doorway. These orcs looked around and spotted straight walls with many doors and windows. The orc in charge of the advanced scouts immediately realized that they were standing inside a complicated artificial structure like a castle. Its nostrils twitched. There were 2 choices here to make. 1. Leave this castle and kill every prey they could find with utter impunity. Or, kill every human found within this castle and turn it into a fortress, and then commence with their hunting in earnest. There was no need to even consider which one was the safer choice. The leader orc ordered its underling, "Summon our brothers. First, we cleanse this place completely." There was a sizable crowd of people gathered in the coastline of Gwang and Rai. Even though the weather was overcast and gloomy, there was this one thing that made these people show up here in morbid fascination. And that would be the gigantic gate floating above the beach. Looking at it for real now, it kinda looks bigger, doesn't it? He could see the gate right in front of his eyes that looked way bigger than the one from the video clips. The amount of magic energy leaking out of that thing was as serious as what the association had told the Night Order Guild, too. What kind of monsters will I find inside? A smile unconsciously bloomed on his lips. Besides that nonsensically huge gate, though, everything else looked the same, more or less. Just like how it'd be with raids being taken on by other guilds, there were two groups of low-ranked hunters nearby. That's the retrieval team, and that's the mining team. And the old saying said that you'd see as much as you knew. He could easily tell apart their roles through the attire and their equipment. This was indeed all thanks to participating in the raids of the Hunters Guild in the past. He really came. It's Mr. Sung Jinwoo. The elite hunters began gathering around after hearing Park Jong-soo's call sign, and began forming bright expression after they recognized Jinwoo. Hunter Nim, the Jeju Island raid was really amazing. How do you summon those black soldiers? Wait a sec, are they even summons? Will you be taking the lead in today's raid, Mr. Sung Jinwoo? Just as Jinwoo was feeling progressively lost from the outpouring of all these questions. Stop. Will you just stop? Healer Jeong Hee-rim, responsible for coming up with the idea of bringing Jinwoo in the first place, pushed aside other hunters and stepped up to the front. Why are you trying to trouble Seong Hunter Nim to this degree? You aren't some country bumpkins either, so why? Her eyes glaring at her wayward colleagues were as sharp as a pair of blades. A high-ranked healer was comparable to one's own mother in a way, because she was responsible for the raid team's overall well-being. The team members had to swallow their dissatisfaction and keep their mouths shut, as if they were being scolded by their mother. Jeong Hee-rim formed a grin. She then airily spun around and extended her hand to Jinwoo for a handshake. I'm the main healer of the Night Order's elite assault team, Jeong. Rim. It's a pleasure to meet you. She formed a soft smile with her eyes and continued on. I don't know about others, but seeing that you're about to lead the team, and the fact that I'm the main healer, we should be at least on the same page before we start. Yes. Jinwoo avoided meeting her ulterior motive-filled eyes and looked at Park Jong-soo instead. You haven't explained to them already. Oh, that. Well, Park Jong-soo scratched the back of his head as if he was embarrassed about something. My schedule had been just too tight, you see. I was so busy with going through all the formalities and summoning these guys out here that I've ended up forgetting about it. I, Park Jong-soo, will take the lead for today's raid. Chairman, it's you again. But we have Hunter Seong Jinwoo here, so why? Is it okay to even do that? Park Jong-soo was a tanker at the very top of the rank A, so it was definitely not a strange occurrence to have him lead a team. Excluding those times that he couldn't participate due to his condition being less than ideal, the majority of the raids happened under Park Jong-soo's leadership. However, didn't they have a rank S hunter among the team now? The strongest hunter present taking up the lead. This was one of the commonly accepted rules in raiding a dungeon. Park Jong-soo quickly offered up an explanation for the sake of his confused teammates. Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim will take up the role of guarding our rear, and will ensure our safety during the raid itself. Watch the assault team from the back and take care of the safety of the team members. This was Park Jong-soo's demand. This was for the safety of the team, of course, but also for the sake of the guild's honor as well. It's the ogre, somewhat different from Jinwoo's own premonition. The assault team was greeted by huge trouble from the entrance instead. It's the twin-head ogre. Everyone, be careful. A monster that would typically appear as a boss in other high-ranked dungeons was standing in the entrance, its bloodshot eyes glaring at the hunters. A twin-head ogre was about twice the size of a regular ogre, but it was difficult to quantify how many times greater the creature's powers were. If it were any other regular assault team that had to face off against a twin-head ogre in a dungeon, they would have been utterly frightened out of their senses and have tried to escape right away. But, let's go. It was a different story with the elites of the Night Order. Park Jong-soo the tanker raised his shield up and rushed towards the ogre. Slam! The impact force actually shook the interior of the dungeon. However, Park Jong-soo activated his skill in time to balloon up his muscle mass and managed to endure against the incredible physical strength of the twin-head ogre without being brought down to his knees. Hyung Nim, I'm fine. Then, I'm coming, too. The sub-tanker, Jeong Yun-ti, stood next to Park Jong-soo, succeeding in his mission to get the ogre's attention locked firmly onto himself. Park Jong-soo yelled out loudly, veins in his neck standing up. Attack. With that, the counter-offensive of the Night Order commenced. Arrows, magic spells, swords, and spears rained down on the twin-head ogre. The twin-head ogre became agitated and began rampaging around. However, Park Jong-soo didn't give the monster a chance to divert its attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jeong Yun-ti quickly ran over and defended the others whenever they were targeted by the ogre. Just now, Jeong Yun-ti defended against the ogre's kick and was shoved back greatly as 2 lions were gouged on the ground by his feet. Thanks to him, though, other hunters suffered almost no damage at all. The body of the ogre was gradually shaved away due to the combined attacks of the damage dealers. It was a spectacular teamwork. From this spectacle alone, Jinwoo could now understand why the Night Order Guild managed to lock down on the position of Yeongnam District's #1 for such a long time. Eventually, the ogre fell backwards, bubbles foaming in its mouths. Thud! It was the moment when a boss-level monster fell without injuring a single person. A perfect victory, in other words. We'll stay here for a bit longer to recheck our equipment before advancing forward. Ah, okay, please do. Jinwoo nodded his head. While he only needed to drink potions to refill his magic energy or stamina, other hunters clearly suffered from a physical limit to their magical energy reserve or fatigue. It seems likely that this raid won't be easy, unfortunately. To think, we'd end up running into a twin-head ogre right from the start. He rubbed his chin before turning to look at Jinwoo with a grin. Do you know what the nickname of a twin-head ogre is, by any chance? Jinwoo shook his head, and the older man replied as if he expected that answer. It's the Gravekeeper. Did that nickname come about because it was such a powerful monster that killed a lot of people? However, Park Jong-soo's explanation was far off Jinwoo's estimations. The thing is, the older man cast his gaze deeper into the cavern's interior. An ominous aura seemed to be oozing out from the other side of the cavern, still enshrouded in darkness, at least in his eyes. When you meet one as the boss of a dungeon, it's fine. But when you run into one right at the beginning, then well, you'll find that this dungeon. Park Jong-soo sounded worried as he finished his sentence. This dungeon is full of undead monsters. An urgent call came through to the Hunters Association emergency hotline. The caller's voice belonged to a young teenage girl. Is this the association? The call center employee heard the scared sobbing coming from the other side of the line as soon as the call got connected, and realized something was wrong. Yes, it is. Please speak. I'm in, my school, but there are monsters outside. Outside? Where are you making this call from? I'm hiding. I was with my friend, but my friend, I'm in the bathroom. Her sobbing meant that her words were constantly being cut off and it was hard to carry on a conversation. However, the call center employee was experienced enough to piece together those stuttering words and figured out what this girl was trying to say. Immediately, an urgent message was sent to the association's main building. How many monsters are there? Are they any near you right now? I don't know. I really don't know. I hear screams. Sob. I can hear so many screams. Am I going to die? Please calm down and listen to my voice. This employee knew very well from his extensive experience about how weak-kneed humans could get when faced with life-threatening situations. Right now, hunters from the association are headed your way. These hunters will not give up on you guys. That is why you need to stay calm and rational, okay? Can you hear me? Really? In that case, can I survive? The voice coming from the other side of the line was gradually recovering from the panic state. That was a good sign. The employee thought that he succeeded in calming the female student down, and then asked the question that could prove to be most important in saving the girl's life. By any chance, those monsters? Do you know what kind of monsters those are? Yes, I know. I saw them on TV. Which monsters are they? If the monsters possessed weak senses and chased after humans using their eyes, then hiding in a bathroom would work as a suitable solution for the time being. The employee prayed that such monsters had invaded the school instead. They have human bodies, but they have ugly faces. And their skin is green. Can it be? The eyes of the employee grew wider and wider. Orcs? Are they orcs? Yes, I think it was what they were called. Orcs? And no, this can't be. The employee shot up from his seat before he realized it and cried out. You need to run away from there. Hurry, orcs can. It was then, despite the employee's earnest prayer, he could hear the sound of the bathroom door being destroyed, followed soon by a sorrowful scream. The Night Order's raid was trucking along quite smoothly. As a matter of fact, things were working out so well that the hunters felt the whole thing was strangely too easy. For instance, they encountered yet another monster, but a rotting creature the size of a house tried to escape from the assault team, only to get ensnared by the restriction magic spell cast by the mage-type hunter, and soon, it too met with a grisly end. And when the exact same thing repeated itself over and over again, the hunters were getting progressively more puzzled. Isn't this weird? Why are these monsters running away when they see us? Isn't it like they were being chased away? What's the matter, Seong Hunter Nim? Is something following us? Jinwoo didn't answer her. As a matter of fact, his heart was beating so madly that he didn't even have any leeway to answer her questions. Could it be? Jinwoo's eyes, as they stared towards the outside of this dungeon, began quaking violently. Only then did Jeong Yi-rim also realize that something was wrong as well. Heartbreaking screams rose up from all corners of the school. Less than half of the students managed to escape from the school alive. As for the rest, either they had all ended up as corpses, or were busy running around inside the school's premise trying to evade the orcs. Unfortunately, their futile resistance could only buy them a brief respite. The hunts of the orcs that started from the lowest floor continued on to higher floors and drove all victims caught in their wake to gruesome deaths. The students who couldn't run away in time and remained trapped in their classrooms could only cover their ears as more screams rose up from the lower floors. The classrooms for the third-year students were located on the top floor of the school building. Jinwoo was also among those third-year students who couldn't run away in time. The doorway shoddily blocked up with junk was the only thing that could defend them against the marauding orc horde. FCKME. The male students grabbed onto chairs and mops or whatever that could serve as weapons with their trembling hands. But none of them helped to instill a sense of confidence in the scared students. No, all they could do was to wait and pray fervently for the hunters to show up before those orcs stepped foot inside their classroom. The bent classroom door was flung away. As the screams of the frightened students resounded out, 2 orcs covered in the blood of the countless number of people they had murdered stepped into the classroom. A male student holding a mop near the door threw away his makeshift weapon and ran to the back entrance, before yanking it open. However, another orc was lying in wait there, and it slammed an axe down on the forehead of this fleeing male student. The male student fell powerlessly, the light of life leaving his eyes. Both entrances of the classroom were now blocked off by the orcs. The remaining students screamed out loudly and crowded against the windows, but they all knew that the results would largely end up the same regardless of whether they chose to jump out from a 6-story window or get caught by the orcs. Appa, finding herself stuck in the middle of the students fleeing towards the corners of the classroom as they tried to get away from the orcs, Jinwoo squeezed her eyes shut and called out to Jinwoo, her Appa, the rank S hunter. If she called out to him, it felt as if he'd show up here right away. Boss, there is a human with magic energy coming off. Kill that one first. Unlike regular humans, those that knew how to wield magic energy were dangerous opponents. Therefore, these orcs had to deal with a threat like that first. The orc, having received the boss's order, began scanning the students before eventually locking onto Jinwoo's location. The orc grabbed her wrist and dragged her out to the middle of the classroom. Is this female the one? It is, boss. The underling was right. Although faint, they could sense magic energy coming from somewhere on this girl. Whether that came from this female's abilities or some sort of a weapon she possessed, it didn't change the fact that she had to be eliminated first before everyone else. The boss raised its axe up. Jinwoo saw the axe rising up high above her head and eventually squeezed her eyes shut. The boss twitched its nose and swung the axe down with a disinterested face. But then this happened. A veil of black smoke suddenly exploded out from Jinwoo's shadow and took on a solid shape. Grab. The brows of the advanced scout's boss shot up high in surprise, because it just realized that a high orc wearing black armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere to grab onto its wrist. That was why. Before the puzzled orc could say something, the high orc threw a simple punch and shattered the head of the monster like an exploding watermelon. The jaws of the students watching this sight fell to the floor. They were about to avert their gazes before the scene of their classmate getting murdered played out. Yet these soldiers decked out in black armor suddenly appeared without a single warning. Soldiers? No, hold on. Was it even okay to call those things soldiers? But these monsters looked more orcish than orcs themselves, and were at least double the size of an orc and featured red skin. Really, when standing before the black-armored orc, that scary-looking orc now resembled a boy about to enter his teenage years instead. But that was to be expected. The shadow soldiers Jinwoo had left behind in Jinwoo's shadow were the high orcs serving as the guards of the boss monster Fangs from the high-ranking dungeon. Not only that, these guys were the cream of the warrior crop found there. Regular orcs dared to have a go against high orc warriors. What a funny notion that was. The students were freaking out properly now. Yuck. The terrifying monsters threatening their lives up until only a few seconds ago were getting massacred by even more monsterish monsters now. Their current level of shock and fear had gone far past what they could tolerate, and caused the inside of these students' heads to completely blank out. Except for one person, that was. Only Jinwoo knew the significance of those black armors and began crying softly. Appa, did Appa. Jinwoo could sense her Appa's trace from these 3 high orcs surrounding her like a trio of bodyguards. Did those monsters save us? Are we being protected? At the bare minimum, they felt sure of these black-armored orcs weren't going to harm them. Where is Appa? Is he here? Jinwoo tearfully asked for Jinwoo, but the high orc soldiers didn't reply back to her. Papa. Instead, they lightly stopped her when she tried to go somewhere else. When Jinna cautiously looked up at the high orc, the creature silently shook its head. The top priority for these high orcs was to secure Jinna's safety. They couldn't let her roam around the building when it was packed full of enemies right now. And, sure enough, footsteps climbing up the stairs could be heard coming from outside the classroom. The attitude of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, who was practically a paragon of relaxation up until a few seconds ago, suddenly did a complete 180. Something urgent came up and I must leave now. Park Jong-soo's complexion darkened. Without your presence, Seong Hunter Nim, we could find ourselves in great danger. You know this too, don't you? Park Jong-soo did his best to dissuade Jinwoo in the most roundabout way he could think of. He was acutely aware that agitating Jinwoo was far more dangerous than attempting to clear this dungeon without the young rank S hunter's help. That was how badly contorted Jinwoo's current expression was. Let me call on a friend that you can place your trust in as much as you'd trust me. From here on, that friend will take care of everything. Park Jong-soo's ears perked up. Not just anyone, but another hunter whose ability was guaranteed by none other than Hunter Seong Jinwoo himself. Who could it be? Choi Jong-in? Or is it Cha Hyun? Now that Park Jong-soo thought about it, didn't he see a document containing Hunter Cha Hyun's profile in Jinwoo's office yesterday? If it's Cha Hunter Nim, then yeah, she'll be more than enough. Although it was regretful that he couldn't stop Jinwoo from leaving, but still, Park Jong-soo's expression got brighter at the prospect of the potential replacement. Jinwoo didn't waste time hesitating and summoned forth the most powerful soldier in his shadow army. Baru, the king of ants, its body shrouded in black mist, answered its master's call. Baru didn't bother to mask its overwhelmingly evil magic energy, and that freaked the hunters out so much that they had to retreat far away immediately. That absolutely horrendous amount of magic energy, and the exact same outer appearance as that thing. See, could that be? And no, but how come? These hunters immediately recognized the identity of Baru. Without a doubt, this was the very same mutated ant monster that toyed around with the Korean rank S hunters back inside Jeju Island's ant tunnel. With these high-ranked hunters recognizing Baru, it became more convenient for him now since he didn't need to explain himself any further. The whole of the country witnessed Baru's power, after all. From here onwards, this guy will sub for me. He ignored the panicking Park Young-soo and gave a new order to Baru. Protect these humans. I shall follow. Baru made a short reply and raised its head. In that case, oh my king, what should I do about the existences besides these humans? Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to the deepest part of the dungeon for a second or two, before issuing one more order to Baru. Do whatever you wish. It was right then. Baru's repressed desire to kill morphed into an unbridled joy and spread all over its body. Baru stood back up and screeched out loudly, the entire cavern reverberating from that horrifying sound. Hunters began trembling from that screech, even though it wasn't even directed at them. Wait. We need to finish the raid with that thing. Cold perspiration trickled down Park Jong-soo's back. Jinwoo didn't even pay any mind to the reactions of the hunters and simply summoned 20 more ant shadow beast soldiers to aid Baru's cause. Having breathed in the fresh outside air for the first time in a long while, the beast soldiers began screeching out loudly as well. And quite obviously, every hunter bearing witness to this spectacle froze up where they stood. Hold on. Jiang Yi-rim quickly turned around and called out to Jinwoo. Are you going to leave just like that? After letting loose this monster's here. If you want, I'll simply undo the summoning. But when that happens, Jiang Yi-rim flinched when Jinwoo's cold glare landed on her. I'll no longer care about what happens to the Night Order Guild. Jinwoo made a promise, and that was, he'd protect the members of the Night Order Guild and ensure that they wouldn't get harmed. However, if the other side declined his act of goodwill first, then he didn't see the need to stay responsible for these people, either. Jinwoo's unyielding declaration shut up the mouths of not just Jiang Yi-rim, but the rest of the Night Order's hunters, as well. As his distance from the raid team grew, Jinwoo summoned up his skills window to confirm. Class specific, remaining before the skill can be used again. A minute. Jinwoo bit his lower lip. He needed to wait over an hour if he were to use the Shadow Exchange skill. The signals from his soldiers were still coming in, even right now. He was getting a really bad premonition here. I can't wait for another hour. He needed to exit from this dungeon first. Making up his mind thus, Jinwoo took another step. But then, undead monsters that were supposed to be finished off after the assault team went past here began raising their bodies up again. Jinwoo's eyes burned brilliantly from rage. He was enraged by these worthless monsters trying to block his path. When that happened, like a lie, the undead monsters all knelt down towards Jinwoo. Flop, flop, there was not one exception here. Every single revived undead monster was prostrating before Jinwoo now. But why? Jinwoo tilted his head. Could the reason for every monster encountered by the assault team being so terrified be all because of him? Is it because I possess a higher ranked class than a necromancer capable of controlling the undead? The current situation was puzzling, but he didn't have enough time to think about this too deeply. He stored the short sword back in his inventory and ran with all his might to exit from the gate. The attention of the people waiting outside the gate focused on him in an instant. Why did only Hunter Sung Jinwoo get out of the gate? They sent their curiosity-filled gazes in his direction, but Jinwoo ignored them all. Kaizel. Suddenly, a sky dragon covered in black mist revealed itself. The spectators immediately recognized the sky dragon, which had appeared in the news a couple of times before, and they began crying out while pointing to Jinwoo. To where my little sister is, at your fastest speed. If something tried to block his way, he'd smash past them regardless of what they were. Kaizel roared out in happiness, knowing that now it could flap its wings without any restrictions whatsoever. Kyok. Right away, Kaizel unfurled its massive wings and took to the sky. The last restriction was finally undone. Finally gaining the freedom of movement, the owner of the dungeon left the boss chamber and strode outside the gate. It was the chieftain of the orcs, Guruktaru. Its entire body was covered in black tattoos, seemingly not leaving behind even a single patch of empty skin. Tattoos signified victory to orcs. These were proof of how many battles this creature fought and how many enemies it had slain so far. Guruktaru, Guruktaru. The orcs waiting for the chieftain in front of the gate chanted out its name and lowered their heads. High orc warriors are aiding humans. High orcs. Indeed, high orc warriors were strong. Regular orc warriors wouldn't be able to fight against them. Meaning, it was now time for the chieftain to step up. How many? 3. Even if their opponents were strong. What a shameful notion it was for dozens of great orc warriors to fail at subduing only 3 high orcs. Pathetic. Guruktaru's expression crumpled. The orcs were scared stiff from the chieftain's anger and began trembling like leaves. Lights of madness were burning furiously within Guruktaru's eyes. Insolent beastards. It was now time to demand appropriate compensation from the high orcs, who dare to interrupt the hunting of the orc warriors. Suddenly finding himself left behind along with ant monsters, Park Jong-soo was feeling rather dumbstruck at the moment. Hyung Nim, leave me for a bit, okay? I need time to think. Being surrounded by over 20 of these monsters, no summons, Park Jong-soo was getting this close to abandoning this raid altogether. Okay, so, let's say that we give up on this raid. If so, then how should he explain the result of this raid to the reporters waiting outside? Could he say, Hunter Sung Jinwoo had to suddenly leave the assault team and therefore they couldn't afford to advance forward anymore? Or, they had to give up on the raid because they got too scared of the new friends Hunter Sung Jinwoo summoned here for them? What kind of an embarrassment would that be? Didn't matter which excuse was used, it had become a source of ridicule for them, probably for forever. Park Jong-soo clenched his teeth. Fine, we go forward. Did it really matter if they were scared of these summons? At the end of the day, weren't they Hunter Sung Jinwoo's slaves? When Park Jong-soo thought about this, his mind calmed down just a tad. I mean, seriously, these guys are Seong Hunter Nim's summoned creatures, so they won't do anything weird to us, right? Park Jong-soo's confidence-filled eyes shifted over to Baru, and the latter approached the hunter after sensing his gaze. Yuck. The confidence of a few seconds ago evaporated real fast, and Park Jong-soo could barely squeeze out a trembling voice. Well, let's get going. Rather naturally, he began speaking in a super polite tone. However, Baru showed no reaction even after hearing Park Jong-soo's voice. No, it just stood there and simply stared back. Wondering if his manner of speech was still not good enough for this creature's whims, Park Jong-soo became even more polite in his tone. Should we get going now? Even then, Baru showed no sign of budging from the spot. Park Jong-soo's consciousness was gradually getting fainter as he had to stare longer and longer into the powerful glare of the creature in front of him. Could it be that this guy can't understand what I'm saying here, and that's why it's not moving? When Park Jong-soo's thoughts reached this point, he forced his facial muscle to contort into an ungainly smile, and then he pointed towards the interior of the dungeon. In front, forward. In that moment, the mutated ant monster disappeared instantly, along with the sound of a bullet leaving the silenced gun. Where did it go? Even before Park Jong-soo could scan his vicinity with puzzled eyes, Baru returned to his original position. Baru then pushed forward something held in his hand towards Park Jong-soo's face. What the heck? When the flustered hunter took a closer look, he realized that the mystery object was actually the head of a monster. Not only that, it was the helmet of one of the most powerful undead monsters, Death Knight, with a rotting head still trapped inside. Park Jong-soo freaked out and plopped down his butt real hard. The other members of the assault team also were jolted into stunned silence and hurriedly gathered around Park Jong-soo. Baru disinterestedly scanned the hunters now grouped together in one spot. He loudly screeched out to the rest of the ant monsters. With that, the ant army began to march forward in perfect order. Baru looked down at Park Jong-soo still on the ground for a little while, before he slowly turned around and followed after the marching ants. The hunters hurriedly checked out Park Jong-soo's current condition. Hyung-nim, Chairman, are you all right? Are you okay? Park Jong-soo replied to them with a stupefied face. I'm okay. His body was fine, but, for some reason, his heart ached instead. It felt as if he got ridiculed by a summoned creature. There's no way that's true, surely not. Indeed, a summoned creature couldn't have possessed such a level of intelligence. Whatever the case may be, though, he couldn't give up on this raid now that he even got humiliated somewhat like this. Park Jong-soo dusted off his butt and got back up. Let's go, as well. The expressions of the hunters stiffened up. Hey, you want to follow after those things? How can we go on a raid with monsters? The high orc warriors were indeed strong. Unfortunately, they were still no match for the orc chieftain, Guruktaru. The orc's leader left behind its guards in the corridor and stepped forward to fight all by itself. And then, while easily evading the attacks of the high orcs, pulled out a scimitar sheathed on its back. Is this all you have? The interior of the classroom was filled with the corpses of the orcs. Even at a casual count, there were 50 of them here. Make me enjoy this more, warriors of the high orc race. The chieftain's rage was transferred directly into merciless swings of its curved blade. Guruktaru's scimitar drew elaborate arcs in the air, and began shaving away the high orcs, their armors and all. The screams didn't come from the high orcs, naturally, but from the mouths of the humans hiding behind them. Guruktaru's forehead creased up in displeasure. Annoyingly noisy. After taking care of these high orcs, those bugs would be next. Guruktaru sliced off an arm of a high orc and chopped it up in fine pieces until it got eventually bored of doing that, and spun on its heels to cut off the opponent's neck clean off. When that happened, other orcs who had retreated outside the classroom because of the high orcs all began raising loud cheers. Guruktaru, Guruktaru. It was then Guruktaru's brows quivered. The headless high orc morphed to black smoke before reverting back to how it was originally, right in front of its eyes. Is this shamanism? Even after the orc chieftain cut and sliced its enemies several more times, the story remained the same. Guruktaru eventually became really frustrated and roared out. It had sliced and hacked these high orcs numerous times to death, yet they all reverted back to their original shapes again and again. It won't be hard killing them hundreds, thousands times. However, there would be no end in sight if that happened. Even right now, that DMN voice in its head was repeatedly ordering Guruktaru to kill humans. As a matter of fact, the orc was beginning to suffer from a migraine as the voice continuously rang inside its head. But that didn't mean it could ignore these high orcs and try to kill the humans, either. Time to finish this. Guruktaru rolled its brain into gear. If these high orcs were creations from some kind of sorcery, then without a doubt, there must be a shaman controlling them somewhere. Guruktaru had fought against many different kinds of sorcery in the past battles, and therefore, it subsequently knew how to end this dirty trick once and for all, as well. That human female, standing far behind these high orcs and holding her breath. Although faint, she was somehow connected to these high orcs. Guruktaru's eyes gleamed dangerously. So, is it you? The monster's target for its murderous rage was redirected to her. The moment Jinna met Guruktaru's gaze, her entire body shuddered uncontrollably. That human female definitely knew something. Guruktaru decided as so, and pointed at Jinna while glancing behind itself. Kill that human female. Even before its words were finished, the guards observing the fight from the back rushed forward to carry out Guruktaru's order. Then, the high orcs ignored Guruktaru in front of them to desperately block against the advancing guards. I thought as much. Indeed, the orc chieftain's guess was correct. By seizing the opening created from the high orcs being held up, Guruktaru stood before Jinna. So, it was you. The orc used the hand not holding the scimitar and grabbed Jinna's neck, before lifting her up. The female, with her airways squeezed tight, couldn't even scream properly. This caused Guruktaru to tilt its head. It was such a weak, slender neck that it'd get broken just from the monster squeezing a little harder than usual. But, how could such a weak human manage to complete a high-class sorcery that changed warriors into immortals? There was a simple way to find out. Kill her and I'll see. And, just as Guruktaru began squeezing the female's neck to snap it in half, From afar, the cry of a sky dragon resounded out. Right away, Guruktaru felt every hair on its body stand up. What is this? As time slowed down from the extreme tension it felt, the orc chieftain's instincts of a warrior, trained to their very limit, sent out countless warning bells. Guruktaru quickly discarded the human female, and with the movements akin to a wild animal, fled to the door of the classroom. Boom! A mighty, ear-splitting explosion occurred next, the shards of glass flying out like shrapnel. Meanwhile, orcs manning the doorways began hastily retreating away after the back of their chieftain suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Guruktaru wordlessly glared forward, its breathing now becoming extremely cautious. It was picking up on an unusual and eerie vibe. It could see a human male it hadn't seen before standing on the spot where the human female was just now. Guruktaru shifted its gaze ever so slightly to the side. Its opposite corner was where the windows were. Nothing remained of the entirety of that wall as if it had been struck by a powerful siege weapon. Even with its excellent dynamic visual acuity, the orc chieftain still failed to follow that man's movements. Guruktaru could only swallow its saliva at the sudden entrance of a powerful opponent. The new enemy completely ignored the presence of the orc chieftain and its underlings, and simply proceeded to confirm the human female's condition. Guruktaru spoke to its enemy. I am Guruktaru, from the proud tribe of Red Blade. That was the warrior's introduction only granted to an opponent capable of reaping away the orc's life. Having completed its introduction, Guruktaru asked the human male, "And who are you?" Jinwoo raised his head and quietly spoke. "Shut your mouth and quietly wait for your turn over there." A human just used the language of the orcs. The orcs' surprise lasted only for a moment. Perhaps it was because of the power carried in that man's voice. None of the orcs, which included Guruktaru itself, could even dare to budge an inch from the spot. Jinwoo asked, his expression hard and unforgiving. "Are you all right, Appa?" Jinna finally stopped coughing and jumped into his embrace, tears streaming from her eyes. Jinwoo gently stroked her hair as if he was soothing a scared child. Appa, Jinna's Appa. That means, the students finally realized who the man in front of their eyes was. He was Sung Jinwoo, a hunter ranked S. We're saved. He very cautiously separated his sister from him as she tried hard not to leave his side. He then called out his shadow soldiers matching the exact number of the surviving students. "Everyone, follow my summons out of the building." The students nodded their heads, and the soldiers proceeded to pick them up in an embrace. As for Jinna, he entrusted her especially to Ygritte. "Please wait for me downstairs, okay? I'm going to join you very soon after dealing with this." Normally, Jinna would try to stop her Appa, telling him that they should go together regardless of whether he was a rank S hunter or not. No, she'd still say that even if he was something greater. But now, she couldn't do that, because Jinwoo's current expression was far too scary for her to say those words. So, Jinna could only nod her head. Jinwoo gave out his signal, and the soldiers carrying the students jumped outside of the destroyed wall one by one. Orcs in the corridor flinched slightly at the sight of the almost caught prey making their escape. When that happened, Jinwoo glared at them with his ice-cold eyes. "I told you not to move." Like some kind of a lie, all orcs stopped moving altogether. None of them could go against his glare. After confirming that all of the students had left the classroom safely, Jinwoo turned around to face the orcs. He didn't let them leave because he was worried about them getting injured. These measly orcs, he was confident of killing them all in the blink of an eye. He simply didn't want to show his little sister or other kids what was about to happen in here, that was all. And now, there were no more eyes watching. Guruktaru asked him again, "Who are you? How can you speak our tongue?" Jinwoo ignored the orc's words and slowly made his way over to them. Realizing that the human male had no intentions to answer back, Guruktaru bared its fangs and shouted out, "Attack!" The brave orc warriors pounced on Jinwoo all at once after hearing the chieftain's order. When they did, the time froze. Within this freeze frame of a moment, Jinwoo leisurely walked in between the orcs that were moving agonizingly slowly, and proceeded to destroy them one by one. He didn't even need to take his weapons out. He only needed to use his finger. Every time Jinwoo's finger brushed by an orc, heads, shoulders, wrists, waists and midriffs of the monsters exploded into bits. And after utterly destroying over 20 orcs in one blink of an eye, Jinwoo stood before Guruktaru. Jinwoo's left hand grabbed Guruktaru's mouth and jaw, and the orc could only whimper pathetically. Jinwoo walked forward just like that and slammed the orc's head against the corridor's wall. The empty corridor reverberated with the thunderous boom. Jinwoo's gaze shifted towards either end of the corridor. It was filled with the remains of the students. It was truly a hard-to-look gruesome sight to behold. However, Jinwoo didn't avert his gaze and imprinted the sight of every single one of these kids in his mind, just so he could demand reparations from the guilty one responsible. Jinwoo shifted his eyes to Guruktaru. Why? His voice was incomparably icy. Why does your kind want to kill humans to this extreme level? Guruktaru had long lost its desire to resist and could only tremble in fear as it replied. In our heads, telling us to kill humans. Jinwoo became momentarily confused. Kill humans. He had heard of the exact same thing before. But, back then, he interpreted the word humans as another term for hunters. But it seemed that the word human really did mean all humans, now that he got to hear this monster's reply. Then, what about me? Jinwoo asked the orc again. Do you not hear the voice telling you to kill me? He brought his face closer. It was inevitable that Guruktaru would look into Jinwoo's eyes. The orc began shaking its head and shivered hard as if it had discovered something in there. Forgive me. Something impossible happened. The brave and mighty great warrior of the orc race began shedding tears like a little child. Jinwoo felt the inside of his head suddenly cool off as he watched the terrified monster cowering before him. So, that's how it is. He was not being seen as a human even in this guy's head, was that it? Well, it doesn't really matter. Jinwoo wasn't all that interested in how monsters viewed him. No, he simply killed them because they were out to harm humans. Guruktaru shivered and continued sob as the fear it couldn't overcome completely enveloped it. Please, forgive. Jinwoo replied. I'll forgive you. And then, he summoned the Demon King's short sword. However, do not think that the process will be a painless one for you. The Night Order Guild's assault team could only gasp out in astonishment while spectating on the battles of the monsters. How could it be? How could anyone call this a raid now? Because the ants very easily subdued the undead monsters and then began greedily devouring them. If they eat up everything like that, nothing will be left behind, you know. Right? Even the magic crystals. The hunters could only anxiously look on as the top-class magic crystals all ended up in the stomachs of these monsters. No, summoned creatures. Unable to watch from the sidelines any longer, Jeong Yi-rim hastily ran out. Don't you know how expensive that is? She tried to wrestle away the corpse of a vampire, but that only managed to annoy the ant, and the creature swung its arm at her direction. She cried out and tumbled backwards after the ant's claw cut into her forearm, just as she tried to get up while rubbing her butt. By the time she regained her wits, the ant monster that swung its arm was standing before her. The creature had its gigantic maw and its horrifying mandibles wide open as if to swallow her head whole. Jeong Yi-rim's expression froze stiff at that moment. It was then. Baru had come swooping in and turned that ant around. He opened his own maw wide just like how this ant did a moment ago, and then he screeched out incredibly loudly. Being subjected to the rage of an existence on another level, the ant creature couldn't even meet Baru's gaze and simply shivered in fear. Baru let go of the ant's shoulder, causing the creature to hurriedly scurry away from there. Jeong Yi-rim watched this scene play out in a total daze, but Baru approached her and extended his hand out. Still stupefied over everything, she grabbed the offered hand and was able to finally stand back up. She was about to say something, only for her lips to stop, because she saw the gentle blue light circulating around Baru's fingertips. That was why. Healing magic. Jeong Yi-rim's brows shot up real high in surprise. The wound in her arm healed up immediately the moment that blue light touched her. After confirming that her wound was completely cured, Baru turned towards the ants and shouted out. That caused the ants to end their mealtime and began moving deeper into the dungeon's interior. Jeong Yi-rim watched the back of Baru and murmured to herself, how can a summon cast better healing magic than me? Because of the nature of the incident itself, a massive crowd of people had rushed towards the school's perimeters. My son goes to this school. Get out of the way. I need to confirm what happened with my own eyes. If it weren't for the desperate crowd control efforts by the police and the association's employees, the scene of the incident would have descended into pure pandemonium from the maddened crowd. The reporters had also rushed here as soon as word got out and were now busy snapping away with their cameras. In a way, you could say that today's tragedy has been foretold in advance. His expression was hard. On the other hand, Jinwoo was feeling confused. Does that mean the association didn't do anything about an incident they could have prevented in advance? Before his confusion had the chance to transform into anger, the association president pulled out his phone and showed Jinwoo its display. It showed a graphical chart. This shows the increase in the gate activity around the city of Seoul for the last 6 months. The dots drew a gentle curvature, but when it got nearer to present, it suddenly spiked up steeply. And this side shows the stats from around the world. If the association president didn't make that clear, Jinwoo might have mistaken them for two of the exact same thing. That was how similar looking the inclines in those two graphs were. The numbers of gates appearing has spiked up noticeably throughout the world. Go Gun Huey's complexion got darker and darker. However, that isn't the only strange thing. He returned the phone back into his inner jacket pocket and carried on. People wanting to confirm their awakened rankings are practically lining up in a long queue outside the association every day now. The number of gates where monsters come out was increasing, and at the same time, the number of hunters who were supposed to block the gates was also increasing. As if to maintain a balance, anyone could tell something big was afoot from that data. Unfortunately, that didn't mean Jinwoo could do anything about them right now. It was the same story for Go-Gun Huey as well. Also, a simple phone call would have sufficed if it was about sharing of information and a hypothesis. Jinwoo thought that association president wouldn't have taken time out of his packed schedule to simply have this conversation. In that case, what you wished to talk to me about was. As if he was waiting for that, Go-Gun Huey picked up a briefcase resting by the footwell and pulled out various documents from there. Japan, the States, China, Russia, France, Britain, Germany, and even from the Middle East. All the nations with some international clout were brought up abruptly. These are all the official documents sent in from those nations that wish to make contact with you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. I'm fairly certain that some of them even have made unofficial contacts with you already. Jinwoo briefly recalled the incident involving the American Hunter Bureau's people, but decided not to mention it. In all honesty, we at the Hunters Association simply don't have any rights to stop these people. No, we can only protect your personal information according to your requests. Jinwoo silently listened to the older man's story. I know that everything depends on your decision, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, but I fear that our country will not be able to adapt to the incoming changes if you decide to leave us. Rather than a concrete answer, Jinwoo shifted his gaze out of the car's window. As he fell deeper into a myriad of distracting thoughts, one of the biggest hospitals in the country entered his view. It was the very hospital where Jin-Ah had been admitted to. We will provide you with every convenience we can possibly provide. Go-Gun Huey stuffed the documents back inside the briefcase and asked Jinwoo with a tense expression, "So, would you please remain in South Korea?" The Night Order's assault team chased after the ants and arrived at the boss chamber's entrance. The hunters at the back of the pack suddenly became rather noisy. "Chairman, there are a lot of things coming from our rear." "Yeah, I can hear them coming, too. Everyone, enter the boss room, now." Their sole hope for survival was the summoned creatures left behind by Hunter Sung Jinwoo. After confirming that every last hunter had entered, Park Jong-soo shouted out, veins popping up in his throat, "Block the exit." Jeong Yi-rim activated her skill, Holy Wall, and blocked up the entryway connecting the boss room and the passageway before it. The Death Knight standing in front of the rushing horde noisily pounded on the invisible barrier. Her forehead soaked in cold sweat now, Jeong Yi-rim turned her head towards Park Jong-soo. "Chairman, I won't be able to hold this for more than 5 minutes, tops." I know, not only Park Jong-soo, but the rest of the assault team members had finished preparing for a battle in case the wall was breached. "Oh, my dear lord." His eyes opened even wider than before. The boss monster currently standing in a face-off against the ants was something even Park Jong-soo knew of, after hearing about it many times in the past. A pale-faced mage wearing a tattered robe, the Archlick. It was the strongest undead-type monster, thought to be the creature at the top of the undead food chain. Why did it have to be a DMN Archlick? Park Jong-soo's complexion darkened considerably. He prayed for the summoned creatures to quickly kill the boss and help them out, but then, the opponent turned out to be a DMN Archlick. It'd be more realistic for the hunters to get rid of the scores of undead first and help the summoned creatures out next. It was then, Baru took a step forward towards the Archlick. The Archlick then immediately summoned over a dozen Death Knights around the ants and surrounded them. Baru bared his fangs and extended its claws out. The Archlick recognized the black smoke continuously rising up from Baru's entire body. It was almost as if the completely empty eye sockets had widened for a second there. The Shadow Army. The language of the monsters came out from the Archlick's mouth. Baru retracted his claws after hearing the boss's words. The Archlick swept its gaze around the ants behind Baru and asked in a puzzled voice, "Why is the king's personal army attacking us?" Kekek. Baru leaked out a sound that sounded like a cackle of ridicule, before pointing to himself. "We have been chosen by the king." And then, he pointed at the Archlick. "And you weren't." The Archlick couldn't believe it, its voice now containing a trace of anger. "That can't be. I shall personally report to the king and..." Unfortunately, even before the Archlick could finish its sentence, Baru appeared right before its stunned eyes. The shoulders of the Archlick quivered momentarily. Baru was a high-class monster that the owner of a rank S dungeon sacrificed its own life force to create. Even if its overall stats had fallen a little ever since becoming a shadow soldier, there was just no way that an owner of a measly rank a dungeon, an archlick, could fight against Baru. The former Ant King simply thrust its hand into the shocked boss's chest without hesitation. The hand pierced through the chest, along with a pendant hanging on the archlick's neck. Baru's hand exiting from the back of the archlick was grasping the pendant now. That piece of jewelry was basically the heart of the archlick. It wasn't all that difficult for Baru, once a top monster himself, to detect what was supplying the life force to his enemy. The archlick desperately shook its head. No, this can't be. However, Baru didn't pay any attention to the pleading of his enemy, and simply crushed the pendant in his hand. Krek, you talk too much for someone about to die. Along with Baru's words, the body of the archlick crumbled to dust. Park Jong-soo's jaw dropped to the floor. He was so shocked that he needed some time to process the event his own two eyes had witnessed just now. How could it kill the archlick in one hit? There was an event that catapulted the archlick as a pretty infamous creature among the boss-level monsters, and that would be the incident of the Gold Dragon Guild's annihilation. An entire guild was completely destroyed by a single archlick. Not just any guild either, but one that was supposed to be quite powerful even within China, no less. But then again, that might have been an obvious result. The archlick could continuously summon out Death Knights anytime it wanted to. And one Death Knight was a very powerful undead-type monster that required the bitter struggle of multiple rank hunters to defeat. If you underestimated the boss monster simply because it didn't have any guards around it initially, then you'd not be able to escape the fate of total destruction. In the end, a dungeon break occurred from the gate the Gold Dragon Guild failed to close. China's own special authority rank hunter Liu Zhaijing arrived in the nick of time so the incident didn't turn into a catastrophe. But still, many hunters got to know the terror an archlick posed through this incident. Hyung Nim, wasn't that an archlick? Yeah, it was. The thing that came out of the gate during that Gold Dragon Guild incident. If that's true, then that ain't just one-shotted an archlick. Jiang Yunti now formed a completely disbelieving expression. What a scary power. They had seen the extent of his power in Jeju Island, but having witnessed it for real, they had to concede the fact that he possessed an incredible ability. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim doesn't even need to enter a gate and still gets to clear it by just sending these guys in. No. Jiang Yunti spoke without thinking too much about what he was saying. However, Park Jong-soo felt goosebumps break out all over his skin after he thought about what his deputy just mentioned in passing. The number of summons Hunter Seong brought out back in Jeju Island was at least over 200. That was only from those that got caught on camera. So, it was difficult to even estimate how many more he could actually summon out at once. What if he didn't even need to make a single move, but simply send out his summons to clear out dungeons? Hyung Nim, let's not waste more time and push ahead with merging our guild with Seong Hunter Nim's guild. You really want to try your luck with that, Hyung Nim? Think about it. Combine Seong Hunter Nim's abilities with our guild's know-how. Even the likes of the Hunters Guild should be terrified by our potential, man. Would Vice Chairwoman Cha Hyun leave the Hunters Guild and join hands with Hunter Seong for no reason? Of course not. You honestly believe that Seong Hunter Nim needs us? Park Jong-soo tutted and explained in detail. Do you really think that Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim will be able to disregard the law if he wants to work? Excuse me, even if it's possible for his summons to clear dungeons, he still needs to fill up the minimum headcount for the raid team. No. Oh, hearing that plausible explanation, Jiang Yunti's expression brightened up once more. You're right, Hyung Nim. As the two men stared at each other with happy smiles on their faces, the ground beneath their feet trembled ever so softly. With the death of the boss-level monster, the gate was starting to close up. Well, let's carry on our discussion after we get out of here first. Yes, Hyung Nim. Will you let me enter high-ranking gates all by myself in the future? Pardon me. When he was faced with a completely unexpected demand, Go Gun Huey's eyes opened up wide. Are you asking me to exclude you from the minimum headcount rule? Jinwoo nodded his head. The regulation regarding the number of raid team members was the minimum safety net in place for the hunters. It was a policy to prevent the incidents of hunters entering a dungeon without sufficient preparation and losing their lives. However, did Hunter Seong require such a safety net when his summons could beat down countless rank S monsters? Abruptly recalling a certain scene from the Ant Tunnel raid, Go Gun Huey asked as his expression tensed up. By any chance, the raid permits your guild will be issued with, are you planning to clear those gates all by yourself? Yes. Go Gun Huey became speechless from Jinwoo's straightforward reply. There was not one trace of worry in his voice. Could it be that he made the guild just for this? Did he do that so he could solo clear high-ranking dungeons? A one-man army for Go Gun Huey, who had been constantly worried about the unchecked growth of the major guilds. That proved to be one hell of an attractive concept. His heart began racing again. Go Gun Huey placed his hand on the chest that began to hurt a little, and formed a bitter smile after comparing himself to the virile and healthy-looking Jinwoo. Will it be difficult? Jinwoo asked, but Go Gun Huey immediately shook his head. It's not going to be impossible. Leave it to me. Jinwoo grinned brightly after hearing Go Gun Huey's confident reply. Nice. One of the things that could have proved to be a source of headache got resolved just now. Thank you. Jinwoo smiled and expressed his gratitude, and Go Gun Huey replied with a smile of his own. Camera flashes went off every few seconds as a slim woman with natural black hair assumed several different poses. Good, that's good. A wide grin didn't want to leave the face of the photographer as he snapped away with his camera. Thank you for your hard work. You too, Miss Soo Hyun. Hello, Nuna. It was from Yoo Jin-ho, regrettably. Yoo Soo Hyun was well aware of the fact that this kid would only call her Nuna if he wanted something from her. Nuna, don't you want to join our guild? What on earth was he on about, out of the blue? A thin frown formed for a second there on Yoo Soo Hyun's fine, smooth forehead. Your guild. She was so dumbfounded that she simply had to ask again. Instead of getting dragged to my father's guild and acting like its public relations mouthpiece, don't you think it'll be a lot better for you to leave your name on our guild's employee list and do whatever you want? And this was the rather remarkable reply she got in return. Yoo Soo Hyun's voice became quite low as she got more and more suspicious. And why do you need my name in the first place? We're still short of one last guild founding member, you see. Wait, are you telling me to join a guild that's not even a real thing yet? Yeah, Yoo Jin-ho answered back oh so innocently. Yoo Soo Hyun felt her head slowly develop a pulsing migraine simply from wondering just what this kid believed in to become such an optimistic human being. No, besides all that, just who could be the other person, then? Rather than the idiot asking her to put her name down as one of the guild's founding members, she was getting a lot more suspicious of the other person's reasoning for wanting to make a guild with this idiot. Instead, you aren't acting like this cause some shady character sweet-talked you into it, right? Who'd want to create a guild with a rank D hunter possessing a negligible amount of hunting experience other than swindlers? However, Yoo Jin-ho's response was rather different from her expectations. From the other side of the phone line, the sound of a chuckle formed when the corner of one's lips arched up came out, followed soon after by a relaxed voice. You'll be shocked if you find out who that shady character is, you know. Okay, who is it? I'm hanging up. Oh my gosh, you are telling the truth. The surprised voice of a woman came from Jin-woo's side. He turned around to find Yoo Soo Hyun exiting from the conference suite with a pair of very large eyes staring back at him. Jin-woo shifted his gaze over to Yoo Jin-ho and silently asked him. And she is? Yoo Jin-ho replied with a pair of tense eyes. It's her, Hyung-nim. Before arriving here, Jin-woo had already heard the gist of the situation from Yoo Jin-ho. Someone who carried around a hunter license but couldn't be bothered about the matters of the guild, yet worthy of their trust. And she's even a rank a hunter too. Her rank wasn't all that important, though. In any case, the first impression she gave off was not bad at all, perhaps owing to her clear eyes and her bright smile. They shared quick and simple introductions. Excuse me. Before they could sign the contract, Jin-woo decided to ask her about something he was curious about. If you do this, your relationship with your uncle might get a lot more tricky. Will that be fine with you? That's still better than getting mixed up with Yoo Jin-seong, you know. Yoo Jin-seong. Jin-woo looked back to Yoo Jin-ho, and the latter embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. He's my older brother, Hyun-nim. Oh, that bad personality older brother he talked about, right? Yoo Jin-seong was supposed to take over the guild if Yoo Jin-ho failed to cut the mustard, wasn't it? Jin-woo quietly nodded his head. This wouldn't have happened if Yoo Jin-ho did as he was told and took over the Yoojin Guild. In a way, Yoo Soo Hyun was another victim of the choice Yoo Jin-ho made. Because of this kid, many people are being greatly inconvenienced, aren't they? Excuse me. Yes, she was blushing just a little bit. It seemed like she had something important to say to him, judging from how her eyes were quietly trembling like that. Jin-woo also formed a serious expression. Is there something you'd like to ask me? Yoo Soo Hyun hesitated slightly, but after hearing his words, she worked up enough courage to ask him. Her eyes even began sparkling. Can we take a selfie together? I wish to upload it to my SNS profile. You will acknowledge summoned creatures as members of a raid team. Do you think such a thing even makes sense? Nam Jun-wook yelled out at the top of his lungs. Formerly a prosecutor, he now served as a member of the National Assembly. No one in this country came remotely close to this man's ability to sniff out and latch onto a person's wrongdoings. The association president Go Gun-Hui maintained his silence as he sat on the opposite side of such a man. Nam Jun-wook was actually smiling inside as he was staring at his current verbal sparring partner. Indeed, even if you had 10 mouths, you'd not have anything to say. The victor had been decided already. No matter who it was, they would say this was Association President Go Gun-Hui going too far. He must have known this too, because he showed absolutely no signs of counterattacking yet. However, Nam Jun-wook was not thinking of easing up here. His style was to keep up the pressure when the enemy was on the back foot. He'd push his opponents hard until they were driven to the edge of a cliff. Veins bulged in his neck as he raised his voice high, not at Go Gun-Hui, but at the entirety of the third conference hall, currently filled to the brim with the interested parties and a cordon of reporters. Hunter Sung Jinwoo has barely finished creating his guild, yet you already wish to pass this nonsensical regulation. If this isn't the case of preferential treatment, then what is? Very good. Nam Jun-wook sensed his impending victory. Go Gun-Hui's fame had skyrocketed recently due to him pulling off the Jeju Island raid so brilliantly. But now, Nam Jun-wook got to deal two powerful blows to that man, with the recent high school dungeon break incident, and the controversy surrounding the preferential treatment Hunter Sung Jinwoo had received. Basically, politics was a turf war of sorts. If he got to bring down Go Gun-Hui, a man standing at the opposite end of the political battlefield, then Nam Jun-wook would get to enjoy his share of the benefits sooner rather than later. Nam Jun-wook was waiting for a cowardly excuse, but then Go Gun-Hui went and threw a wet blanket on his parade. Yes, it is preferential treatment. His answer was short, but the impact it carried was enormous. Noisy. Not just the spectators in the gallery, but also the reporters and politicians were busy exchanging knowing or shocked glances with people sitting next to them, which only served to further add fuel to the chaos. Of course, the one most surprised among them was Nam Jun-wook. Did this geezer finally go senile? There is one thing I'd like to ask everyone that has gathered here today. An assault team comprising of 20 rank A hunters, or an assault team comprising of just one person? Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Go Gun-Hui slowly stood up and swept his gaze over the faces of every attendee present as he continued on with his speech. If you were to accompany either one of those teams during a dungeon break, which one will you choose? No one could offer up an answer, because it was pretty much the same thing as the answer already being set in stone. There was no reason to answer back at all. Nam Jun-wook was about to say something, but before he could, Go Gun-Hui was a step faster and continued on. A total of 21 countries, including the United States, Japan, China, etc., have demanded more information on Hunter Sung. Go Gun-Hui waved around thick official documents for all to see. Every single one of them is hell-bent on stealing away Hunter Sung to their countries. Go Gun-Hui took some time to look at the cordon of reporters, before shifting his gaze back over to the member of National Assembly, Nam Jun-wook. Our current situation is like this, yet are you really telling me that you want Hunter Sung to remain in our country even though you are not willing to do a favor this small for him? Nam Jun-wook's complexion was getting darker and darker. He could definitely sense that the tide had turned against him now. Unfortunately, Go Gun-Hui wasn't thinking of letting his opponent go this easily. He kept his gaze firmly locked on Nam Jun-wook before throwing another question. Let me ask you this. Do you wish to see a repeat of the incident of Hwang Dong-soo abandoning us for America? Nam Jun-wook bit his lower lip. As Go Gun-Hui put the documents down, he was now overflowing with a certain relaxed air, something he had kept hidden until then. Nam Jun-wook knew what that look signified. That was the look of the victor he used to make often, just as he was closing in on yet another political victory for himself in situations similar to this one. Honorable Member Nam Jun-wook, didn't you move house recently to a brand new apartment building located near the Hunters Guild? Nam Jun-wook's face reddened so much that even a casual glance could detect the change. What was your reason for changing your residence to a location where the cost of the real estate is several times more expensive than the surrounding area? If only his opponent wasn't a rank S hunter, Nam Jun-wook would have run over there and punched the old man in the face. His own face was now in the alternating shades of red and blue as seconds ticked on. I'd like to urge you to think about this carefully. If and when another rank S gate appears in our land, just who will step up to protect your life? And with these following words, Go Gun-Hui finished the proceedings off. You will not be able to buy back your life even if you are willing to pay hundreds of times. No, make that thousands of times the price you paid for your new residence.
Meanwhile,
before a rank gate for the first time ever in his life. Yu Jinho's bulging eyes were trying to look up at the top of this enormously tall gate. He needed to look really high up just to barely spot it. Seeing how Yu Jinho couldn't close his mouth for the last 20 minutes or so, Jinwoo began thinking that his own reaction of seeing the rank gate back then was perhaps too reserved for a first-timer. Hey, Jinho, your jaw will come loose if you keep doing that. Sorry. Yes, my bad, Hyung Nim. It's just that, I've never seen a gate this big before. How would he even react if he saw the Gwang and Rai gate, then? Jinwoo smirked softly to himself. Hyungnim, will it be really okay to not hire any retrieval teams or mining teams? Nah, it'll be fine. Jinwoo summoned 30 of the elite-grade shadow soldiers that had been with him the longest. These guys will carry out those jobs. Yu Jinho flinched just a little after all those shadow soldiers suddenly appeared behind Jinwoo, but eventually, he began nodding his head. Good day, Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Hello, Section Chief Wu. The chief of the monitoring division, Wu Jincheol, received the portable magic energy measuring device shaped like a speed gun from one of his subordinates. Will it be okay if I go ahead and measure them? Please do. Jinwoo moved aside and the shadow soldiers all uniformly took a step forward. Wu Jincheol began measuring the magic energy emission of each of the soldiers. Oh my god. His eyes were opening wider and wider as he checked each one of these so-called soldiers. He thanked his lucky stars that no one got to see the look of sheer shock on his face due to the sunglasses he was currently wearing. All of his summons are either rank S or rank BS. Indeed, Jinwoo had easily exceeded the criteria for earning the raid permit for a rank gate such as this one. Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Please look this way. Please tell us how you feel regarding the very first raid of your guild, Jin. Was there a special reason for naming your guild as Jin? What is your relationship with the fellow founding member, Miss Yu Soo Hyun? From just beyond the police line, the proverbial torrent of questions from countless reporters were barreling down on Jinwoo. This was the first raid Jinwoo's guild was about to embark on. So, countless reporters camped out here since early morning to capture this historic moment with their cameras, and inevitably, there was no more space to even stand around near the gate's vicinity. Jinwoo pointed to the reporters with his chin. I thought you were protecting my information. Yes, we are indeed protecting your private information, but regretfully, there's not much we can do about the locations of gates. Seong Hunter Nim. Okay, so, shall we get going, then? Yes, Hyung Nim. Indeed, let's get going. The heads of Jinwoo and Yu Jinho simultaneously swiveled back after hearing that voice coming from behind them. And that's where they spotted Wu Jincheol, his usual black business suit now replaced by various armors covering from head to toe. I thought you already left, Jinwoo asked, puzzled. The association president ordered me to find out if it is really safe during Seong Hunter Nim's raid. Will it be a problem for me to accompany you? Well, the guy was just doing his job, so was there reason not to let him tag along? It'll be fine as long as you don't try to hunt monsters. My department isn't called the monitoring division for nothing, Hunter Nim. Please, come in. Go-Gun Huey's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after he saw Wu Jincheol's face as the latter cautiously entered the office. What's this? He expected there to be no problems, yet Wu Jincheol looked as if he got dragged through a ringer instead. It's not just anybody but Hunter Seong Jinwoo we are talking about here, so how come Chief Wu looks like that? His confusion only lasted for a short while, though. Wu Jincheol powerlessly sunk deep into the couch. He rubbed his face with his hands, showing how tired he was. Just what happened inside the dungeon. That, sir, that wasn't a raid. It was. It was. Wu Jincheol raised his head, shock and fear still writ large in his trembling eyes. Sir, it was the scene of a massacre. The charismatic leader of the monitoring division, Wu Jincheol, often thought to be possessing an inborn heart of steel, was speaking with a voice that trembled ever so softly. A massacre, is it? Go-Gun Huey swallowed his saliva. Wu Jincheol replied without hesitation, evidently not even thinking of changing or denying his description. Yes, sir. Was there any other description that fit what happened in there? It was as the word suggested, a total massacre. Wu Jincheol didn't hold back on anything and confessed to everything he saw at the behest of the association president. The dungeon was a nest of Nagas, sir. Go-Gun Huey narrowed his eyes as he combed through his knowledge of various monsters. If it's a Naga, creatures that resembled a hybrid of a human and a sea snake, preferred to live in damp areas, and experts of both melee and magic attacks, capable of giving many experienced hunters a hard time. Those points were the Nagas in a nutshell. They were also known as really tough opponents to contend with as they moved around in large groups, even though they were high-ranked monsters. However, But someone of Hunter Sung Jinwoo's level shouldn't be having a hard time against a handful of Nagas going around in groups. As if he had read Go Gun Huey's inner thoughts, Woo Jincheol clarified himself. I even felt sorry for the Nagas at some point, sir. Hunter Sung Jinwoo's summoned creatures pounced forward and proceeded to mercilessly rip the Nagas apart into many bloody pieces. At least, those summons wearing black armors, like the humanoid types and the high orcs types, were a bit more humane. But then, the summons resembling bears and ants were far too feral even for his tolerance level. Some of the ants even began eating the corpse of the monsters. Hunter Sung Jinwoo became so incensed that he even physically kicked them. Woo Jincheol began shuddering after remembering this one ant that tried to sneak a dead Naga's head into its mouth, only to get discovered by irate Hunter Sung. It got splendidly buried deep into a wall from a powerful kick. Although, he still couldn't tell whether he was shuddering from the horrifying summons, or from Jinwoo who could unhesitatingly kick a summon like that into a wall. Soldiers resembling humans, orc-type soldiers, bears and ant-type soldiers, not one of them could be called weak by any stretch of the imagination. But the biggest highlight of them all was, there was this one summon with a red mane attached to its black helmet. Woo Jincheol raised his dipped head again and stared straight into Go Gun Huey's eyes. Would you believe me when I told you that particular summon could shoot lightning out of its sword every time it took a swing, sir? Oh my god. Go Gun Huey was feeling completely astonished now. The lightning magic contained the destructive power of fire-based magic as well as the speedy nature of the light-based magic. Because of that, only a handful of very high-class mage-type hunters could cast such magic spells. Even then, firing them consecutively was out of the question. But then, a summon could shoot such magic all the time by swinging its sword around. Go Gun Huey could only shake his head in helplessness. He definitely wouldn't have believed it if it weren't coming from the subordinate he deeply believed in. But then, the unbelievable story continued on even further. In my opinion, that particular summon should be above rank in terms of power, sir. Are you serious? Go Gun Huey's voice rose up higher. How could a single summon possess powers almost at the level of a rank S? Unfortunately, Woo Jincheol guaranteed it. And he was right at the peak of rank A hunters too, ability-wise, so he knew what he was talking about. If I were to fight that summon one-on-one, honestly, I'm not confident of winning, sir. Indeed, if such an evaluation came out from Woo Jincheol's mouth, someone with strong self-confidence, then it would be no problem to evaluate that summon as a rank S. The ants. They began working, sir. Woo Jincheol's eyes trembled again as he recalled those scenes. Ants received pickaxes from the bag carried by Ah Jin Guild's vice master. And then, they proceeded to mine out the mana stones from the dungeon walls. Ants were also in charge of carrying away the mined mana stones as well as the remains of the dead monsters. Woo Jincheol simply couldn't tear his eyes away from the perfectly organized ants and their unbelievably fast working speed. They were basically the incarnations of efficient operation. Woo Jincheol was deeply astonished back then, and he was feeling admiration now. What I saw, sir, it wasn't something as simple as a one-man raid team. Not at all. No, this one man was capable of clearing a dungeon, retrieving the remains, and also mining out the minerals, too. Woo Jincheol was definitely sure of it. And that would be, calling Hunter Sung a one-man raid team was actually insulting the man. No, sir, that man, he's actually an entire guild rolled into one. He was not a one-man raid team, but a one-man guild instead. Technically speaking, there was not that helpful vice master too, but nothing would have changed even if he wasn't present, so Woo Jincheol's assertion wasn't wrong at all. Go Gun Huey slapped his knee. I knew it. My eyes weren't wrong. A broad smile didn't want to leave his face now, like how he had been anticipating it since the beginning. Hunter Sung Jinwoo would definitely go on to become the brand new ballast that keeps the balance neutral in the Korean hunter community. But now, he began to think that the youth might even go on to change the map of the hunters worldwide, too. And then, we finally arrived at the boss chamber, sir. The story hadn't ended yet. Go Gun Huey quickly refocused on the tale once more. Woo Jincheol carried on. Normal Nagas would be around 2-3 times larger than regular human beings. But, he said that the boss Naga found within the boss room was easily 4 times larger, and the pressure it emitted was incredible as well. Did Seong Hunter use his summons to quickly finish off the boss-level monsters? Woo Jincheol slowly shook his head. No, sir. He actually cancelled the summoning altogether, except for those ants busy with retrieval and mining operations. What? But why would he? Go-Gun Huey gasped out in surprise, and Wu Jinqiao could only reply with a stiff face. I was also curious as to why, so I asked him. I questioned him why he would cancel the summoning when he was about to fight the boss. Go-Gun Huey was so invested in the tale that, unbeknownst to him, he had begun leaning forward. And what did he say? Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim told me this. If he relied too much on his summons, then my instincts would become softer, you see. Jinwoo kicked the ground and dashed forward. Violent slash. Dozens upon dozens of silvery light flickered and descended on the lower body of the boss monster. Swish. The boss's head was sliced off clean and it flew away. At the same time, a new system message popped into his view. Jinwoo's expression brightened at once from that wonderful message. Oh, he landed softly back on the ground and spun around once. Strangely enough, the system messages didn't end there. Suddenly, he was inundated with a constant barrage of mechanical beeps. What's this? His fluster could only last for a short while, though. Jinwoo's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets at the rising wall of messages. He had been using his class-specific skills constantly, but they showed no signs of budging until now. But then, their levels all went up in one go. Jinwoo's heart began pounding really hard for the first time in a while. Currently, there were only two other people inside the boss chamber, and that would be Yu Jinho and Wu Jinqiao. Since both of them weren't the type to needlessly complain about small matters, he decided not to mind their presence and summoned out his status window. Jinwoo's gaze stopped at the class-specific skills list. Active skills: Shadow Extraction LV 2, Shadow Storage LV 2, Sovereign's Territory LV 2, Shadow Exchange LV 2. It's for real. Hearing about the truth and actually seeing it were two different things. Jinwoo clenched his fist tighter, especially from the fact that the level for Shadow Exchange had gone up. Nice. The Shadow Exchange skill possessed such an endless potential, but he was feeling frustrated by the limitation posed by its lengthy cooldown time. The description said that cooldown will change according to the skill level, right? With this, his frustration should go down a little. This was today's biggest gain for him. He was far more pleased about the skill Shadow Exchange being enhanced rather than his stalled level rising up again. Wu Jinqiao walked up close to the remains of the boss level Naga and lightly tapped on the monster's scales. He could definitely sense the steel-like hardness through his fingertips. Scales of Naga boasted amazing hardness, and they were often used in the manufacturing of all sorts of defensive items, such as various armors and shields. But such scales were. Some part of the scales on the lower torso of the monster were crushed and torn into pieces as if they were made out of paper. That was the aftermath left behind by Jinwoo's skill, Violent Slash, being able to produce such devastating destructive power while using nothing more than a couple of short swords. Cold sweat formed on Wu Jinqiao's forehead as he observed the monster's corpse. What a great relief that the youth was their ally and not an enemy. Jinwoo was utterly relaxed as he activated Shadow Extraction. Rise up. The shadow of the boss-level monster answered the call of its new owner. A hand emerged out from the shadow and grabbed hold of the ground, before dragging its body out from the darkness. However, the newly summoned creature was way smaller in size than what the audience was expecting to see. As a matter of fact, it was only about the same size as the summoned creatures created out of regular Nagas. Maybe it was slightly larger, but that was about it. Haha, Wu Jinqiao was so tense that his palms were soaked in sweat. But now, he could let off a wry chuckle. This result was perhaps an inevitable one. How could a summon created from borrowing the dead monster's powers be similar to the actual thing? That would be just about the right size, whether that criteria being its actual power or the physical size. Wu Jinqiao felt relieved for some reason after seeing the summon and its comparatively miniaturized size. Maybe, Hunter Sung Jinwoo's powers have a defined and clear ceiling. Even if that was the case, Hunter Seong's own combat abilities easily exceeded one's imaginations, so one could never see him as an easy opponent at all. Quite different from Wu Jinqiao's thoughts, though. Jinwoo was shouting out in elation at the unexpected jackpot he just stumbled onto. Nice. Was this because of the Shadow Extraction had leveled up? For the first time since Ygritte's case, the message regarding the strengthening of a shadow popped out. Jinwoo quickly checked the new soldier's information. Elite Knight grade. It wasn't that surprising to see the grade Elite Knight pop up like fangs before, since this guy used to be the boss of the Ranka dungeon. However, its starting level was 13. Jinwoo confirmed that level and could barely keep his happy chuckles in check. Is it because its level is so high? Its power is not all that different from the original. He picked up on the massive magic energy hidden deep within its smaller body. He was actually puzzled by its different size, but he could make one hypothesis here. Maybe this is how it looked originally. That made sense, seeing that they were all Nagas to begin with. So, how could the boss be that much bigger than the others? If it used magic like fangs to balloon up its size, then that made perfect sense. Just like before, the message urging him to name this new soldier popped up to his view. Jinwoo didn't give it much thought and named it Jima. That's right. And so, a powerful new mage had been added to his shadow army, as well as to his new Naga troops, as well. With the extraction process now over, Jinwoo absorbed Jima back into his shadow. Right on cue, the dungeon began sending out warning signals now that it no longer had an owner. A faint tremor rose up from the ground. It was the signal that the gate would close in 1 hour. Yu Jinho stopped staying back and quickly ran over to his Hyung-nim's side. It's time for us to leave this place, Hyung-nim. Right? Yu Jinho took one last sweeping look around him and smacked his lips as if he was feeling regretful over something. But, Hyung-nim, this is a bit of a waste. His gaze was now fixed on the corpse of the boss-level monster. That thing would have fetched a handsome amount on the market, you know. What's the problem? We'll just take it with us. Hey? Yu Jinho's eyes opened up wider as he hastily asked a question. Hyung-nim, isn't that too big to take with us? Jinwoo smirked softly. It's fine. Reporters were thinking of leaving for early lunch, but then, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets after Jinwoo leisurely walked out of the gate. What the heck? Has he finished already? No way. Thud. The sound of something heavy stepping on the ground resounded out. One of the reporters dropped his camera in an utter daze. Crack. He didn't even realize that his fallen camera was stepped on by other reporters. No, he could only point towards the gate and stutter out in pure shock. I'll look over there. Or, more specifically, he was pointing at the massive, hulking giant of a monster stepping outside the gate. Or run away. No, wait. Take its pictures first. Hurry. Are you filming this? Yes. The reporters quickly forgot about the physical confrontation of a second ago, and hurriedly began snapping away with their raised cameras. They were inwardly fearful of the monster suddenly attacking them. But at the same time, their fingers continued to move at a blinding pace as if they had been bewitched by something. Fangs was diligently dragging the boss-level Naga's corpse outside the gate, but when he felt quite a lot of stares landing on his back, he slowly turned around to look. And he found that, not just the reporters, but the police, association employees, and even the passers-by on the street stopped in their treks to look up at him. Fangs was now suddenly overcome with embarrassment and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Why did it happen on level 101? As Jinwoo drove back, he thought back to how his skills abruptly went up a level earlier in the day. Even though his mind was occupied with something else, his hands holding the steering wheel remained steady and controlled. Soon, the building with his guild office came into his view. Yu Jinho chose to stay back in the gate's location, saying that he'd wrap up the proceedings before going back to the office. The raid might have ended, but there was still one more step of handing over the recovered loot to the brokers to think about. I wonder, will he be okay? It was all good and well for a vice chair of the guild to be full of drive and energy, but wouldn't it be better still to hire dedicated staff members for matters like this? Jinwoo told himself to search for more employees and walked out of the underground parking lot. But then, he spotted a familiar figure walking towards the guild building from afar, and that familiar person also discovered Jinwoo staring back at her. Her steps came to an abrupt halt right then and there. Cha-hee informed a shocked expression and began to backtrack one step at a time before she turned around completely, and began running away. Jinwoo was utterly dumbstruck by what just happened. The thing was, though, he could gloss over the reason why she suddenly started running away after seeing his face, but he simply couldn't. You think you can escape from me because you started running. Just who did she think she was dealing with here? Jinwoo was suddenly overcome with a streak of stubbornness and pounced forward with everything he had after activating his Quicksilver skill. Her eyes grew super wide in an instant. Her escape route had been cut off, and before she could do anything else, her shoulders were caught by Jinwoo's hands. And so, the foot chase between two rank S hunters came to a very anticlimactic end. My car is still in your parking lot. Right. There was an unfamiliar car parked in the lot for the last couple of days, wasn't there? That day, when Cha-hee came to the office, saying that she wanted to join his guild. After they teleported directly to the association's gymnasium from the guild office, she forgot to take her car back and left it in the underground parking lot until now. Looks like she came sneaking back in to get her car back because our guild was supposed to be on a raid today. Too bad for her. She couldn't have imagined that he'd only need a little over 2 hours to complete the raid of a rank gate. As a result, these two young people got to meet each other again. She quickly tried to get away from him, but in the end was apprehended by him instead. "Excuse me, can you free up some time so we can talk for a little while?" Only a minute ago she was fleeing for her dear life, but now she wanted to speak to him. Perhaps she sensed Jinwoo's flustered confusion. Cha Hyun quickly explained herself. "Actually, Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim wanted me to pass on a message to you. He said there was something he wanted to say about your powers, Seong Hunter Nim." But how could that be? Jinwoo didn't have any point of contact, private or otherwise, with Hunter Min Byung-gu. And their one and only meeting came around when Jinwoo revived Min Byung-gu into a shadow soldier for a short while back then. Hold on, please. Didn't matter if what she wanted to say was true or not. This topic didn't seem well suited to be discussed in the middle of the street. Jinwoo scanned his vicinity once, and then continued to speak to her. "Let's continue our discussion somewhere more private, shall we?" Shinjuku, located in Tokyo, Japan. A gloomy shadow was being cast on the busiest, liveliest avenue in Tokyo, the one often referred to as the beating heart of Japan. That wasn't a simple figure of speech, though. Every single car, bicycle, and person, didn't matter who or what, they were all standing still beneath this massive shade cast over them. People began climbing out from their stopped vehicles one by one. The road was becoming uncontrollably clogged up, but not one honked their horns or yelled out in irritation. It was as if everyone here had been bewitched by an unseen force. Every single gaze was directed to one particular spot. Oh my God, dear Lord. There was a gate so huge that it blocked out the sky to cast an enormous shade onto the ground below. The people below saw this common-sense shattering gate that easily matched a regular skyscraper in sheer size, and fell deep into the state of indescribable shock. The avenue, once bustling with overflowing people, was now being gripped tighter and tighter by a silence so wretched that it almost induced some of the witnesses to start vomiting. Why isn't the Hunters Association saying anything? Something that horrifying had appeared in the middle of Tokyo, yet the association, who should be in charge of such things, were keeping their mouths shut. A rank S gate has appeared right in the heart of Tokyo. But do you think it makes any sort of sense for the association to not have a single countermeasure in place? How? The Prime Minister cried out in anguish. Unfortunately for him, everyone present kept their mouths shut as if they had agreed to do so beforehand. The Prime Minister's expression crumpled unsightly, like a man carrying the weight of all the suffering found in this world, before he collapsed down onto his chair. "Be honest with me, Association President." He then pointed at the cracked TV screen. "What will happen if that thing opens up on us?" "It'll be the end, sir." As he thought, the Prime Minister hugged his head and muttered out helplessly. "So, that's how it is. Just one gate, and the city of Tokyo is finished, is that it?" "That's not what I'm saying, Prime Minister." The Prime Minister raised his head to look, and Association President Matsumoto Shija continued on with an emotionless voice. "I meant to say that the entirety of Japan will be finished, sir." The guild office was located on the 3rd floor. Jinwoo placed his thumb on the electronic lock, and the door clicked open to allow them inside. "There is no one in the office. The vice chair wanted to remain behind in the gate's location, you see." "Doesn't that mean there are only me and Mr. Seong Jinwoo inside this guild building?" The light of tension quickly filled up Cha Hyun's eyes. At the same time, she also realized that it had been a while since she felt this tense as well. "Maybe it's my first time since becoming an awakened." How many men out there in this world were capable of making her feel this tense, especially when she was acknowledged to be one of the highest leveled among the ranked S hunters at that? For some reason, the words of "somewhere private" kept repeating in her head, and she became even more conscious of herself because of that. Her heart was palpitating faster and faster. "How is it possible for Hunter Min Byung-gu to leave you with messages for me?" Jinwoo's expression was serious. He didn't know her all that well, but still, he got the impression that she wasn't a type to start spewing baseless lies just to get some attention. That was why he became so much more serious now. Either she needed some time to recall her sleeping memories, or didn't know where to begin her tale, because she needed a bit of time before she was ready to open lips. That day, Cha Hyun finally raised her head and looked deeply into his eyes. Her gentle eyes were now filled to the brim with tears. When Jinwoo saw her expression, he thought he could more or less tell where she'd start her story. She quietly spoke. "I heard his voice." Cha Hyun was getting sucked deeper into the unending darkness, but it was none other than the hand of Min Byung-gu reaching down to stop her falling. "Min Byung-gu, Hunter Nim." Min Byung-gu slowly nodded his head. Cha Hyun had to confirm that it was him multiple times because he was currently decked out in unfamiliar black armor. If it weren't for his uncovered face, she'd never have figured out that it was him. Cha Hyun asked him in confusion. Where are we?" "I don't know myself, but I do know what will happen if I let go of the hand holding you." Cha Hyun was about to take a look below her, but Min Byung-gu hurriedly stopped her. "Don't look," Min Byung-gu explained to her with a somber look on his face. "If you look down there, you might not be able to come back up again." "Did I? Am I dead?" Min Byung-gu shook his head. "No, not yet. But then, what about you, Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim?" "I fell to the bottom of this place, but someone pulled me back up. He pulled me back out of this endless darkness. Could it be that man is?" "Yes, it was Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Cha Hyun's eyes began quaking powerfully now. Even if Hunter Sung Jinwoo was ridiculously overpowered, was he really powerful enough to revive a dead person? However, Min Byung-gu continued to recount the experience he had gone through without holding anything back. "Truth is, even though it was indeed I that got revived, that wasn't really me either. I possessed my will and my consciousness, but I was also prepared to do anything for him. It felt like I have become an unquestioning, unconditional slave only existing to serve him and nothing else." There was no reason for Cha Hyun to ask who this he was in Min Byung-gu's explanations. She swallowed her nervous saliva. "I was scared as well, because the mere idea of serving him made me feel so happy." Min Byung-gu formed a bitter expression. "You must let Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim know this." His expression then hardened into a somber one. "His powers are absolute, and it was incredibly scary. He needs to know this as well." He sensed that his time was rapidly running out and shouted at her. "You must remember, the real army of Hunter Sung is." It was then. A blinding light came from somewhere above and enveloped Cha Hyun. Min Byung-gu's expression stiffened. "His real army is." Unfortunately, his voice was buried within the empty echoes, and it flickered dimmer and dimmer, eventually sinking deep into the void below. That was as far as Cha Hyun could remember. Her memories had become faint and indistinct like a fading dream, but they somehow managed to return to her not too long ago. Jinwoo's expression was understandably heavy after hearing her tale. Her consciousness seconds before dying met with that of Hunter Min Byung-gu's, who actually did die and became a shadow soldier. It was a truly hard-to-believe story. Japan immediately sent out requests for help to the international community. As they had lost over half of their combat force ranked S, this somewhat rapid decision had an air of inevitability to it. Unfortunately, the international community's attitude was rather icy, to say the least. Japan willfully ignored the dangerous situation developing in the neighboring nation of Korea. But then, the Japanese got all worked up about putting out the fire only after the flames landed on their feet. The international community hadn't forgotten that. The Japanese were left baffled and lost after the United States, already well known for never, ever letting their rank S hunters work overseas, as well as the most powerful hunter nation in Asia, China, abandoned them to their devices. The world's attention began focusing on Japan. Sensational articles were being published every single day. It was precisely at this point that a lone hunter extended his hands of salvation towards the Japanese public being overwhelmed by despair and terror. His name was Yuri Orlov, a rank S hunter of Russian nationality. In order to negotiate the terms with the Japanese government, he invited over the related representatives to his place. Yuri Orlov didn't even bother to greet the Japanese representatives at the airport, and instead received them in the living room of his palace-like mansion. "I'm Yuri Orlov. You should probably know this by now, but I'm called the best support-type hunter in the world." After that brief introduction, the two men settled down on the opposite side. Yuri Orlov had asked for all the related data concerning the Tokyo Gate before this meeting. After getting his hands on those files, he began to leisurely browse them. And so, how much time passed by like this? He kept nodding his head as he calculated the cost, and eventually opened his mouth to name his price. $10 million per day. You pay me the money properly on time, and I will block the gate for you for as long as you want. Yuri Orlov grinned, his gold-plated teeth now on full display. 3.6 billion in a year. That money will save your nation. It's not even 36 billion either. So, how about it? Will you save your country with 10 million per day? Or will you give up on your country because you think that's a waste of money? Officially, the wealth of the richest man alive was supposed to be just over 100 billion US. So, 3.6 billion per year was definitely not a small sum by any stretch of the imagination. But, when compared to the nation of Japan, it truly is a negligible amount. We are willing to pay you that amount. Very good. Then, let's sign the contract right now, and my signing fee. But before we do that, please, can you demonstrate your abilities to us at least once? Yuri Orlov heard the translation from the interpreter and began guffawing out right away. He laughed his head off until tears came out of his eyes. He eventually collected himself enough to speak up. You think you're in any position to get picky here, when licking my boots and pleading on your knees might not even be enough. It was then. Stop, you two. But it was too late. The eyes of the two Rank S hunters were burning in rage and they weren't backing down. However, the Rank S hunters did try to make their moves, but, as if they were stuck behind invisible walls, couldn't even budge an inch from the spot. They were like rats trapped inside a glass bottle, only being able to exchange shocked glances with each other. Free yourselves if you can, alright. But then, you won't be able to move a single foot without my permission. Yuri Orlov was the master of placing barriers. The corners of Yuri Orlov's lips arched up as he made his offer again. For the price of 10 million per day, I'll block the gate for you, plus I shall add the lives of these two morons on top as well. So, how about it? Isn't this enough to satisfy you now? His teeth reflected the living room's light and glittered in gold. He had just demonstrated the power of his restrictions that could tie up two Rank S hunters as if they were nothing much at all. Is trusting this man the best option we have at this point? And on the following day, the name of Yuri Orlov filled up the news broadcasts from all over the world. A huge crowd had gathered in the Japanese airport where the Russian Rank S hunter, Yuri Orlov, made his landing, and there was hardly any space left to even set a foot inside. The corners of Yuri Orlov's lips arched up as he took in the sight of the massive throng of Japanese people coming to see him. It's Yuri Orlov. It's him, Yuri. The reporters from all corners of the world discovered Yuri Orlov's triumphant figure and began madly snapping away with their cameras. How will you block the gate, Mr. Yuri? In the same way that I've been doing until now, obviously. Yuri Orlov's expression was overflowing with relaxed, assured confidence. He raised both of his hands in the air and drew a large circle. I'll be creating a huge magic circle, like so, around the gate itself. And then, everything will be finished after I pour my magic energy into it. Whatever is inside that gate, they won't be able to come out ever again. Unfortunately, such a simple explanation wasn't enough to calm the fears of the Japanese people. Pardon me, but, is that even possible? If I were to continue spending my magic energy to maintain that barrier, then sure, even I wouldn't be able to pull that off. You wouldn't be able to do it. Gulp. The interviewer swallowed his dry saliva. With the Japanese Rank S hunters having effectively announced their intentions to give up on the raid, if Yuri Orlov himself also decided to forget about the gate, then there were no other solutions left for the Japanese people. The Russian took his time and enjoyed the sight of the stiff face of the interviewer before continuing on with his words. However, the thing with my ability is, the barrier magic circle I use absorbs magic energy from its surroundings to maintain itself. In an instant, the interviewer's expression changed. Once my barrier gets going, it will start absorbing the magic energy and become an even sturdier and bigger fortress wall. A certain ray of light descended on the faces of the interviewer as well as the filming crew after they heard that explanation. Yuri Orlov's leisurely voice was filled to the brim with undeniable self-confidence. And as if that confidence had begun spreading around like an infection, the Japanese TV crew felt their fears slowly melt away. Yuri Orlov pointed to the camera. He was probably pointing at the unspecified number of viewers at home with his finger. Thick veins bulged in his neck as he shouted out, "I will save all of you. So, all you have to do is to remember who is saving you." Beep. The giant TV was switched off. The president of Korean Hunters Association, Go Gun Huey, put the TV remote down, but his expression wasn't very good at all. I don't know whether Yuri Orlov will be successful in blocking up that Rank S gate or not, but the eyes of the association president Go Gun Huey became a lot sharper. But I am well aware of what will happen if he fails in his task. Oh, by the way, how goes it with Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim nowadays? Woo Jinchial wordlessly pushed forward a piece of printed document to his boss. On it, one could find the listed locations of all the high-ranking gates that had appeared recently around the city of Seoul and the surrounding Gyeonggi province. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden? Sir, can you see how many of the locations have been circled in red? Looks like it's about half of all the dungeons. Woo Jinchial quickly wiped the cold sweat streaking down his forehead and replied, Jin Guild wants the raid permits of all of the highlighted gates, sir. Go Gun Huey's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. These, all of them? Yes, sir. That's correct. Sir, I believe it could lead to problems. You mean, his activity will overlap with the jurisdictions of other large guilds, is that it? Yes, sir. A smile floated up on the association president's lips. I thought president was on Seong Hunter Nim's side. Woo Jinchial formed a puzzled expression as he asked, "It's just that, I can't stop smiling when I think about how a newly established guild with only 3 members and 1 combatant on their roster have managed to exceed the major guilds and are already coveting their territories like this. Only then did Wu Jinqiao understand. I agree, sir. It was Go Gun Huey's turn to ask, that smile still etched on his lips. Did Jin provide an explanation on why they want to do this? They said that they have a personal reason and wants us to entrust them with the gates nearby only for the next week or so, sir. It can't be about money. Go Gun Huey's gaze was soon directed to Wu Jinqiao guarding his side. The former asked as if it was in passing. In your opinion, why do you think Hunter Seong is trying to clear this many gates in such a short time? Wu Jinqiao thought about it for a moment before answering his boss. There is one thing I can think of, sir. Go Gun Huey expected an answer along the lines of I don't know or can't be sure, so he couldn't help but pay more attention to this somewhat surprising reply. What would that be? I remember seeing how delighted he was during the process of hunting down the monsters. He was happy hunting down monsters. Yes, sir. The lunchbox Mom packed was indeed quite delicious, even if the location for their meal turned out to be in the middle of a dungeon overflowing with monsters. Yu Jin-ho raised his head and spoke, his mouth still full of chow. With us being like this, I can't help but think back to how we were clearing all those rank C dungeons. Hyung Nim. Jin-woo smirked and replied back, hey, finish chewing your food first before talking, alright. Oh, my bad, Hyung Nim. It wasn't as if Jin-woo couldn't understand what Yu Jin-ho was talking about, though. In the past few days, they kept themselves real busy by raiding every single gate they could book, one after the other, with barely any rest in between. The only thing that had changed since then would be that, rather than rank C dungeons, they were raiding rank B or higher dungeons this time. Hyung Nim. Yeah, can't your summons act on their own? Well, yeah, more or less. Hunter Min Byung-gu did say that, didn't he? He said that each of the shadow soldiers possessed their own ego. Not sure how much of that story I can believe, though. Whatever the case may be, Yu Jin-ho continued on with his question. Doesn't that mean it's fine to let the summons clear the raids by themselves during when we are having a meal, or otherwise can't move around for some reason? Hyung Nim. Nope, that I can't do. The amount of experience points he'd earned decreased when the distance between himself and the soldiers increased. He couldn't really explain what the experience points were and all that to Yu Jin-ho, though, so Jin-woo simply formed a somber, serious expression and replied, these guys, who knows what they will do when I'm not looking? Jin-woo thought that he could hear the noise of Yu Jin-ho's falling appetite in real time. Jin-woo finished his meal and quietly put the spoon down. Class-specific skill. Mana required to activate, none. Stores the shadow soldiers inside the summoner's shadow. The stored soldiers can be summoned back into the open or absorbed back at any time the summoner chooses to. Number of stored shadow soldiers, 840 over 840. Level 2 effect sensory sharing. You can share your sensory perception with a single designated shadow soldier from your storage. The newly added effect to the skill shadow storage was called sensory sharing. It was a rather unique ability that let the summoner, him, feel what a shadow soldier was sensing. Since it was possible to choose a shadow soldier far away from him and see what was going on around there, he ended up using it rather often in the last couple of days. Such as now. Jin-woo quietly closed his eyes. Sensory sharing. He picked up on the signal sent out by the shadow soldiers spread all over outside the dungeon. Within the nation of South Korea, I sure have spread around quite a few, haven't I? Without worrying about it too much, he selected one of them to see. Quite coincidentally, it just so happened to be a soldier hidden with Hunter Cha's shadow. And when he connected with that soldier, splash, he heard the sounds of water falling on the floor. It shouldn't be raining today, so what's up with all the water noise? His confusion lasted only for a brief second. Jin-woo's eyelids shot up open in haste as soon as he saw the pale nude figure enshrouded in the rising steam. Yu Jin-ho was taken by surprise alongside him. Hyung Nim, what happened? Were you taking a nap just now? No, it's nothing. Jin-woo shook his head. He inwardly told himself to buy Hunter Cha a hearty meal as soon as possible as a gesture of apology. Oh, right. Hyung Nim, have you heard the news? Which one? About that massive rank S gate in Japan's Shinjuku. Hyung Nim. I heard that the dungeon break should be happening sometime around tomorrow. Did the time move along that much already? Jin-woo slowly nodded his head. That means it's already been 6 days since we began clearing these high-ranking gates. During these past 6 days, Jin-woo hadn't been static at all. Although moving at a snail's pace, his experience points were steadily going up. The result of that being his level having moved to 103 from 101. That was his reward for focusing on leveling up while forgetting about everything else. Jin-woo summoned the black key stored within his inventory. The black key materialized on his palm. Rarity has been reached. Remaining time, 26:51:49. One more day left. Jinwoo wordlessly grasped the key tightly. His heart began beating faster every time he looked at this thing. The evening before the dungeon break, a massive magic circle was drawn within Tokyo's Shinjuku district, according to Yuri Orlov's instructions. Its scale was truly enormous, completely unprecedented in history. All the residents within the area had been evacuated by now. Yuri Orlov remained in the location to inspect the barrier's formation right up until the end. The Japanese representatives quietly watched him, not even daring to swallow their saliva. Every single word the Russian said, every little action he took, all of them were under close scrutiny. Yuri Orlov frowned and rubbed his chin over and over again, before finally opening his mouth. This is so weird, you know. The interpreter's eyes opened wider. I beg your pardon. Is there some kind of a problem with the formation? No, it's not that. The magic circle drawn was perfect. Without a doubt, he was confident of having laid down the greatest masterpiece of his life down here. No, the barrier formation wasn't the weird one here. It's like, there's someone nearby, watching us. Hey, if that weren't the case, why would Yuri Orlov's heart tremble non-stop like this? The Russian opened his eyes wider and scanned his vicinity, before angrily shouting out at the top of his voice. Who the hell are you? Where are you? Too bad, no one replied back to him. No, only the echoes of his voice reverberating within the deserted streets came back to haunt him. One of the Japanese representatives wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced out a smile. Mr. Orlov, the dungeon break is happening tomorrow, so there shouldn't be any foolhardy person waiting around here. Wouldn't you agree? Yuri Orlov snorted out derisively. When did I say it was a person? Pardon? Yuri Orlov looked at the Japanese representative, getting paler by the second with disapproving eyes, before tilting his head again. Was I mistaken? Unfortunately for him, there indeed was the figure of a person staring at him from the roof of a tall building far away. He's got a pretty good perception. But, then again, when considering where Yuri Orlov drew his powers from, that wouldn't be such a strange thing. More importantly, the mysterious man's gaze shifted over to the rank S gate. The silence was so eerie that it induced a certain disgust in all who looked as it circulated around that giant gate. The man slowly pulled back the hood covering his face. It revealed the face of an oriental man in his late 30s. The unkempt and bushy beard covering most of his face told the man's identity rather clearly. He was none other than Seong Il-hwan. He continued to gaze at the massive gate with a regretful expression, before pulling the hood back up. Finally, it's starting. Everything was moving according to the schedule. The reporters from all over the world descended on Japan. If there was one thing in particular about that, then it was that most of those reporters were war correspondents used to covering various conflicts happening across the globe. This was as good a proof as any that the event about to unfold here was as dangerous as an actual war. The security cordon built around the gate was incredibly heavy. Reporters raised their cameras and pointed towards the building-sized gate and the barrier formation drawn around it, as well as the army of men and women surrounding them both. Modern firearms don't work against monsters, so why are the army present here? To buy us more time. Excuse me. Their job is to draw the attention of the monsters so the hunters can get ready for their counteroffensive. Also, to act as baits, so those higher up spectating from over there will find enough time to evacuate from this place, too. The Russian hunter was beaming from ear to ear at the moment. It's perfect. Very good. Yuri Orlov was deeply confident of the resulting barrier now. Because, well, his barriers had always been exceptional. After today, he'd go down in history books as the first man ever to block a rank S gate all by himself. I'd much prefer to be remembered as a man clearing a rank S gate all alone, though. Too bad. He couldn't get too greedy here, since another hunter better suited for that title had appeared already. What could he do about that, realistically speaking? That guy was a melee-type hunter, while he was a support type, after all. One only had to become the best in their chosen fields. That's all there was to it. Slightly carried away by his own thoughts, Yuri Orlov pulled out a flask the size of his palm from his inner pocket. When he opened the lid, the pungent smell of vodka wafted out. Mr. Yuri. Alcohol. The association employee in charge of minding the Russian freaked out and tried to stop him. But Yuri Orlov angrily glared at the hapless Japanese, instead. This is a celebratory toast, get it? A toast? So, let go of your tension, okay? Because I'm going to put on the greatest show on earth very soon. Hey, you want a sip? I'm telling you, your worries and tension just fly away in one shot. Yuri Orlov wrapped his arm around the employee's shoulders and began offering up the vodka. Hey, the gate's opening up. They are coming out. Sung Jinwoo was about to sneakily get up, but sat back down quietly again when his mom called out to him. Yes, Mom. Mom took her eyes off the TV and looked at Jinwoo. The TV news had been constantly showing the special broadcast related to the Rank S gate in Japan for a while now. You weren't trying to go somewhere, were you? His mother's sixth sense could sometimes be even sharper than that of a high-ranking hunter's. Jinwoo mused inwardly. He flinched just a little, but replied as if nothing was amiss. I have a promise to keep, you see. A promise? On a day like this? I made that promise a while ago, Mom. I don't have to worry about you, right? Jinwoo replied confidently. Of course, Mom. He worked hard to achieve this strength precisely for that purpose. Mom formed a gentle smile only after looking deeply into Jinwoo's eyes overflowing with palpable confidence. Be careful on your way out, son. Jinwoo smiled refreshingly as well. I'll be back soon, Mom. Jinwoo got up and left the house pretty soon afterwards. Rarity. Type. Key. You have met the required conditions. A key allowing you entry into the Karutenen Temple. It can be used in the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the predetermined time has been reached. Remaining time, hours, 1 minute and 2 seconds. Only 1 minute remained now. It's almost here. His heart, calmly submerged deep below the cold surface, began to quietly pick up its pace now. Ba-thump, ba-thump. Jinwoo stood still and focused his hearing on the pulsing beat of his heart while waiting out the remaining minute. He didn't even need his watch, either. The biological clock within him, honed to the extreme, was more accurate than any time measuring device known to man in this world. 0.321. Exactly 1 minute later, Jinwoo opened his closed eyes. Jinwoo's eyes widened greatly. Isn't this place? The location of the gate appearing within the system's message wasn't too far from here. As a matter of fact, he was rather familiar with that place. Jinwoo quickly used one of the features his hunter-only phone possessed to log onto the website of the Hunters Association and checked the information on the gate in question. I made a mistake. In reality, the key's description wasn't lying to him. The system said that the information on the gate would be made available, but said nothing about a gate appearing somewhere. He got blindsided just now. Jinwoo's hands manipulating his phone became a lot busier. He checked the info on the gate some more, and found out that there was a guild already busy with clearing it right now. The rank of the gate in question was C. It's not a high rank, but the real problem was with not really knowing what was hidden inside. It's a small relief that the location isn't far. He stepped through the front gate and spotted the gate floating in the air just above the athletics field to the side. A handful of association employees and staff members from the guild doing the raid were standing around the gate as if to guard its surroundings. They were all carrying on in a quiet atmosphere, perhaps because they hadn't heard any news of something major happening inside yet. But that quietness was shattered immediately by Jinwoo's sudden entrance, because he chose to undo his stealth near the gate. One of the guild staff members belatedly discovered Jinwoo's presence and tried to cut him off. You're not allowed in here. Jinwoo pulled back his hoodie and revealed himself, and that elicited a loud hyok from the side. It's you. The association employee immediately recognized Jinwoo and cried out in surprise. It was the same bespectacled female employee he ran into back when he took care of the rank B gate that popped up in the middle of the road. Jinwoo figured that it'd be quicker to talk to her instead of this guild staff blocking his way, so he ignored the guy altogether and spoke directly to her. You need to stop this raid right now. Pardon me. She got flustered as she tried to make her reply. B, but the measurement result came out as only C. Jinwoo shook his head and told her in no uncertain terms. If you don't stop the raid now, they will all die. Jinwoo raised his head and glared at the gate. Couldn't these people pick up on that? An eerie aura so sickening that it gave him goosebumps was slowly oozing out from the gate. How long has it been since they went inside? Jinwoo urgently asked the female association employee. It's been about 2 hours. 2 hours, she said. It was one of those in-between time that could neither be called short nor too long. I'm going inside to bring those people back. The flustered female employee found herself in a bind now. This very man walked out with a face full of smiles even when the rank B gate he entered changed into a red gate. But such a person was now telling her in an urgent manner that people inside that seemingly normal rank C gate were in great danger. Jinwoo closed his eyes and concentrated. For some reason, he couldn't sense the presence of the raid team. Could they already have been? Jinwoo quickly shook his head. Even if he was too late, magic energy still leaked out from the bodies of the freshly deceased. But he couldn't even pick up on that magic energy. Jinwoo quickly made his way over to where the entrance of the dual dungeon was last time. And sure enough, there was another entrance within the dungeon. It's the same as before. Only then did he realize why he couldn't sense the presence of the raid team's hunters. This dungeon, it was nonsensically huge, wasn't it? That was the case back then. Soon enough, he could sense the presence of people up ahead. They were the hunters of the raiding party. They were also standing around in one spot. Jinwoo initially thought that they were involved in a battle or were all dead, but thankfully that wasn't it. When he got close enough, he could hear their voices. "You wanna go back when we came this far?" When Jinwoo stopped not too far from them, he heard some words that sounded oddly familiar, and let a wry chuckle leak out of his mouth. What a relief it was, though. It seemed that these people hadn't stepped foot inside yet. If they did, then they wouldn't even have enough time to waste their breaths on useless banter like this. He heard a woman's voice next. "So, what do you want to do, then?" The door didn't budge even when we poured magic on it. "This is a trap, everyone." Hunters hadn't picked up on Jinwoo's presence well until he was near their position. Understandably, they were jolted back to their senses from a sudden voice coming out from the darkness behind them. "Oh my gosh, that surprised me. What the heck? Who are you?" Jinwoo pointed at the steel door he had seen before with his chin and replied, "I'm a survivor of a dual dungeon incident." A survivor of a dual dungeon incident. Hunters exchanged glances and whispered softly among themselves. Because it was so dark inside, they needed a little bit of time to recognize Jinwoo's face. "Isn't he Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" What was that? The attention of the raid team members descended upon the hunter who identified Jinwoo, and the next direction their gazes shifted to was, naturally, Jinwoo's face. "And now that you mention it, it's really him. But, why would a rank S hunter even come here?" Jinwoo strode closer towards the doorway. Hunters surrounding the unknown door parted ways to make room for him. He lightly placed his palm on the door and spoke to the hunters. "I know what's behind this door." Jinwoo was overcome with a reminiscence of the past as he finally got to stand before this very doorway after what felt like a genuinely long time. "Excuse me, Seong Hunter Nim." He just so happened to be the master of this small to medium guild who had been pushing forward with this raid. "We at the Bravery Guild bought the permit to raid this dungeon fair and square. You simply don't have any right to tell us to leave." That's right. Being a rank S isn't everything, you know. Jinwoo closed his mouth in a straight line as his reply to the opposition coming from these hunters. Jinwoo wordlessly faced the door and tried to turn the doorknob. Thunk. Jinwoo pushed down, but even with his strength stat, it didn't want to budge. Does it have some kind of restrictive magic? Without that, measly steel door like this would have moved already by now. Jinwoo took out the black key. Simply by him slotting it in the keyhole, the door slid open all on its own volition. Clunk. The raid team members of the Bravery Guild had already confirmed how tightly locked the door was before he got here. So, when such a stubbornly locked door opened easily like that, their collective brows shot up in shock. Yuck. What the heck? How did he open it? Jinwoo ignored their whisperings and spoke to them in a cold voice. "I won't try to stop you. If you want to follow me inside, then go ahead." Of course, he didn't forget to warn them, too. "However, you must remember that it'll be hard for you to come back out alive if you decide to do so." That one sentence managed to freeze these hunters to their spots. This was advice given by a rank S hunter, who'd scoff at that and ignore it. However, the master of the Bravery Guild still stepped forward as if he was trying to act according to the name of his organization. "I'll go in." Jinwoo didn't reply to that. It was up to them to make the choice. He was going to let them bear the cost of their decision as well. The guild master looked back to his raid team members while walking towards the doorway, but none of them followed after him, only choosing to sheepishly look at each other's reactions. The guild master glared at his so-called comrades with disapproving eyes and eventually stopped before the door. The completely unaware guild master took yet another step forward, and then, swish, a large hammer fell on top of his head. Crash, the hammer smashed down to the ground and shattered the stone slab into pieces. If it weren't for Jinwoo hurriedly yanking at the scruff of the guild master's shirt and pulling him out, his head would have ended up in that state. Instead, the guild master freaked out as the gatekeepers reached out to him. Jinwoo grabbed the hapless hunter and tossed him outside the door before closing it quickly. Things found inside are all like that. Jinwoo turned around to face the other hunters. "So, you still want to go inside?" The guild master on the ground shook his head like a madman. His fellow guild members quickly helped him up and they escaped from there double time. Only after confirming that the hunters had left for good, Jinwoo made his way back inside. The door closed shut behind him with a loud thud. The massive scale of this chamber, stone statues filling up the walls, and then the huge statue of a god located in the deepest recess of this chamber. Everything matched his memories. "I've returned." His heart began pounding really fast. However, there was also a clear difference from back then as well. That would be none other than himself. The current Jinwoo, different from his past self, could easily decipher the truth of these stone statues now. These statues are not monsters, nor are they life forms to begin with. No, they were just puppets tied to strings, connected to something else. There was only one creature emitting magic energy within this chamber. Even then, it was concealing its magic energy so expertly that even Jinwoo found it impossible to directly sense it. He could only trace the ominous and eerie aura instead. Jinwoo slowly walked over to that beastard in question. So, you are the real one, huh? Jinwoo tried to engage it in conversation, but the creature didn't display any reactions whatsoever. Oh, so you want to play it like that now, huh? The corners of Jinwoo's lips arched up. He suddenly raised his speed greatly and stabbed the short sword into the chest of the creature. But then, crack, his attack was stopped by the stone tablet the creature was holding. The blade of the short sword deeply stabbed into the tablet. There was only one stone statue among many in here that held a stone tablet. Finally, the stone statue with 6 wings on its back looked at Jinwoo over the stone tablet with a grin etched on its face and spoke. You've arrived. Tokyo, Shinjuku. Monsters began walking out one by one from the gate, as tall as the high-rise skyscrapers. What the hell are those? These monsters were giants. Monsters often serving as bosses in many of the highest difficulty rank gates were pouring out like common creatures now. Giants. It's the giants. While every observer watching this spectacle was freaking out and was taking hasty steps back, only Yuri Orlov remained calm as he took another swig from his flask. There's no problem if it's only this much. These monsters were scary enough to bring a chill down anyone's spine. However, Yuri Orlov was deeply confident of the barrier he had created. Come at me. And his prediction proved to be right on the money. Giants began pounding on the invisible wall surrounding the vicinity of the gate, but it stood firm and didn't even budge an inch at all. They pushed with their shoulders, and even threw their entire bodies against the wall, but Yuri Orlov's barrier formation proved to be as perfect as he claimed earlier. Yuri Orlov exploded in a fit of laughter while ridiculing the giants trapped behind the barrier. About 30 minutes passed by like that. The giants must have been tired out after going on a rampage to break the barrier, because they suddenly began walking back into the gate. People witnessing that scene all cried out in pure shock. Oh my god, monsters coming out of the dungeon break or going back inside the gate. Such a thing was completely inconceivable. Only I can do this. I am the one blocking a rank S gate. Thick veins bulged on his neck as he made his declaration. That guy who hunted down a couple of those measly ants, and this great me who shoved those giants back inside the gate. You don't need me to tell you who's even more amazing, right? The ground rumbled hard quite suddenly. Thud. Even the tanks on standby bounced up and down. Only then did Yuri Orlov realize that the reporters were no longer looking at him. No, their gazes were unilaterally focused on the gate. The Russian also slowly looked behind him. And then, the flask he held in his hand slipped out of his grasp. Oh my god. Yuri Orlov's eyes grew wider and wider. A truly humongous giant that made the previous giants small by comparison, stepped out of the gate and stood straight up. Indeed, it was standing upright after exiting from the huge rank S gate. Yuri Orlov blinked his eyes several times, unable to tell whether this scene playing out was real or not. How could there be a monster so big that it needs to crouch to pass through such a humongous gate? No one needed to explain anything, but everyone intuitively knew that they were now looking at the boss monster. The giant monster finished standing upright and took a long sweeping look around its surroundings, before slamming into the barrier's walls. Boom. Far heavier noise than before resounded out and the earth itself began quaking rather precariously. Yuri Orlov's eyes could clearly see everything. And that would be the sight of the magic barrier only he could see, gaining spiderweb-like cracks. How can this be? His legs began shaking uncontrollably. The sound of an explosion filled up the air as the motes of light illuminating the magic circle on the ground dissipated away. Yuri Orlov started screaming around at the same time. The giant monster, as soon as it destroyed the invisible wall, reached down and picked up the Russian still trying to send in his magic energy to the barrier. Now caught within the giant's hand, Yuri Orlov screamed out as bone-breaking pain wrecked his entire body. He desperately thrashed around. Gulp. However, his screams could no longer be heard when the giant monster opened its mouth again. And then, behind the giant monster that swallowed Yuri Orlov in one go, all those giants that returned back to the gate were pouring out again. The stone statue began moving as weird creaking noises came out from its various joints. Jinwoo glared at this creature. There were several differences between this guy and the other stone statues, but the biggest one had to be the wings attached to its back, which made it look somewhat like an angel. Indeed, this guy was the only one among the statues designed to resemble an angel. Not just any angel either, but one with 6 wings on its back, too. The angel statue slowly stood up from its sitting position and straightened its bent back. The angel statue took a look at the stone tablet damaged by the short sword and simply tossed it away, as if it meant nothing to the creature, as if it was doing the most obvious thing in the world. Crack! The stone tablet clattered on the floor and shattered into countless pieces. The angel statue stiffly laughed as it took in the sight of the now useless tablet. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. So, from the very beginning. Just then, he realized that there was no meaning behind them from the very beginning. That stone tablet, and the so-called laws written on it, none of them meant anything. If not, there's no way that thing would have treated it so recklessly. This thing knows everything. Jinwoo didn't lower his vigilance and threw out a question in a low voice. Were you the one calling me here? Jinwoo was asking about what the statue's relationship with his system was through that question. That's correct. Jinwoo threw out another question. Are you a monster? The waves of magic energy being emitted from the angel statue were certainly different from the ones emitted by the regular monsters. However, meaning behind the term monster was simply created by humans for their own convenience. What Jinwoo wanted to find out here was whether this thing was in cahoots with the regular monsters or not. The angel statue bent down to loosen up its back before standing straight up again. That's the wrong question to ask. Rather than asking what I am, you should be asking what you are instead. Jinwoo was frozen for a brief moment there, but he couldn't stay flustered for long. Clap! The sound of the angel statue clapping its hands wiped all distracting thoughts out of his head. Well, then, this will be your final test. The smile was long gone from the angel statue's face as it finally finished loosening up. If you still manage to stand on 2 feet by the end of the test, then everything you wish to know will be revealed to you. The angel statue snapped its fingers, and almost immediately, a red glow appeared within the eyes of the countless stone statues within the temple. Will be my reward to you. It was then. Every single head of the stone statues densely packed into this chamber all snapped in Jinwoo's direction. Jinwoo remained calm as he summoned out his shadow soldiers. Come out, but then. What? Jinwoo's forehead creased up as mechanical beeps continued to go TTI ring in his ears. But even those lasted for only a short while, because the stone statues had begun sprinting towards him right then. Their movements were eerily silent, yet also incredibly fast as well. This was on a whole new level compared to back when he faced down hundreds of knights during the class advancement test. Oh, so you want to play it like this, is that it? All the hidden cards he had come prepared with, just in case, various potions, quest rewards, etc., had become useless in one fell swoop. The system had been with Jinwoo ever since the beginning, and knew how he operated the best. In that case, I shall overcome this with nothing but my own power. Jinwoo firmed up his resolve and gripped his short swords even tighter. The easiest way to get out of this dangerous situation was to eliminate the main body, enabling the stone statues to move. And that would be the angel statue. However, he'd not be able to get what he wanted if the angel statue was killed off. So, that would have to be consigned as the final resort for now. For the time being, he decided to go along with this testing the statue talked about. And that was why he never stopped getting stronger right up until now. He never once stopped polishing his skill levels, just so he could achieve everything he aimed for regardless of what sort of situations tried to hinder him. Jinwoo spat out white-hot air from his nostrils and mouth. The things he initially couldn't see, the stuff he had missed when he first set foot in this place, began entering his field of vision. His naked eyes could chase the movements of the stone statues that looked like instant teleportation to him back then. Broken bits of rock spat up from the floor, now shattered by the force of the axe. Meanwhile, Jinwoo powerfully kicked the face of the axe-wielding stone statue. The moment its head came in contact with his foot, it got crushed into fine powder. However, swish, Jinwoo bent backwards and dodged an arrow. It flew straight past him and got embedded in the wall on the far side. He didn't even have time to feel happy about eliminating one enemy. The proper assault was only just beginning now. From his left, right, left, front, right, and left. I can do this. The more he concentrated on the battle, the slower the movements of the stone statues became. On the other hand, his own movements got progressively faster and faster. His body, trained to the absolute limit, and every cell within his flesh were reacting to the movements of these stone statues. Light burned fiercely within his eyes. He began gradually thinning out the horde of the statues while blocking, slapping away, or shaking off their persistent, annoying attacks. As if, for this very moment, it felt as if the Demon King's short swords were solely created for this moment. He held them tightly in his hands and easily sliced up the limbs and body parts of the statues made out of solid stone. Jinwoo sensed his body, his mind, his cells, and even his short swords become a single entity. The angel statue, silently observing Jinwoo's remarkable movements with a great deal of interest, began to shudder greatly. How could he move like that with the physique of a mere human? The smile that was gone momentarily on the angel statue's face was back in full force now. It knew it had made the right choice. However, it was still far, far too early to end the test. The angel statue looked behind itself. With that, the eyes of the humongous statue of the god sitting on the throne and silently waiting for its turn began glowing an eerie crimson hue. It gripped the armrests of the throne tightly and slowly lifted up its unimaginably huge frame. Because it was so gigantic, simply seeing it stand up sent shivers down one's spine. Thud, the god statue took its first step, and the vast interior of the temple shook hard from the resulting noise. Thud, thud, thud. The god statue's strides were so enormous that it didn't need to walk for long before arriving where Jinwoo was. The rubble of the fallen stone statues was forming small mountains all around him by then. The god statue stopped walking in front of him and raised its right arm. It was also around this time that Jinwoo, in the midst of a maddened melee among the stone statues, felt something change around him. Thud, as if the head of the statue crashing to the ground was the signal. The rest of the statues following right behind pounced on Jinwoo like a pack of wild, but well-organized, animals. However, the truly dangerous opponent wasn't one of these statues. It felt as if every hair on his body was standing up straight. Jinwoo flinched in nasty shock and hurriedly raised his head. Sure enough, the bone-chilling red light was coagulating in the two eyes of the god statue. Dodging it. It's too late for that. His brain quickly calculated that his escape routes would be blocked off by the stone statues if he were to make a wrong move now. The odds of him getting melted down to nothing by that laser beam or whatever would be too high for his liking if that happened. In that case, Jinwoo quickly put the short sword down and immediately extended his now empty left hand at the stone statues pouncing on him. Ruler's Reach. 5 of the stone statues got caught in the skill Ruler's Reach and were stacked up together in the air. Too bad. He still didn't have a single second of leeway to bask in the happiness of his skill getting an upgrade right now. Jinwoo quickly moved the makeshift shield made from the stone statues into the trajectory of the god statue's glare. Just as he expected, red laser beams shot out from the eyes of the god statue. It didn't even take 1 second for the shield made out of the stone statues to melt away. But Jinwoo successfully used the brief respite to safely get out of the attack range of that beam. He withdrew the skill ruler's authority, and the smoldering remnants of the statues dropped to the floor. Jinwoo rapidly revised his battle plan as he confirmed the power of the god statue capable of completely evaporating these stone statues. As I thought, getting rid of the god statue should be my priority. His next goal had been set now. Before the god statue could fire the second laser beam attack, Jinwoo kicked the ground hard and dashed forward. Jinwoo's movement was already fast, but with that skill activated, his speed immediately shot past what the god statue could actually follow with its perception. Jinwoo arrived at the foot of the god statue in the proverbial blink of an eye and tensed up his leg muscles to the extreme. An unbelievable amount of energy, reserved solely for jumping up, condensed within his crouched position. He had only one shot. Without a doubt, it had become much harder to dodge the red laser beams flying in at a terrifying speed once he was airborne. It was impossible to move freely in the air, after all. But then again, hadn't he learned that valuable lesson already? If he weren't willing to take on some risks, then he'd not be able to find himself with any opportunities. That is why. Jinwoo's lips shut tight in a straight line as he powerfully leapt up from the ground. His entire frame flew up like a fired rocket. Just get destroyed already. Seeing up close the crimson light coagulating within the DM thing's eyes sent shivers all over his body. Just getting brushed by that thing would mean his end. Sensing the dizziness of the danger, his mind refocused on the task at hand. Stay calm. He reached out with his left hand, still not holding any weapon. Ruler's Authority. The upgraded skill based on Ruler's Reach began pulling at the shoulder of the god statue. He was thinking of reeling himself in, rather than actually dragging the god statue and its incalculable body weight towards him. However, his expectation was somewhat shaken up as the upper body of the god statue actually did creep forward just a little. What an incredible force of attraction that was. The power of the skill must have gone up several notches when it evolved from Ruler's Reach to Ruler's Authority. And all thanks to that, Jinwoo got to land on the god statue's shoulder far easier than he anticipated. He quickly raised his head to look behind him. The scarlet-red laser beam exploding out accurately pierced past the location in the air he was floating in only a moment ago. Nice. For the next few seconds, he was safe from the god statue's laser beam attacks. Feeling unburdened now, Jinwoo sprinted on top of the statue's shoulder with all his might and arrived near its neck. His right hand gripped the hilt of the Demon King's short sword tightly. Violent slash. Several silver streaks of blade light rained down on the target like the shells of a shotgun. Dozens upon dozens of slashes landed on the statue's neck. However, there was barely any visible damage. Not one slash managed to inflict a heavy enough wound. They all stopped at simply causing negligible, superficial nicks on the skin. So, the short sword doesn't work, is that it? It was that moment that the Demon King's short sword, previously capable of slicing up the steel-like scales of the boss-level Naga into ragged bits, came across as an insignificant and shabby toy. This god statue wouldn't be the first enemy that his blades failed to inflict any damage. As a matter of fact, he had dealt with a countless number of them so far. If I can't stab it, then I'll just pummel it. He didn't invest all those stat points in his strength stat just for fun. Jinwoo's eyes gleamed brightly with determination. He lightly jumped up and thrust his left hand at the temple of the god statue's face. All 5 fingers of his left hand dug deep under the surface. It's done. Jinwoo clenched his left hand into a fist. With that, he was firmly secured onto the god statue's face like a rock climber hanging onto the surface of a cliff with one hand. All this was simply him getting ready. The real thing was starting now. Jinwoo's right back, his right shoulder, and then his right arm all began to balloon up to an unnatural size. That was the result of an incredible amount of magic energy enveloping his right arm. As a test, he threw a single punch first. Kaboom! The god statue's head, that didn't even budge from the short sword's attacks, suddenly and visibly trembled. The angel statue, observing the unfolding situation, was shocked beyond words from that. The enormous amount of magic energy spreading out from high up above managed to shake the air within the entire underground temple. The angel statue continued to look up while not even bothering to hide its extremely excited state at all. To think that a human would deal with its masterpiece in such a manner. An even greater level of anticipation bubbled up within the gleaming light of the angel statue's eyes. Jinwoo's fist punched the god statue's face for the second time. For a brief moment there, the god statue lost its balance. The attacks were definitely working. Deafening booms reverberated continuously throughout the large dome-shaped temple. Cracks formed on the face of the god statue and spread all over the surface like a spider's web. The tottering god statue tried its best to maintain its balance before it began running towards one of the walls in this massive, open space. The creature's huge legs viciously stomped on the ground. It was trying to crush Jinwoo, still sticking to its face by ramming into the wall. Thick veins bulged on his ballooning arm muscles as a horrifying amount of magic energy filled his limb up. Very good. The physical strength of a level 103. Jinwoo poured all of that into this single fist of his, just before he was about to collide against the wall. Along with the loud noise of a ripened watermelon shattering into pieces, half of the god statue's face was blown away. It eventually faltered and fell down on its knees. The entirety of the empty dome-shaped arena rumbled spectacularly. Jinwoo let out a soft sigh under his breath. Unfortunately, the remaining stone statues continued to move quickly, as if they didn't want him to have this quiet moment to himself. They surrounded him in a circle and closed the distance. Just before they were about to pounce on him, though, Jinwoo stopped looking at his 2 hands and raised his head. Ruler's authority. Boom. Every single stone statue slammed their heads down on the floor and stopped moving altogether. This was the power of the invisible hand, also known as the skill Ruler's authority. Jinwoo returned his gaze back to his hands. I've become even stronger through today's battle. He clenched his fists and unfurled them, before repeating his actions again. An incredible power was overflowing out of his fists, no, from his entire body. He could clearly sense this flow of power now. At the same time, his heart showed no signs of slowing down at all. It felt as if something sleeping deep within him had awakened through this life or death struggle. It was then he heard slow handclaps. Jinwoo raised his head in the direction of that clapping noise. The angel statue was clapping its hands in an exaggerated manner, that repulsive smile still etched on its face. Truly excellent. Jinwoo calmly spoke to the statue. Don't you have an agreement to uphold, first? The DMN thing clearly announced that, as long as Jinwoo managed to stand on his 2 feet after the end of this final test, all the answers he wanted to know would be provided to him. So, he wanted to hear them right now. Unfortunately, a stiff smile formed on the angel statue as if it had no intentions of letting him know that easily. It took a step closer to him. Your test isn't finished yet. Then, another step closer. In here, yet another step. The angel statue closed the distance with several large strides and eventually stood before Jinwoo's nose. I'm still here, aren't I? The lengthy wings on the back of the angel statue suddenly twisted and writhed around before transforming into arms. 2 arms coming out of its shoulders, and 6 more sprouting from its back. 8 hands in total began clenching into tight fists. "I am your final test." Jinwoo frowned deeply. Just as the quest message finished saying its piece, 1 second ticked down from the remaining time. Jinwoo's eyes began trembling hard as he stared at the angel statue. That's right. Whenever the angel statue spoke, he also heard the system's voice at the same time as well. Jinwoo's heart that seemed to have recovered some calmness just now began madly pounding away again. His breathing quickened and his fingertips trembled. The angel statue studied Jinwoo's reaction before answering one of the very first questions he asked earlier. "What are you?" "I am the architect of the system." He didn't even have enough time to get surprised. The angel statue suddenly began its attack. A large, tightly clenched fist came flying at him like a flash of light. The attack was coming from too close a distance, and its speed was also too fast to evade cleanly. The power behind that punch was so incredulous that both his legs momentarily became airborne as he flew to the wall on the far side before ungainly crashing into it. Jinwoo swallowed back the pained moan. From that unexpected attack, he ended up receiving an unexpectedly large amount of damage. Unfortunately, the angel statue had already arrived in front of Jinwoo's nose, evidently not keen on giving him any time to reorganize himself. Jinwoo tilted his head to the side and evaded the fist of the angel statue. The angel statue blocked off his route of retreat, and then, its 8 fists ruthlessly rained down on him. Attacks poured down without a single break in between, each punch powerful enough to kill a high-ranking hunter in a single hit. As time wore on, though, the eyes of the angel statue were growing wider and wider instead. "He is blocking my punches." The bombardment of attacks from 8 separate arms was being blocked, deflected, or was redirected by just 2 arms. His movements were so fast that he simply looked like a collection of afterimages now. The angel statue was inwardly impressed by this display. From the very beginning, the end result of this battle was already set in stone. No, this was just one of the formalities to go through, and that would be the statue performing a once-over of Jinwoo for the last time whether he agreed to it or not. Normally, this process itself should have been a rather boring one to go through. But now, isn't this amusing? To think it'd start enjoying a fight against a human like this. The angel statue had never once thought that a mere human could ever be an even match in its long, long life. The moment its thoughts reached there, a light suddenly flashed in its vision. No, it wasn't actually light. It was a punch the human threw at the statue. Jinwoo jumped up and threw a punch. It hit the face of the angel statue, resulting in it being unceremoniously deposited onto the ground and rolling away in the dirt. It still stood right back up again, though. There were minute cracks developing on its still smiling face. How long had it been since it felt this joyous? The angel statue was so excited that it began to shudder in regret from the shortness of the remaining time. Jinwoo managed to land a good-looking hit on the angel statue, but he didn't bother to celebrate his feat. He instead spat out heavy, labored breaths. It's strong. Indeed, his opponent was way stronger than any enemy he had faced so far. This thing introduced itself as the architect of the system. He felt a warm, sticky liquid sliding down his face. It was his blood. It was trickling out from a tear on his forehead. I guess I didn't dodge everything, huh? He thought that he perfectly countered all those attacks, but it seemed that 1 or 2 did get through to him. What bad luck it was, his blood seeping into his eye and interfering with his vision. On the other hand, the enemy was completely fine. It'd be very hard to describe this situation as a good one for him. Fighting up close puts me in a disadvantage. That was a rather obvious assessment to make. The enemy's physique was several times larger than his, and it also enjoyed the benefit of having 6 more arms, too. Jinwoo immediately activated ruler's authority towards the angel statue as it turned around to face him. The powerful attack pressing down from the sky to the ground. The technique used to swat the king of the ants, Baru, off the air swooped down on the angel statue's head. However, Jinwoo did a quick double take. The skill that managed to tilt the torso of the massive god statue only managed to tilt the head of the angel ever so slightly. He couldn't be sure, but the opponent seemed to have activated a skill of its own to defend itself. There was no other explanation he could think of other than that one. The angel extended all of its 8 arms out, and the weapons previously held by the stone statues began vibrating on the ground. Isn't that? Jinwoo's eyes widened greatly. The weapons of the stone statues soon rose up in the air and flew towards the angel. 8 different weapons were now tightly grasped in the angel's 8 hands all at once. That's ruler's reach. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the angel statue also knew how to use the skill ruler's reach. Its power seemed to be below Jinwoo's own skill, but whatever the case may have been, he now knew what the angel used to counter the attack earlier on. The angel statue jumped up high as if it wanted to touch the ceiling, before landing back down in front of Jinwoo. The stone tiles on the floor couldn't endure against the falling statue's momentum and spat out bits of debris as it shattered into countless pieces. Jinwoo pointed forward with his short sword as he felt the small pebbles pelting him on his ankles. I can do this. He definitely could do this. Jinwoo stared into the angel statue's eyes and calmly drew his breaths in. Immediately, he felt a chill brush run down his back. Sure enough, 8 disparate weapons, such as a sword, a spear, a blade, an axe, a warhammer, etc., flew at his way as if they all possessed individual wills. Would blocking countless flying bullets with bullets fired from an opposing gun create a cacophony of noise similar to this? The deafening roars continued on unabated as Jinwoo and the angel statue exchanged innumerable attacks and counterattacks in an instant. Within the world slowed down to a crawl. Only these two writhed and struggled mightily as if to rebel against the flow of time itself. More and more wounds appeared on the statue. The angel's speed remained constant, yet Jinwoo was getting faster and faster. Naturally, the angel statue was deeply astonished by this. If it was only for the purpose of a test, there was no reason to go this far. However, this human had managed to draw out the angel's full power. Indeed, just as the term implied, it had to fight with everything it had. But then, a human was able to fight evenly against the angel statue going at full tilt. The angel's puzzled, suspicious eyes began peering deeper into Jinwoo now. And then, it realized the reason for this. It's only by a little, but it's mixed in there. The shoulders of the angel statue trembled in shock. Was that the reason why he could freely wield the immense power so naturally like this? However, that was also another thing this creature wished for from the beginning, anyway. Just as the look of elation formed on the angel statue's face, a cleanly sliced-off arm flew up into the air. The statue's head was raised up to look at it. The arm let go of a weapon as it flew away. It was the angel's right arm. Even if this statue was not its real body, the pain still got transmitted in full. The angel statue tottered unsteadily and retreated after losing its arm in the blink of an eye. The color of the angel statue's eyes reddened in an instant. Its true nature woke up and it forgot its true purpose, its duty for being here. It cried out in anger, and the fallen, destroyed stone statues all stood right back up. Even the god statue in its partially destroyed head began pushing off the ground as well. Jinwoo could sense all the enemies being reanimated, but he didn't fall into a panic and simply pounced on the angel statue again. The angel statue roared out like a wild beast, and the reanimated stone statues pounced on Jinwoo. And so, the fight between every single thing within this temple and the lone human commenced. Even in the midst of all this chaos, the timer was still resolutely ticking down to 0. Jinwoo's short sword sliced away yet another of the angel statue's arms. This time, it was one of the 6 created out of its wings. Unfortunately, the resistance of the reanimated stone statues was nothing to scoff at. There were far too many of them surrounding him now, and it became too much of a task to dodge every single attack coming his way. He focused on attacking the angel statue and dodged only those attacks that might critically injure him while ignoring the rest. A stone statue slammed down with its shield on his left shoulder. Jinwoo diverted his attention towards this particular statue. It was preparing to strike for the second time with its shield. Jinwoo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. He didn't really care about others, but he simply couldn't forgive this bastard. Only then did Jinwoo move slightly away from the angel statue, using the elbow of his left arm not holding a weapon. He stomped the head of the offending statue. The elbow drop containing magic energy ensured that the statue's head exploded into tiny bits and pieces. In the meantime, other statues quickly surrounded him and tried to jump on top of him. However, Jinwoo simply activated his skill and pushed them all away. Ruler's authority. A group of stone statues were flung away as if they were thrown off from the center of an explosion. Unfortunately, even before Jinwoo had time to catch his breath, the god statue threw its massive fist down on his head. He lightly leapt to his side and avoided it. The gigantic fist only managed to sweep away dozens of stone statues from Jinwoo's vicinity. He ran in a wide arc to lose the stone statues mindlessly trying to jump on him and approached the angel statue again. And the angel greeted him with a deeply crumpled expression. Another one of the angel's arms flew off, and Jinwoo's short sword found itself pressed tightly against the angel statue's neck. At that moment, the angel statue announced its surrender. Simultaneously, the god statue and the rest of the stone statues all froze up and stopped moving. Like a lie, the timer ceaselessly ticking down also froze up along with the angel's words announcing the end of everything. The hunters of the monitoring division arrived on site. There were a total of 7 high-ranked hunters. Wu Jinqiao had scrounged up the top elites of the association that could be mobilized on such short notice. However, he knew the truth. He knew that this little fighting power would not be of any help to Hunter Xiong. Even still, for the worst-case scenario, these hunters from the monitoring division would buy enough time so Hunter Xiong would be able to escape from the dangers. They came to this location with such a resolve in their hearts. What the hell is this? He picked up on the utterly horrifying maelstrom of magical energy all around the gate. As a matter of fact, the magical energy leaking out was so savage and brutal that the space around the portal looked as if it was being distorted to his naked eyes. He was startled by what he saw and quickly took a step back. Was this simply an optical illusion, or the sign of an impending ill omen? He thought that, all of a sudden, a dark veil seemed to be enveloping this gate from above. He had seen this somewhere before. It was the looming shadow of death. All the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Wu Jinqiao instinctively knew it. He knew that the fight taking place inside was not something he or his boys could possibly butt in on. The subordinates saw his complexion getting paler and gasped out in surprise. They hurriedly asked him, "Section Chief, are you all right?" Rather than an answer, Wu Jinqiao threw out a question instead. "Is there a major guild with a team ready for a raid nearby?" One of his subordinates checked the association's database and quickly made his reply. "Yes, sir. The Hunters Guild is getting ready for a raid at the moment." "What about their 2 rank S hunters?" "According to the data, both Choi Jongin and Cha Hien Hunter Nims are scheduled to partake in the raid, sir." Choi Jongin and Cha Hien. If it were those 2, then they might be able to do something. Wu Jinqiao shifted his gaze back to the gate. That imperceptible trembling that started from his hand had slowly but steadily spread out to the rest of his body. Wu Jinqiao barely managed to rein his trembling voice and spoke to his subordinate. "Send the emergency cooperation request to the Hunters Guild. The decision is up to you." Unlike before, its voice was now separated from the system. The machine-like, stiff male voice grated against his eardrums. Jinwoo shut his mouth tight after seeing that face. "Data saved in the system's memory, is it? Just like how it was with various video games, did the system also possess a save file or something similar to that?" And he could view what that save file contained right now. In this short span of time, all kinds of thoughts raced in and out of his brain. Of course, his answer had already been decided. He finally earned what could be his one and only chance to confirm the truth for himself, so why should he back out of it now? If the system wanted to trick him into a trap, then well, it didn't have to go through such an elaborate process, either. After all, the system possessed the power to decide when his heart would stop beating, didn't it? Just as the angel said, if all these were just the processes of a test, then I have earned the right to view this data. He suddenly recalled what the angel statue told him before the battle commenced. Most likely, the reward the angel talked about meant his right to view the data. He finally arrived at this conclusion. Jinwoo made his decision and slowly opened his mouth. Yes, when he did, darkness immediately enveloped him. The familiar mechanical beep hit him in the eardrums, and the voice of the system followed right after. It felt like he crossed an endless tunnel at a speed very close to that of infinity. He flew past the space filled with nothing but darkness. The light seeping into this space from such a long distance away slammed into him in an instant. After the blinding by the light dissipated away, Jinwoo was greeted by the immense spectacle laid out before his eyes, no, below him, and spat out a shocked gasp in his mind. Oh my God! An army consisting solely of innumerable monsters stretched far beyond the scope of vision below him. From where he was, all the way to beyond the horizon, countless monsters completely covered up the ground until there was no uncovered patch left. In all honesty, that was one hell of a terrifying sight to behold. If this many monsters jumped out of a gate all at once, humanity wouldn't have a chance in hell at winning against them. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to these monsters. He spotted weaklings commonly seen in low-ranked dungeons, all the way to the powerful monsters that could only be seen in much higher-ranked dungeons, such as high orcs, white phantoms, and even giants. This disparate gathering of monsters that ignored their ranks and species were busy looking up and waiting for something to happen. What are they all looking at? Jinwoo followed after their gazes and raised his head to the sky above. And then, he discovered it. He saw a jet-black lake quietly floating high up in the sky. No, it was actually not a lake. He mistook it for a lake because of its sheer size. But it was a gate so big that he couldn't even begin to guess its size. And it was silently looking down on the ground. This black hole was blocking up the purple sky beyond it. Purple sky, is it? Seeing the color of the sky that should not exist, he became doubly sure that this was not Earth anymore. In a world that was clearly not Earth, something major was about to happen between the monsters and that gate. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Trapped within this eerie silence, his nervousness also increased as the time wore on. Just what would come out from that gate? Jinwoo began wondering if he'd get to see the weapons of humanity, or the armies of humans stepping out of that huge gate, just like how monsters would step onto Earth through those portals. However, what came out of the cracked open gate's mouth was soldiers decked out in silver armor, with wings attached to their backs. These silver-armored soldiers poured out of the gate like agitated bees rushing out of the disturbed beehive, while monsters covered up the entirety of the ground. These soldiers in turn utterly blotted out the sky. It was truly a spectacular sight. Jinwoo couldn't stop admiring this incredible view. However, the monsters must have thought rather differently. They began howling at the top of their lungs upon seeing the silver-armored soldiers covering the sky, and began bucking around in agitation. He didn't even have to be a genius to figure out what would happen next. It was war. The flying soldiers became silver drops of light and descended to the ground below. As it turned out, there was more than one gate in the sky. There were several of them, and silver soldiers poured out of them one after the other. Monsters on the ground versus the soldiers of the sky. Two groups, clearly burning with hostile intentions against each other, soon collided just above the ground, and a battle of an indescribable scale and proportion unfolded next. The beastly roars of the monsters shook the land below, and horns being blown by the silver-armored soldiers thunderously resounded out. Weapons collided with other weapons. The sounds of armors shattering noisily rang out. The beastly roars soon morphed into screams and pained groans. The ground below was steadily being dyed the color of blood. The superiority in this battle was established very quickly. The silver-armored soldiers were very powerful. These guys easily sliced off the necks of the monsters that were strong enough to rip high-ranked hunters apart with their bare hands. Such powerful beings had formed a massive invading group, so perhaps it was only inevitable that the monsters were being swept away. The balance was tilting noticeably now to their favor. Even then, silver-armored soldiers continued to pour out from the gates non-stop. The waves upon waves of the silver soldiers crashing forward like the incoming tide erased all traces of living monsters off the dried plains in no time at all. With the complete annihilation of the monsters mere moments away, the silver soldiers of the sky that violently pushed their enemies back suddenly stopped moving one at a time. What's going on? Could they possibly have developed a sense of pity for these things now, of all times? But there was just no way. If they did, then they shouldn't be gripping their weapons even tighter like that. On top of this reddish-brown land, a black shadow was spreading out. This shadow rapidly spread beyond the blood dyeing the land red, as well as the mountains of corpses. And when this darkness sped past underneath these corpses, mysterious screams could be heard. Screams that no one could tell where they were coming from. Jinwoo knew of a skill that was eerily similar to this. No, make that pretty much identical. Sovereign's territory. A powerful chill ran down his spine immediately. He slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned his head around to take a look. And there he found an impressive knight covered in jet black armor from his head right down to his toes. From this knight, and the horse he was riding on, black aura like strands of energy continuously rose up. Why did this happen? No one told him, yet Jinwoo could think of only one title when looking at that black knight. The Shadow Sovereign. The intolerable stillness that stifled one's breaths pressed down on the shoulders of every single being under the heavens. And soon, the Sovereign's solemn voice shattered that stillness. His heart beat louder just then. Rise up. The ripple generated from those two words spread out at a frightening speed and roused up the shadows. The battlefield dyed in the colors of monsters' blood roiled and tumbled in black waves. The shadow soldiers leaping out of the ground roared out in what could have been either loud cheers or screams of horror. They then shifted their blackened eyes towards their enemies. Those eyes carried not one trace of fear towards their enemies now. From this corner of the land, all the way to the other side, the dead monsters were instantly reorganized into shadow soldiers. If this scene was supposed to demonstrate the true pinnacle of the Shadow Sovereign class, then it certainly succeeded in letting him know just how much further he still had to walk to get there. Eventually, the soldiers of the sky stopped hesitating and began moving again. They gathered into one large mass, and like a gigantic swarm of bees, descended on the black soldiers below. However, the monsters that were reborn as shadow soldiers didn't fall as easily as before. Weapons clashed against weapons. Soldiers collided against soldiers. The Silver Army and the Black Army got tangled up on top of this expansive land. Explosions rang out constantly, and the ground quaked over and over again. The battle that should have ended as a one-sided massacre reverted back to full-on warfare. Just the entrance of a single individual had changed everything. Now that was the display of truly shocking power. Jinwoo didn't know why this scene was being shown to him, but nevertheless, he found himself unable to tear his eyes away from it. The violent, fierce clash continued on. A desperate and bloody engagement, incomparably fiercer and more violent than the first battle that took place, unfolded before his eyes. Monsters were unable to contend with a single soldier of the sky while they were still alive, but after becoming shadow soldiers, they were now able to stand their ground and not get pushed back. The flow of the war shifted very quickly when the Shadow Sovereign stopped issuing commands to his troops from far back and personally stepped forward to enter the fray. The black horse carrying the Sovereign dashed into the battlefield. Whenever he swung his sword, thousands of enemy troops fell to create a pathway, and the dead enemies, without an exception, became shadow soldiers and stood back up. Just one flick of the Sovereign's hand and all those enemy soldiers flying away to safety had their wings broken, and they all crashed back down to earth. Ruler's authority. The areas the Sovereign dashed through got utterly swept away as if a storm rampaged past there. For the first time ever since the two opposing camps started clashing their weapons, the soldiers of the sky were being forced back. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of silver-clad soldiers couldn't deal with a single enemy, and were constantly pushed back. Jinwoo could only gasp out in admiration at this sheer marvelous spectacle. He thought that the war would come to an end like this. However, just as the shadow soldiers began pushing back the tides of the silver soldiers of the sky, an ominous, eerie wind that was hard to describe in words blew in from somewhere behind him, or as powerful enough to send a shudder down his spine rushed in. The Sovereign temporarily disregarded the enemies to his front and looked behind him. Two ginormous gates had been generated in some place far behind the Shadow Army. Their sizes didn't lose out to the ones floating up in the air. And from these two gates, two disparate groups of monsters poured out in droves. On one side, beast-type creatures being led by a wolf the size of a mountain. And from the other one, knights and soldiers rushed out with countless banners proudly announcing their clans being waved about in their midst. Jinwoo's eyes grew wider and wider. The clan crests embroidered on those banners were all familiar to him. From Ricardo's, Fistos's, Rockens, Ingraeses, and even Raiderus. Those crests belonged to the aristocratic clans of demons he ran into as he was climbing up to the top floor of the demon's castle. His confusion regarding why those demons appeared here could only last for a short while. The beasts and the demons began attacking the shadow soldiers together as if they had a prior agreement. The back line of the shadow soldiers was immediately torn up into shreds from the combined assault of the two monster armies. That wasn't the end, however. Their front was occupied by the soldiers of the sky, still alive and ready to battle. These silver-clad beings changed their strategy and began striking back once more. The soldiers of the sky to the front and the armies of monsters at the back surrounded the shadow soldiers in a pincer attack and closed in on them. The flow of the battle had changed once more. Jinwoo grasped his chest tightly. His heart was aching now. His gaze slowly shifted towards the Sovereign standing next to him. Why was this? Why could he sense the Sovereign's emotions so clearly like this? Just like when he was reading the thoughts of his shadow soldiers, the Sovereign's emotions were vividly transmitted to him. The emotion welling up thickly from the deepest depths of his heart was none other than indignation. No, it had already exceeded past the level of indignation and into the territory of pure wrath. Now that they were surrounded by enemies from all sides, the shadow soldiers had to endlessly repeat the cycle of destruction and regeneration. Although they seemed to have possessed a never-ending power of recovery, Jinwoo too possessed the same ability, and he knew its fatal weakness very well. It can hold up as long as there's MP. When MP ran out, the soldiers would not be revived again, meaning the Sovereign wouldn't be able to use his army again. He sensed the Sovereign's magical energy that felt bottomless and vast in the beginning, slowly reaching its limit. The Sovereign changed the direction of his mount away from the army of the sky and towards his rear. His black horse kicked the ground and rushed forward. The ensuing battle was truly intense. Corpses formed mountains. Blood formed oceans. This conflagration called war created by countless soldiers swallowed up every single life form still standing on this land and continued on its horrific path of destruction. But, even then, this stubbornly persistent battle that didn't seem to end was slowly marching towards its inevitable conclusion. Not too many remained standing on the battlefield now. The Sovereign lost his mount during the battle. He wasn't hindered in the least, however. He cut down 2 demon knights blocking his path and stood before a certain demon breathlessly panting away as it leaned against a bizarre rock formation. The demon's face was hidden behind its helm, but the sovereign seemed to know its identity as he glared down at his feeble prey. The demon weakly faltered its head, but it forced himself to look up. It had already suffered grievous wounds and it seemed unlikely it'd be able to survive its injuries. The voice coming out from beneath the helm sounded precariously close to being cut off. So, regrettable, we could have ended you for good today, but... The sovereign's voice became even icier as he asked again. The demon's shoulders trembled as it painfully cackled, before it raised its head up again. And then it replied. For some reason, Jinwoo couldn't properly hear that answer. Did he lose his concentration and miss it somehow? No, that wasn't it. The demon said something else, but he still couldn't understand a single word of it. However, it must have sounded different to the sovereign's ears, because as soon as he heard the reply, he extended his hand out and sucked the demon in. The creature spat out a pained moan as its neck was tightly grasped by the shadow sovereign. The piece of armor protecting the neck crumpled up. Even in the middle of this, the demon continued to say the things it wanted to say. Stab. The sovereign's thumb plunged into the throat of the demon. The demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and that was precisely the moment when his gaze met with the demon's eyes staring back from within that helm. But how could this be? Jinwoo freaked out and let go of the dying demon's neck. Its life had ended by then and its body limply crumpled to the ground. But that doesn't make any sense. Those eyes and hidden in the helm, he had seen those eyes before. But such a thing could not have happened. His heart began pounding madly now. Jinwoo shook his head hard and cautiously approached the dead demon to take its helm off. Even in death, the creature was maintaining the same glare it shot him back when it was still alive. How could he ever forget that glare? The removed helm fell out of Jinwoo's hands and clattered to the ground. Clang! The wide-open eyes of the demon were still filled with the light of pure rage. It was the exact same light he saw back on the top floor of the demon's castle. The Demon King. Darren. The moment he realized this fact, he also discovered one more strange thing. He saw his hands decked out in black armor. He then saw his feet, his legs, and his own chest. From a certain point in time, he had been using the Shadow Sovereign's body as his own. The pounding beats of his heart grew even heavier and louder, assaulting his eardrums. Jinwoo placed his hand where his heart was. Ba-thump, ba-thump, ba-thump. His eyes grew wider and wider. How come I haven't noticed it until now? He had grown more conscious of his own heartbeat after surviving the events of the underground temple. Even then, he had failed to notice it until now. Jinwoo's trembling hand moved to the right side of his chest. He sensed the tremor there, one coming from the left, and then another coming from his right. Ba-thump. 2 hearts were issuing exact same sounds. His shock-filled eyes were lowered immediately, but then he discovered 4 shadows on the ground, slowly growing larger. Some things were approaching him from above. His head hurriedly rose up to the skies, and, right above his head, 4 angels with 6 wings each were slowly descending towards him. The memory lasted only up until then. Along with that mechanical beep, darkness blinded him again. He heard the clear, concise voice of the system as his consciousness grew further away. Looks like we're here. Yes, I can sense it. Indeed, they could sense something horrifyingly massive in there. Choi Jong-un's face stiffened hard as he replied. The color of blood was slowing draining out of his complexion right now. The only consolation he could think of right now was the fact that he could also sense Hunter Seong Jinwoo's presence. As long as Hunter Seong is fine, it's okay. Combining his abilities with the support from these elite hunters, they'd win regardless of what the monsters within this dungeon were like. Choi Jong-un assured himself with that line of thought and called out to the rest of the team. Let's hurry. The elite hunters from the Hunters Guild and the association rushed past the massive doorway reminiscent of an ancient castle. And then, the sight waiting for them beyond was a spectacle none of them had ever seen before during their lengthy and illustrious careers as hunters. What on earth is this? What the hell is this place? First, they found innumerable destroyed stone statues strewn about the floor. Their debris was piling up into small hills all over the place. Look. One of the hunters raised his finger high up, and in the direction his finger was pointing at, everyone could see a truly gigantic statue of an unknown god standing frozen still, its hands interlocked in the gesture of slamming down. Its head, with half of its face blown away, especially caught their attention. Wu Jinqiao's heart began racing like crazy as he remembered the testimonies of the survivors from the previous dual dungeon incident. It was all real. The god statue and the stone statues were all real. The survivors all said the same thing. that this place was filled with a monstrous god statue that could melt down a rank sea hunter with nothing but a glare from its eyes, as well as countless stone statues whose movements couldn't be picked up by the naked eye. It was then a certain stone statue kneeling next to Jinwoo slowly stood up. The wings on its back were all torn up, and it only had one remaining arm. "I don't remember inviting you humans in here." The angel statue stood up completely and swept its gaze over at the hunters intruding into the temple. The corner of its lips suddenly arched up. Did that thing just speak? Wait, I didn't hear incorrectly just now, did I? A monster can speak our language. Hunters exchanged glances with one another, their faces filled with incredulity. Something like this seemed impossible. "Oh, strong humans." The statue spoke up as it began looking at the hunters with the eyes of someone finding a delicious snack. "It seems that there are no shortages for the first sacrifices prepared for the king. If a snake could smile, would that be as disgusting as the one on this creature?" The movements of the hunters froze stiff from the smile forming on the angel statue's face. It was then the statue suddenly appeared before the hunters. They didn't even have any time to respond. The angel statue took a swing with its right arm. The face of the hunter standing in front of the group was crushed inward. The hunter in his crushed face flew backwards and slammed into the wall. Other hunters nearby threw out urgent counterattacks, but by then, the angel statue was already gone. He was killed instantly. A tanker working for South Korea's best guild had died in a single hit. For some reason, the monster had stopped attacking the group, and Jinwoo looked unhurt as he continued to breathe normally. His expression was peaceful, as if he was simply asleep right now. For now, she and others had to buy as much time as possible until Jinwoo woke up. That was the best they could do. It was then the angel statue moved its body this way and that before laughter abruptly broke out from its lips. Haha. The empty interior of the underground temple was suddenly filled up with the echoes of the angel statue's voice. It kept its laughter short and shifted its gaze over to the hunters. Suddenly, an earthquake broke out inside this huge, open chamber. The dark shadow of despair drew upon the faces of the hunters. The broken stone statues were beginning to stand up one by one. That was why. The beastards without heads, beastards with holes in their chests, and even beastards with limbs missing all began standing up. But the absolute worst among them all was the statue of the unknown god that could only be described as truly gigantic. Oh my god. The god statue and the stone statues were standing upright and glaring at the hunters as if they had never been destroyed in the first place. The angel statue spoke to them. "Those who manage to survive until all of my dolls have fallen will be given the opportunity to witness the glorious rebirth of the king. Everyone, get down." Hunters hurriedly bent down to the ground. A red laser beam sliced right past just above their heads with almost no gap to spare. The casualty was 0 this time. It was almost a miracle in and of itself. The red energy beam shooting out from the eyes of the god statue slowly dissipated. The angel statue stared at the hunters with eyes of some interest as it took a step back. It seemed that these humans might be able to provide some fun distraction before the king awakens. Woo Jincheol raised his head. The stone statues were rushing towards them now. They were so quick that only the high-ranked melee-type hunters would be capable of following their movements. Fortunately, Woo Jincheol was one of the very best within the rank of hunters. He rose up from his spot in an instant and while rotating his waist, sent out a powerful punch. The specially constructed glove slammed hard into the face of a stone statue. Boom! Woo Jincheol's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He genuinely believed that one punch would be enough. However, the stone statue was unscathed, because he saw that one of this statue's shoulders was completely destroyed from an unknown attack. He ended up making a mistake on his enemy's durability. It was a gaffe he shouldn't have made when thinking back to just who it was that destroyed all these statues in the first place. A powerful explosion wrapped the statue up and it flew away. Woo Jincheol frowned and shook his head hard to recover from the buzzing sensation in his ears. Only then did he get to hear the voice coming from his side. "Are you all right?" It was none other than the ultimate weapon, Choi Jong-in. Woo Jincheol nodded once to express his gratitude. They simply didn't have enough time to leisurely share a conversation. "Chairman Choi, aggro skills don't work against these things," tankers loudly cried out. "What was that?" Choi Jong-in's expression hardened considerably. If the aggro skills didn't work on them, then these creatures would instinctively start targeting the physically weakest hunters present. If the healers were killed off first, then their line of defense would collapse in no time at all. It was nigh impossible for them to fight against powerful enemies without some sort of a defensive line to back them up. Not only that, right behind these diamond stone statues, the massive god statue was now raising its equally massive fist as well. Can we really get out of this place alive? Their situation was despairingly critical. However, he still could think of one final method, and that would be waking up the unconscious Hunter Seong. The angel sculpture Beastard said it, didn't it? That thing said that Hunter Seong was able to destroy them all by himself. In less than 5 minutes, too. Their situation could change greatly if his guess was correct, and the only reason why Hunter Seong lost to the angel statue was that he became too fatigued from destroying all these stone statues. Indeed, weren't there dozens of first-class hunters present here that could aid Hunter Seong right now? That is why I need to wake up Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Flames alighted on Choi Jong-un's hands. It was not for nothing that he was called the ultimate weapon. Not only his firepower, but even his accuracy didn't lose out to any of the modern firearms. It was now sink or swim time. Choi Jong-un fired the magic he cast in Jinwoo's direction. Hunter Seong might experience some discomfort, but he wasn't weak enough to get injured greatly by this level of magic. The flames flew towards their target while leaving behind a long trail. However, boom, the flames simply exploded on the torso of the angel statue that stepped into the trajectory in the blink of an eye. Choi Jong-un was greatly taken by surprise from the unexpected interference from the angel statue, and hurriedly raised his head. Every muscle on the face of the angel was distorted unsightly until they couldn't be twisted any further to form a truly terrifying expression. How dare! For the first time ever, the angel statue stopped smiling and bared its fangs. How dare you try to interrupt the slumber of the king? The king? Choi Jong-un couldn't even begin to figure out heads or tails of what the angel statue was saying and asked back in a daze. What did you just say? However, the angel statue didn't reply. Would a human bother to converse with insects? The same principle applied to the angel statue, too. Choi Jong-un's heart tumbled down to the pit of his stomach. However, he didn't turn his head away. Do not give up, right up until the very last moment. That was what he always told his teammates, after all. Hunter Cha Hien was standing there, blocking the angel statue's fist with the skill blade of light. If she was late even by a millisecond, Choi Jong-un's head would have been splattered into a gooey mess. While he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, she spoke to him in no uncertain terms. I'll take over from here, so please go help out other hunters, Chairman. Got it. Meanwhile, the angel statue stared down at Cha Hien's sword, now glowing with light, and its eyes quickly filled up with curiosity. Haha, to think there was yet another human besides Jinwoo that could block its attack. You are very amusing indeed. The angel statue put more strength into its fist. Cha Hien's knees bent down slightly. She had managed to stop its attacks, but still, she was losing out in terms of raw strength. A thin, weak moan leaked out of her finely shaped lips. Her wrists began trembling imperceptibly as well. The angel statue smirked derisively and applied more and more power as if it was turning up the heat on the stove. Her sword failed to deflect the punch, and it hit her on the shoulder before sliding past her altogether. Cha Hien quickly retreated while gritting her teeth. Unfortunately, her bones must have broke, because she couldn't feel anything from her shoulder. And so, she lost her left hand in that fashion. She looked at her limp left arm with a dismayed, regretful gaze. Haha, so, is that all? Is that as far as you can go? The angel statue rapidly closed the distance again. The Beastar didn't even give her a small break. The attacks that were briefly paused for a moment or two rained down on her again. The angel statue flinched slightly and took a step back, because it only now discovered that there was a lone shadow soldier hiding in her shadow. Because of the rule in this chamber, that soldier couldn't come out of her shadow, but regardless, its existence was not in question. Seeing the surprised face of the angel statue, Cha Hien formed a puzzled expression of her own. That Beastard could have ended her at any time it wanted to, yet now, it looked like it was hesitating somewhat. Indeed, she was correct. The angel statue was really hesitating right now. This was a human that the king had chosen to plant a soldier within her shadow. Did he have a special plan for her? Of course, there was a possibility that the human did this, not the king. However, without a doubt, the king and the human are currently mixed as one, although it is only by a small amount. In that case, how was the statue to know whether this action was from the will of the king or from the will of the human? If the king had a plan and planted the shadow soldier in her, then the statue knew it couldn't carelessly touch her. That was why the angel statue asked the human female, "Why did you come here? What is your relationship with Sung Jinwoo? A friend. And why did you come here?" She thought for a little while before making her answer. To save Hunter Sung Jinwoo. After hearing that answer, a deep smile formed on the face of the angel statue. Just who was saving who now? I shall bless you with an opportunity. What opportunity? Today, in this place, one of the noble sovereigns shall descend upon this world. I shall bless you with an opportunity to witness this glorious moment in history. Until the angel statue could confirm the intention of the king, it couldn't do anything to Cha Hien. so it had to keep her alive. However, she was the sole exception and it didn't plan on letting other humans live. But every other human beside you. The smile was gone from the face of the angel statue, and its expression became incredibly murderous. We'll die here today. Indeed, it wouldn't do for all these uninvited pests to be present in this glorious moment, would it? However, the reply didn't come from the front but from the back, instead. Says who? Before the angel statue could even turn around, a fist flew in and punched its face hard. The statue flew away and crashed into the far wall. Cracks ran against the surface of the wall from the sheer impact force and rubble tumbled down to the floor. Just before the angel statue could slide down to the ground, Jinwoo stood before the creature. He tightly grasped its neck and growled at it. Jinwoo's other hand was pressing against his right chest. Indeed, he wasn't dreaming of it. There was one more heart beating away within the right side of his chest. Jinwoo clenched the neck of the statue even harder and asked, "What the hell did you do to my body?" For a moment then, within the recalled data, Jinwoo had become the Shadow Sovereign. And that's when he realized it. He realized that there was another heart of magical energy beating within his chest. He felt powerful surges of energy ceaselessly flowing out from this new heart. Could he have made a mistake? It was rather easy to confirm the truth, actually. Status window. What he wanted to see out of the many listed values, and there was his current reserves of magic energy, which the system had designated as mana points or MP. Jinwoo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Over 100 grand. He confirmed the truth with his own two eyes, yet he still couldn't believe it. The last time he checked, he definitely only had around 9,000 or so. He confirmed it before arriving here, so he couldn't have made an error on that one. But now, it was over 10 times greater. However, that wasn't the only surprising thing he discovered. My title has changed. You have satisfied its requirements. You have recovered the memories of defeating the King of Demons, Baron, Sovereign of the White Flames. An immense power has acknowledged the player as its new owner. Effect Black Heart, additional MP plus 100,000. Black Heart. This here was the reason why his MP reserves had shot up to a nonsensical degree. Additional MP of 100,000. That was enough power to regenerate his shadow soldiers almost infinitely. Abruptly, Jinwoo recalled the sight of the Shadow Sovereign from the recalled data. The beings that fought against the Silver Soldiers blotting out the entire sky were part of the immortal army led by that person. They went through an endless cycle of destruction and revival while managing to gradually overwhelm their enemies. The Silver Soldiers, strong enough to easily suppress roughly the same amount of monsters, couldn't endure against the regenerative abilities of the Shadow Soldiers and, in the end, were forced into retreat. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the reinforcements, those Silver Soldiers would not have avoided the fate of being annihilated. And that was all due to the bottomless amount of magic energy the Shadow Sovereign from the data had possessed. But how can you be? Jinwoo raised his head. A trembling voice was leaking out of the angel statue's mouth. For the first time ever, Jinwoo saw another expression besides that disgusting smile or the one of anger from this statue's face. The emotion revealed by its new expression was clearly fear. The angel statue looked at Jinwoo with true fear and spoke as if it couldn't believe what had happened. How can you still retain your former ego, even with the black heart beating within you? What was that? Jinwoo heard the creature's mutterings and quickly realized two important things. 1. The angel statue was definitely not responsible for this black heart appearing within his body. 2. The result of it waking up within him shouldn't have ended well for him. What is this player thing? What were you trying to do to me? Jinwoo didn't lower his vigilance, so he could shatter this thing's neck at any given moment. However, it seemed that the angel statue wasn't of the right mind to provide an answer. Could it be? Why you DMN Shadow Sovereign, you dare to? Against us? You think other sovereigns will take this lying down? The angel statue glared at Jinwoo and kept muttering out some nonsense. Answer my questions. That was why he went ahead and gained the right to ask for the result of the test. So, it was only right that he demanded the promised rewards be handed over. At that time, red lights flashed from the angel statue's eyes. What's this? Jinwoo heard the hunter's shocked cries and looked behind him. They're coming back. Red lights were burning within the eyes of the god statue and the stone statues that were moved to one corner of the chamber. And then, they began moving again. Haha. The angel statue guffawed out loudly. If you kill me, no one will be able to stop my dolls. So, can you really kill me now? The angel statue glared at Jinwoo with eyes that screamed that question at him. Inferior beings possessed far too many weak points. Since this man was also human, this would be one of his weaknesses, too. Without a doubt, he'd have the so-called friends among those humans. However, quite different from the angel statue's expectation, Jinwoo suddenly formed a smile. He's smiling. Jinwoo asked the dazed statue. So, what will happen if I kill you first, and then destroy those dolls afterwards? The angel statue hurriedly replied in a panic. If you kill me, the architect of the system. You know, I also thought about that. Jinwoo cut the words of the angel statue off. The look in his eyes was rather similar to what the statue had when it was looking at the human hunters earlier on. Here's the thing. Just because the guy who created the system disappears, that doesn't mean the system will suddenly start breaking down, does it? The bluff was called. This human already knew the truth that the angel statue deliberately failed to mention. This was a serious miscalculation on the angel statue's part. It had forgotten with what criteria this particular human being had been selected in the first place. This man, even in the past, was capable of seeing through the set rules. If that's the case, you've forced my hand. The angel statue activated the final hand it possessed. Several more mechanical beeps rang in his head. The exact same message repeated itself again and again. However, the face of the angel statue hardened considerably. It attempted to use the system and do something to Jinwoo, but unfortunately, even the system itself had turned its back on the creature. Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders, causing the angel statue to go berserk in rage. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Jinwoo bestowed an appropriate level of punishment to the angel statue that tried to use him. Not just its head, but the entirety of its upper torso had been obliterated. What remained of the creature slid down against the wall and sunk to the ground. It's a bit regretful that I didn't get to hear any answers, but this thing was trying to deceive him from the get-go anyway. Could he be able to believe anything such a creature told him? With this, it's done. As if he was shaking off the regret, Jinwoo lightly shook the dust off his left hand. Chief, will it be alright for us to step back like this? What's wrong? Right now, Seong Hunter Nim is still engaging the monsters. The hunter from the monitoring division turned his head towards Jinwoo, but even his jaw fell. Woo Jincheol placed another cigarette in the slack mouth of this guy and even lit up for his subordinate. Can you see how should we go about helping him? No, sir, I can't. So, stay here and quietly smoke that. Why, yes, sir. Hunters gazed at Jinwoo with eyes of awe but still didn't forget to swarm around Woo Jincheol. And as a result, his stash of cigarettes ran out very quickly. But, for some reason, his nose began stinging just a tad. I can't even remember how many times I nearly died in this place. He thought those monsters were a wall he could never overcome, no matter what he tried. But now, seeing Jinwoo single-handedly sweeping those things away, the sense of relief and powerful emotion of delight were flooding into his heart. Section Chief, are you crying, sir? No, I'm not, you idiot. It's just this spicy cigarette. Okay, right, it's also too spicy for me. Yeah, me too. Me three. Maybe this batch of cigarettes tasted far too spicy for them today since teardrops were clearly visible within the eyes of all these hunters. Hunters began emerging one by one from the gate. Right up until then, those waiting around outside the gate had no idea the scale of the event taking place within. However, they all realized that something really bad had happened after seeing the deceased hunters being carried out by the shadow soldiers. Oh my god, are those all the members of the Bravery Guild who had reported this matter and the female association employee standing by? All saw this procession, and their complexions turned ashen in an instant. The number of casualties was just far too great. Weren't these people the elite hunters of the country? The hunters belonging to the Hunters Guild and the monitoring division were called some of the very best yet. What brought you guys over here, anyway? Actually, we came here first after receiving a report from this location. But then, we learned that you had entered the gate, and the magic energy leaking out from the dungeon itself was so great that Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to the chief of the monitoring division. Perhaps the number of casualties had been far too great. Woo Jincheol's expression was really stiff right now. We thought that our strengths would not be adequate enough, so I requested for assistance from the Hunters Guild that had been getting ready for a raid nearby. The right to request assistance in emergencies. It was the highest form of authority the association possessed over the guilds. Even the Hunters Guild wouldn't have been able to reject the request. Many had come to aid him, and in the process, many unfortunate sacrifices had to be made. Jinwoo felt his heart begin to ache. As the youth grew quieter in contemplation, Woo Jincheol cautiously raised a question. May I ask you a question? Yes. How did you know that you'd find the dual dungeon in this particular gate? Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. That was a very pertinent question to ask. As the chairperson of the Hunters Guild, which had suffered huge losses today, Choi Jong-in was deeply curious about this as well. It summoned me here. Wait, it summoned you here? Woo Jincheol asked back, his expression showing his disbelief. Yes, I received a message telling me to come here. Can we view that message as well? Jinwoo shook his head. Then, he pointed to his temple with his finger. I'm sorry. It was a message that appeared in my head. The answer nobody expected to hear rendered everyone utterly speechless. Jinwoo didn't lie here, though. It was just that he chose to omit a few other unnecessary details and simply delivered the core of the truth. That was all. His straightforward expression of hiding nothing managed to overpower other hunters. Wu Jinqiao could legitimately claim that he knew Jinwoo the longest out of this group. Even then, he had no choice but throw up the white flag with a shake of his head. He is not someone I can read with my common sense. The American Hunter Bureau mobilized its agents from the Asian branch office in order to assess the current situation in Japan. A helicopter set off from the safe zone and eventually entered Tokyo's airspace. A senior agent from the Hunter Bureau, who had risked his life and volunteered for this trip, looked out of the vehicle's window and clicked his tongue. How tragic. The current status of Tokyo was far worse than he had imagined. The city itself was completely destroyed after the dungeon break occurred. Buildings no longer possessed their former appearances, cars folded and crumpled like bits of paper, street lamps bent at their waists, burning flames, rising smoke, scorched remains, and unidentifiable structures turning into ash. Surely, the word tragic was invented just for a sight as wretched as this one. The agent's forehead unconsciously creased up. If someone were to ask him in the future if he had seen hell, then yes, he could now say that he indeed have seen one. The giants have been eating humans, you see. Those beastards are acting as if to erase all traces of Japanese people from Japan itself. They destroy all the buildings, eat humans, and they even pull out trees from the streets, too. These giant-type monsters that came out of the Rank S gate displayed a certain difference in behavior from other monsters. While other monsters concentrated on killing humans, this batch of monsters was actively trying to destroy everything they could see. Only the destroyed remains of the civilization were left behind in these creatures' wake. That thing over there. Cold sweat poured out of the American agent as he began calling out to Jesus. The Japanese Association employee helped him to stand back up. So, you saw it. Oh, over there. There's a giant over there. Yes, there is one giant still remaining here. No, rather than calling it remaining, should I say that it's not budging from the spot, instead. The employee's gaze shifted outside the window. The American agent wiped the cold sweat off his brows and cautiously looked in the same direction as well. A massive monster, bigger and taller than any monster this agent had ever seen, stood proudly in the downtown area of the utterly devastated city of Tokyo. That is the giant-type monster. The helicopter began flying closer according to the employee's instructions. The agent hurriedly inquired as his face paled instantly. Will it be fine to get this close to that thing? The American definitely heard this before coming on this trip. All giant monsters have left Tokyo now, which meant that the abandoned city was as safe as it could get under the circumstances. But then, wasn't this way too different from that declaration? The Japanese Association employee calmly explained the situation with a tone of voice indicating that there was nothing to worry about. It'll be fine. As long as we stay in the altitude that the creature's hands can't reach and we don't attack first, we'll be 100% safe. This has been confirmed through multiple observation efforts, so you can rest easy. The American agent swallowed his saliva. Confirmed through multiple observations, is it? Observation. The Japanese employee spoke of that word as if it didn't mean much, but just how many people had to be sacrificed at the hands of that giant monster in order to come to that conclusion? Just thinking about those unlucky few who flew too close to the reach of the giant sent an eerie shiver down the agent's spine. In any case, it was highly valuable information for this agent who was tasked with compiling data on the Rank S monsters, as well as to report on Japan's current status back to HQ. When I look at that thing, I don't really get the feeling that the creature is truly alive, you see. Yes, it's obviously breathing in and out, and can move around because it's alive, but well, should I say that it's like looking at a machine that only acts according to how it was programmed? A machine, is it? Quite regretfully, the agent couldn't agree with that assessment. The imposing figure of the giant monster when looked at from up close was, in a word, overwhelming. He belatedly raised his camera up and recorded the creature in great detail. The reason for the viewfinder shaking ever so slightly like that was probably not entirely due to the helicopter busily buzzing around in the air. How many giants came out from that gate? A total of 31. Excluding the boss rank, the rest have evenly dispersed throughout the countryside. And how many have been killed so far? Only 2. Which means, with the exception of the boss over here, there are 28 giants destroying Japan as we speak. Well, there aren't any hunters left to fight against the giants, you see. Everyone's been preoccupied with escaping at the moment. On the day the dungeon break happened, hunters participating in the crucial battle to buy the residents of Tokyo enough time to evacuate were all killed. They were able to kill 2 monsters in the process, but they had no other methods left to stop the remaining 28 from spreading out to the rest of the country. This here was the reason why the Japanese Association employee said yes without resistance to the request for assistance from the Hunter Bureau when he should have been far too busy trying to put out the fire burning on his foot, no, make that on his entire body. A car rolled to a stop right behind Jinwoo, and its window silently rolled down next. "Are you Sung Jinwoo, Hunter Nim?" Jinwoo heard that unfamiliar voice and turned around to see who it was without thinking too much about it. However, his brows rose up slightly after he confirmed who it was. "I apologize for coming to see you without prior communication, but if it's all right with you, can we speak in private?" A small suspicion brushed past Jinwoo's brain just then. "Sung Hunter Nim." Jinwoo had been patiently waiting until then and replied calmly as well. "Yes." Yu Myung-han pulled out a check from his inner pocket, issued under his name by a bank that often had dealings with Yujin Construction. However, this check was somewhat different from a normal one, where there should have been numerical letters denoting the value of money represented by this slip of paper. There were none to be found. Here, he pushed such a check forward. Jinwoo looked at this blank check for a little while before raising his head back up again. Yu Myung-han continued on with some difficulty. "I'm not some arrogant fool who thinks he can buy anything with money, especially even more so when I'm dealing with a rank S hunter such as yourself. I'd greatly appreciate it if you consider this as nothing more than a small gesture of my sincerity." Chairman Yu's eyes were burning in a determined light. Jinwoo could now guess the reason for him choosing this venue to hold this conversation. The things to be discussed from now on could not be leaked outside of these walls, that was why. This isn't about me joining his guild or something like that. That was why the chairman had chosen his own territory that he could control 100% unless some kind of a natural disaster was to befall them. Jinwoo had always been quick on the uptake. That was why he simply asked this question. "Chairman, just what is it that you wish to buy from me?" Yu Myung-han spoke frankly about his current situation. "Actually, I also suffer from the exact same illness as your mother, Hunter Nim." That completely unexpected reply took Jinwoo by surprise and he froze up momentarily. "Does Jinho know?" Yu Myung-han shook his head. "Aside from my personal physician, only 3 others know of my condition. Myself, my wife, and my secretary. And now, it's 4. Indeed." Jinwoo nodded his head. Only now did he understand why Chairman Yu didn't bother to go through Yu Jinho, and instead contacted him secretly like this. Yu Myung-han wanted to hide his own illness from the rest of his family. But then again, his shoulders are carrying the fate of several tens of thousands of employees, aren't they? If the rumor of the day is that Chairman Yu could freely move about being numbered got out, then it didn't take a genius to see what might happen to Yujin Construction as well as its subsidiaries in the near future. I have been scouring the world for a cure, a method, to rid myself of this illness for a while. In the process, I was able to discover that a single patient has gained her freedom from this dastardly illness. As Jinwoo expected, the conversation was heading down the path he thought it might. "I don't think it a coincidence that the sole patient recovering from the illness happens to be your mother, Sung Hunter Nim." Jinwoo had left many in sheer shock and astonishment with his never-before-seen mysterious abilities. Could he have somehow cured his mother's illness with his strange but wonderful abilities? Chairman Yu had used various avenues to investigate Jinwoo, which meant that him arriving at such a deduction wasn't so far-fetched at all. Jinwoo didn't deny nor agree with the claim and quietly stared at Chairman Yu. The latter swallowed his saliva. "I cannot afford to make a mistake here. If the talk so far was nothing more than a practice match, an appetizer, then the real game was about to kick off now." This was the most important moment. Yu Myung-han let out a deep but short breath and spoke up with some conviction. "What I'd like to earn from you is the truth, Hunter Nim." He then pushed the check forward a little bit more with his hand. "And as your compensation, this is just merely a small part of what I'm willing to provide you with, Sung Hunter Nim. Not everything, but merely a part," he said. Meaning, he was prepared to hand over something else besides money if that's what Jinwoo wanted. "If you help me out on this matter, Hunter Nim, I shall never forget this favor for the rest of my life." The tiger of the financial world lowered his head and asked for help. If those people who knew Chairman Yu saw this spectacle, they would have cried out in sheer shock just then. After a short deliberation later, Jinwoo finally opened his tightly shut mouth. "I'm sorry." That one short sentence caused Yu Myung-han's eyes to tremble quite powerfully. "It is unfortunate, but that's not something I can help you with." In that case, as his hopes riding on this talk had been far too great, Chairman Yu couldn't easily accept his defeat here. How did your mother become cured, Seong Hunter Nim? Chairman Jinwoo's expression became rather serious. The surrounding air began to grow chilly all of a sudden. That was enough to remind Chairman Yu just what kind of a person he was dealing with right now. Jinwoo continued on. Hypothetically speaking, if I knew how the illness had been cured and I wished to get rich from that, why would I have kept my mouth shut until now? I see. Chairman Yu no longer clung on to Jinwoo. Well, in that case, the older man saw that Jinwoo was getting up to leave, so he also got up in haste and summoned Secretary Kim. The latter, guarding the door, quickly entered the office. Chair. The moment he took his first step inside, he immediately read the frozen atmosphere flowing between Jinwoo and Chairman Yu. This meeting was the final ray of hope for his boss, so even Kim's complexion darkened rather quickly. Hunter Nim wishes to return. Please take him back to his residence. No, I'll be fine. Thank you. Jinwoo tactfully declined the offer, and after leaving short goodbyes to both Yu Myung-han and Secretary Kim, he climbed aboard the elevator all alone. The lift moved at a frightening pace from the penthouse floor right down to the lobby. He hadn't noticed it while riding it with someone else, but now that he was alone, he could tell for sure this elevator was simply far too large and wide for only one person to ride in. Jinwoo spat out a long sigh. Phew, he didn't feel so well after rejecting the request. Wasn't that man the father of someone he treated like a little brother? He could have extended his helping hand while pretending to be defeated by his emotions. However, I don't know him. He didn't know just what kind of a man Chairman Yu Myung-han was. He didn't know whether he was really suffering from the illness or he was scheming something else. The divine water of life used to cure his mother might possess an otherworldly healing property, but its supply was also limited. And that was why he simply had to be more circumspect with their usages. The terms put forward by Chairman Yu indeed had been incredibly tempting, but in the end, they failed to change Jinwoo's mind. This was the end result. Jinwoo continued on and crossed the lobby, but then his steps came to a halt after he heard a voice coming from somewhere. Jinwoo's head shifted in the direction of that sound. A giant TV in the lobby that had been switched off earlier was now showing the real-time footage of the situation in Japan. It was the breaking news regarding the dungeon break and the massive calamity spreading at an alarming rate. Jinwoo walked to the front of the TV. The sight of the ruined city captured from the TV station's helicopter was truly gut-wrenching. The giant monsters were demolishing the buildings. Those unfortunate citizens failing to evacuate in time were captured and immediately thrown into the mouths of these giants. What little remained of armed forces poured out all their firepower, but that proved to be a useless endeavor. It was still impossible to kill monsters without the powers of hunters, after all. Although it was impossible to accurately calculate the death toll, the rough estimate had come out to well over 1 million. In a word, it was an unspeakable tragedy. Jinwoo's expression hardened. This would be his first time seeing the current status with his own eyes. And so, as the fourth day dawned on this tragedy, the association president Go Gun-Huey, having decided that now was the right time, stepped in front of the crowd of reporters. Go Gun-Huey swept his gaze over the tightly packed wall of reporters as well as the cameras pointing at him and quietly opened his mouth to speak. I express my condolences at the tragedy unfolding in Japan. And also, I'd like to reveal the position of South Korea's own Hunters Association. And also, a little earlier in the day, the American Hunter Bureau also released a statement as well. We're currently gathering hunters to one location. Was America finally revealing her hand in order to save Japan? However, it's not for Japan's sake. This is the image of the gate discovered earlier today in eastern Maryland. The size of the gate was not normal. It was smaller than the one in Japan, but still, its sheer scale was uncommonly massive. According to the measurement taken by our investigative team, this gate is also a rank S, exactly like the one that has appeared in Japan. This nation's top hunters will focus all their efforts in closing this gate instead. When this horrifying piece of news finally made its way over to Japan, the Japanese people desperately praying for the Americans' aid all cried out in despair. Japan was finished. In this situation, Korea finally broke her silence over the matter and clarified her position as well. Go Gun-Huey stood in front of the reporters and spoke up. We will not get involved in Japan's matters. A day before the press conference, just like any other day, the wide-open office space of the Jin Guild was occupied by only two people, Jinwoo and Yu Jin-ho. Hey, Jin-ho. Yes, Hyung Nim. Should I go over to Japan for a while? Excuse me. Yu Jin-ho's expression hardened. Of course, he hadn't forgotten just who was saying those words. He had seen Hyung Nim's amazing feats closer than anyone else out there. However, common sense simply didn't apply to rank S gates. Abruptly, his head shifted over to the computer screen Jinwoo was looking at. It was filled with the breaking news regarding Japan. Hyung-nim was worried about them. Unlike Yoo Jin-ho, Hyung-nim possessed incredible powers. It was quite obvious that he'd also suffer from the distress that the responsibility of his power level brought along. Yoo Jin-ho vacated his spot and hurriedly extracted a photo album from the file cabinet before bringing it over. When he flipped that thick book open, all sorts of newspaper articles were clipped onto its pages. What's this? All of them were articles related to Jinwoo. From the incident of the Red Gate, which the media still didn't know that Jinwoo was a part of, to the raid of Jeju Island, when he solved the issue of the traffic jam, and even when he took care of the strange, unidentifiable stone statues alongside the Hunters Guild recently, too. Do you know what the common theme among these articles is? Hyung-nim. I wonder. It's that I'm nowhere to be found in all of them. Hyung-nim. If you're planning to go to Japan, please take me along with you. Jinwoo was baffled here. He expected Yoo Jin-ho to either stop him or cheer him on when he said he'd be heading over to Japan. But never did he imagine the kid would say take me with you. However, Yoo Jin-ho was being dead serious. You haven't forgotten where I want to go, right? Even if Yoo Jin-ho was a naive, immature kid, he surely would have heard about what was happening in Japan. That place was currently a true hell on earth. Demons called giants were judging mankind in the most gruesome manner imaginable. Even then, Yoo Jin-ho nodded his head with a determined expression on his face. As long as you're unhurt, Hyung-nim, I'll be alright as well. If you get hurt somehow, I don't want to even think about that. Yoo Jin-ho looked back with a strong light of trust burning in his eyes. The feeling you'd get from someone trusting you to such an extent certainly couldn't be described as bad in any shape or form. I was only joking, you know. Why would ever I go to Japan when times are like this? Jinwoo stood up from his spot. Hey, that's enough for today. Let's just go home. You worked hard anyway. You're going home already, Hyung-nim. Jinwoo stepped outside the office door while waving his hands. Yoo Jin-ho bowed his waist deeply to send him off. Jinwoo stepped into his house. A truly mouth-watering savory scent of stew tickled his nostrils. He stood on the spot and soaked in the evening's smell. This is so good. One of the great things about Mom being discharged from the hospital was that now he had someone to welcome him back home every day. The dark and quiet home of the past no longer existed in his life. Not anymore. Son, you're home. He heard his mother's voice coming from the kitchen. Will you eat dinner? Yes. What about Jin-ah, though? She says she's got no appetite. Jinwoo's hand suddenly stopped before it finished pulling out his chair. Even now, she couldn't get a wink of sleep last night. She only fell asleep not too long ago. Jinwoo hid his presence and cautiously opened the door to his sister's room. Jin-ah was rolling around in her bed, struggling to fall into a deeper slumber. She normally maintained such a bright appearance, but it seemed that she hadn't gotten over her mental trauma yet. Then again, she had to go through such an experience, didn't she? His rage towards monsters boiled over whenever he saw how much his sister was struggling like this. Why were those things endlessly tormenting humanity? This is the decision of the Hunters Association, and ours alone. We won't stop any individual hunters from doing what they wish to do. What was he even talking about now? Like animals lazily waking up from their winter hibernation, the reporters, still frozen in shock, began slowly exchanging glances with each other again. There is one such person. There is one hunter who wishes to go to Japan and get rid of the giant monsters. Who could that be? Who wanted to head to Japan under the current situation all by himself? The bottomed-out atmosphere of the press conference venue suddenly began boiling over. Just who is this hunter? The attention of everyone present in the venue was directed to Go-gun Huey. He took his time for a moment or two, before pressing his lips as close to the mic as possible. It's Sung Jinwoo, Hunter Nim. That one sentence caused hundreds of cameras to explode in a wall of blinding flashes. Rank S hunters possessing American citizenship had begun gathering in the most luxurious hotel in the state of Maryland by the time news broke from South Korea, and indeed, they all got to hear it. Most of them had received a boost to their abilities through the power of upgrader Madame Selner. It wouldn't be much of a stretch of one's imagination to call this gathering as the world's greatest armed force. It hasn't been long since his reawakening, and he's already drunk with his own powers. That idiot. Maybe he thinks fighting some measly bugs is the same as fighting against giant monsters. A hunter who overestimates his ability will die 100% of the time. Who knew that the fame he got from killing the ants would end up shortening his life? How ironic. All these people had seen Jinwoo's brilliant performance in Jeju Island. The power Sung Jinwoo possessed was certainly quite strong. However, the race of giants was a whole different ball game. Ants pushed forward with their overwhelming advantage in numbers, and that was why his ability to summon out countless creatures worked so well against them. Even if he was physically strong, could he be able to fight alone against the giant monsters, each one of them powerful enough to appear as bosses of the hardest difficulty dungeons found in the Ranka Gates? These American hunters jokingly began making bets. I bet my yacht on him getting killed in less than 1 day. I bet my mansion on 2 days. Well then, it was then. Will that really happen, I wonder? Thomas Andre, quietly dining all by himself in the corner, lowered his utensils and opened his mouth. He was one of the 5 special authority rank hunters in existence. Strong Awakened continued to appear after the Kamish subjugation operation had ended. But none were able to exceed the levels of those hunters who managed to survive the worst crisis to go down in the history of mankind. When such a man formed a smirk, everyone else ceased their useless banter right away. I shall bet the Scavenger Guild on him surviving till the end. He leisurely scanned the other hunters from beneath his sunglasses and left the restaurant. That man, he just knows how to ruin the atmosphere, doesn't he? This ain't the first time that Freak did this, anyway. It's better to just forget about him, man. Incheon International Airport. Hold on. We're passing through. Yu Jinho parted the sea of people blocking his path and walked forward in an imposing manner. The determination oozing out of his expression was serious enough to shame the top movie star about to make his grand appearance in the climactic battle scene. We're passing through. Yu Jinho carved out a path, and Jinwoo wordlessly followed behind. Click, 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 click. Reporters continued to click away with their cameras, afraid that they might miss even a second of Jinwoo. Quite unlike Yu Jinho, who was quite clearly excited about the trip. He remained calm and collected, though. Japan had sent a private plane once they heard the news of Jinwoo wanting to go there. And of course, all entry procedures had been wavered away as well. The soldiers shook their heads helplessly. We simply don't have the space to carry every patient you have. At a push, we can only accommodate 3-4 more. The old lady addressed the soldiers. But that can't be. We have over 10 patients who suffer from mobility issues. The old doctor nodded his head in agreement. Regardless, the young soldiers from the JSDF stomped their feet in anxiety. Now isn't the time to worry about those people who might die any second, anyway. Giants are heading this way as we speak. The young JSDF soldier, his face caked with sweat, got angry and shouted out. The old doctor looked down at the floor for a moment or two before raising his head up. I can't abandon my patients. My wife and I have promised that we'll stay by the sides of our patients until the end. The doctor's voice carried his strong determination. A young soldier of the JSDF slung the rifle over his shoulder. I am a soldier, sir. I can't run away by myself knowing that there are citizens remaining here. It was then. The ground began quaking all on their own. Isn't that? As the young soldier took aim, his sight spotted something off. The giant was currently biting on his comrade that had set off a little earlier. The eyes of the young soldier reddened in an instant. The soldier fired his rifle at the approaching giant. Unfortunately, the weapons of modern civilization couldn't harm these monsters. The giant easily brushed off the hail of bullets and arrived before the young soldier in the blink of an eye. The ammo-less rifle could only spit out empty coughs and nothing else. More tears formed in the eyes of the young soldier. Oh, dear God, please. The giant monster raised its head to swallow the human it was gnawing on, before leaping towards the young soldier. It was right at that moment. A massive naga slammed into the side of the giant monster without warning. The giant naga responsible for flinging it away stood before the growling monster. It was none other than Jima, previously the boss-level monster of the naga species that were inducted into the Shadow Army not too long ago. Jima reached his right hand out next to him. When he did, a black spear slowly rose up from the shadow on the ground. Jima powerfully grasped the spear and aimed the weapon at his front. One could sense his unbreakable will to not let anything pass by him. The young soldier from the JSDF couldn't quite figure out whether the spectacle unfolding before his eyes was a dream or reality. To think, a monster was protecting him from another monster right now. He thought he'd end up inside the giant monster's mouth for sure. But, having taken a look at the wide, imposing back of the other monster, he felt several powerful emotions welling up from deep within his heart. Jinwoo looked at the young soldier next and saw his scared eyes. He walked past the soldier and lightly patted the scared, tearful Japanese man on the shoulder. The gesture meant to say that the soldier had done excellent work. What he did, standing off against a monster all by himself with just a single rifle, was not something any regular person could even try to imitate. Jinwoo had entered many dungeons as a rankie himself, so he knew better than anyone just how courageous this soldier had been. Jinwoo jumped up straight and powerfully swung down the Demon King's short sword. The blade, overflowing with the magical energy oozing out from the black heart, vertically split the face of the giant monster in one slice. Like a tree that got hacked by an axe, the monster slowly tipped over backwards, not even able to scream out properly. Dear viewers at home, it's hard to believe, but the scene before me is truly happening. The reporter riding on the helicopter continuously spat out gasps of astonishment as if he could hardly believe his own eyes. The camera began transmitting the scenes below. "Oh my God," as the reporter cried out in sheer astonishment over and over again. The ants successfully brought the giants down. They then began chomping down with their sharp mandibles and ate the corpses. Of course, under Baru's orders, they didn't forget to leave some part of the monsters behind so more shadow soldiers could be created later. As for those ants that got too greedy for their own good, swift kicks from Baru flew in to sort out the situation immediately. The reporter was shouting out in a clearly excited voice now. "The giants are being devoured right now. These giants are being devoured by the insects right now." These giants that instilled unbridled shock and fear with the actions of devouring humans were in turn getting devoured by the ants. The Japanese people watching this scene felt a certain sense of inexplicable gratification. That was perhaps the reason why the most amount of interest was focused on the ant army, since Jinwoo himself refused to be filmed from the get-go. She must have graduated from elementary school not too long ago. This young girl was running away screaming with a tear-strewn face. Right behind her, a giant gave chase with a disgusting smile on its face. How far could she go when running on her still short legs? The distance between them closed up in an instant. The giant must have found this game of tag with a certain winner set in stone rather amusing to play, because it continued to form a toothy grin. It reached out with its arm that was at least 1.5 times longer than other giants. And, just before such a rough hand got to snatch the young girl up, a cold flash streaked past the monster's wrist. And the blue-colored lightning that exploded out afterwards began burning up the cut surface of the now missing wrist with extreme heat. The giant shot up to its feet and screamed out in pain as it held its wrist. The owner of the blue-colored blade was none other than Ygritte. He spun around and lifted up the pale-faced girl that was on her knees shivering, before quickly evacuating from that place. The giant angrily glared below. The creature that had cleanly severed its wrist was busy escaping with its prey. The eyes of the enraged giant were quickly dyed and red. The scene was scary enough for any observers to wet their pants. But even then, someone still stood before such a terrifying monster. It was, of course, Iron. His armor had become even more enhanced after his grade rose up to Elite Knight. Iron stabbed the shield down on the ground and stood proudly with his chest wide open. And then, a truly loud roar exploded out from beneath his helm. The glare of the giant previously aimed at Ygritte was instantly switched over to Iron. As if to say, "Come if you dare," Iron pounded on his chest vigorously. The fist of the enraged giant mercilessly punched down on Iron. However, Iron was not forced back an inch. The effects of his grade rising up had pushed him to a whole new plateau of power. Can you see this, everyone? These summons, these creatures summoned by Hunter Sung Jinwoo, are raiding the giant by themselves. Could this truly be reality? This very reporter didn't believe Yuri Orlov's claims from the word go, and quite obviously, he also didn't hold much hope with Jinwoo as well. But then, not just Sung Jinwoo himself, but even the summoned creatures he ordered to go out on their own were speedily hunting down these giants, as if they were nothing. Maybe, just maybe. Then the reporter thought that, just maybe, Sung Jinwoo could possibly save this country all by himself. Something warm and powerful gushed up from the deepest part of his chest. When he first saw Jinwoo at the airport, his entire body was overcome with goosebumps of nasty shock. How could this be? This man was strong. Matsumoto had been the association president for many years, and he got to meet many powerful beings up until now. That was how he could tell from just one glance. He stood next to countless hunters in his life so far, but hadn't encountered many situations where the hair on the back of his neck stood up straight from the unbelievable chill he felt. No, actually, this would be his first time. If only he had a chance to meet Jinwoo just once before the Jeju Island raid took place, he'd have immediately rescinded the plan to drive the Korean hunters to their demise. The words of Goto Ryuji from back then, when he personally met Jinwoo, were definitely not wrong. Please, I beg of you to focus on defending us, with Osaka as the center. The Japanese Hunters Association wanted Jinwoo to focus solely on defense and buy them enough time so that they could negotiate with either the Americans or with the Russians. Too bad, that plan was immediately thrown out the window with one short sentence from the man in question. I refuse. Jinwoo curtly stated his position. It was only obvious that the association president Matsumoto Shija and all the other association-related parties would jump up in sheer fluster. Did he suddenly have a change of heart and no longer wanted to kill the monsters? Matsumoto could only ask with a tightening chest. Then, what will you do instead? Instead of a verbal reply, Jinwoo answered with his actions. He separated his summons into 3 parties and had them operate on their own, while he too began moving by himself as well. But even then, Matsumoto Shija was swallowing his worried gasps over something else entirely. Is he really trying to fight against all of the giants? Every hunter in the world had all said in one voice that such a feat was impossible. But was he trying to do precisely that? The city of Nagoya, it's been successfully taken back. What was that? Matsumoto Shija shot up from his chair from that shocking news. It hadn't been all that long since Hunter Sung Jinwoo had set off, yet the giant-type monster in Nagoya had been brought down already. Even before the Japanese Association president had a chance to calm his fluttering heart, messages began pouring in from all corners of the country. A giant's corpse has been discovered in the city of Nakatsugawa. The city of Shizuoka has been successfully reclaimed. The cities of Takayama and Nagano both have been. Hunter Sung Jinwoo and his summoned creatures were eliminating the giant-type monsters scattered throughout the country of Japan as they closed in towards Tokyo. It was truly an unbelievable speed of advancement. Jinwoo and his summons starting from Osaka and moving eastward, while killing every giant they ran into, finally arrived on the doorsteps of the city of Tokyo. For some reason, though, Tokyo that no longer resembled a city came across as a somewhat familiar sight to him. Where have I seen this before? Jinwoo combed his memories for a little while before finding his answer. The Demon's Castle. The site of the ruined, crumbling cities he saw back then resembled Tokyo's current appearance. The only difference being, there were no flames burning right now. When his thoughts arrived at this point, a dark shadow crept up over his expression. Could it be? From the very first floor of the Demon's Castle, all the way up to its final floor, every city found within the dungeon was destroyed almost beyond recognition. If that was the system's way of giving away hints, then what was the so-called architect trying to tell him? Jinwoo smirked to himself. Does it really matter now? The so-called architect, the manager of the system, was dead and gone inside a dungeon. Seeing that there was no further contact after that, the chances of that guy still being alive were slim, to say the least. And, even if what I saw back then was the prediction of the coming events, I shall stop them. That was why he continued to grow stronger. He chased after greater strength, because he didn't want to be toyed around with by powers he couldn't fight against. Raise his level, get his hands on new skills, and raise his level up even higher. And eventually, he had arrived at this point in time. Ygritte's elite soldier army was the first to arrive in Tokyo. Fang's High Orc army was the next to arrive. Ygritte discovered the approaching High Orc army and lightly nodded his head as his greeting to their chieftain. The corners of Fang's lips, hidden under his black hood, arched up as he too nodded his head. The elite soldiers' army, the division of ice bears that acted alongside them, and the High Orc army had now gathered in one spot. And a short while later, the sounds of marching footsteps uniformly resounded out in the surrounding air. Just beyond the ash-gray fog, a large-sized battalion of shadow soldiers approached the location. As befitting of the soldiers that had taken the longest route but also hunted down the most giants, Baru and his ant army were the last to arrive. Just like before, Ygritte sent out a greeting first. However, Baru didn't display any hint of acknowledgement and walked right past Ygritte, strode up to Jinwoo's back before kneeling down on one knee in a dignified manner. "Ah, you all have arrived." Only then did Jinwoo tear his eyes away from the distant giant to take a look behind him. "Everyone, you all did well." As he welcomed them all, every shadow soldier followed after Baru's example and knelt down on one knee. Ice bears couldn't physically kneel down, so they simply prostrated, their noses pressed to the ground below. Everyone, including the elite soldiers, ice bears, ants, high orcs, and nagas, as well as other types of shadow soldiers he had recruited in between. Nearly 1,000 of his shadow soldiers had gathered in one spot. Yu Jinho just barely managed to swallow his dry saliva and cautiously took a look behind him. There was a lone giant standing over yonder. The size of this giant-type monster was on another scale altogether compared to the others he saw during his trip to this place. Simply by staring at the head of a giant so far up in the sky, he couldn't tell whether he was looking at an actual monster or a high-rise building. Instead, wowzers, a gasp of shock leaked out from his mouth. There was just too great a difference between seeing it from a video clip and with his own 2 eyes like this. Get to a safe distance. Yes, Hyung-nim. Yu Jinho nodded his head with a determined face and quickly ran in between the shadow soldiers to get away from there. Good. Jinwoo patiently waited for the kid to get to a safe enough distance away, and then summoned up his newly added family members. Come out. Although not as huge as the boss-level giant, several massive shadow soldiers rose up from the ground. From number 1 up to number 13. Jinwoo named his giant shadow soldiers number 1 to number 13, according to the order of who got extracted first. He felt rather pleased from the sight of these massive figures standing in front of his shadow army, which made his entire troop seem even more dependable than before. This should be enough. Jinwoo figured that this was enough preparation and raised his hand. As his fingertips pointed to the heavens above, all of the shadow soldiers got ready to attack. Advance. Baru raised his head up high and screeched loudly. Ants, ice bears, giants, no, almost every single shadow soldier gathered there dashed forward all at once towards the boss-level giant monster. The fierce march of the shadow army rocked the ground below. The earth shook and mighty dust storm kicked up. And soon, Jinwoo's soldiers entered the territory of the giant. It happened then. The surrounding air suddenly transformed. What the hell? A scream-like cry of shock exploded out from Jinwoo's mouth. The boss giant had disappeared from his view, and when it reappeared, already half of his shadow soldiers had been annihilated. It did a sliding tackle. There was no other fitting term to describe the boss giant sweeping away his soldiers with its stretched leg other than a sliding tackle. It was an unfathomable destructive power. With that single attack, a huge entity that was the Shadow Army got split in half. Of course, his soldiers weren't simply standing back to get massacred out there, either. Even before the dust kicked up from the giant's foot had settled down, Fangs finished gigantifying himself and stood before the monster's face. He then sucked in a deep, deep breath as his chest expanded greatly. A nonsensically massive pillar of flames erupted out from his mouth. This attack from Fangs was capable of even melting down those monsters with innate resistance to fire in a single breath. Unfortunately, the giant blocked this blazing inferno with the palm of its hand. Jinwoo could sense Fangs getting astonished by what was happening. While still in the lowered position, the giant snatched up the ankle of a giant shadow soldier in the vicinity. His giant soldier, as big as a regular building, resembled a small child after it got caught by the hand of the boss-level monster, and this creature threw the giant soldier straight at Fangs. 1,000 against 1. The proper battle between his shadow soldiers and the boss-level giant truly began. No, this was a far too one-sided display of violence to be called a battle. Shadow soldiers were crushed constantly and endlessly by the giant's attacks. A punch, a slap, an elbow drop, a knee, the back of the foot, and the bottom of it. One movement from the boss-level giant, and dozens of soldiers were swept away. The boss-level giant's flashy movements easily exceeded that of the highest-ranked melee-type hunter's speed. Baru watched the ant army being trampled on and was about to dash forward. But Jinwoo raised his arm and stopped him. Not yet. Baru took a step back. Both Baru and Ygritte standing next to Jinwoo and waiting for his orders displayed visible hints of wanting to join the battle. However, now isn't the time yet. Jinwoo's lips were shut tight in a straight line. The soldiers repeatedly went through destruction and revival, resulting in his MP decreasing at an alarming rate. In fact, the rate was so severe that even the massive reserve of MP he possessed now thanks to the Black Heart wouldn't be able to keep up. However, Jinwoo remained patient and didn't move. He calmly observed the giant from the distance. He sent out his immortal army as bait and searched for the creature's weaknesses. That was his plan for this raid. Within this desolate wasteland that once used to be the center of Tokyo, Jinwoo's irises were gleaming brightly from his frightening level of concentration. As I thought, as expected, no attacks could damage the hardy skin of the giant as it had worn its enormous magic energy around itself like an impregnable carapace. The creature must have been aware of its own defensive capability, because it didn't even bother to defend itself and continued to pour out one attack after another. However, there was one single exception. There was one moment that the giant chose defense instead of offense. That would be when Fangs spat out the fire dragon's breath in the face of the giant before. Only then did it raise its arm to protect its face. If, by chance, that was not a simple coincidence, then Kaizul. Jinwoo summoned out his sky dragon. Kaizul emerged out from the shadow at once and spread out its massive wings in a spectacular fashion. Jinwoo quickly climbed aboard Kaizul's back. Baru, Ygritte. Baru's wings extended out from Jinwoo's call, while Ygritte climbed up behind his sovereign. Soon, Kaizul flapped its wings and took off while carrying his two new passengers. The ground quickly grew further away. Let's go. The four of them flew up high in the air and flew in a straight line towards the giant monster's head. It was then the eyes of the giant shifted to its side. Even though it was in the middle of a violent tangle with nearly 1,000 shadow soldiers, it still had time to discover Kaizul and Baru approaching it at an ultra-high speed. The boss twisted its body around. Jinwoo's vision caught the sight of the creature's massive shoulders moving. Evade it. Jinwoo and Ygritte kicked away from the back of Kaizul. A blink of an eye later, kaboom! Jinwoo watched Kaizul explode into black smoke, his brows quivering. It was still a rotten feeling to watch his soldiers get destroyed like that. If there was one saving grace, then that would be the fact that the target for his anger was right in front of his face. Ygritte was the first to attack. He jumped high up in the air and swung the Demon King's longsword down. A blue streak of lightning crackling into life from the end of the sword rained down on the giant's face. The boss rapidly tilted its head back to evade the lightning. Did it again. Once more, it dodged an attack aimed at its face. Jinwoo was now sure of where its weak point was. He immediately used ruler's authority to reel himself in closer to the giant's face. Baru followed closely behind. Demon King's short sword. Jinwoo tightly grasped the two short swords suddenly appearing in his hands. Baru's claws had been extended to full in no time, as well. The combined assault of Jinwoo and Baru unfolded in the sky high up above. The shadow soldiers on the ground succeeded in fully reviving themselves, took aim at the giant's ankles, and pounced on their targets. Bolts of lightning crackled and stormed down, pillars of flames erupted forth, and giants continued to bite and tear. Yu Jinho watched this hallucination-like battle from beginning till end without missing a beat. He was completely at a loss for words. This was no longer a battle between a hunter and a monster. No, it was a fight between a monster and another monster. The monster the size of a high-rise building, and Hyun Nim commanding nearly 1,000 summons all at once. If someone asked Yu Jinho who was even more monster-like in this picture, he thought that he wouldn't be able to answer right away. Truly, it was truly a lamentable thing that he was the only one witnessing this battle. Yu Jinho did his absolute best to calm his heart, that was ready to explode in his chest, and kept his eyes firmly locked on Jinwoo's position. That was also the moment when Jinwoo's short sword stabbed deeply into the eye of the giant. The boss rocked its head violently from side to side and desperately rampaged around. However, Jinwoo wasn't flung away from his spot despite all the shaking. It's working. He grasped tight the short sword digging into the eye of the monster and activated a skill with his other hand. Violent slash. This particular eye of the giant was soon torn to shreds. The monster contorted its upper torso and resisted. But still, Jinwoo remained impossible to shake off. While he tenaciously clung onto the giant's eye, he took a look behind him. Baru, your wish is my command. Baru understood immediately what his sovereign wanted and flew in at an unbelievable speed to enter the hole in the giant's eye. On the outside, Jinwoo, while from the inside, Baru. The combined attacks from the two began ripping apart the giant face from inside and outside simultaneously. The giant monster's mouth shot wide open as it issued a soundless scream. Just as the huge monster stopped attacking for a moment, ants focused their efforts on the creature's ankle and finally succeeded in their goal. After losing a tendon in one of the legs, the giant powerlessly crashed down on one knee. The ground couldn't deal with the massive collapsing weight and quaked quite viciously. Even then, Jinwoo and Baru's combined assault continued on. Its humongous body slowly began tipping to the side. And finally, the giant's truly huge body came crashing to the ground. It was then Jinwoo heard the familiar mechanical beeps going off in his head. Jinwoo's clenched fist gripped even harder. I did it. Jinwoo lightly landed back on the ground and was about to sigh out in relief, but then he realized something was amiss and stopped his movements altogether. Hold up. Jinwoo hurriedly brought the message windows back up. He didn't even have time to enjoy the notices of his level going up 4 times in a row, as his eyes were currently fixed to the very first message. Oh my god. Jinwoo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This wasn't the boss monster. His shocked gaze shifted over to the giant sagged on the ground, with no focus to be found within its dull eyes. The incredible power that was on another realm compared to other giants, and the overwhelming aura that even left Jinwoo surprised. No matter what, this creature looked, sounded, and smelled like a boss, yet it was apparently not. The system's message clearly said that this thing was a regular monster. It was then he heard the overexcited voice of Yu Jinho coming from a distance. Jinwoo raised his hand quickly to signal the sparkly-eyed Yu Jinho running over here that he should stop right there. It was unknown whether he was a good listener, or maybe he was just scared easily. But regardless, the kid froze upright in his tracks. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's glare became even more serious than before. The message hadn't appeared yet, which could only mean that this raid was far from over. That wasn't the only suspicious thing here. Either it was impossible to perform shadow extraction on this massive monster, as well. He couldn't see any black smoke rising up from the corpse, a telltale sign of it being a candidate for the extraction. The jaw of the giant was suddenly moving again. Jinwoo reflexively got into a battle stance. Fortunately, the voice coming from the giant's mouth turned out to be a familiar one. Oh my king. "It is I, Baru." The former Ant King managed to extricate itself and stepped out, before displaying the appropriate courtesy towards Jinwoo. "It's only you." Jinwoo lowered his vigilance. After Baru entered the giant's body, his presence got hidden by the huge monster's near bottomless magical energy, and as a result, it became momentarily impossible to differentiate him. After confirming that it was Baru for real, Jinwoo returned his short swords back to his storage. Jinwoo was about to heartily praise his underling with a smile, but his expression crumpled in an instant. What the hell is up with this stink? A truly disgusting odor was getting stronger as Baru got nearer. Jinwoo was about to pat his ant soldier on the shoulder as a gesture of a job well done, but discovered a yellowish liquid of unidentifiable nature there, and sneakily withdrew his hand. "You did well, Baru. I thank thee, O my king." Suddenly, the air all around him trembled. Sensing yet another change taking place, Jinwoo hurriedly raised his guard up. A powerful gust of wind assaulted them right afterwards. Jinwoo's forehead creased up. The stormy winds, violent enough to rip out trees, roots and all, swept all around him, but then they abruptly slithered off to somewhere else. The commotion died down almost instantly. What he mistakenly thought as storm winds was simply the horrifyingly disgusting and bottomless magic energy the dead giant possessed. That massive amount of magical energy clawed and swept everything in the vicinity away as it moved entirely elsewhere. "What about Yu Jin-ho?" Jinwoo hurriedly turned to look behind where Yu Jin-ho had been. Thankfully, the kid was unscathed due to Ygritte shielding him. Jinwoo sighed in relief. Now that he found more leeway to search his vicinity, Jinwoo quickly snapped his head in the direction where that vast magic energy had disappeared to. It was deep within the gate. Every single drop of the magical energy the dead giant possessed was sucked into the gate. It was as if the gate itself had swallowed up that magic energy. The black barrier blocking the gate had shattered a long time ago during the dungeon break. The interior of the gate, which was the inside of the dungeon, could be seen clearly from the outside. Something else is in there. His perception stat was telling him as much. Jinwoo stared at the interior of the dungeon, his eyes progressively getting narrower and narrower. Whatever was waiting for him in there, the moment that he recognized its presence, the hair on the back of his neck all stood right up. This might get very dangerous. Jinwoo looked at Yu Jin-ho and spoke in a heavy voice. "You stay here and wait for me." "Yes, Hyung-nim." Yu Jin-ho nodded without raising a fuss. His desire to follow was quite strong, but at the same time, he figured that he'd be more of a hindrance than anything else. Jinwoo left the kid on standby outside and led his shadow soldiers into the mouth of the gate, entering into the dungeon itself. This is really... While entering a few top-ranked dungeons, he thought that he got pretty used to the idea of things being massive by now. However, his thoughts had to be revised the moment he entered this particular dungeon. Way too huge. Jinwoo walked within the passage that seemed so limitlessly tall and wide. It was as if the word massive had been invented just to describe this place, and he continued to swallow back his gasps of astonishment. He still didn't make any noises inside the dungeon, though. He continued to maintain this habit formed during the time when he was a lowest-ranked hunter and lacked any means to protect himself from the monsters, even though he greatly exceeded the levels of regular rank S awakened by now. It was never a bad thing to remain cautious of one's surroundings, after all. "Can you hear it?" Baru concentrated on the ambient noises for a little bit, before nodding his head. "Yes, I can hear it, my king." Baru could also hear it now. Just over yonder was the end of the dungeon. From the location where the dungeon's boss should usually be, laughter came out from there. It was so soft that only the beings on the levels of Jinwoo or Baru could perceive it. The good-natured laughter of a man continued to resound out as if he was genuinely pleased about something. Jinwoo couldn't help but get puzzled here. Even though the darkness of the dungeon had masked them and they couldn't see each other, the other party must have felt Jinwoo's approach by now. Even then, it can still laugh like that. The spectacle of so many monsters enveloped in black smoke advancing forward in unison was more than enough to instill fear in the hearts of every enemy watching. However, such a thing wasn't applicable to a certain man, whose entire body was tied down by chains, with the sole exception of his head. Was it him simply being tied down? No, it wasn't as simple as that at all. The black chains connected to the walls of the dungeons not only wrapped tightly around this unknown man several times, some of them even pierced straight through his body, the emerging ends seemingly taking root within his flesh. It was such a wretched sight that anyone watching would immediately start wondering, if that was punishment, then just how big was the crime committed to warrant such treatment? Jinwoo furrowed his brows. On the other hand, the man formed a bright smile while looking at Jinwoo as if he had run into a very close friend. Oh, how humorous this is. So very humorous. All of you detestable ruler beastards, take a good look at who had come to see me first. Jinwoo came to a stop, not too far but not too close. The man quickly carried on. The chains. Hurry and undo these chains. I know all the plans of the rulers. I need to let the other sovereigns know of the true. The man's words suddenly came to a halt, then. His eyes, filled with joy only until a moment ago, had cooled down in an instant as if it had all been a lie. This unknown man quietly peered into Jinwoo's eyes. While that was happening, the latter also carefully studied the former, and it was in that moment he realized that this man's face and that of the supermassive giant guarding the gate were exactly the same. You are not the one that I know of. Jinwoo had no idea who this guy mistook him for, but he wasn't planning to deny that, either. Well, he also had never seen the face of this tied-up man before. Excluding the dead giant outside, of course. Jinwoo threw a question. Did those rulers or whatever make you look like this? They are trying to use me as the stepping stone for laying the foundation of the true warfare about to take place. This was the first time something like this happened. Jinwoo had tried to initiate conversations with intelligent monsters up until now, but none of them were able to explain their origins at all. But then, the one right in front of his eyes had revealed the reason for its existence for the first time ever. It said, to lay the foundation of the true warfare. Whether those words were truth or lies, Jinwoo realized that they could become an important clue to unraveling everything. Just what are these things called rulers? Ancient enemies of the sovereigns. Sovereigns? The angel statue back then began to go berserk as it was being pushed to the corner. It cried out something about other sovereigns not taking this lying down. For the time being, even if he were to set aside what kind of existence these sovereigns were, he kind of realized just where one of them could be right now. In that case, the reason why those beings tied you up like this is that. That's right, the man replied with sorrowful eyes. I am also a sovereign. And then, he explained further with a desperate voice. It is quite likely that both the sovereigns and rulers are aiming for you right now. However, you lack the strength to fight against them. In order to stand a chance against them, you'll be needing influence, too. Out of all the hard-to-fathom words being spewed out, Jinwoo still managed to catch what this man wanted to say the most. Influence. The man nodded his head. Release me from my seal. I shall aid you. Jinwoo could only doubt his own hearing just then. Who wanted to help who now? A monster helping a human. He was so flabbergasted that he ended up blurting out what was on his mind. You seriously think I'll believe you? The unknown man formed a serious expression. Then, I shall make you believe me. He began chanting some kind of a spell as his lips moved at an incredible speed that looked like a video playback sped up tens, no, hundreds of times. At that moment, Jinwoo sensed the magical energy present within this empty, open arena suddenly coagulate around this man. In the blink of an eye, he summoned his short swords out. If the gathering magic energy carried even a hint of aggression, then the blade of his weapon would have pierced into the man's forehead already. However, Jinwoo patiently waited. The amount of magic energy being utilized was very small when compared to the reserves both Jinwoo and the man possessed, and he couldn't sense any aggression or hostile intent from the gathered energy, either. Jinwoo readied the ultimate version of the skill dagger throw, dagger rush, and waited with bated breaths. The needle-like tension continued to prick him in his skin. Eventually, the strange language flowing out of the man's mouth came to an end, and a system message popped up in Jinwoo's view along with the familiar TTI ring. What attracted Jinwoo's attention, first of all, was not the contents of the man's suggestion, but the title denoting what the man's true identity was. The King of Giants, is it? He remembered the giant-type monsters he hunted down on his way to here. Most likely, there must be some kind of a connection between this revelation and the reason for the face of the supermassive giant protecting the gate being the same as this man's own mug. As Jinwoo fell into a contemplative silence, the man patiently waited for an answer. What should I do? Jinwoo looked at the blinking YN and pondered his options. Seeing that the system even bothered to give him an alert like this, the effects of this skill or whatever must have been for certain. He needed to think about who'd be in more of a disadvantage when unable to lie to the other party here. However, there was no reason to think too deeply about this as the conclusion was already clear in his mind. A system message appearing simultaneously with the mechanical beep quickly informed him of the successful completion of the negotiation. The King of Giants urgently repeated what he said before as if he was waiting for Jinwoo to accept the pledge. Please, free me from this seal. I shall help you. Jinwoo's eyes went extra round from surprise. His voice didn't want to come out of his mouth as if his throat had been blocked off. A smile crept up on the face of this King of Giants after seeing Jinwoo's struggles. That's right. That is the power of the Pledge of Trust. Indeed, the effect had been confirmed to be real. half out of curiosity and the other half out of testing purposes. Jinwoo was about to answer, "I shall completely trust you. Let me undo those chains right away." But he really couldn't say any of those words at all. "So, this is the pledge of trust at work." Jinwoo confirmed the effects of this skill and felt his heart beat faster. "How come it's possible to converse freely with you, unlike how it is with other monsters?" Monsters, creatures emerging out from the gates. "You must be referring to the denizens of the Chaos World." The King of Giants cracked a mocking grin. "I shall ask you something in return. How could you even think of placing mere denizens of the Chaos World on the same pedestal as a sovereign who rules over them?" He then formed a dignified expression truly fitting for a king. "All the denizens of the Chaos World emerging from the so-called gates are, without exception, remnants of the defeated army. They have lost the battles against the army of the rulers and become captives. They had to remain tied to a leash for an uncountable number of years, so it's only obvious that their ego has been eroded somewhat. However, I am the king. I am different from them. I have patiently waited for the fated day when I can make my escape from their grasp." The king formed a thin smile next. "And that's how I got to encounter you." Jinwoo worked hard to keep his emotions in check and to analyze what this guy was saying as objectively as possible. If he's really in existence on a higher realm than other monsters, then he might really find himself with some important clues here. He had a ton of stuff he wanted to ask right now. But before he did that, he needed to confirm something else first. "By any chance, when you said the army of the rulers, were you talking about those wearing silver armor with wings on their backs?" "That's right. Those dogs are the soldiers of the rulers." As expected, it felt as if another puzzle piece had clicked into its rightful place. He suddenly thought that the video playback the angel statue showed him was not some make-believe crap, but someone's real memories of an event that did happen. Instead, just what the hell was going on in this world? Then, Jinwoo asked another question. "Why do those beastards called rulers keep sending these monsters to us?" The reason for the existences of the gates. If he could find out the reason why these gates kept popping up, then couldn't he be able to do something about it and stop that from happening again? Jinwoo's biggest concern lay with that. "I have told you that already, have I not?" The King of the Giants spoke with much more emphasis in his voice. "They are preparing for war. They will change this world into a suitable battlefield to engage the sovereigns in yet another warfare." "I don't quite follow you here. Just by sending monsters to Earth, this planet suddenly becomes a war zone." Well, it was true that sometimes, a situation far more horrifying than a war zone could develop from a gate, but still, Jinwoo momentarily recalled the event that took place in Jin Ah's school. Even then, those were matters that involved humanity. He just couldn't see how those would serve as preparations for some kind of a war involving non-human races. "It is all to inject magical energy into your world." Thud. Jinwoo felt as if he was struck in the back of his head just then. If monsters were calamities emerging from the gates, then magic energy was the blessing coming from the gates. Not just the hunters, but many civilians thought similarly along these lines. Magic crystals, as well as mana stones. These items containing magic energy were treated as the greatest source of energy in the modern world. But then, that energy was actually nothing more than footholds for the upcoming war. The King of Giants continued on with his explanations. "There is simply no better way to propagate the type of energy that didn't exist before than by sacrificing the blood of those that possess the necessary energy. So, the rulers decided to utilize the captives they had in their possession. There was no need to even mention that the density of the magical energy around the world was gradually getting thicker every day. That was not a naturally occurring phenomenon. No, more than likely that was the fruits from the trees first germinated from the fertile field cultivated from the blood of the monsters. The magic energy fortifies a world. They planned to fortify your world so it wouldn't get destroyed from the impacts of the warfare. In that case, this warfare is yet another blood-soaked struggle between the sovereigns and the rulers. Not too long from now, the world you're living in will become a true hell. A battle between the armies of the rulers and the monsters, no, creatures before they were unwittingly turned into monsters. There isn't a lot of time left. Once the truth about you coming in contact with me gets out, both the sovereigns and the rulers will not simply stay back and watch on anymore. It is even likely that the envoys of the rulers have begun their schemes already. You've been implying that those beastards will be aiming for my life, but why is that? You really don't know anything, do you?" The kings continued on with his explanations in a tone of voice thickly laden with pity. "The power that you possess actually is not yours. The mere fact of that power now residing within you could only mean that the original owner had betrayed other sovereigns." When Jinwoo heard that, he remembered the angel statue saying something similar in nature. It was likely that the statue was also one of the denizens of the chaos world that followed the sovereigns. You have become the enemy of both the sovereigns as well as the rulers. However, only I pledge that I shall stand by your side and fight for you. So, will you not help me?" The King of Giants had assessed that this much convincing was enough and formed a serious, determined face. Unfortunately for him, Jinwoo calmly asked a question in return. "If you wish to stand by my side, then wouldn't it be simpler for me to turn you into a shadow soldier instead?" The King of the Giants flinched in surprise. It was only for a second then, but for that briefest of moments, the king saw the actual face of the Shadow Sovereign and this human's overlap. What the human said was not wrong. To him, there would be bigger merit in having one more absolutely loyal underling than forming a brand new alliance with a complete stranger. The king inwardly admired the fact that this human didn't miss that crucial point. He spoke up and explained the situation. "We, the sovereigns, as well as the rulers, are made up of spiritual bodies. Once such a spiritual body dies, it is destroyed and can't be turned into one of your shadow soldiers. Meaning, I can never become your soldier. Are those enough reasons for you to help me now?" Jinwoo wordlessly stared at the king. This being titled the King of Giants, it was carrying an expression of certainty as if it knew that the restraints tying it down would soon be undone. Of course, Jinwoo had no such weird tendencies of feeling jealous after seeing someone else being happier than him. Also, this guy said he'd become his ally out of its own volition, so he didn't have any reason to reject the offer either. However, why did he keep feeling this uneasiness in his heart? I've definitely overlooked something here. One cold sweat drop after another began forming on his forehead. The King of Giants, meanwhile, made another plea. "Unshackle me, I beseech you." Jinwoo took in a deep, deep breath. No matter how hard he pondered his options, he couldn't think of a reason to reject this king's plea. The longer he thought about what he had missed, the more he felt as if he was getting sucked into a quagmire. Am I being too paranoid here? Jinwoo approached the King of Giants while carrying the Demon King's short sword. And as he walked right up to its own nose, the king nodded his head. Jinwoo reciprocated that nod. He swung his short sword laden with his magic power, and one of the chains powerlessly snapped in half. His heart was beating louder and louder for some reason. Slice. The second chain was cut in half as well. The King of Giants formed a reverential expression that was neither joyous or sorrowful, and waited for his restraints to be undone. The third chain. Slice. Jinwoo leaned towards the back of the king in order to cut the chains taking root within its flesh there. "You have said that you will stand by my side." "Yes, of course I will. If you help me, then I shall help you in return. This is a fair and absolute transaction between two sovereigns. In that case, are you on the side of the humans?" The king suddenly became silent. The pledge of truth. The condition of this spell meant that the King of Giants couldn't say anything. Jinwoo took a look behind this being's neck. A jet black mana crystal embedded on the back of his neck coldly reflected the ambient light. As long as that item was stuck in the body, this being would hear the voices of the rulers in his head, too. The words of "kill every human." For a brief moment there, a murderous intent flowed in the air. With its now free right hand, the King of Giants took aim at Jinwoo's temple. Too bad, it was still not enough to reach him. He lowered his head and evaded the attack, before stabbing the short sword into the king's chest. Stab. As if the chains wrapped around its body didn't even exist, the sharp blade dug deep into the chest cavity of the captive king. The King of Giants suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood. However, that single hit wasn't enough. Letting this thing live was far too risky. This thing could become an untold calamity. Jinwoo analyzed the situation as thus, and while evading the right hand of the king constantly attacking him with nothing more than tilting his upper body this way and that, continued to thrust the short sword into the chest of his enemy. Stab, 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 stab. He stabbed for the 6th time. Only after his blade entered and left the chest cavity for the 6th time did the King of Giants stop moving his right hand. It was over. Jinwoo extracted his short sword for the last time. The King of Giants stared straight into his eyes and formed a meaningful grin. "It is regretful, but this here is the end of the road for me." Jinwoo took a step back and wordlessly shook the blood off his short sword. In the meantime, the king continued to speak. "As the battles between the residents of your world and the captured denizens of the Chaos world become more and more intense, this world will transform further and further into a battlefield." The king coughed out another mouthful of blood and formed the last smile. "I pray that everything you wish to protect burn into ashes in the all-ending conflagration of the war." "That ain't gonna happen." Jinwoo curtly cut off the words of the king, and swung his short sword hard to cut the being's head off. The moment the king drew his last breath, the ocean-like magical energy sleeping within the creature exploded into the world outside. The transformation of the world had begun. A few days before the death of the King of Giants, a helicopter belonging to America's Hunter Bureau landed on the lawn of a certain ultra-luxurious mansion. The owner of this mansion, currently enjoying a belated lunch, stared at that helicopter through his window and stopped cutting into the juicy slab of steak. This could get troublesome. The owner of this grand mansion was one of the only 5 greatest hunters alive on this planet. His name was Christopher Reed. He was more commonly known as the Special Authority Rank Hunter rather than by his birth name, though. In any case, who'd dare to trouble such a person? It's been a long time, Deputy Director. And Christopher Reed's gaze shifted over to the African-American lady standing behind the Deputy Director of the Hunter Bureau, Madame Selner. The Deputy Director was carrying a deeply tense face as he scanned his surroundings. He spoke while anxiously rubbing his chin. "We have an urgent matter to discuss with you, so can you send everyone else away for the time being?" As Christopher Reed had expected, his prediction of being troubled had come true. If his guest was only the Deputy Director, then he'd have made the latter wait for a few hours as the price for disrupting his peaceful afternoon without a heads-up. However, he couldn't do something so impolite with Madame Selner present. He beckoned the steward with his finger. Only after his employee got close enough to touch his forehead did the hunter whisper his next order. "Until my 2 guests leave, do not let anyone come anywhere remotely close to this room." "Understood, sir." "What business brings you to this distant abode of mine?" Madame Selner searched for a sign of assurance from the Deputy Director first. He nodded his head to signal go ahead. But, just before Selner could open her mouth to speak, Christopher Reed raised his hand first. "If you have come here to speak to me about that rank S gate appearing somewhere out in the east, then let me make myself clear. I'm still not interested in going." He resolutely stated his case. He made sure to drive the point home so there would be no room for anyone to try changing his mind. "I haven't come to you because of that gate, Mr. Chris. We have an even bigger problem than that to worry about." Madame Selner hesitated greatly before she forced her lips to open. "Mr. Chris, in the near future, there is a strong possibility that you'll get assassinated by an unknown assailant." At that moment, an awkward silence descended on the room. Madame Selner, his voice as he called out to her became heavy, low. "I'll never forget the favor you did for me for the rest of my life." Because of her ability, his powers had become stronger than ever before. He had exceeded his limit that felt like a wall he couldn't overcome no matter what. However, that didn't mean she was allowed to look down on him like this. Just who is supposed to assassinate who here? Just who would dare to touch even a single hair on the body of a Special Authority rank hunter? A cat could never slay a lion. Only a lion could rip apart another lion to death. "Not too long ago, I had a dream related to you." "A dream?" "Yes." Madame nodded her head. Christopher Reed felt flabbergasted. But Madame continued on regardless. "In my dream, you were surrounded by some men, and they—" "Look here, Madame Selner." Christopher Reed couldn't hold back anymore and yelled out loudly. "Just because of some dream you had, you flew all the way out to this place to tell me this nonsense, Madame. This is not nonsense, and I merely wish to. I already know full well what you used to do before becoming an awakened." "Okay." Some people believe that. Because she used to work as a psychic, Madame Selner came to possess a unique ability that separated her from all the other awakened out there. However, her former profession still couldn't excuse this utterly nonsensical drivel. Christopher Reed's expression crumpled rather unsightly. "I am a Special Authority rank hunter. No one can kill me. But, in my dream, you definitely. You and your dream again." Christopher Reed spat out a long sigh and then nodded his head. "All right, fine. Let's say I believe you, Madam. Let's say there are enemies powerful enough to kill me. In that case, if that is all real, who should I go and ask for help, then? Should he call the cops? Or request protection from the Hunter Bureau against an opponent capable enough to supposedly kill a Special Authority rank hunter?" What a stupid notion that was. Christopher Reed snorted in derision and continued on. "If true, there's nothing that can be done, is there?" Madame Selner silently deliberated for a long time before making her reply. "There might be someone who can help you." "And just who might this someone be?" "Hunter Sung Jinwoo. If it's him, he might be able to protect you." "Sung Jinwoo? Wait, are you talking about that Asian hunter who went off to solve the Japanese dungeon break crisis?" "That's correct. He's Hunter Sung Jinwoo." The King of Giants lost its head. Jinwoo quickly stepped away to evade the fountain of blood gushing out from the severed neck. It was then the familiar mechanical beep went off in his head. What the heck? Jinwoo was flustered for a moment there as he had never come across a situation like this one before. And a little while later, mechanical beeps continuously rang inside his head. And at the same time, Jinwoo got to spectate on the grand feast of system messages utterly filling up his vision. Jinwoo's eyes opened progressively wider and wider. Jinwoo confirmed his new level and swallowed back a huge gasp of shock. His level reached 100 after hunting down all the ants on Jeju Island. However, his level stayed pretty much the same for a little while after that, probably because of the wide gap between him and the monsters he ran into. After asking for other major guilds' understandings, he got to sweep clean every single high-ranking dungeon in the vicinity for a week, and only then did his level rise up to 103. But now, his level had jumped past 120. This was all thanks to the giant-type monsters, each possessing a boss level worth of experience points, as well as the king of giants who gifted him with an enormous amount of experience points, which was as much as 8 levels worth, no less. Very nice. Jinwoo nodded his head. He had made the right call by killing the king. It was definitely not a coincidence that his level shot up by 8 in one go. This being was able to emit enough pressure to make breathing difficult for him even though its powers had been sealed away by these special chains. If this thing got freed and was allowed to roam freely in the outside world, then Jinwoo shook his head left to right. He should thank the lucky stars that he got to discover its true nature before that happened. So, it's those rulers that keep sending these things over here. Why did it happen? Back when he first heard the term rulers, a scene automatically began replaying itself in his mind. And it was about 4 angels descending from the heavens. Even though it hadn't really happened to him, Jinwoo felt a chill run down his backside simply from discovering them in the playback. He felt as if his heart fell to the pit of his stomach. Could those things be the rulers? If those things were planning to invade Earth, then he definitely lacked enough power to stop them as he was right now. He gripped the magic crystal even tighter. I need to get much stronger. The news of the giants all being hunted down quickly spread to the rest of the world. From the closest neighbor of Japan, South Korea, all the way to Brazil and South America, on the other side of the globe. The entire world heard of Jinwoo's feats. A single hunter rescues an entire nation. Various social media networking sites were in upheaval with suggestions of a brand new special authority rank hunter making his appearance. The difference this time, compared to the Jeju Island raid, was that such suggestions were being made not only by the Koreans, the state of Maryland, in the eastern half of the United States of America. The American hunters who had safely concluded the raid of the Rank S Gate were supposed to be heading to the celebratory party organized by the U.S. government. So this was where you were. The 3 men's heads snapped immediately in the direction of where that voice was coming from, and their eyes all widened as well. Thomas Andre stood before them and with a grin, presented them with a single slip of paper. What is this? The promissory note stating that all of you will uphold the result of the bet. Thomas Andre didn't really give a damn about the stunned reactions of the 3 hunters and began jotting down the items each of them had put forward in the bet. You said your yacht. You, your mansion. And you. Thomas Andre stared straight at the 3rd hunter and began scratching the side of his head with the end of his pen. What did you bet again? The singled-out hunter gulped down his saliva and hurriedly raised his voice. I didn't bet anything, actually. Hey, your tie looks pretty cool. No, I didn't. Your tie. No, wait, Thomas Andre lowered his sunglasses just a little and quietly stared at him, causing the hunter to shut his mouth. Because this guy had witnessed the power of Goliath capable of ripping rank S monsters apart with nothing but his bare hands. This hunter had not one bit of desire to go up against Thomas Andre, who waltzed around the rank S dungeon as if it was a low-ranked dungeon commonly found everywhere. Your tie. The hunter undid his tie with a tearful face. A short while later, Thomas Andre walked into the restaurant of the hotel while whistling to himself before discovering a familiar face there and stopped his leisurely stroll. It was the manager in charge of managing the top hunters of the Scavenger Guild, Laura. When she approached him, Thomas Andre showed off his new tie to her and asked, "So, what do you think about my new tie? It looks expensive, but it does not suit your Hawaiian shirt, sir." You think so? Thomas Andre undid the tie around his neck and chucked it inside a trash can nearby while replying nonchalantly to her. Yup, I thought as much. Laura had seen how Thomas Andre operated from a close vantage point for a very long time now. So, she didn't display much of a reaction and simply stated the reason why she was here. We have a problem. A problem? Thomas Andre raised his head away from the trash can. His experience told him that this problem couldn't have been a minor one since Laura didn't use the phone, but rather showed up here personally to inform him like this. What kind of a problem are we talking about here? Laura spoke with a worried voice. The list of guilds invited by the Hunter Bureau for this year's International Guild Conference has been published. However, it includes South Korea's Ajin Guild. Ajin Guild. Suddenly, he was overcome with an ominous feeling. Thomas Andre's voice sounded heavier as a result. Laura nodded her head. It's as you suspect. It's Hunter Sung Jinwoo's guild. As he thought, why did all the ill omens he sensed never miss their marks? Thomas Andre frowned deeply and spoke. So, I guess he's coming to America, then. As Jinwoo busied himself with killing the giants in Japan, one of them escaped out into the sea. The creature had been heading into the Pacific, but the news of it completely changing course towards China was a bit of fresh shock to the association president. Do-gun Huey quickly asked, how are the Chinese responding to this situation? We heard that Liu Zhaijin will personally step up, sir. By any chance, are you Hunter Nim? If you're looking for Hyung Nim, he's over. No. Yu Jinho blinked his eyes several times. Me? Yes. Yu Jinho utilized his meager English skills to reconfirm that it was indeed him the Japanese wanted, and quickly received a smartphone from the latter. And then, his expression gradually hardened as he listened to the call. Until the call came to an end, Yu Jinho simply repeated yes over and over again. And sorry, Hyung Nim. Looks like I'll have to go back to Korea right away. Seeing how serious Yu Jinho's expression was, Jinwoo couldn't help but ask, what happened? I'm not too sure myself. It's just that, I've been told there's been an emergency at home and I need to go back immediately. Jinwoo shut his mouth. He could think of a reason already. Chairman Yu's illness. If his suspicion proved to be correct, then it was understandable why the caller was unable to provide much clarification over the phone to Yu Jinho. How could anyone say to a son in another country that his father had fallen into a comatose state over a phone call? So, Jinwoo didn't inquire any further. Yu Jinho did his best to sound assured and relaxed in front of his Hyung Nim. But in reality, he could barely keep his worries in check. He could still recall his mom's voice on the phone. It was the first time that her warm and kind voice sounded so shaken like that. Just what had happened. His heart was pounding away madly right now. No, I should not think about anything for the time being. He had no idea what was going on, so if he kept worrying about it right now, it'd only make his thoughts more complicated. As a matter of fact, it could be nothing serious as well. Until he landed back on the Incheon International Airport, he continued to carry such a hopeful thought, however tiny, in his heart. Unfortunately for him, Yu Jinho gone. The moment he discovered the swollen eyes of Secretary Kim Ajusi coming to fetch him, he realized immediately that something really bad had happened. A car is waiting for you. For the time being, please come with me. What's going on? Yu Jinho so desperately wanted to ask that question. However, he was scared of the potential answer and couldn't mouth those 3 words. Please, hurry. Secretary Kim pointed at the outside of the airport. Jinho gun, you need to stay strong in times like these. I shall explain everything on our way. Yu Jinho's tears welled up from those words. Secretary Kim explained Chairman Yu Myung-han's current condition to Yu Jinho as they rode on the car. But that couldn't be. Yu Jinho desperately tried to reject Secretary Kim's explanations. No, he didn't want to believe it. Unfortunately, after arriving in the hospital, he had no choice but to believe when he saw his sleeping father's face through the glass wall partition. He remained still as if he was dead. At the same time, it felt like something in his heart had shattered to pieces. Seeing his father, who looked so mighty and imposing, lying there on the hospital bed looking so wan and weak, something hard and powerful welled up from deep within. Dad, Yu Jinho tried to rush into the hospital room, but the doctors quickly blocked his way. The approach of a hunter who couldn't control his magic energy leakage would only worsen the patient's condition. Hearing that explanation from the doctors, Yu Jinho's expression became a person whose soul had abandoned him. So, that's how it was. He was a son who always disappointed his father, and now he couldn't even hold his father's hand for one last time, too. Faced with such a fitting end for himself, he couldn't even shed a tear anymore. I see. I've been a completely useless son, even till the end. Yu Jinho turned on his heels in dejection. But then, Secretary Kim approached him and handed over a black leather-bound case file. What is this? Yu Jinho weakly raised his head up after receiving this unknown file. Secretary Kim calmly explained himself. This is the item the chairman was working on before he collapsed. Actually, I've kept it with me in case he searched for it after waking up. But I thought that you might need it more than I do. Jinho gun. This, you think so? Yu Jinho alternated his gaze between Secretary Kim and the file. Eventually, he cautiously opened it. It was a scrapbook filled with newspaper clippings. Every single page was packed full of articles from various newspapers containing either his older brother Yu Jin Seong or his older sister Yu Jin Hui. From father to son, Yu Jinho wondered just from where he got this habit of cutting out and keeping the newspaper articles he liked. but it seemed that he got it from his father. To think he had this kind of a hobby. Even when stewing in sorrow, a grin still managed to squeak out as he looked at his brother and sister when they were young kids. Both of them were the pride of his father. In all sorts of academic competitions, talent contests, and concours, they were geniuses that made their names known throughout the country in their favorite subjects. It was rather obvious that this scrapbook would be filled with articles related to the two of them. As he flipped through the pages, Yoo Jin-ho grew more and more embarrassed by the fact that not a single photo of him could be found within. However, just as he flipped to the last page, his hands came to an abrupt stop. There were articles containing his name. Even those meaningless gossip pieces didn't escape his father's attention and found themselves cut out and pasted carefully within the page. No words wanted to come out of Yoo Jin-ho's mouth. While he stood there like that, a newspaper article that hadn't been fully cropped out fell to the floor. He hurriedly bent down to the floor and picked it up, only for the tears to stream down from his eyes. It was an article containing the photo of himself beaming brightly to the camera. That was taken when, after Jinwoo killed the boss-level giant monster, he refused all filming and interview requests from the countless reporters flooding into the location, so Yoo Jin-ho stepped up as the stand-in. Instead, Secretary Kim squeezed Yoo Jin-ho's shoulder and spoke. "It's not true that Chairman Yoo never loved you, Jin-ho-gun. As great as his love for you, he also held equally great expectations of you." Yoo Jin-ho wordlessly sat there, his shoulders shuddering uncontrollably as he cried. He somehow managed to calm his aching heart and stood back up. "Dad, for the time being, let me accompany you back to your home." "All right." Yoo Jin-ho left the hospital room of his father, Chairman Yoo, with Secretary Kim a little while later. But, just before the door to this special hospital room closed shut, a portion of the shadow beneath Yoo Jin-ho's feet separated away and slipped inside the room. No one witnessed this strange phenomenon happen. The door closed shut and the light within the room automatically switched off. And time continued to tick by like this. When the hour became late and no more people came around to visit this room, a shadow sneaked out from underneath Chairman Yoo's bed. Then, an ant soldier emerged from this shadow. He quietly looked around the room and discovered the sleeping Chairman Yoo. What sort of delicious open buffet was this? The ant soldier fixed his gaze on the Chairman Yoo and began drooling avariciously. But too bad for him. He got rapidly sucked into the shadow and was replaced by Jinwoo. That was the effect of the skill shadow exchange. That kid, why did have to he go and cry like that? Making me feel all bad and stuff. Jinwoo carefully raised the upper torso of Chairman Yoo Myung-han, opened his lips, and slowly poured in the divine water of life. Very slowly, and only a small amount at a time. However, Chairman Yoo must have known that this item was the sole lifeline capable of saving him, because he gulped the water down rather commendably well. Now that he thought about it, wasn't Yoo Jin-ho's birthday at the end of this month? I know it's a bit early, but well, happy birthday, Jin-ho. Skill information. Class-specific skill. Mana required to activate, none. The summoner can switch locations with the designated Shadow Soldier. Once activated, you must wait 2 hours of cooldown time before being able to use the skill again. The cooldown period will change according to the skill's level. Remaining cooldown time, 1 hours, 54 minutes and 11 seconds. Still 1 hour and 54 minutes left. Even if he disregarded the 11 seconds, he still had roughly 2 hours left to kill. He hadn't finished with the task of extracting shadows yet, meaning he still needed to go back to Japan one more time if he were to seek out the remaining dead giants and turn them into shadow soldiers. He did leave a shadow on standby there, so the issue of traveling back would be resolved as soon as Shadow Exchange's cooldown time had elapsed. But his current problem would be with how he'd go about spending the next 2 hours of waiting. Going home is out of the question. Even as he stepped out of the Seoul Ilsan Hospital's front entrance, Jinwoo continued to agonize over what he should next. But then, a rather nice idea popped up in his head. Okay, should I search for an ownerless dungeon or something? Jinwoo undid stealth and greatly extended out his sensory perception. His senses picked up 4 or 5 gates near his location. He pulled out his hunter-issued smartphone and accessed the Association's app to confirm the details on those gates. Found you. Jinwoo found out that 2 of those gates weren't reported to the Association yet. A meaningful smile formed on Jinwoo's face right away. "Miss, we've arrived. Thank you, driver." Chairman Yoo Myung-han's eldest daughter, Yoo Jin-hui, was returning to the hospital after escorting her nearly fainted mother back home. She stepped out from the chauffeur-driven car's back seat. She felt as if the heavens were crashing down on her the day she learned of her father slowly dying from that illness. Even then, she unreservedly believed her father's words. If someone else declared oh so proudly that he'd cure this incurable illness, Yoo Jin-hui would flat out not believe that man. However, just who was her father? Was he not the one and only Chairman Yu Myung-han, the man who could legitimately be called the top dog in South Korea's financial world? That was why she held on to that slim strand of hope. But in the end, things had become like this. It was around then, as she raised her head, her eyes briefly caught the sight of a rather familiar face walking past her. This man. Hadn't she seen that face often before? As she began wondering where she had seen him, the man also must have sensed her gaze, because he pulled the hood down even further and rapidly distanced himself from her. She stared at the man's back and tilted her head just a little, before resuming her walk. The identity of that man was not an important issue to her, anyway. Her phone suddenly issued out loud ringtones. With the hour being so late already, the corridors of the hospital were mostly empty now, and the ringtone sounded especially loud to her ears. Hello? Yes, hello. I'm calling from Seoul Ilsan Hospital, miss. I couldn't get in touch with your mother and had no choice but to contact you first. Her mother had taken a shot of sedative and had fallen asleep at home, so she wouldn't be able to wake up and answer the phone now. But why was the hospital calling her like this? Yoo Jin-hui instantly became scared by this call made by the doctor in charge. That was why she was extra cautious when asking back. Did something happen? Actually, Chairman Yu Myung-han has. As she heard the ensuing explanation, her eyes grew as large and round as a rabbit's. Ting. The moment the door opened, she rushed out and entered the hospital room, and was greeted by the sight of her father's face shifting towards her. From the top of his head right down to the tip of his toes, he was definitely her father and there was no need to even suspect otherwise. Dad. Yu Myung-han, currently surrounded by a cordon of doctors, turned his head towards his little girl. Jin-hui. Dad. She jumped into his embrace, and as Yu Myung-han gently patted her back, he finally realized that he had returned from death's doorstep somehow. I'm alive. However, could he really describe this as a coincidence? While the cordon of doctors in charge responded with whispers of it's a miracle, and with his daughter sobbing her eyes out as she clung to her dad, Yu Myung-han began focusing on the sounds of his own beating heart. How could this be? He was already well past his 50s, yet his heart was pounding away vigorously as if he was still in his 20s. Instead, this can only be described as a miracle and nothing else. A patient woke up from the final sleep state of the eternal sleep disorder, and on top of that, his body had become even healthier than when he went to sleep, too. Didn't the word miracle exist precisely to describe a situation such as this one right here? Instead of celebrating, Yu Myung-han pondered something for a while before raising his head to look at the doctor. By any chance, are there cameras installed near the hospital room I've been staying at? Pardon, I don't understand what. There is something I'd like to confirm first. Are there any cameras installed inside the room or around the entrance itself? There are none within the room, but there should be one by its entrance. Very good. Right here. This is the only odd thing that happened, the doorway malfunctioning this one time. The guard pointed at the screen and explained what happened back then. The windows were confirmed to be locked from the inside, so the sole exit left in that hospital room was the doorway. However, all 4 guards manning the door said the same thing. They said that not even a single ant had entered the room during their watch. Next morning, his departure time neared and employees from the Japanese Hunters Association came to escort him. When he got near the airport's vicinity, Jinwoo began realizing why the Japanese Association was so particularly mindful of taking care of his appearance. Because he could see throngs upon throngs of people outside the moving car's window, and there were even more people beyond them. Jinwoo became utterly speechless and silently stared outside, while the association employee spoke to him in a clearly excited voice. Everyone gathered here today all wanted to see you at least once before you depart, Hunter Nim. One couldn't even argue that this sea of people was forcibly organized either, as there were simply too many of them for that. Just how many people have shown up here today? It's not an exact amount, but we estimate over 100,000, Hunter Nim. That many. The vehicle carrying Jinwoo quietly glided along the road that had been cordoned off tightly. When they went around a corner, there was just as big a crowd of people, no, maybe even bigger than before, waiting to greet Jinwoo's car. Baru, watching this spectacle from within his shadow, quickly engaged him in a chat. Oh, my king, your loyal subjects are expressing their genuine adulation and awe towards you, my liege. It's not like that. Oh, my king, perhaps it is for the best that you wave your hand and acknowledge your subjects. Hey, I said it's not like that. Where did this guy see and learn all this weird stuff from? The plane carrying Jinwoo taxied off amidst the sending off of over 100,000 people. In the opulent mansion owned by one of the 5 special authority rank hunters, Christopher Reed. he suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The cause? The noises from the surroundings. As one of the very best hunters acknowledged by the world, he'd not be able to fall asleep even for a single day if he were to mind every little noise he could hear. And that was precisely it. He didn't wake up because it was too noisy around him. No, it was the exact opposite. Why is it so quiet around here? All sorts of ambient noises he could hear if he concentrated just a little were gone, as if they were all a lie to begin with. He kicked off from his bed and opened the bedroom door. He couldn't pick up on the presence of several hired help who should have been located in various spots of the mansion. Christopher Reed wordlessly stared at the empty corridor before walking over to grab a wine glass left on the table and came back to the doorway. And then he threw it in the corridor. The wine glass left his hand and drew a gentle arc in the air before hitting the floor to shatter into bits and pieces. However, there were no sounds still, not even one. At that moment, a powerful chill crawled up his spine. He realized that something that could not happen had happened. His sharpened senses were sending out warning bells. They were warning him that he was now facing the kind of danger he had never experienced before. His instincts strongly advised him to make a certain action, right now. He quickly moved away from the doorway. He ran to the bedside bureau to pick up his mobile phone resting on top, and at the same time, he yanked open one of its drawers. There was a piece of crumpled paper resting silently within. These words were written on its surface. If you need help, please call this number. The president of the Korean Hunters Association, Go Gun Huey, will connect you to that man. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau left behind that note with the steward before leaving. Did the madam actually predict a moment like this would come? He didn't know the answer to that. But if he wanted to find out, he needed to survive first. It was too late now to ask for help or let someone else know of his situation. Christopher Reed put the phone and the note down and quietly stood back up again. The first person he saw after slowly turning around was a blond man with a bright smile etched on his face. One of this man's hands was even tucked in his pocket, a display of utter leisure. Such a relaxed demeanor would be rather impossible to find from a normal person invading the residence of a rank S hunter. And not only that, a hunter boasting one of the highest levels in the entire world. Christopher Reed asked, "Who are you people?" The blondie in front of his eyes, and two more behind this one. There were a total of 3 intruders. It was already unknown whether he'd be able to fight off just the one in front, and to think, there were 2 enemies of similar caliber present, too. If you keep trying to accommodate these humans during your struggles, you won't be able to save a single thing. Oh, fragment of the brilliant light. And worse still, his voice sounded truly bizarre, as if it didn't even belong to this world in the first place. Monster language. Christopher Reed's brows shot up real high. Just what the FCK are you saying here? The blondie watched the agitated Christopher Reed react and raised his finger to press it against his lips. "SHH. I wasn't talking to you." The blonde's fluent English this time caused the eyes of Christopher Reed to grow wider still. A being that could speak both the language of man as well as the language of monsters as freely as he willed it. As far as Christopher Reed knew, no such person existed in this world. The finger leaving the blondie's lips then pointed to the heavens above. "Up there. I was talking to the dude up there connected to you." Of course, Christopher Reed couldn't make heads nor tails of what this blonde man was talking about. But he was sure of one thing. He was sure that this blonde was completely looking down on him right now. Christopher Reed's angry voice powerfully reverberated outward. "Do I look like a DMN pushover to you?" Crimson light exploded forth from his eyes, and soon, vicious flames began whipping around all over his body. In fact, his figure became crimson in color as well as he grew larger and larger in size. The furniture caught by his expansion were all knocked and shoved away. His new appearance as the angry flames enveloped his entire body was that of the god of fire. Now easily 4 meters tall, real flames were spitting out from the creature's eyes. "At the bare minimum, I will take down one of you with me." Christopher Reed's punch collided with the wall and caused a massive explosion. The 2 men behind the blondie stepped aside to avoid the debris from the exploding wall, and revealed themselves in full spiritual body manifestation. A human can manifest a spiritual body. They looked on at Christopher Reed's new appearance with some amount of interest. Meanwhile, the floor Christopher Reed stood on began boiling and melting down. For the first time since the worst calamity ever to befall humanity, the Kamish raid, he prepared himself to die today. The flames wrapped around him became even more violent, as if they were about to explode, and began swallowing up everything surrounding him. And as the vicinity was being swept away by his vicious flames, he stood in the middle of this storm of destruction and roared out loudly enough to shake the earth itself. "The UFC King Monster B starts." What were the odds of finding a familiar face occupying a seat next to yours after boarding a plane? Jinwoo was guided to the first-class cabin by the stewardess, but before he could take his seat, he ended up staring vacantly at his temporary neighbor. He then spoke in a rather exasperated voice. "I hope you aren't going to blame this one on coincidence. I'd be happy, very much so, if you did, but yes, it does sound like a bit of stretch, doesn't it?" Listening to a blue-eyed foreigner speak such fluent Korean still remained a rather disharmonious experience to Jinwoo. He didn't take his eyes off the man as he settled down on his seat. "We meet again, Mr. Adam White. It's an honor to speak to you again, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim." The senior agent from America's Hunter Bureau, Adam White, still carried that amiable smile as he bowed his head, just like the first time they met. "We've only met once briefly, yet you still remember my name. I'm honored. Well, let's just say that our first meeting had been too memorable not to remember. I thought our negotiation had broken down completely. We're aware that seeking you out like this without a prior heads up is quite rude. But an urgent situation had developed and we had no choice but to contact you." Jinwoo abruptly recalled the news of a rank S gate appearing somewhere in the eastern US. "Could it be that you guys also failed to handle that rank S gate?" "No, not that. We took care of that one, no problem. If this wasn't about the rank S gate, then what other problem could there be? Could this matter be somehow related to him killing the King of Giants?" When Jinwoo displayed his clear interest, Adam White didn't waste any more time and pulled out a notebook PC. A video clip came up on the computer's screen and it showed thick rising plumes of black smoke as if a wide-scale wildfire had broken out somewhere. Adam handed the laptop over to Jinwoo so that the latter could watch the clip. "What is up with this fire? We can't put it out. They can't be a normal blaze." The firefighters were clearly in a panicked state. They seemed to be trying all sorts of methods, but the raging inferno showed no signs of weakening at all. No, it was actually only getting stronger and began to slowly box them in instead. "Where is our backup? When are they arriving?" It was right then. A helicopter arrived in the nick of time and several mage-type hunters disembarked from the vehicle, and they proceeded to pour out water-type magic on the flames. The video clip was nearing its end. Seeing that there wasn't much time left in the video's duration, Jinwoo felt it strange and had to ask, "Why are you showing me this?" Sure, it had been an interesting viewing experience, but people coming to see him because of some wildfire in the US didn't make much sense to him at all. Adam White reached out and skipped forward to the last part of the clip. "Here, please watch the end." There must have been an incredibly powerful explosion, judging from the radius of things being swept away. And in the center of that radius, a single corpse was lying face down there. There was no need to confirm if the victim was still alive or not. There was a wide hole in his chest, and that should have been the exact spot where his heart used to be. In order to put out the fire this man caused, over 18 firefighters and 14 mage-type hunters had to be mobilized. Not only that, they were all top-ranked hunters, too. 14 high-ranking hunters had to give their all just to put out a fire lingering around after the one activating it had died already. Just from that alone, Jinwoo was able to make an educated guess at the identity of the corpse lying face down on the ground. Could it be, is he? As Jinwoo looked up at him, Adam White replied with a melancholic expression. "As I thought, you have recognized him." Indeed, it was Christopher Reed Hunter Nim. "And finally, these are." Adam White pulled out several photos from his inner pocket and spoke up. "These are the photos of the being we at the Hunter Bureau strongly suspect to be the culprit in this case." The being. Jinwoo could only feel confused from the way Adam White said his words, as he didn't sound like he was talking about a man or a woman, as if he wasn't talking about a human but a thing. Instead, soon, though, the Korean's gaze lowered down to the photographs. There was no need to even take them for a closer look. Jinwoo simply stood up from his seat and beckoned with his finger, and that caused Adam White to rise up automatically from his seat as well. Adam White's eyes opened up wide in surprise. Jinwoo used his ruler's authority to drag the American agent in closer and grabbed hold of the latter's collars. "If this is your way of trying to play some kind of a trick, you, all of you, won't walk out of here alive." He was not making an empty threat here, either. Jinwoo's cold eyes were gleaming like a wild, ferocious beast as he genuinely emitted a murderous intent. Adam White, although his collars were held tight, still managed to cry out, don't do it." Of course, he wasn't shouting at Jinwoo. His desperate dissuasion managed to stop just in time the movements of the two high-ranking hunters about to descend on Jinwoo. Having successfully stopped the actions akin to pouring oil into the fire, Adam White then pleaded with Jinwoo next. That being in the photo walked out from a dungeon. "He's most likely not the person you know." A dungeon. Jinwoo's grip on Adam White's collars relaxed just a tad. Being able to breathe just a bit easier now, the American hurriedly added more explanation. The magic energy emission from that guy was a match to that of monsters, and he suddenly began attacking our rank S hunter as well. My dad came out of a dungeon and started attacking other hunters. As Jinwoo began falling into confusion, Adam White quickly clarified himself. Do you still remember the accident that happened a few months ago in the HQ of Hunter Bureau? That explosion? How could Jinwoo forget? That incident caused quite a bit of clamor around the world. After all sorts of wild conspiracy theories were flung about, such as the explosion being the result of a secret experiment gone wrong, a high-ranking hunter running amok, or even two rank S awakened fighting each other, etc. Are you telling me that was the handiwork of my father? Adam White nodded his head. He beat down one of our hunters and vanished into thin air. We at the Hunter Bureau continued to chase him in secrecy, but as if he had disappeared from this world. We couldn't find any traces of him. I understand how you feel, Hunter Nim. However, that person fits the profile best for this particular crime. For one, he had the precedence of attacking another hunter. He was strong enough to easily exceed a rank S awakened. And finally, his whereabouts were a complete mystery. It would not be all that strange to see the Hunter Bureau designate the being claiming to be Seong Il-hwan as one of the main suspects. What is your reason for showing me those pictures? The International Guild Conference. During the International Guild Conference, where the representatives from the world's leading guilds will gather in one spot, the higher-ups of the Hunter Bureau are planning to distribute that person's pictures, meaning they would no longer keep the investigation a secret. It also meant that the American government had become really enraged by the loss of an invaluable asset called a Special Authority rank hunter, and they would fully mobilize every resource at their disposal in tracking down and apprehending the party responsible. In that regard, there would be no better timing than the International Guild Conference. We at the Hunter Bureau would like to continue maintaining our amicable relationship with you, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. So, you came to inform me first before the public announcement takes place, is that it? From the death of a Special Authority rank hunter to the existence of a being calling itself Seong Il-hwan. And finally, even about the warrant itself, these were the Hunter Bureau's way of showing consideration, as they had rated Jinwoo's abilities very highly and didn't want to become his enemy. Are you alright? Yeah, more or less. Just that I'm a bit exhausted right now. Adam White sounded more like he was trying to console himself. Instead, Adam White asked the hunters for the confirmation. I need to confirm with you both since it happened too quickly for me. Just now, didn't Hunter Seong Jinwoo somehow move me without touching me at all, right? The two high-ranking hunters, who wouldn't lose out to anyone on the matters of excellent eyesight, nodded their heads as their reply to Adam White's question. I thought as much. Adam White felt goosebumps breaking out all over his skin. Seong Jinwoo was the first one discovered to possess the psychokinesis skill outside the 5 Special Authority rank hunters. There is no time to waste. His trembling hand picked up his phone. The ringtone went for a little while before the deputy director answered the call. Adam White did his best to calm his trembling voice. Deputy Director, I just discovered the 6th one. The American Hunter Bureau released the list of the guilds invited to the conference. The International Guild Conference. It was an important event where guilds representing their nations were invited over to discuss the current trends and future prospects of the hunter community at large. An Ajin guild had been chosen to represent South Korea. Its participation in the conference became the hot topic of conversation for both the local and international mass media. The thing was, Jinwoo was the sole high-ranking hunter affiliated with that guild as well as its master. This invitation was no different from the American Hunter Bureau publicly acknowledging that this single hunter was in no way inferior to any of the very best guilds in the world. Guilds that countless high-ranked hunters worked for. However, no, perhaps unsurprisingly, not one person raised a voice of discontent. Because, was there really a need to discuss whether that lone hunter was qualified or not in this case? As the local interest in the International Guild Conference heated up, one of the TV stations requested the master of the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in, for an interview. He knew that the station couldn't ask Jinwoo for one and had sought him out as an alternative, but still, he readily said yes. And so, the interview being broadcast live to the nation took up the time slot of the 8 in the evening. The news regarding Ajin Guild has attracted a great deal of interest from many people around the country. But, what are your thoughts regarding this issue? Choi Jong-in didn't even hesitate for a second before he made his reply. I believe that the American Hunter Bureau made the right choice. It's not you understand the reason why, But you believe it was the right choice. Yes, I definitely believe that's the case. But it's not an exaggeration to say that the Ajin Guild is basically a one-man show, is it not? Let's not forget that that one-man show is currently being run by none other than Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Choi Jong-in replied with an amiable smile on his face, and the interviewer also broke out in a smile as well. If you define the guild staff members as personnel that could be mobilized in a combat situation, then you could say that Hunter Sung Jinwoo already possesses hundreds of guild staff members. Are you referring to Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim's summons? That's correct. I believe that Ajin's overall combat potential won't lose out to anyone, even when compared to some of the very best guilds around the world. Even still, the Hunters Guild can't be too happy about this situation. After all, it was your guild that had been participating in the conference for the last several years. Yes, it indeed hurts a little that our dream American trip had to be cancelled this year. I mean, we have all renewed our passports and been waiting for the invite to arrive in the mail, you see. Choi Jong-in joked around good-heartedly, and that prompted a burst of laughter from the audience members. However, the pride I feel easily trumps any pain in my gut. Choi Jong-in had appeared in TV shows quite often and knew how to play the crowd. He built up some suspense to get everyone psyched up first before opening his mouth. Please, think about it. Even if monsters my powers aren't good enough to deal with appear before us, we now have a hunter we can completely place our faith in. In all honesty, my guild members and I, not to mention countless other people affiliated with other guilds, managed to survive all thanks to Hunter Sung coming to lend his aid. He formed a warm smile and finished what he wanted to say. I am genuinely proud of the fact that Hunter Sung has been chosen to represent South Korea. When he did, thunderous clapping exploded out from the audience members. Sir, we got the raid permit for the gate that appeared this morning in the suburb of Suzeodong. It's a rank A, but the actual measurement value apparently isn't that high, sir. That's good news. Choi Jong-in formed a smile after hearing that piece of good news before tilting his head a little. By the way, did Ajin Guild not apply for the raid permit again? Yes, sir. Now that you mention it, it's been spookily quiet from them lately. It had been 4 days since Hunter Sung Jinwoo had returned from Japan. And during that time, 4 high-ranking gates had opened up. Basically, it was at the rate of 1 a day. The rate of high-ranked gates being generated had gone up quite rapidly, yet the Ajin Guild, or more specifically, the entirety of Ajin Guild itself, Hunter Sung Jinwoo, hadn't shown any signs of movement at all. But well, the major guilds located in the capital had been in a constant state of celebration day after day due to these events. All because the destroyer of the monsters, the god of destroying dungeons who rushed in like crazy whenever a new gate appeared so he could completely root out all monsters within, had not shown himself for the last few days. However, Choi Jong-in felt a certain strange sense of discord whenever Sung Jinwoo wasn't there at the location of a gate, and that made him feel a bit concerned. I'm different from Baek Yun-ho of the White Tiger or MT Jayo. If you didn't care about anything else and simply felt happy about an apple suddenly falling from a tree, then what made you any different from a simple-minded ape? Some would begin drooling at the prospect of free apples, while some others would start thinking about the laws of gravity. Choi Jong-in thought that his class hadn't fallen low enough to simply celebrate this sudden slice of good fortune. Nevertheless, our profit has gone up by nearly 40% after not experiencing any competition from Ajin Guild, sir. Well, here's an ape. Excuse me. Never mind. It's nothing. Choi Jong-in quickly changed the topic. Did the association say they know what's going on here? They believe that he's at home, resting. The way I hear it, he hasn't even shown up all that much in the guild offices, either. Sir, I don't think there's a need to overcomplicate this. Couldn't he be taking a bit of break in preparation for the International Guild Conference? Choi Jong-in shook his head. I don't think that's the case. Go-gun Huey switched the TV off. As it turned out, it was already 9 in the evening, a bit too late to say that now's a good time to get off work for the day. However, it seemed that Wu Jinqiao still had something else to say. The Chinese have requested for information on Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Information? You mean his personal information? No, sir, it's not that. What do they want, then? The requested information is Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim's raid records as well as any official reports related to them. That seemed about right. Unless the Chinese were truly dumb, they probably knew they wouldn't be receiving any personal information of a rank S hunter. No, someone who may greatly exceed that category altogether. The question was, why were the Chinese showing their interest in Hunter Sung Jinwoo at this belated stage? After all, they must have heard his decision not to entertain any love calls or scouting offers from other countries, which included China. The one requesting the information wasn't the Chinese government, sir. Really, it's actually from a single individual. An individual. The Hunters Association representing a country would never release information to any individual hunters. But to think, this request was made by a person. Go Gun Huey thought it'd be the obvious thing to refuse that request outright, so he was puzzled by the fact that the issue had been brought up at all. Wu Jinqiao quickly added some additional explanation. It seems that China's 7-star ranked hunter, Liu Zhaijing, has taken interest in Sung Jinwoo hunter Nim. Liu Zhaijing. With the mentioning of that unexpected name, Go Gun Huey became somewhat lost for words. China didn't accept the global standard in ranking hunters and used its own unique ranking system. The higher the number of stars in front of your ranking, the better hunter you were. And for them, 5-star was the highest attainable rank. However, only one person was separated from that ranking system. Only Liu Zhaijing was ranked as the 7-star, and rather obviously, the treatment he received was on another realm compared to the ordinary 5 stars. Of course, not one person was brave enough to raise a fuss regarding the fact that he, a well-known special authority rank hunter, was receiving preferential treatment. He possessed abilities that deserved such recognition, and China herself respected that fact greatly as well. That Liu Zhaijing has taken an interest in hunter Sung Jinwoo. The thirst of Go Gun Huey's curiosity was then quenched by Wu Jinqiao's reply. Sir, didn't Liu Zhaijing fight the giant-type monster? I'm quite sure that's why he's interested in knowing more about Sung Jinwoo hunter Nim, who had hunted down every other giant. That sounded logical. Go Gun Huey nodded his head. Not too long ago, a single giant-type monster escaped from Japan and swam towards China, and it had been reported that the creature was ably dealt with by Liu Zhaijing at the Chinese coastline. The truly strong can recognize another strong being, is that it? Go Gun Huey formed a slightly mischievous grin. The American Hunter Bureau that invited the Jin Guild, and China's greatest hunter Liu Zhaijing, beginning to show his interest in Jinwoo. Both America and China had finally recognized the true worth of hunter Sung Jinwoo. For someone like Go Gun Huey, who knew that man's true value from the very beginning, this development certainly made him feel rather good about himself. Even then, that doesn't mean I'll hand over any information. Just like that. Was there a need to advertise how excellent Korea's genius was to those craving after other people's geniuses? Sure, a special authority rank hunter would get quite annoyed by it, but so what? We have hunter Sung Jinwoo, after all. Go Gun Huey made up his mind and let out a genial, hearty chuckle. That request? Deny it, please. Tomorrow's the day Sung Jinwoo enters the US. He had confirmed Jinwoo's arrival schedule earlier, and on the day before that fateful date, he summoned H. Wang Dong-soo into his office. Did you call for me, sir? H. Wang Dong-soo cautiously studied Thomas Andre's atmosphere. It had been a few years since he started working in the Scavenger Guild, but even now, he found it rather difficult to speak to its master. Mr. H. Wang. Thomas Andre went to the main topic right away. Do not ever provoke Sung Jinwoo. H. Wang Dong-soo's eyes grew larger. He formed an expression that seemed to ask how did you know before his gaze drifted towards Laura, standing behind Thomas Andre. She simply responded with her eyes that said she only did what she had to do. H. Wang Dong-soo let a dissatisfied grunt escape from his mouth. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre continued on. I know about your brother and hunter Sung Jinwoo. I'm sure you feel suspicious of some things and also want to know what happened back then. H. Wang Dong-soo's older brother, H. Wang Dong-seok, had entered a dungeon along with Sung Jinwoo, only to go missing and never came back out. The 8 fixed members of H. Wang Dong-seok's raid party were all dead, yet the 2 people who walked out from that dungeon alive had formed a guild together. So, quite obviously, he had plenty of things to ask Sung Jinwoo. Naturally, his dissatisfaction seeped into his expression. But, before he could properly say something, though, Thomas Andre raised his finger up and waved it around. His lips below the sunglasses arched up. He was actually smiling. I don't remember giving you permission to speak, Mr. H. Wang. Keep your mouth shut and just listen. That was the message of a clear threat. There wouldn't be all that many people capable of issuing a true warning to a top-ranked hunter in this world. One of them just so happened to be Thomas Andre. H. Wang Dong-soo was well aware of the gap between himself and his boss, so he obediently kept his mouth shut. Thomas emphasized his point again. Do not ever provoke Sung Jinwoo. During the duration of the guild conference, take some time off and relax at the guild's getaway villa in the countryside. So, how about it? Are you willing to humor my earnest plea? Mr. H. Wang. H. Wang Dong-soo nodded his head, unable to hold out any longer. I shall do as you say. Good to hear. You can go now. Hwang Dong-su's expression stiffened hard as he quickly made his escape from the guild master's office. Meanwhile, Laura asked her boss in a worried voice, "Will this be enough, sir?" Thomas Andre's own expression had hardened as well as he shook his head. No, he definitely read the signs of ill intent flickering within Hwang Dong-su's expression just now. That fool still couldn't let go of this matter, it seemed. Laura, yes, sir. Until Sung Jinwoo leaves U.S. soil, place Mr. Hwang under strict surveillance. Will he? Take that lying down. Although he had been suppressed by the aura of Thomas Andre, Hwang Dong-su's original personality was as stubborn as it could get, as well. However, Thomas wasn't worried. No, rather, he knew that this matter wasn't simple enough to sweat over something as minor as Hwang Dong-su's disgruntlement. Thomas Andre scratched his chin before making a nonchalant reply. Well, being frustrated should be better than being dead, right? Why are there so many reporters here? Germany's best hunter, Lennart Nierman, set foot inside the American airport after disembarking from his plane. He immediately let a surprised gasp escape from his mouth from the view greeting him. As befitting the master of the Richter Guild representing Germany, he got to attend the International Guild Conference every single year. But even then, he had never seen this many reporters camping out in the airport before. As he stood there in shock, the vice master of the Richter Guild tried to solve the riddle for him. Well, that Korean hunter everyone's been talking about is scheduled to arrive today. Lennart understood it right away. Even if you were a rank S hunter, it was incredibly difficult to resolve a dungeon break from a rank S gate. And what if the creatures popping out from that rank S dungeon just so happened to be giant-type monsters? The hunter capable of solo clearing a dungeon break that no one else wanted any part of was about to step on the US soil for the first time in his life. So, how could the mass media remain silent on this momentous occasion? With excellent timing, the passengers of the plane inbound from South Korea began pouring out into the airport. The vice master pointed to the side over yonder. There he is. Should we go and say hi? Pardon, we've got nothing to lose by being acquaintances with a strong hunter, right? Well, yes, that's true. The vice master agreed with that idea. The personal connections built up in such a manner would prove to be rather beneficial if an event requiring international cooperation or the aid of another guild happened in the future. This was, in essence, what the whole International Guild Conference was originally conceived for, where the best hunters from the world were asked to come and exchange pointers, as it were, especially when it was quite difficult for these hunters to actually meet one another like this. Lennart tidied his attire and approached Jinwoo's traveling group. No, he tried to. However, he came to an abrupt halt after taking only a couple of steps. Even his complexion was gradually paling, too. The vice master ended up walking a step ahead because of his boss's sudden stop. He turned around and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to speak to him?" Lennart's expression hardened instantly as he replied, "Can't you see that?" Excuse me. It seemed that the vice master could not see it at all. However, Lennart was one of the very best hunters in the entire world and he could clearly sense it. He muttered to himself in complete disbelief. Instead of summoning his creatures from some other dimension, he's been going around with them all this time. What was he even talking about? The vice master was taken aback with surprise from Lennart's reaction and quickly took a look in the direction Jinwoo was walking in from. But, let alone a single summon, he couldn't even spot a hair of the summoned creature anywhere near the Korean man. He stood there shivering while thinking that, if he were tasked with the role of inviting people over to his nation, he'd never, ever invite someone like that. There could be one of two reasons. Either the American Hunter Bureau had no clue the true depths of that Korean hunter's power, or they were completely sure that such a power would never be used against them. Jinwoo tilted his head this way and that, prompting Yu Jinho to take a look behind him and ask, "Did you spot someone you know, Hyung Nim?" "No, it's just that some foreigner was looking at me over and over again." Yu Jinho chuckled as if such a thing was nothing to fret about. "Hyung Nim, your stories have spread out far and wide to the rest of the world, so surely, you must have lots of fans by now. Maybe he wanted your autograph, Hyung Nim." Well, that guy seemed to be too exceptional a hunter for someone hunting around for autographs, though. Jinwoo smirked and continued on with his steps. Beside himself and Yu Jinho, two more people were accompanying them during this overseas trip. Section Chief Woo Jincheol coming along as the show of support from the Korean Hunters Association, as well as a female association employee tagging along as an interpreter. Woo Jincheol briefly studied Jinwoo's reactions and replied, his face reddening slightly, "I am tasked with providing security to Seong Hunter Nim." "What did you say?" "Bodyguard of him." Who did you say you're guarding now? Jinwoo could see that even Woo Jinqiao's ears were getting red now. Over there. Looks like they are here to escort us. Adam White was standing near the entrance of the airport sporting a cool business suit with his blonde hair slicked back, his face full of a bright, welcoming smile. As if to prove that Jinwoo's guess was correct, the American agent quickly made his way over to the group. The American agent spoke with a cheery voice. We were waiting for your arrival, Seong Hunter Nim. I seem to remember hearing that you were responsible for the Asia branch of the Bureau. Was I wrong, Mr. White? Adam White scratched the back of his head and continued on. I was, until recently. Now, I'm responsible for matters involving you, Seong Hunter Nim. Excluding Seong Hunter Nim, the remainder of your group will be guided to your hotel. Adam White then shifted his gaze over to Jinwoo. And, do you mind accompanying us to a different location for a little while, Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim? Was this about his father? Jinwoo's glare became icy cold in an instant. Adam White must have felt the temperature suddenly drop, because he quickly waved his hand around. It's definitely a story that'll benefit you, Seong Hunter Nim. Haven't we already clarified what the Hunter Bureau's opinion regarding you is? They wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Are the topics we'll be discussing a secret? A few topics to be discussed indeed fall under the top secret category, yes. So, where are we going now? We're heading straight to the Hunter Bureau's HQ. In all honesty, we're currently under serious pressure at the moment. One of the 2 American citizenship-carrying special authority rank hunters had been met with an untimely, grisly death, Christopher Reed. The American Hunter Bureau had been hurting far greater than Jinwoo could ever imagine. For now, things are calm on the surface because we haven't publicly announced the murder of Christopher Reed yet. But soon, we'll start the process of securing other hunters who can substitute for him, and spare no efforts in doing so. Am I one of the candidates you're thinking of? Adam White nodded his head. Jinwoo liked the fact the other party was being open and honest here. Of course, that didn't mean he'd entertain the once refused offer one more time. This is a completely different offer, however. In the photos, there was the worst calamity in the history of mankind. The raid that no one wished to remember in history. The dragon, Kamish. Indeed, these photos documented the process of the raid of the first and the last dragon ever to appear on this planet. The world's best hunters had gathered and fought a battle to their death, and only 5 managed to survive until the end. As you know, the value of a rune stone is proportional to the power of the monster the stone was extracted from. He tapped on his phone's screen one more time to bring up the next photo, and it showed a rune stone sleeping quietly inside a glass case surrounded by layers upon layers of walls and security. It was none other than Kamish's rune stone. Rather obviously, that was an item where its value couldn't even be imagined in monetary terms. Never mind getting one's hands on it, regardless of the price one was willing to pay. It might possess possibly the greatest skill ever to exist. We're currently searching for a new owner of this rune stone. Adam White sneaked a glance at Jinwoo's direction. The photo. Can you go back, please? Excuse me. I want to see the photos before this one. Adam White tilted his head slightly, but still, he scrolled back to the previous photos as per Jinwoo's request. Right there. Adam White's flipping hands came to a stop over a certain photo. Jinwoo pointed to the corner of this particular image and spoke in a low, hushed voice. Where is this? Jinwoo's heart began madly pounding away. Could it be that America has been storing Kamish's intact corpse until now? Well, yes, we have, but Adam White couldn't really understand Jinwoo's current reaction at all. They were talking about a rune stone that all hunters alive in this world would drool over non-stop, yet he didn't show any interest in such a valuable article and began talking about a dead monster instead. However, Jinwoo's attitude was far too serious to steer the topic of this conversation back on the right course. Jinwoo pointed at the photo again. Where is this place? Let's go there right away. Pardon me, I've been willing to humor the requests of the Hunter Bureau until now. I'm pretty sure that I have the right to demand this much from you. Adam White didn't expect the situation to go down in this direction and couldn't hide his fluster anymore. However, he also realized that strictly speaking, this was not a bad result at all. Between Hunter Seong Jinwoo and the Hunter Bureau that Adam was working for, anyone could figure out that the party desperately needing the other side's cooperation was, of course, the latter. The Hunter Bureau was trying to attract Hunter Seong Jinwoo's interest. That's why they tried with Madame Selner's ability initially, and when that fell through, they resorted to using Kamish's rune stone to rouse the young Korean hunter's interest. But then, the spark was lit from an unlikely source instead. This was at once a crisis and an opportunity for Adam White. They said I was free to use any method, didn't they? Actually, even I do not know where Kamish's corpse is being stored at the moment. The extent of my knowledge is what the higher-ups are prepared to let me know, unfortunately. However, if it's you making this demand, then I believe the higher-ups will give the go-ahead pretty easily. I'll have to make a report anyway, so do you mind waiting for their reply for a little while? Jinwoo's expression brightened instantly. The odds of the skill shadow extraction failing would increase proportionally to how long the target had been dead for. And Kamish was killed off 8 years ago. The odds of failure were just simply too high. The possibility of bothering a lot of people, not to mention wasting their precious time for what could ultimately turn out to be nothing, was pretty high, too. However, how should he know without giving it a shot in the first place? Even if the odds were extremely low, even if there was only a chance of 10,000 in 1, no, 10 million in 1, the moment he somehow succeeds in extracting the dragon's shadow, he'd end up with possibly the most powerful shadow soldier ever in history. Just thinking about it made his heart madly pound away. Even if he failed, the only thing he'd lose would be his time. When compared to what he stood to gain if he succeeded, well, this was one gamble worth taking, that's for sure. As long as the Americans permitted it in the first place, of course. Jinwoo quickly asked Adam White. We're on our way to the Hunter Bureau, right? That's correct. Since I'm going to wait anyway, why don't I go there and wait instead? Huh? Jinwoo's overly passionate interest caused Adam White to form an expression of a man not knowing whether to rejoice or be saddened. The director of the Hunter Bureau also formed a similar expression as well. He shifted his head to the side just in case, and sure enough, his deputy right next to him was also forming the same sort of an expression. Seong Hunter Nim is in the building with us. The director had to confirm it one last time. Adam White wordlessly nodded his head. But what about the rune stone? Didn't he say anything about it? They decided that using up Kamish's rune stone was worth it if it meant they got to reel Sung Jinwoo into the US of A. Well, a hunter with an American passport getting stronger was pretty much the same thing as America getting stronger at the end of the day. No, sir. During our trip, he almost never spoke about the rune stone once. This is troublesome. The director could only rub his chin after hearing Adam White's answer. Both Thomas Andre, as well as Sung Jinwoo, it always proved to be so difficult to predict how these hunters standing at the apex would behave next. He even thought that possibly, one's way of thinking would undergo a drastic change after becoming a top-ranked hunter in the world. So, what he really wants is to view the dragon's corpse. Yes, sir. Adam White nodded his head, his expression full of confidence. He wasn't feeling bad at all at the moment. From the get-go, his role was to bring Jinwoo to the negotiating table and have him take part in it. And with Jinwoo willingly walking into the Hunter Bureau HQ, Adam White had pretty much fulfilled the role he was tasked with. I wish to discuss this matter with the deputy director first. Please leave the office for a little while. Understood, sir. What do you think is the reason for that man wanting to see Kamish's remains? I wonder. Well, one thing we can be sure of is that he's not a tourist. It's likely that Kamish's remains possess a greater value than its rune stone to him. The value of a skill was truly unimaginable. Many hunters at the top flight would not hold back on their cash reserves in order to purchase a rune stone they needed, even if it cost tens of thousands, hundreds, even millions of dollars. No, a skill was basically the strength a hunter possessed, and that strength was directly linked to said hunter's survival. Even then, seeing that corpse once is much more beneficial than getting his hands on a rune stone. Is that it? The thoughts forming inside the director's head was then articulated into words by his deputy. It seems likely that it's related somehow to Seong Hunter Nim's ability. Wasn't his ability only applicable to monsters he killed himself? After he killed ant monsters, ant soldiers were added to his arsenal, and after he hunted down the giant-type monsters, giant soldiers made their appearance next. The more battles he fought, the stronger hunter Sung Jinwoo would become. That was precisely the reason why the Hunter Bureau wished to make Jinwoo an American hunter at any cost. However, what if he could create summons out of corpses of monsters that had died a long time ago? And more importantly, the ones he didn't even kill in the first place. Oh my god. The deputy director's eyes grew extremely large. He's planning to make Kamish into one of his summons. His voice trembled uncontrollably. That man was thinking of turning the worst calamity humanity had faced into his summoned creature. No wonder he couldn't care any less about a rune stone. The director resolutely shook his head. That cannot be allowed. We simply can't let one individual wield that much power. But, sir, if we refuse to accept his demand this time, it'd become far harder to maintain an amicable relationship with him moving forward. Jinwoo being in the Hunter Bureau's HQ to wait for an answer easily showed how high his expectation was. The director's forehead creased up greatly as he fell into deep contemplation. If their guesses were correct and Hunter Sung Jinwoo did really make Kamish into one of his summons, then his powers would become impossible to control for any one nation or organization. His summons revived right away even after getting destroyed, didn't they? What if Kamish possessing the infinite regenerative power appeared as an enemy? Indeed, the associated risk was simply too heavy for a chance to maintain a good relationship with a lone hunter. The director asked one more question before he could make his decision. We have Thomas Andre, a special authority rank hunter, as well as nearly 50 rank S hunters recruited from various parts of the globe. Is there really a reason why we should continue pursuing Sung Jinwoo? Actually, sir. The deputy hesitated for a little bit before making up his mind. He had been delaying making a report because its content was not verified yet, but he decided to bring it up anyway. There is a good chance that Sung Jinwoo is a brand new special authority rank hunter. Sir, I shall guide him personally. This could be a very good opportunity to witness and observe his ability from up close. The deputy's expression brightened up a notch as he also stood up from his seat. Jinwoo climbed aboard the special elevator with the guidance of the bureau's director. I wish to speak to you in a more relaxing environment, but I'm sure this is what you want, yes. Adam White translated the director's words into Korean almost at the same time. Jinwoo nodded his head to say yes. The elevator carrying the director, his deputy, Adam White, and finally Jinwoo himself speedily climbed down to the basement floors. To think, they'd build the Hunter Bureau's HQ on the very spot where Kamish had been killed. Should Jinwoo chalk this one up to America being, well, America? In any case, he was told that the remains of the dragon Kamish would be stored intact forever in order to honor and remember the lives of every hunter who valiantly sacrificed themselves to stop the worst calamity in human history. When the door with several layers of strict security finally opened up, a chilling breeze brushed past his cheeks. No, that wasn't a cold breeze. Although faint, he could feel magical energy infused in the air. There was no need to even wonder just who this magic energy belonged to. His heart palpitated hard upon realizing that his odds were not zero after all. Even though it had been 8 years, the remains still emitted some amount of magic energy. So, just how incredible would its power be after turning into a shadow soldier? Eventually, his steps came to a halt in front of the truly massive open dome brightly illuminated by countless spotlights overhead. And there it was, the remains of Kamish. The body was perfectly preserved as it were. Exactly as it was from that day it managed to kill several hundreds of elite hunters before also getting killed off by the 5 remaining special authority rank hunters. The Red Dragon. Even Jinwoo momentarily forgot to breathe at the creature's truly overwhelming presence. Actually, all electricity used in the Hunter Bureau's HQ comes from Kamish's magic crystal. The director proudly explained where all the energy used to preserve Kamish's remains came from. However, Jinwoo's ears were not picking up on any of his words. His gaze was already firmly fixed on one spot. Seeing that fervent gaze, the director realized that the moment had come. Hunter Nim, are you satisfied now? Everyone, back away. Jinwoo spoke to the people behind him, causing the staff members to raise a noisy fuss. Director, what is that man trying to do? Kamish's remains is our country's national treasure. Too bad for them, though. The director loudly reprimanded them right away. I already gave my permission. In that instant, all unnecessary noises disappeared. Before they came down here, they had concluded their conversation. Jinwoo made a promise that nothing would happen to the remains. And just like how the deputy had done, the director decided to trust Jinwoo's words as well. Let us observe what will happen next. As Jinwoo had instructed, the crowd retreated to a faraway distance. In the meantime, he extended his hands out towards Kamish. And then, he quietly spoke up. Rise up. As if it was waiting for that, a message popped up in his view along with a ting. Jinwoo's expression didn't change. He calmly moved on and attempted the extraction for the second time. Rise up. He wished to take control of the greatest monster there ever was. His voice, now containing his desire, echoed and reverberated throughout the interior of the underground dome. Rise up. When that happened, all the spotlights located on the ceiling suddenly began flickering. And from somewhere unknown, a streak of brilliantly chilling wind blew in. Screams of a dragon roared out from some place that was impossible to locate, and caused almost everyone present in the dome to cover their ears in a hurry. The only person who didn't lose his cool in this chaos was Jinwoo, and no one else. He quickly spotted Kamish's shadow spreading wide on the floor. Did I succeed? It was then, his eyes opened super wide. A certain something was slowly rising up from the shadow. The rising shape enveloped in the rising plumes of black smoke was, undeniably, a dragon. What the hell is that? The staff members freaked out and took several steps back. Even the director and his deputy, who already had a pretty good idea on what Jinwoo's ability was like, forgot to breathe in that moment. The dragon loudly roared into the air before discovering the human by its feet and stopped its bellowing. The Shadow Sovereign was the sole existence capable of dragging back a soul that had fallen to the pits of the abyss. That was why the dragon needed only one glance to recognize Jinwoo's identity. The king of the dead, in the body of a human, was staring right back at the creature with dignified eyes. The authority of a sovereign that he possessed sent a powerful chill through the dragon's body. But that only lasted for a brief moment. The creature's eyes shifted to a location a bit further away. And that's when it discovered the stupid-looking humans and their jaws agape as they stared right back at the gigantic creature. Humans. It immediately recalled the bottomless malice it held against humanity right up until its death. And that also helped the dragon to remember the terrible pain it felt as it drew its very last breath. Humans must be killed. That's where its rationality got cut off. The dragon raised its body up as crimson light filled its eyes. The air of the underground storage area began boiling right up. Oh my god. The director of the Hunter Bureau spat out a shocked gasp. This dome had been designed to accommodate the dragon's sleeping figure. So, the whole space seemed wholly inadequate the moment the creature raised his head high. They could now see the blood-red light gather within the open maw of the dragon. A massive red light. Both the director and his deputy had seen the video footage countless times, and they knew what that red light cluster was supposed to do. Adam White urgently grabbed the director's shoulder and shouted out, "Sir, you need to evacuate. That's Kamish's breath. You think we'll be safe because we escaped somewhere." It was rather clear that, once the red light exploded out, then forget about the underground storage area. The entire Hunter Bureau building would completely be obliterated in the blink of an eye. The red glow created out of pure magic energy finally transformed into a sphere of blinding flames. The dragon was finally finished with its preparation to erase all humans standing before it. Just before it could spit out its ultra-high temperature breath, though, Jinwoo roared out at the top of his lungs, "That's enough." The director and his entourage all raised their arms reflexively to shield their eyes from the bright, blinding light. However, after hearing Jinwoo's call, they all slowly lowered their arms. They thought that everything was over once that light filled up the inside of the dome. As it turned out, they were far too hasty in making that judgment, however. But how can this even be possible? The flames within the jaw of the enraged Kamish were dying out gradually. Did the dragon that melted away the lives of several hundred elite hunters with a single breath stop its attack because of just one command issued by Hunter Sung Jinwoo? The magic crystal embedded in your head has been removed a long time ago. You have no more reason to follow the orders of the rulers. The deputy director standing right next to his boss shuddered from a nasty shock and hurriedly asked, Is Hunter Sung Jinwoo actually speaking in the monster language right now? Even though I'm looking at it, I can't figure out how to interpret this situation. Meanwhile, the dragon was quite surprised by the fact that it willingly obeyed the new sovereign's order. The dragon then lowered its tall posture and paid its respect to Jinwoo. The humans, flinching constantly from each and every movement of the oversized creature, finally spat out lengthy sighs of relief. The dragon lowered its head as if to kiss the floor and spoke. There was a great deal of respect in the creature's voice that still growled like that of most monsters. Jinwoo slowly approached the dragon and placed his hand on the nose of the creature. It silently closed its eyes and enjoyed the warmth of its new lord. The sensation that couldn't be described in mere words traveled from its nose tip to the rest of its body. Jinwoo also sensed that the dragon's mood was lifting up. He had barely managed to calm his pounding heart by then, but now it was racing hard again. Kamish, the dragon Kamish has really become my shadow soldier. A broad smile automatically floated up on his face. Adam White's jaw, meanwhile, had been hanging slack from this unbelievable scene right before his eyes. But then, he discovered something even more incredulous and hurriedly confirmed it with the deputy director. "Yes, sir. Is the dragon really wagging its tail?" The deputy director thought such a thing would be completely illogical and shifted his eyes to where Kamish's tail was, only for a pained groan to escape from his mouth. Jesus H. Christ. Jinwoo lifted his hand away and the dragon's tail stopped wagging, as well. The name Kamish was given to the dragon for the convenience of humans. Jinwoo was pondering what new name he should give to his latest addition to the ranks of his shadow soldiers, before abruptly recalling the words it used to greet him just now. "You said you used to serve the Dragon Emperor, right?" The dragon continued using a polite tone of voice. "I'm the king of the dead, the Shadow Sovereign. And then there was the king of the giants, the sovereign of the beginning." Jinwoo realized that the former owner the dragon served had to be one of the 9 sovereigns the system mentioned before. However, that wasn't important right now. No, what he wanted to know was the creature's real name, so he could use that one, too. Alright, then. What was your original na? Jinwoo couldn't continue his words, though. His eyes looking up at the creature began quaking rather violently, like a sand castle being scattered away by a gust of wind. The dragon's body was slowly disintegrating right before him. What? Jinwoo's perception stat communicated with the dragon's current emotion, and it was one of pure sorrow, not even a hint of falsehood contained within. The dragon was truly lamenting this moment, even if it was the power of a shadow sovereign. The gap of 8 years proved to be far too wide to bridge. The dragon had been trapped for too long within the bottom of the abyss, and as a result, its magical energy had become too weak and began scattering away in the air. Jinwoo couldn't accept this and desperately cried out to the system. But the DMN thing remained utterly silent, as always. Just like how he could sense the dragon's emotions, the creature could sense his as well. It spoke from the depths of its heart. To the king who didn't want to lose his soldier, the dragon left behind one final advice. As the dragon's body became completely blurry and indistinct, even its voice grew further and further away. And then, deathly silence descended on the dome. Like a shifting mirage, the dragon's shadow disappeared. All the spotlights flickering precariously above all reverted back to working normally again. The director had been holding his breath as he witnessed this spectacle. Once the dragon was gone, he quickly looked at the corpse of the creature. Absolutely nothing had happened to Kamish's remains. He felt as if he had been dreaming until now, and that left him utterly dazed and confused. But, then again, if what happened was simply a bad dream, Hunter Sung Jinwoo wouldn't be standing around making such an empty, despondent expression right now. Jinwoo couldn't rip his gaze away from the spot where the dragon's shadow used to stand. Eventually, the system message popped up in his view alongside with the familiar TTI ring. Mechanical beeps continued to go off in his head. Today would be his first time hating the sounds of continuous TTI ring going off in his head. Jinwoo's tightly clenched fists trembled ever so slightly. In his rage, he punched the ground hard. For a brief moment there, the entire building shook around just a little. Jinwoo returned to the hotel. Because he was in such a gloomy mood, Adam White was unable to say a single thing during the trip, even though he was tasked with escorting him here. Jinwoo figured that he might as well sleep today's events off, and was about to head towards his assigned room. But then, Woo Jincheol was coming down to the hotel's lobby just then and discovered Jinwoo here. The chief of the monitoring division quickly made his way. Seong Hunter Nim, why couldn't we get a hold of you? Oh, that. I was temporarily in a place where no calls could get through. Outsiders were not permitted to carry their personal phones when inside the HQ of the Hunter Bureau. There was no exception to this rule even if you were an important guest. Woo Jincheol scratched the side of his head and asked, "Did you get to meet Yu Jin Ho Hunter Nim, then?" Almost right away, an expression of confusion formed on Woo Jincheol's face. "But, I thought Yu Hunter Nim received a message from you and that's why he went out. The message said that you were waiting for him at the Hunter Bureau's building. That's where I'm coming from right now, so what are you even talking about here?" Adam White was listening to this conversation from the side and quickly confirmed the fact for them. There was no Yu Jin Ho Hunter Nim in the visitor's log. "Excuse me, but how can that be? About 2 hours ago, a rank S hunter came here to fetch him personally." Jinwoo quickly butted in there. "Which rank S hunter are you talking about?" "It was Hunter H. Wang Dong-soo. He actually came to the hotel." Jinwoo couldn't understand why he suddenly felt this ominous sensation the moment he heard the name H. Wang Dong-soo, which was in stark contrast to the other two men who didn't seem to know what was going on here. Is this because of the perception stat? Seeing that the light in Jinwoo's eyes had become unusually tense, Adam White quickly pulled his phone out again. "I shall call H. Wang Dong-soo Hunter Nim's guild right now." Several ringtones later, the manager in charge of Scavenger Guild's high-ranking hunters, a woman named Laura, answered Adam White's call. He briefly introduced himself and explained the current situation. Surprisingly, though, the voice coming from the phone's speaker was calm and collected, which went completely against Adam White's expectations. He thought that she might be as flustered as he'd be, but no. "Has Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim learned of this situation yet?" Adam White only said that Hunter H. Wang Dong-soo had taken Yu Jin Ho away, yet Seong Jinwoo's name suddenly popped out of nowhere. "In that case, we'll find out as quickly as possible." And that's where the call came to an abrupt end. Jinwoo listened to the conversation without saying a single word, and when the call ended, headed straight to the hotel's exit. "Seong Hunter Nim, the Scavenger Guild said they will find out, so we should wait for." Adam White hurriedly chased after Jinwoo and came out of the hotel's exit. But the Korean hunter was long gone by then. What the hell? Where did he go? Adam White stared at the street with a troubled expression on his face, not knowing what to do next. Jinwoo sought out a deserted back alley away from the crowded main street and undid stealth. A rank S hunter using his name showed up and took Yoo Jin-ho away. But then, the guild this guy worked for didn't even try to get a detailed explanation of what happened and simply stated that they would find out before one-sidedly ending the call. Something bad is happening. And that thing should be related somehow to why that guild staff member on the phone mentioned his name right away. Jinwoo's expression hardened as he issued a new command. If that guy was looking for trouble, then he certainly picked a very bad day for it. Find him. If his 1,000+ soldiers dispersed throughout the city and searched for Yoo Jin-ho's magic energy signature, then finding him shouldn't take that long. 1,000 shadows breaking off from below Jinwoo's feet quickly scattered in all directions. Thomas Andre scanned the interior of the apartment with a hardened face. Inside this luxurious apartment where Hwang Dong-soo should have been staying, the 2 hunters assigned to keep an eye on him were lying face down with foam bubbling out of their mouths. Tusk. He clicked his tongue and removed his trademark sunglasses. His deeply crumpled expression was finally revealed for all to see, and the complexions of his subordinates searching through the apartment paled instantly. Thomas Andre gnashed his teeth and issued a new order in a low, growling voice. Hwang Dong-soo, find him, before Sung Jinwoo does. No matter what, we must find him first. Jinwoo now stood on top of a skyscraper that afforded him a view of the entire city. His eyesight, enhanced to extreme heights through his perception stat, began scanning the city from the streets right below the skyscraper all the way to the residential homes located in the far-off distance. While doing that, his hearing was focused on the noises his shadow soldiers picked up. Pretty much all of them were useless idle talks. Aside from those, the horns of passing cars, noises from TV speakers, cats meowing, splashes of water from bathrooms, etc. All sorts of sounds made by a living city entered Jinwoo's ears. Sweat drops formed on his forehead as he utilized his 5 senses, plus the 6th one to detect magic energy to their fullest extent. I wouldn't be going through this much trouble if I just left the shadow soldier in Jinho's shadow. Didn't someone say this before? It was already too late the moment you start regretting it. The ant soldier he had inserted in Yoo Jin-ho's shadow just in case had been used to get to Chairman Yoo Myung-han's hospital room. Jinwoo became really busy after that, and since he was planning to accompany the kid during their trip to the US, he had forgotten about inserting a replacement. And the end result from all of that is him working his ass off like this. Kamish's shadow is gone, and Jinho's whereabouts are unknown. Veins popped up one at a time on Jinwoo's forehead. His already gloomy mood had now hit rock bottom and was about to convert into a storm cloud. Could it be? They are not in the city at all. To Jinwoo, Yoo Jin-ho might be a cute little brother, but the truth was, the kid was still a melee-type rank D hunter. Any all group of regular people trying to jump him wouldn't work at all. If the car supposedly heading for the Hunter Bureau's HQ suddenly drove out of the city limits, Yoo Jin-ho would have realized something was amiss and started resisting his kidnappers. The sole problem was, the B-starred kidnapping Jin-ho was a rank S hunter. Anything new? His subordinate shook his head with a darkened complexion. No, sir. The frowns on Thomas Andre's forehead grew deeper by a level. Tracking Hwang Dong-soo through his phone was impossible since he had switched the device off. The places he frequented had been searched thoroughly by the guild's members, but unfortunately, nothing worthy of note had been uncovered so far. It seemed that Mr. Hwang had been planning for this day for quite some time. Isn't he scared of dying? No, Mr. Hwang was also a rank S hunter. He should be aware of the differences in strengths between himself and Sung Jinwoo, at the bare minimum. Even then, he still went ahead and did something so monumentally stupid, because he probably had something he could place his bets on. He knows that I'll step up on his behalf. Well, that fool wasn't wrong with his calculation. Regardless of whether that man would cause another incident in the future or not, he'd still remain as Scavenger Guild's asset. It was then, his phone suddenly began ringing. Thomas Andre had been waiting too anxiously for news, regardless of what nature it took, and hurriedly yanked the receiver up. We might be able to track down Mr. Hwang's location, sir. The voice on the line belonged to Laura. Thomas Andre shot up from his chair. How? She knew what he was feeling right now, so Laura didn't pause for a second before she quickly carried on with her explanation. I asked for assistance from the Hunter Bureau and was able to analyze Mr. Hwang's movement patterns for the last 3 months. I found out that there were a total of 3 times when he broke away from his usual area of activity and moved to an unknown location. Very good. Thomas Andre nodded his head. Rather unexpectedly, they were able to find a clue sooner than he thought. Send everyone to that location. I'll be on my way there as well. Understood, sir. Thomas Andre was about to end the call there but hesitated slightly before raising the receiver up again. By the way, how did you convince the old codgers in the Hunter Bureau, Laura? The Hunter Bureau had a habit of recording the locations and movement patterns of all the hunters via GPS attached to the Hunter-issue smartphones. Of course, they were not an organization known for giving away their information willy-nilly. Even if it was the Scavenger Guild making the request, the approval process should take several hours at a bare minimum. But to think they spat out Hwang Dong-soo's records just like that. This didn't sound logical at all. Thomas Andre couldn't help but get curious about the methods Laura employed here to convince them. However, her answer was rather simple in nature. I only told them that if we don't locate Hunter Hwang Dong-soo as quickly as possible, then there's a chance that Mr. Sung Jinwoo and you, Master, might collide against each other. Every single guild member has begun moving, sir. All 100 of them. I just found out that the raid they were getting ready for has been cancelled as well, sir. All of their hunters are being mobilized to go somewhere. What on earth? Just what is going on here? Adam White couldn't easily open his mouth here. A rank S hunter from the Scavenger Guild used Hunter Sung Jinwoo's name and kidnapped Yu Jin-ho. And then, both Sung Jinwoo and the Scavenger Guild had begun mobilizing. This couldn't have been something simple at all. Not to mention, with the entirety of the Scavenger Guild being mobilized like that, it could only mean that Thomas Andre was behind the move. The Goliath, Thomas Andre has made his move as well. Sir, is this really all right? A man looked at Yu Jin-ho lying unconscious on the ground and worriedly asked. Hwang Dong-soo to his side nodded his head. Look, I'm not gonna do anything bad to him, alright. I just want to ask him about this one thing. That's all. The guild master Thomas Andre warned him. He said not to provoke Sung Jinwoo. However, Hwang Dong-soo never planned to provoke that man from the get-go anyway. Why? Because there was one other person besides Sung Jinwoo that could answer the question burning a hole in his head. That was why. The question of what happened on that day, the events that took place within the dungeon where his older brother Hwang Dong-seok, Sung Jinwoo, and Yu Jin-ho entered together. Hwang Dong-soo promised Yu Jin-ho that he'd be freed as soon as he answered that question truthfully. Unfortunately, Yu Jin-ho didn't squeak a word out right until he ended up in such a pathetic, wretched state. The longer Yu Jin-ho kept his mouth shut, the stronger Hwang Dong-soo's convictions became, though. All he wanted to hear was one thing. If he could just hear that one sentence, he'd no longer have any business with Yu Jin-ho. But then, with what balls was a punk with a small physique and a naive-looking face keeping his mouth shut against a rank S hunter? His courage alone was worth praising him for. Oi, wake up. Would this be the fourth time the kid fainted and was woken back up again? Hwang Dong-soo's irritation grew somewhat at Yu Jin-ho's tenacious endurance and his kick became a little more vicious than before. I said, get the hell up. Tao. Yu Jin-ho curled up on the floor as he spat out the pooled blood in his mouth. The third man of Hwang Dong-soo's group began cackling out. Still, this kid's supposed to be a tanker, wasn't he? He sure can withstand some punishment, can't he? A regular person would have died by now. Hwang Dong-soo's face now reflected no emotion whatsoever as he grabbed the back of Yu Jin-ho's head to yank it up. Listen here, I don't want to kill you. You see this guy over here laughing his ass off. Let me tell you, he's a healer with some considerable skill. He'll bring you back just before you are about to die. Yu Jin-ho's blurry gaze was directed to the cackling man, and the hunter grinned brightly and wagged his finger around as if to greet the kid. This here is a factory that closed down over 5 years ago. You can scream all you want, but no one's gonna hear you. After grabbing and fixing Yu Jin-ho's head in the place, Hwang Dong-soo brought his own face right up against the kid's nose. Their locked gazes grew closer and closer, which means you will suffer from intense pain forever. That is, until you tell me what I want to hear. When they got close enough for their noses to touch, Hwang Dong-soo formed a toothy grin. So, how about it? Do you feel like talking now? Yu Jin-ho's busted lips bobbed up and down but his voice was too small and even Hwang Dong-soo couldn't hear it. What did you say? Hwang Dong-soo tilted his head slightly in confusion and brought his ear near the kid. When the ear was only a few millimeters away from his lips, Yu Jin-ho whispered softly, FCK off. Hwang Dong-soo's expression crumpled instantly. He slammed the side of Yu Jin-ho's head on the ground and panted like an angry bull. Oi, did you just kill him? The healer's brows shot up and he quickly checked for Yu Jin-ho's pulse. After confirming that the kid's heart was still beating, The healer spat out a sigh of relief. Still, there was no doubt that this young and weak hunter's life would have been cut short if Hwang Dong-soo had used a little more of his strength. Mr. Hwang, be more careful, will ya? I don't want to become an accomplice to a murderer just because of money. Alright, I'll be more careful. Hwang Dong-soo acknowledged his mistake. Was it because of the precariousness of the situation? The man who couldn't hide his worries from the get-go decided to persuade Hwang Dong-soo. Let's just call it a day and move on. Haven't you found out all you can by now? What are you talking about? We're only getting started. The corners of Hwang Dong-soo's lips arched to form a sinister smile. His vicious, cruel nature was pretty much the carbon copy of his older brother. What could it be? The man's eyes narrowed to a slit. And then, he became surprised by his discovery and pointed in that direction. Hwang Dong-soo and the healer both raised their heads to take a look. There it was, a high orc kitted out in black armor standing over yonder. An orc. Hwang Dong-soo stood up. The healer checking Yu Jin-ho's condition also got up from the ground. Is there a dungeon break happening nearby? Hwang Dong-soo shook his head. If that was the case, their surroundings should have become a pandemonium by now. That wasn't the only bizarre thing, though. The high orc was actually shivering. As a matter of fact, its facial expression contained terror. It looked as if the creature was barely holding back tears threatening to burst out at any moment. And all four of its limbs were quivering from pure fright, too. Mr. Hwang, I think that thing is terrified of you. I don't have time to fool around like this. White rays of light began coagulating on Hwang Dong-soo's clenched fist. He didn't know where this orc came from, but now that he had discovered it, of course, he wouldn't let it just walk away. Hwang Dong-soo strode right up to the orc and raised his fist so he could blow the monster's head clean off. Before he could do that, though, the heavy voice of a man suddenly called out from somewhere. Exchange. The TV in the living room was showing the scenes of yet another accident that took place within a dungeon. Those seem to happen frequently nowadays, although no events that could be called truly enormous happened so far. The number of hunters dying during the raids was on the rise lately, according to the news broadcast. I wonder, will my boy be okay? His mother, watching the news, recalled Jinwoo and whispered to herself in a worried voice. Didn't matter how excellent a hunter her son was, there was no helping with a mother worrying about her child's safety. Baru, hiding within the shadows to protect this home as per Jinwoo's instruction, heard her whispers. Oh, the mother of my king. If my liege meets with an accident that even he can't survive, then no one in this world can. Baru did his best to suppress the words trying to jump out of his mouth. Obviously, he couldn't surprise the mother of his liege needlessly, now could he? As his reward, he'd have to suffer in silent frustration all by himself. The scene shown on TV changed yet again to that of a certain American airport as the news related to the International Guild Conference played out. And then, Jinwoo appeared on the screen as he stepped foot into the airport. She saw her son walking forward as he was swarmed by the constant explosions of camera flashes. The worried look on her face was soon replaced by a contented smile. Jin-ah, your brother's on TV. This wouldn't be the first time, but regardless, seeing her appa on the TV screen remained a mystifying and welcoming viewing experience to her, even now. But the thing was, both Jin-ah and her mom had no idea. They simply had no idea that there was someone very close, cheering on even more passionately than they did while watching the TV screen. Oh, my king. Baru's deeply moved eyes were firmly fixed on the screen as he watched the clip being played out. But then, a powerful chill began invading his body out of the blue. Literally, without warning, his body hidden in the shadows began trembling non-stop. This sensation, hadn't he felt something similar to this in the past? When was that? Baru combed through his memories and finally recalled that moment. My king has been truly enraged. In the city of Busan, the Night Order Guild was in the middle of preparing for a raid. There's been a lot of accidents happening in dungeons lately, so everyone, keep your wits about you at all times. Let's make sure that not a single person gets injured today. Yes, sir. The guild members had become rather docile after experiencing a raid together with Jinwoo's summoned creatures, and now they even sounded properly disciplined as well. It was at that moment something strange happened. The vice master of the guild, Jeong Yun-ti, was standing behind Park Jong-soo to nod his head and provide suitable reactions to his boss's words. But he discovered something and his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. Park Jong-soo hurriedly looked behind him. What happened? Jeong Yun-ti pointed to the ground and alternated his gaze between Park Jong-soo and the shadow beneath his boss's feet. Hyung-nim, your shadow. The shadow on the ground was vibrating. Jeong Yun-ti discovered that Park Jong-soo was glaring at him with narrowed eyes and stopped talking right there, and then, Hey, Yun-ti, how many times have I told you not to touch booze before a raid? And no, Hyung-nim, I haven't had a drop of the stuff today. But your shadow, it really did vibrate. Like it was alive. Park Jong-soo stared at Jeong Yun-ti with criticizing eyes and spat out a long groan. This won't do. Take a day off today. Hyung-nim, I'm telling you the truth. Okay, everyone, time to go inside. The Night Order Guild, let's do our best today, too. Just as Jeong Yun-ti's voice that protested his innocence resounded in the air, unbelievable sightings of shadows trembling streamed in from all the spots where Jinwoo had left behind his shadow soldiers. Shadows trembled noticeably as if they didn't care for the presence of witnesses or not. But then again, the shadow soldiers had no choice but to shiver from the emotion of pure rage their lord was feeling at that moment. Exchange. The High Orc soldier disappeared, only to be replaced by Jinwoo. Hwang Dong-soo's group froze up like a mouse confronted by a snake the moment this unexpected intruder entered the stage completely unannounced. Meanwhile, Jinwoo simply strode past the stunned rank S hunter as if the latter didn't even exist, and stopped before Yoo Jin-ho. No one said anything, yet the two Americans standing near the unconscious kid quickly stepped back at the same time, as if they agreed to do so beforehand. After summoning out a healing potion, Jinwoo began easing a little bit of liquid down into Yoo Jin-ho's mouth. Unfortunately, the message saying it was impossible to heal the kid's wounds popped up in his view along with the familiar TTI ring. The divine water of life was meant to heal diseases and illnesses. It couldn't help in matters of physical injuries like this. It was the same principle of healing magic not being able to cure illnesses. I need healing magic. Too bad. The only shadow soldier capable of using healing magic, Baru, was currently back in Korea house sitting. Even if Jinwoo recalled him now, who knows just how long he'd take to get here. Is either one of you a healer? Hearing the word healer, the healer-type hunter ended up reflexively nodding his head. Jinwoo pointed to Yoo Jin-ho. Heal him. Now, the healer's gaze shifted over to Hwang Dong-soo. The latter shook his head. Jinwoo carefully lowered Yoo Jin-ho's upper torso back down and stood up. Final warning. Heal him. The healer's gaze shifted back to Hwang Dong-soo again, but the answer remained the same. So, the healer stared straight at Jinwoo and the corners of his lips arched up. You see, dude, you should talk to the boss first before. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Kaboom. Just like how Hwang Dong-soo had done to Yoo Jin-ho, Jinwoo slammed the healer's head on the ground. It happened so fast that no one saw his movements. Jinwoo shifted his gaze to the second of the Americans. Are you a healer? This man finally confirmed the face of Jinwoo walking closer to him and his jaw began trembling in shock. Sung Jinwoo. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He backpedaled in panic and began glaring at Hwang Dong-soo before shouting out, Mr. Hwang Dong-soo, you promised that this matter had nothing to do with Sung Jinwoo. What the FCK is this? What is this SHT? I asked you if you are a healer or not. And no, I'm not. I'm just... His answer was also abruptly cut off there. Kaboom. Struck by an unseen hand, the man's head crashed to the ground like his friends before him. In the blink of an eye, two high-ranked hunters had lost their consciousness. It was then, Hyung-nim, perhaps because the ground rumbled loudly twice in a row. Yoo Jin-ho had regained his consciousness somehow. Hyung-nim. Jinwoo lowered his body and listened closely to the kid's voice. Hey, Jin-ho, I'm here. Yoo Jin-ho managed to crack open his swollen eyelids. Hwang Dong-soo, little brother. Hwang Dong-seok. Be careful. Jinwoo looked at Yoo Jin-ho breathing weakly with a helpless expression before stopping the kid's words. It's fine. Don't speak anymore. It was you, wasn't it? You killed my older brother, Hwang Dong-seok. Am I right? Hwang Dong-soo's scared face grew closer with every step taken. And then, a certain someone's face who enjoyed being strong against the weak, but remained weak against someone stronger, overlapped with his face in Jinwoo's view. That caused his glare to become even colder. Meanwhile, Hwang Dong-soo cried out, Answer me, Sung Jinwoo, didn't you murder my brother and his team? Jinwoo stopped right in front of Hwang Dong-soo's nose and replied, Ask him after you meet him again. Hwang Dong-soo punched with his fist wrapped in bright light. He was aiming for Jinwoo's face. Unfortunately for him, the latter simply ducked lower to evade that and shoved his own fist deep into the former's stomach. Just one hit and Hwang Dong-soo vomited out a mouthful of blood. Stop the car, sir, I said. Stop the DMN car. Thomas Andre roared out and the car he was riding in came to a sudden halt. As the vehicle in front carrying their guild master came to an abrupt halt, the chasing cars ferrying the guild members all hurriedly came to a stop as well. Loud noises resounded out from everywhere. Completely disregarding that. Boom. Thomas Andre kicked the car's door away and climbed out in a hurry so he could glare in a certain direction. His expression crumpled into a vicious scowl. A minute. The elites of the Scavenger Guild, often referred to as the world's best, jumped out from all the halted vehicles. Master, what is it? Did something happen? Thomas Andre answered briefly to all the hurried questions from the guild members. It has already begun. I'll go ahead, so hurry and follow after me. Sir, what had already begun? Before anyone could ask him for an explanation, though, Thomas Andre bent his knees. The muscles on his legs expanded powerfully and the asphalt on the ground began melting down. Thomas Andre exploded up from the ground and in an instant disappeared from their view. Something is coming, something strong, that was. Just as Thomas Andre had sensed Jinwoo's powers, the latter also sensed the former's presence. So, he stopped moving his punching hand. His other hand was still grabbing onto the collar of Hwang Dong-soo, who now was suffering from just as many grievous wounds as Yu Jin-ho. A part of the disused factory's ceiling caved in and through the open gap, one of the 4 remaining special authority rank hunters in the world, Thomas Andre, flew in and landed on the ground. Since he knew that a guest was arriving anyway, Jinwoo wasn't surprised in the slightest as he calmly took a look at the landing zone. Thomas Andre stood up straight and quickly confirmed the situation. He first saw Yu Jin-ho, then Jinwoo, and finally, the end of Jinwoo's hand. His gaze moved in that order until stopping at Hwang Dong-soo. Right away, Thomas Andre's forehead creased up. Jinwoo's incredible magical energy emission had completely masked Hwang Dong-soo's presence, and he couldn't initially sense it. Thomas Andre took off and discarded his sunglasses. Hwang Dong-soo, is he still alive? For now, Thomas Andre resorted to using simple English and enunciated each word loudly so that Jinwoo, someone who might be not familiar with the language, could hear him clearly. Let him go. If you do that, we'll forget that today's event had ever happened. I'm asking you for a favor. Jinwoo strengthened his grip on Hwang Dong-soo's collar and asked, what if I don't want to? Then, well, a favor won't be a favor anymore. One of the most powerful hunters in the world bared his fangs. A regular hunter would start PSing their pants right about now. However, Jinwoo's own aura didn't lose out to Thomas Andre's. Come, then. You, by any chance, don't you know who I am? Jinwoo curtly responded. Doesn't matter who you are. It was then Hwang Dong-soo somehow regained his consciousness and shouted out after discovering Thomas Andre. Master, kill this son of a BTCH. Hurry. Boom. Jinwoo's fist struck Hwang Dong-soo, causing the man to black out and go limp again. Meanwhile, veins bulged on Thomas Andre's forehead. You know who I am, yet you dare to do something like that in my presence. His expression was already crumpled into something unsightly before, but now it distorted even more to resemble a devil's face. Through personal experience, his body knew how one should deal with an opponent who didn't want to submit. White trash, a low-class white man. Thomas Andre grew up in a poor immigrant family. The school located in the poorest ghetto filled with African youths proved to be a hostile place for a lone white kid who knew no one and had no friends or acquaintances. Everywhere was filled with enemies. Just from meeting eyes did the fights break out. And often, his opponents carried around dangerous weapons, too. The moments when he had to fight off multiple enemies happened frequently as well. However, the heavens saw fit to bestow a certain gift that could only be described as unprecedented unto this white kid who seemingly possessed nothing. The overwhelming talent for physical power, the power that allowed him to trample on others. Paradoxically, the boy's surroundings became just about a perfect playground for him to confirm his own talents. Through the endless, continuous fights, the boy got to confirm the heaven-gifted talent he possessed. He clearly witnessed how his powers would change all those holding hostile feeling towards him. And so, he reigned like a king. Power, the authoritative power, financial power, and physical power. He got to learn quite early on that the many types of power existing in this world could turn a man into either a king or a slave. And when a completely different type of power manifested into this world, he grasped the opportunity and ascended to the status of a true king. If an opponent was unwilling to listen, then he'd use power to make them submit. Someone blocking his path would be destroyed without mercy, and he'd make all those looking down on him kneel on the ground, defeated. Physical power was the truth. Thomas Andre stayed true to what he knew, to what he was familiar with. Time seemed to freeze up. Thomas Andre, now full of malice and a destructive desire, pounced forward. The distance between the two men disappeared in an instant. His eyes met Jinwoo's as they closed in enough for their noses to touch. Blame your own ignorance. Thomas Andre reached out with his hand. He was planning to grab Jinwoo's head. His incomprehensible gripping power was one of his many hidden talents. Even if his opponent happened to be a top-ranked hunter, he'd easily shatter that person's skull. With fortunate timing, the hunters of the Scavenger Guild arrived at the location. And they all got to witness something peculiar. They got to witness something breaking past a wall of the disused factory at an alarming speed. That something destroyed the wall and crash-landed on the ground. Even then, it continued to slide away for a long, long time. And when that something finally stopped sliding right before their eyes, the hunters recognized its identity and couldn't hide their extreme astonishment from exploding out. No one could tell who cried out first. Thomas Andre, "Master, are you all right? Just who managed to blow away the Goliath like this?" They simply couldn't believe it. The force of the impact was so great that hot steam was still rising up from Thomas Andre's entire body. But then again, the skin on a regular person would have been torn to shreds as he slid on the ground like that. No, before that, his body would have broken into many pieces after slamming into the wall instead. However, Thomas Andre was perfectly fine, should one say, as befitting of a tanker who managed to survive Kamish's breath with nothing but his bare body. It was just that the expression he was making as he stood back up was not perfectly fine at all. Without saying anything else, Thomas Andre walked back into the abandoned factory he flew out from. A dizzying amount of killing intent erupted out from his entire body. The vice master, staring at that sight in a daze, hurriedly regained his wits and urged the guild's hunters. "What are you all doing? Get a move on, now." 100 or so top-ranked hunters all rushed into the abandoned factory at once. Jinwoo discarded the still unconscious Hwang Dong-soo to a corner of the factory, and then summoned Kaisel and Ygritte out. A black sky dragon and a black knight revealed themselves. Jinwoo carefully lifted up Yu Jinho and handed the kid over to Ygritte. "Take Jinho to the nearest hospital. Make sure he gets the necessary treatment." "Got it." Ygritte bowed to display his understanding and jumped on the back of Kaisel to fly out of the factory. Thomas Andre didn't give a damn about the escaping sky dragon. No, his glare was firmly locked on Jinwoo and Jinwoo alone. Likewise, Jinwoo's glare was redirected to the American as well. And he got to see the crumpled expression of Thomas Andre and top-ranked hunters rushing inside beyond his shoulders. Their number was around 100. It seemed that this guy mobilized and brought along all the elites of the Scavenger Guild, often referred to as the best guild in the world. The thing was, though, Jinwoo immediately called out his shadow soldiers hiding within his shadow and waiting for his commands. The darkness slowly spread out from beneath his feet, and one by one, the shadow soldiers rose up from the ground. Thomas Andre's steps came to a halt after he discovered all those soldiers. The number was somewhere near 1,000. The abandoned factory was completely filled up in an instant. But even then, the columns of soldiers extended well beyond to the back as well. Thomas Andre narrowed his eyes. It's not just the incredible numbers, either. He even spotted several summoned creatures that were easily on a similar level as rank S hunters, such as the knight holding a massive shield, or the mage wearing a black robe, and even those giants occupying the backline, too. Their magical energy emission didn't lose out to some of the highest ranked hunters out there. Indeed, these were truly excellent summoned creatures that even the entirety of the Scavenger Guild participating could not guarantee a victory against. A smile broke out on Thomas Andre's face as he licked his lips. That fool Hwang Dong-soo no longer mattered in this fight. There was only one way to restore his damaged pride, and that would be to kill that impudent beastard. But before he did that, Thomas Andre made his final offer of mercy. "If you admit to your mistakes and back off, I promise I'll spare your life." Instead of a verbal answer, Jinwoo simply flipped him a bird. Thick veins bulged all over on Thomas Andre's forehead. UFC Kerr right until the end. Thomas Andre ripped his shirt off. A shirt made out of top-class material extracted from the monsters was ripped into pieces like a sheet of cheap paper. And then, the muscles in his entire torso ballooned up and hardened like armor, covering his whole body. Magic energy so vast that it raised goosebumps from the people nearby leaked out from beneath his feet. It was so vast and powerful. In fact, it looked as if gold-colored steam was slowly rising up from his shoulders. The world's greatest tanker had released his full might once more. Jinwoo wordlessly watched Thomas Andre's transformation before unleashing his own magical energy as well. The hunters of the Scavenger Guild nervously swallowed their saliva as they stared at Jinwoo. Unlike them in their heightened state of tension, though, Jinwoo was completely calm and collected. He felt that this was the perfect opportunity to test out his growth up until now. He was now facing an opponent that he could definitely go all out against. Abruptly, Jinwoo recalled what Kamish the dragon had told him. There are 4 people borrowing the ruler's powers, right? Could it be that those 4 were among the 5 survivors of the Kamish raid, the 4 of the Special Authority rank hunters? If that was true, then the odds of Thomas Andre being a human borrowing the ruler's powers were very high. Jinwoo made the first move, advance. Almost immediately after their sovereign issued that command, the shadow soldiers rushed forward with rather scary vigor. Thomas Andre also cried out loudly, "They are coming!" 1 man versus 1 guild. Nearly 1,000 summons and almost 100 elite hunters collided violently on this day. Thomas Andre blew away Iron standing at the front of the pack and quickly searched for Jinwoo's whereabouts as a bright glare shot out from his eyes. He spotted someone rushing towards him at an incredible pace. Over there, Thomas Andre turned around, but Jinwoo was faster. The latter dug into the former's defense in an instant and stabbed at the waist with the Demon King's short sword. Unfortunately, the blade failed to break past the hardened skin of Thomas Andre. Jinwoo's eyes widened. The American blew his opponent away with his elbow as a smirk formed on his face. This was the true power of the Special Authority rank hunter. Jinwoo might possess a pretty decent turn of speed, but there was no way he'd be able to exceed Thomas Andre's defenses. Feel my power and taste what true despair is like. Thomas Andre judged that the advantage was now with him. He didn't stop his attacks there and reached out with his hand. When he did, a powerful pulling force was generated from his hand and quickly reeled back the flung-away Jinwoo. The invisible hand. This was Thomas Andre's ability that managed to drag Kamish the dragon from the air to the ground. Jinwoo was brought back closer to Thomas Andre at a frightening turn of speed, but then, his eyes shot open again. Ruler's authority. Thomas Andre's shoulders quivered from the unseen force slamming down from above. What? He was left utterly stunned after confirming with his entire body that his opponent also possessed the power only the Special Authority rank hunters possessed. Jinwoo didn't miss that opening. His punch slammed into Thomas Andre's face for the second time today. And for the first time ever after becoming a hunter, the man nicknamed Goliath spat out blood from his mouth. The Hunter Bureau wasn't sitting back sucking on its fingers either. Dozens of vehicles belonging to the Bureau carrying hunters were on their way to the same destination as the members of the Scavenger Guild. However, the 2 cars right in front of the pack suddenly came to a halt not too far from their destination. The vehicle's driver looked back at Adam White. He was the sole Rank S hunter affiliated with the Hunter Bureau. Agent White, I think it's time you explain to us what's going on here. We don't have time for me to explain everything in. Adam White couldn't finish his sentence, because he saw the complexion of the Rank S hunter growing pale rather quickly at that moment. It was the first time seeing such an expression forming on the face of a man who famously possessed a steely heart, formed after experiencing all sorts of close shaves in his life. Realizing that something quite serious had happened, Adam White quickly asked, "Did something happen up ahead?" The Rank S hunter replied with a frozen stiff face, "If we continue on, all of us will have to risk our lives." The corners of his lips bust open from that hit. While being forced away from the impact, Thomas Andre was reeling from the shock of the freakish power that smacked him in the face. How could such a power be? That punch was heavy enough for his head to shake around. Thomas Andre had been looking down on Jinwoo as some random kid even though he willingly acknowledged the Korean's powers. But now, having been struck twice in the face, his thoughts had gone through a rapid change. Thomas Andre discarded all arrogant thoughts from his head. He also realized that he might lose today if he continued to fight while being considerate towards his surroundings. His opponent this time was far, far tougher than his initial expectation. Reinforcement. When he muttered out those words, his body, armed with muscles that had transformed into solid armor, suddenly ballooned up explosively. His near 2-meter-tall physique transformed into a monster over 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Thomas Andre roared out like an angry beast and raised both of his arms, now as thick as a marble pillar, high above his head. All of this happened way too fast. Jinwoo, in the middle of his sprint, sensed danger up ahead. What could it be? His brain fell into a dilemma. The thing was, not once did his instincts lie to him in moments of great peril. Jinwoo hurriedly stopped his forward movement and almost at the same time, jumped backwards. With the difference of a millisecond, Thomas Andre's massive fists pounded on the ground below. Everything caught within the radius disintegrated from the horrifying shock wave. His skill, demolition. That incredible might force Jinwoo to take several more steps backwards, even though he had already escaped to a safe zone. Debris flung up into the air fell down like raindrops. As befitting a hunter who subjugated a dragon, his sturdiness and destructive power were second to none. But there was no time to remain stunned. Another loud roar exploded out from Thomas Andre's mouth. Capture, a powerful gravitational pulling force with Thomas Andre as the center began yanking everything within the range towards him. It was as if he had become a black hole. Shadow soldiers and hunters all got into a messy tangle and flew towards his position. Jinwoo might have been one of the targets of this skill capture, but he used ruler's authority to repel away the pulling force. And when he finally managed to break free from that powerful force and jumped rearward one more time, Thomas Andre's demolition skill burst forth yet again. Not just the shadow soldiers, but even the hunters of the scavenger got swept away by the shock wave. Screams rose up from here and there. The Vice Master had discovered this horrifying situation rather late, and yelled out at the top of his lungs, "Get away from the Master, now!" 3-4 fleet-footed hunters quickly retrieved their injured colleagues and escaped to the back. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre and his emotionless face viciously dashed towards Jinwoo's location. A rank of special authority implied one was afforded the same level of rights as an independent nation. That was why he needed to demonstrate what the punishment for disobeying the king was like. Thomas Andre arrived in Jinwoo's location in no time at all and threw a powerful punch forward. His fist scythed the air. He already knew it all too well. He knew better than anyone that he was too slow to land a punch on this beastard possessing the nimbleness of a wild beast. Especially so, when he was in his reinforced state. His strength and defense would be enhanced to an unimaginable degree, but at the same time, his speed would drop proportionally. Fortunately enough for Thomas Andre, though, he possessed a skill that could easily cover for that drawback. He extended his hand out to Jinwoo, who was rapidly creating distance between them. Capture. Once more, a powerful, incredibly attractive force activated between the two men. The American knew he'd not miss his prey now. With his body fortified through the reinforcement skill, his attention wouldn't be stolen away from some measly diversionary tricks. Leaving his extended left hand as it was, Thomas Andre pulled his right hand back and clenched it into a tight fist. An enormous amount of magical energy, enough to smash the torso of a top-ranked hunter apart into a gory mess, gathered into his right fist. Skill, power smash. Thomas Andre's fist, carrying a gobsmacking level of destructive power, slowly moved forward. But then it happened. His eyes opened wider. He saw Jinwoo's own right arm muscle suddenly expanding greatly in size. Could he be thinking of directly confronting me? Finding this incredulous, Thomas Andre increased the pulling power. However, Jinwoo didn't try to evade it but actually used his ruler's authority to further increase his momentum. Instead, the American cried out in shock. "A minute." Jinwoo approached far quicker than Thomas Andre had anticipated and threw a punch a little quicker than his counterpart could. At the same time, he lowered his head and lightly evaded the American's own belated punch. Boom! Thomas Andre flew away like a rocket, demolished the wall of the disused factory and rolled around on the dirt for quite some time. The deep and lengthy pit left behind on the ground by his sliding body resembled furrows on a field. He hurriedly pushed himself off the ground, but Jinwoo was already standing before him by then. Thomas Andre roared out and threw countless punches. Every time his fists flew past, the ground exploded and the air was split seemingly into pieces. Each hit was ferocious enough to utterly destroy a person's body from just a light touch. Unfortunately, none of those could actually touch Jinwoo. He simply dodged all of Thomas Andre's fists and accurately landed every one of his counters on the American's vital spots. Little by little, blood pooled in Thomas Andre's mouth. How could this be? How can a mage-type hunter be this powerful and this fast? The more confused he got, the greater the physical damage he suffered. Am I losing? But that couldn't be happening. No, that must not happen. His ability to overwhelm his enemies with pure physical violence was the sole reason for his existence, the only thing proving that he was him and not someone else. Thomas Andre gritted his blood-soaked teeth. His eyes under the arched-up brows emitted a maddened glow. I am none other than Thomas Andre. You think you can bring me down with only that much? That's why I told you before. It doesn't matter who you are. Dozens of vehicles stopped almost all at once in a location fairly far away from the abandoned factory. It was decided that getting any closer would be dangerous for them. The folks climbing out of the vehicles were elite hunters affiliated with the Hunter Bureau. Every single one of them was a distinguished, excellent hunter in their own right. However, despite being with such great hunters, Adam White couldn't feel reassured at all right now. But that was understandable when these people were being compared to hunters Sung Jinwoo and Thomas Andre, plus the entirety of the Scavenger Guild's elites. Oh my god, just what kind of monsters were fighting right now to emit this much magical energy? His feet didn't want to budge from the spot, but Adam White was right behind him, waiting to be guided forward with a pair of pleading eyes. Brent had no choice but to give up and spoke in a resigned voice. It's over there. However, it truly is dangerous, so my advice is you need to be dead sure about this. Adam White nodded his head. It was at that moment something shot up high in the air along with a loud, explosive noise, before crashing back down to the ground. Adam White looked in the direction of that noise, before quickly shifting his gaze back to Brent. The Rank S hunter couldn't bring himself to close shut his slack jaw. If I haven't made a mistake, then that was. How could Brent, a Rank S hunter, make a mistake with his identification? Even then, he hesitated greatly before carrying on. It was Mr. Thomas Andre falling from the air. What was that? Even I can't be sure. Adam White's eyes grew incredibly large as he hurriedly shouted out. Hurry, we need to go there right now. Brent watched Adam White run over there and gestured to other hunters to follow them. The Hunter Bureau's group soon arrived at the location where two gigantic masses of magic energy were colliding against each other. And then, they all saw it. They saw the scene of the one and only Thomas Andre being pummeled into a rag by a lone Asian hunter. What should we do now? We need to stop them. Are you planning to stay back and watch a special authority rank hunter get beaten to death? You want us to stop that? You mean, stop that man? Brent stared dumbfoundedly at the Asian hunter emitting a truly nonsensical amount of magic power. It was so enormous. In fact, he didn't even want to go anywhere near that maelstrom if he could help it. But, before he had a chance to say those words out loud, Adam White dashed forward. He might be a Hunter Bureau agent, but still, he was a regular person. He could lose his life simply by coming into contact with magical energy being emitted from a top-ranked hunter. Thomas Andre lay sprawled on the ground and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Jinwoo mounted on top of him, and just like when he was fighting against the Demon King Baron back in the Demon's Castle, he grasped Thomas Andre's neck and slammed down with his other fist. He could sense Thomas Andre's resistance weaken gradually, and finally, just as Jinwoo raised his fist high up to land the finisher, he heard a certain someone's desperate cry. Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, please stop. I beg you, stay your hand, please. Just before the fist could slam down on the target, as Adam White cried out, his hand reaching out in desperation, Thomas Andre finally opened his mouth. I lost. Jinwoo's fist stopped millimeters away from the American's nose, as if he had used up all of his energy just to surrender. Thomas Andre lost his consciousness right afterwards and went limp. Only then did Jinwoo withdraw his fist and wordlessly got back up. Soon afterwards, hunters affiliated with the Bureau cautiously filed in around him and Thomas Andre on the ground. What the FCK? What the hell is this? Did this really happen? Seriously. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.